Chapter 1. Wilderness Hunt. The wilderness. A gentle breeze stirs up fine sand, only to shred it and let it fall. The blue-skinned horned sheep lowers its head to eat the already dead dry grass on the ground, but its vigilant eyes dare not stop for a moment. As the most numerous exotic beasts in the desert, their flesh is also edible. Their living environment is harsh. Almost every carnivorous exotic beast includes them in its diet. Look, not far from it, a sandy yellow wolf, perfectly blending into the barren ground, has already set its sights on it. The wild wolf crouches down, using its fur for concealment as it stealthily approaches the blue-skinned horned sheep. 300 meters, 290 meters, 270 meters, 250 meters, 240 meters. At 200 meters, it only needs to enter within that range. With its explosive power, the wild wolf is confident it can pounce on the blue-skinned horned sheep. 230 meters. Suddenly, the blue-skinned horned sheep raises its head and begins to survey its surroundings. The wild wolf instantly flattens itself to the ground, not daring to move. A breeze sweeps by, and fine sand blows into the blue-skinned horned sheep's eyes, causing it to blink uncomfortably. Whoosh! With a powerful push of its hind legs, the wild wolf transforms into a sandy yellow arrow, shooting towards the blue-skinned horned sheep. In 2 seconds, the wild wolf is already beside the blue-skinned horned sheep, its tooth-filled maw aimed directly at the sheep's vulnerable throat. Just one strike is needed. Tendons tear, blood sprays, and the trachea shatters. At this moment, the wild wolf has already planned to eat the internal organs and upper body first, saving the rest for later. Bang! The wild wolf's sharp ears detect a faint sound. Is that a gunshot? At this moment, a silver trajectory pierces through the wild wolf's eyeball, firmly entering its skull. Death descends. The blue-skinned horned sheep finally reacts, its forehooves pushing hard, kicking up another cloud of dust. The gun's muzzle tracked the sheep for a while, but Lin Feng ultimately gave up. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the fur of mutated beasts unless aimed at the eyes. Hitting a moving target's eyes is not something Lin Feng's current sniping skills can manage. As for special bullets, each costs 3-star coins, and the horned sheep, if not in perfect condition, is not worth that much. With his Type 3 sniper rifle and special bullets, hitting would at least leave a hole the size of a bowl. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively got up. He drove the off-road vehicle covered with sandy yellow tarpaulin towards the wild wolf's corpse. Upon arrival, Lin Feng didn't even look, directly tossing the wolf's body into the trunk, covering it with the tarpaulin again, and throwing in a bottle of air deodorizer. Then he drove straight towards the camp. Not long after Lin Feng left, a bald middle-aged man with an unusually wide nose appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Sniff, sniff. The middle-aged man twitched his nose and shook his head at the few people behind him. They ran away and even used deodorizing agents. Upon hearing this, a man with a scar on his face squinted his eyes. It seems the people in that camp have become aware. We need to think of another way. The bald middle-aged man nodded. His nose was just a bit stronger than an ordinary person's, not yet reaching the level of a supernatural ability. There was only so much he could do. The vehicle roared to life and sped away. Before long, a camp surrounded by tall horse fences appeared before him. Seeing the camp, Lin Feng felt a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. The vehicle reached the gap in the fence. Lin Feng directly stretched out his hand to press down the already decayed window. The mechanical structure inside had long been broken, and the window could only be operated manually. But before Lin Feng could lower the glass, the guard had already recognized his face. Xiao Feng, come on and you'll be on duty tomorrow anyway. Hearing this, Lin Feng recognized the guard. Okay, Brother Ding. He'll treat you to drinks at Old Bay's bar tonight. Sure, let's see when I have time. Upon entering the camp, Lin Feng began to circle around the outer perimeter near the horse fence. Finally, he found a gap in the southeastern area and parked his vehicle inside. The outermost perimeter of the camp was made of black wooden fences, and the next layer consisted of cars forming a circle. From the car circle to the tents where people lived, there was still a distance of at least 20 meters. It serves as a small buffer zone. The purpose is simple: to prevent someone from detonating a vehicle and igniting the tents. One must say that the knowledge of the wilderness comes from lessons learned through blood and tears. Lin Feng got out of the car, went to the back of the trunk, and directly pulled out the 3 wild wolf corpses. Each one was in the same state of death, with bullets piercing through the eyeballs and smashing the brains. Inside, There was also a fresh corpse of a blue-skinned horned sheep, which wasn't worth much, so it was better to keep it for making jerky. Carrying the corpses, he walked through the camp. People kept greeting him. Xiao Feng is back. Yeah, just got back. How was your haul today? Not bad. 3 heads. Looks good. Just average. As Lin Feng walked, he answered everyone's questions. The camp had a strong sense of camaraderie, as they had all lived together for so long. Moreover, normal social interactions could ease their nerves, which were tightly wounded from fighting in the wilderness. Did you buy any of the newly dug wild vegetables today? Lin Feng stopped for the first time. While meat was somewhat accessible in the wilderness, wild vegetables were truly a matter of luck. Looking at the green vegetables on the ground, Lin Feng spoke up. Save me 1 star coin's worth, I'll come back to get it later. Sure, no problem. Wild vegetables were rare and expensive, and not many were willing to spend that money. After the negotiations, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Soon, he came upon a noticeably larger tent, and as soon as he reached the entrance, he smelled the scent of alcohol. Lin Feng said nothing, pushed the door open, and directly threw the 3 wolf corpses heavily onto the ground. With a thud, the weight of the 3 wolf corpses was evident. You're here. Accompanying the voice, a tall figure looked over from behind the circular bar. Yeah, 3 heads. Lin Feng exhaled and replied. The tall figure pushed open the small door beside the bar and limped over to Lin Feng. The strong smell of alcohol, combined with an unusual sense of oppression, made Lin Feng's breath involuntarily lighten. His hand instinctively reached for his waist. The other party, however, seemed unconcerned, calmly inspecting the 3 wolf corpses on the ground. Seeing the bullet holes, the other party nodded in satisfaction. You kid is lucky, I'll take them. Chapter 2. Longing for the unattainable. Lucky? Why not say it's skill? Lin Feng looked at Old Bai with some curiosity. He certainly knew his own strength and recognized that he had indeed been lucky this time. But how did the other party know he was relying on luck without witnessing the scene at the time? Old Bai chuckled, lowered his head to pull back the eyelids of the wild wolf, revealing the bloodied, hollow eye sockets beneath, and said, though all 3 wolves were hidden, the eyes, the scars around the eye sockets are not the same, and the angles of entry are different. What else could it be if not luck? Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. The direction of incidents? Seeing this scene, the old man chuckled. Don't waste your brain on this. Isn't the sharpshooter fed with bullets? With your kind, if you could buy substandard bullets, don't even think about it. Lin Feng's lips twitched, but he had to admit that the old man's words did make sense. In the wilderness, all weapons and equipment are discarded by the big cities, and not only are they discarded, but their prices are also 2 to 3 times that of the big cities. 10 star coins can buy 300 to 500 genuine bullets in the big city. But in the wilderness, 10 star coins can buy 200 bullets from small factories, which is already a lot. Special bullets are even more exaggerated. They are expensive in big cities, but still within an acceptable range, about 30 to 50 bullets for 10 star coins. In the wilderness, it's no more than 10 bullets. So, it's better to spend more time training and strive to find a big city to settle down. The old man said to Lin Feng in front of him, there is still a chance for you to become a level 5 warrior before the age of 16. Lin Feng is now a level 3 warrior, but he is only 15 years old. Lin Feng indeed glanced sideways at the old man. Old man Bai, don't try to sell your incomplete martial arts to me. I can't afford the 3,000 star coins, let alone the side effects. At this point, Lin Feng glanced at the old man's withered right leg. The old man didn't mind, just chuckled. There are no completely safe martial arts in the wilderness that if you're unwilling, just rely on the breathing technique and practice slowly. After saying that, he picked up the 3 wolf corpses and walked to the back of the bar. Lin Feng didn't say anything and sat down at the bar. A cup of beer. The old man took out a metal cup from under the bar and then filled it to the brim with beer from the barrel behind him. Lin Feng picked it up and gulped it down. The cold liquid rushed into his stomach, and Lin Feng felt his mind clear up a lot. Looking at the metal cup in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He had drunk a lot of beer in his previous life on Earth. But in terms of taste and flavor, nothing compared to the delicious beer he drank in this moving camp in the wilderness. Thinking about this, Lin Feng glanced at the pistol at his waist. Even if it was a substandard product leaked from the city, its accuracy, longevity, and failure rate were all much better than the pistols from his previous life. Calculating like this, the technological level in the city is definitely much higher than in his previous life. Ding! System reminder, sign-in time is up. Hearing the system's prompt in his ear, Lin Feng's expression was somewhat helpless, but he still did as instructed. Sign in, he silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cosmic-level treasure, Blood Dagger of All Spirits. Mastering begins. In the next second, the scene in front of Lin Feng began to shift. A blood-red space appeared before him. However, before Lin Feng could see where this was, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears again. Mastering completed. Please proceed to obtain the treasure. At the same time, a coordinate appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Sure enough, it was like this. A standard feature for travelers. The system awakened from the first day he was reborn. After signing in for a month, he could obtain a treasure. According to the system's introduction, each treasure could easily destroy a planet and, with a bit of use, could conquer the universe. But just when Lin Feng was about to reach the pinnacle of life after signing in for a month, he found something was wrong. This treasure actually needed to be obtained by himself. For someone like Lin Feng, who couldn't even enter the city and could only survive in the wilderness, to be told that he had to go to another planet in the depths of the starry sky to obtain the treasure, really, it would be more appropriate for Lin Feng to dig a hole and bury himself. So now the situation was that Lin Feng even needed the system to remind him about daily sign-ins. After all, the system was too advanced, and he, as a wandering man in the wilderness, was a bit too down to earth. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to flip through the list of treasures with his mind. Tree of Life, Book of the Underworld, Source Ring of the Saints, Intelligent Heavenly Lock. Looking at the various names of these impressive treasures, Lin Feng had a total of 50 pieces so far. Thinking about this, Lin Feng silently calculated. One treasure a month means he has been in this world for over 4 years. Lin Feng quietly looked at his hands, which were already covered in calluses. What was he doing at 15 in his previous life? Probably around the time of the high school entrance examination. Old man do children in the big cities have exams? Lin Feng suddenly became interested and asked, exams? The old man looked at Lin Feng in surprise and then nodded directly. Yes, students who reach the age of 16 in the city must take exams. There are 2 types of exams in the city: martial arts exams and basic knowledge exams. The requirement for the martial arts exam is to reach level 5 warrior, and the requirement for the mechanics exam is to score full marks in 5 basic subjects. Once the requirements are met, they can enter higher education institutions in the big city for study. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So this means that the requirement of a level 5 warrior at the age of 16 that is circulated in the wilderness is actually the admission requirement for those higher education institutions in the cities? The old man shrugged non-committally. Otherwise, and those entering these institutions from the wilderness must serve in the city's guard for at least 5 years after graduation. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, there is no free lunch in the world. At this point, Lin Feng suddenly had a question. What about the superhumans? Don't they need to take exams? Lin Feng had personally seen a little girl who awakened her superpower being taken away by someone from the big city. The old man looked at Lin Feng and chuckled. Exams? The upper echelons of those big cities are controlled by superhumans. As soon as someone awakens their superpower, they will be taken out of the city immediately. Taken out of the city? What do you mean? Is there a place that is even more advanced than those cities? Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Feng's face, the old man took a deep puff from his pipe and said, Kid, this world is very big. This planet is just another wilderness. Planet? Hearing this word, Lin Feng's pupils shook slightly. This was the first time he had heard this term in the wilderness, for those surviving in the wilderness. The worldview is composed of only 2 parts, wilderness and big city. And they are merely wanderers of the wilderness, the savages outside the big city. Chapter 3. Silver Card looking at Lin Feng, who was staring blankly at his wine glass. The old man couldn't help but sigh, as if he saw his younger self. With that thought, the old man took out a small booklet from under the bar and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Open it and take a look. As soon as Lin Feng opened it, a silver transparent card fell out. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and caught it in time. A 519. Reactivation successful. Permissions opening. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Basic permissions opening. Beep. Selecting to open the database. Beep. Opening a level and below database. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Opening B level and below database. Beep. Insufficient energy. Beep. Opening C level and below database. Beep. Sufficient energy. Beep. C level and below database opened successfully. A series of sounds left Lin Feng looking dumbfounded at the old man by in front of him. He found that the other party was still leisurely wiping the glass wine cup in his hand, clearly not hearing any of the sounds. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng calmly put the card aside and picked up the booklet to read. What caught his eye was a few flashy big words. Blue Light Mercenary Corps, now recruiting. Join us and gain advanced progression knowledge, access to powerful weapons and equipment, guidance from a strong leader. Most importantly, we provide high-quality awakening potions for free. Once awakened successfully, the residence permit of the Elf Empire is right in front of you. At this point, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The flashy big words and eye-catching text really exuded an astonishing tackiness. Continuing to flip through the booklet, he saw an image of a blue-skinned creature with a gigantic pit over 100 meters in diameter behind it. What is this? He looked at the promotional slogan below, the shocking strike of the leader of the Blue Light Mercenary Corps. Looking at the first page and then at this page, Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. It was not hard to see that the Blue Light Mercenary Corps had a rather average status in the universe. However, what he did not expect was that such an average status mercenary leader actually possessed such terrifying strength. Even if the promotion was exaggerated, it couldn't hide the other party's horror. At least for Lin Feng, wandering in the wilderness, he could hardly imagine that such terrifying destructive power was caused by a living being. Continuing to flip through, the rest of the content basically introduced the advantages of their mercenary corps. However, from the wording, Lin Feng still constructed the most basic power structure. Elf Empire, Mercenary Center, Top 10 Mercenary Corps, Top 100 Mercenary Corps. The Blue Light Mercenary Corps seemed to be close to the top 100 or even not yet entered into the top 100. Flipping to the last page, the recruitment requirements of the Mercenary Corps appeared prominently. The recruitment requirement was only one: strength equal to or exceeding a level 25 warrior. A level 25 warrior. The moment he saw the requirement, Lin Feng actually felt that the other party was crazy. If he remembered correctly, the city lord of a major city would roughly have this strength, right? It might even be less. Putting down the booklet, Lin Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This world was indeed larger than he had imagined. How much is this booklet? Take a look and it's yours. Lin Feng looked at the old man in disbelief. Are you sure? A person who could barely collect 2 coins for a dung truck was actually willing to give him this manual for free? Take it if you want, if not, get lost. The old man didn't indulge Lin Feng and cursed back. Lin Feng didn't care. When there's a bargain, one should take it. He reached out, and the booklet and silver card disappeared from the old man's sight. Although he had seen this many times, the old man couldn't help but praise with your hands. If you were born in a major city, you'd at least be a mechanic or an alchemist. Lin Feng smiled without denying it, but unfortunately, this was the wilderness. Forget about being a mechanic. There wasn't even a good piece of machinery. This is your money. Saying this, the old man took out a money pouch and threw it on the table. Lin Feng picked it up and didn't even need to count. He knew there should be 100-star coins inside. I'm leaving. Putting down the wine glass, Lin Feng stood up and left the tavern. Watching the figure of the departing person, the old man sighed. Kid, work hard. After leaving, Lin Feng first went to a place selling wild vegetables and exchanged 1-star coin for 2 bunches of wild vegetables. Only then did he head towards his tent. As a level 3 warrior, one of the combat powers in the camp, Lin Feng's tent was on the outermost layer, and his neighbors were all similar to him. Lifting the tent flap and entering, the inside was very simple. A bed, a table, and in the middle, a stone circle fire pit. He casually pulled down the curtain to secure it. Lin Feng rarely maintained his firearms, but took out the silver card instead. At this moment, the card displayed a new line of text. Attach above the eye, and it will work. Lin Feng picked up the card and brought it close to his left eye, stopping for a moment just before it was about to attach. There was a slight internal struggle, but in the end he pressed it on. Rather than sinking into a haze, why not take a gamble? The moment the card attached, Lin Feng felt a cool sensation around his eye. The next moment, The entire card seemed to melt like thin ice. However, the melted water flowed directly into his left eye. Suddenly, a light panel appeared in his line of sight. Name: Lin Feng. Level: LV3. Age: 15. Race: half-elf. Superpower: none. Strength: 3. 6. Agility: 3. 7. Constitution: 3. 5. Spirit: 4. 1. Talents: handy skills: basic breath technique, LV3. Sniper rifle, LV2. Rifle, LV3. Hidden dagger technique, LV4. Handgun, LV3. Knowledge: basic firearm components, LV1. Basic bullet identification, LV1. Looking at his information in front of him, for some reason, Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. It was simply too thin. So thin that he couldn't bear to look at it. But fortunately, there was no one here to mock him. Beep. The sea-level database has been opened. Would you like to start browsing? Just as Lin Feng's thoughts began to rise, a new interface suddenly opened before his eyes. The first piece of information that appeared was actually a breathing technique. Basic spiritual breathing technique suitable for beings with elven bloodlines to learn. The second piece of information below was a meditation technique. Basic tidal meditation technique, an almost perfect foundational meditation method. Méditation technique? Chapter 400. Lin Feng frowned slightly. And then he remembered. He seemed to have heard the old man Bai and the others mention meditation methods when they were chatting before. It seemed to be when that little girl with awakened abilities was taken away from the camp. They talked about how practitioners of abilities needed to use meditation methods. Moreover, it seemed that this kind of meditation was also very precious in the big city. Previously, when he saw a series of insufficient energy and ended up only unlocking a sea-level database, he thought the sea-level database was very low level. But it seemed to be completely different from what he imagined. He continued to read. Manual for Basic Metal Firearms from the Internal Training Manual of the R-56 Mutated Star Central Control Fortress in the Border Control Area of the Mechanical Nation Basic Mechanics from the Empire's Primary Education Series of the Mechanical Nation Basic Materials Science from the Empire's Primary Education Series of the Mechanical Nation Basic Pharmacy from the jointly compiled Primary Education Series of the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent Basic Biology from the jointly compiled Primary Education Series of the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent Basic Metal Offensive Weapons from the General Knowledge Series for Mechanics of the Mechanical Nation Basic Simple Potion Formulation from the jointly compiled Pharmacist Series of the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent Spirit Snake Dagger from the first year preliminary weapon training method of the Spirit Snake Academy of the third level Martial Arts Academy of the True Martial Empire. Lin Feng read all the way down and understood. This should be the recommendation of the silver card. But what exactly is this silver card? Why did it react the moment he came into contact with it? While the old man seemed completely unaware. At the moment the confusion arose, a line of introductions appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Respected Master of the Celestial Lock. We are the people of the Celestial Lock, the intelligent tribe. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the text, and then he suddenly reacted. He pulled out his system panel and began to search among the cosmic-level treasures he had obtained from signing in. Soon he found it. Cosmic-level treasure. Intelligent Celestial Lock. Master of the Celestial Lock? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt an urge to cry. Finally, my system is no longer a waste. System. Clearly, it's you who is the waste. Wait, you are the people of the Celestial Lock. Does that mean you are alive? Lin Feng suddenly realized. No, we have already perished. This is merely a simple intelligence we left behind after discovering that the Celestial Lock has a master. Even the so-called people of the Celestial Lock are just us gilding our own faces. Our origin is nothing but discarded mechanical garbage, infected by the aura of the Celestial Lock, gaining intelligence and the ability to reproduce. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just the emitted aura could turn machinery into a form of life. He seemed to suddenly understand why the system said that every treasure signed in had the potential to destroy stars and traverse the universe with slight utilization. How did you perish? Lin Feng asked. They claimed to be the people of the Celestial Lock, and he was the master of the Celestial Lock. Rounded up, the other party could also be considered his people. He had to know how his people perished, and, if there was a chance, he might even help them take revenge. Powerful. Our excessive power caused fear in other cosmic empires. Ultimately, a war broke out between us, and we lost. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, not knowing whether this was him gilding his own face or cosmic empires. Lin Feng still caught something of interest in this statement. Is it at the level of the Elven Empire? Yes, however, the Elven Empire is only a second rate in the Imperial Coalition. Looking at the words displayed in his pupils, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry, I was too indulgent. Not to mention the Imperial Coalition, he didn't even have the qualifications to go where the so-called second-rate Elven Empire lived. Revenge? Hee. Respected Master of the Celestial Lock does not need to belittle himself, although you're still quite wasteful now, since you are the chosen Master of the Celestial Lock. You will definitely become a cosmic-level powerhouse in the future. Lin Feng. Waste? Really? If you can't use words properly, you don't have it next time. The universe is vast, and the respected Master of the Celestial Lock should go out and see. Looking at this seemingly encouraging statement, Lin Feng's mood suddenly calmed down. In the previous life, although everyone said their goal was the stars and the sea, it seemed that no one really saw the hope of the stars and the sea, and the entire world gradually sank into a worse quagmire. And now, although he was weak, he could still see the direction of the starry sea. Perhaps, hope is not in vain in this life. Lin Feng's thoughts moved, and the scene before him changed in an instant. Basic spiritual breathing method appeared in front of him. Soon, the content of the spiritual breathing method was displayed before Lin Feng. Having a goal also requires being down to earth. Lin Feng. All right. Still complaining about being too wasteful. Lin Feng began to read seriously. To his surprise, this so-called in-and-out spiritual breathing method was completely different from his previous basic exhalation method. Basic exhalation method was a static skill. One just needed to sit on the ground and close their eyes to practice. But basic spiritual breathing method was different. It had a complete set of 108 movements, each movement coordinated with different breathing techniques. It looked extremely ingenious. After reading it, Lin Feng stood up and began to practice step by step. Just as Lin Feng moved, an image also appeared in front of his left eye and began to move. Clearly, this was teaching him. Focus. First, step forward with the right leg while taking a deep breath. Step forward with the left leg, and now exhale. In fact, Lin Feng didn't feel much during the first movement, but when he really practiced to the 10th movement, he began to clearly feel it. In the course of his breathing, something entered his body. After entering his body, it transformed into a stream of heat that gradually spread from his internal organs to his muscles and bones. And this thing was different from the vital energy he absorbed when practicing the exhalation method. This thing seemed to be even more powerful. No, to be precise, it should be more advanced, a kind of overwhelming high level. They seemed like earthworms born in the ground and already mature, mutated creatures. While their behaviors and means of acquisition seemed similar, they represented completely different things. No matter how strong an earthworm is, it's just a matter of one step. But the mutated creature could swallow a 5th-level warrior whole. The spiritual breathing method. Perhaps this is what is called spirituality. Lin Feng slowly came to a stop, silently murmuring. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong wave of hunger hit him. This was truly a hunger that came from the depths of his soul, as if his stomach wanted to digest all his internal organs. Dragging his somewhat weak legs, Lin Feng walked step by step to the place where the jerky was stored. He pulled out a piece and started gnawing on it directly. Chapter 5, Level 4, a large amount of food mixed with cold water filled Lin Feng's stomach, and he finally felt a little better. Is this technique really that perverse? Luckily, he stopped when he sensed something was off earlier. Otherwise, he might have starved himself. But why did this happen? Coming back to his senses, Lin Feng began to investigate. He opened the information on the basic spiritual breathing technique again. After a brief look, he understood. The core of the basic spiritual breathing technique is to use one's own spirituality to draw in the spiritual energy from the universe into the body, thereby enhancing it. An important step in this process is to emit one's own spirituality. This step is the first and most crucial one. All actions and breathing serve this purpose. In this step, whether through movement or breathing, one is dissipating spirituality. However, the nutrients or stored energy within the body are considered the real fuel. After realizing this, Lin Feng pondered. Looking at it this way, the energy density of things like jerky is still too low. Nutritional concentrates might be a better choice. But the price? Lin Feng rubbed his forehead helplessly. Nutritional concentrates can only be produced in the big city, and everything related to the big city in this wilderness is extraordinarily overpriced. Forget it, I'll ask Old White tonight. After giving up on thinking, Lin Feng focused his mind to check the results of his recent training. Name: Lin Feng level, LV. 4 age, 15 race, half elf ability, none strength, 4, 0 agility, 4, 1 constitution, 4, 0, 0, 5 spirit, 4, 8 talent specialty, handy skills, basic breathing technique, LV3. Sniper rifle, LV2, rifle, LV4. Hidden dagger technique, LV4. Handgun, LV3. Basic spiritual breathing technique, LV1 knowledge. Basic firearm components, LV1. Basic bullet identification, LV1. Looking at his panel, Lin Feng was truly dumbfounded. Is this what level 4 looks like? Just one training session, and he is already level 4? This is a bit too exaggerated? But thinking back to that hunger sensation from earlier, which almost made him digest his own organs, Lin Feng shook his head. He still needs to be careful in the future. 3 times, at most 3 times, before taking a break. Although it feels a bit wasteful, it ensures his condition. After all, in this wilderness, danger does not only come from the so-called exotic beasts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze darkened. When he hunted the wild wolf this afternoon, he clearly felt something watching him. Hopefully, it was just a lone wolf. Lin Feng silently muttered to himself, then stood up and walked toward his bed. He was too tired right now. It was better to rest first. But just as he lay down, the information before him suddenly changed. A 519 suggestion: meditation as a substitute for sleep. Seeing this message, Lin Feng obediently opened the information on the basic title meditation technique. Meditation, the foundation of spiritual cultivation. Although the old man has already reached the peak of the starry sky, he often regrets the various mistakes made during the foundational years. To prevent future generations from walking the same path, he spent 13,000 years creating this tidal meditation technique. It can cultivate 3 levels of foundational mindset: calm, turbulent waves, and thoughts returning to the abyss. In the next moment, an ocean appeared before Lin Feng. A gentle breeze blew, and the waves began to rise slightly. The moment he saw it, Lin Feng felt his mind becoming much calmer. The ecstasy of advancement, the fear of hunger, the anxiety of losing, and the pride of sudden gain, all began to be soothed at this moment. No words or texts, but in this scene, Lin Feng felt that something new had entered his mind. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he assumed a 5 hearts facing heaven posture. Basic tidal meditation technique, LV2. Lin Feng's personal panel quietly updated with new information. Handy, truly the strongest learning specialty of the elf race. As dawn broke, Lin Feng woke up from his meditative state. Without saying anything else, he immediately opened his personal panel. Spirit, 4, 8, 0, 1 constitution, 4, 0, 0, 5, 4, 0, 0, 2. Although Lin Feng had never practiced meditation before, he didn't know what this improvement represented. However, he felt an extraordinary sense, especially since A 519 had given him an almost perfect evaluation of the foundational meditation method. No matter what, my condition is indeed good now. Lin Feng turned his gaze and felt that the entire world had become clearer. Closing his eyes, he held his breath and focused. Whoosh! The short blade slid out of his sleeve and firmly stabbed into the ground in front of him. Rolling out of bed, Lin Feng walked over to the short blade and pulled it out. A foot-long black, circular-toothed sandworm had been pierced through. With a slight shake of his hand, the sandworm was instantly cut into several sections. The short blade disappeared again in his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Just one night later, he felt he could take on 3 to 5 of yesterday's self. This meditation technique seemed to show no change in his body, but significantly boosted his combat power. It even reminded him of someone, the defense team leader in the camp, an 8th-level warrior known for his beast-like intuition. Zhang Xiao. Stretching, Lin Feng sat down next to the campfire pit and used firewood to start fire. He took out an iron pot, poured in level 3 drinkable water, added jerky and wild vegetables, and began cooking. When it was almost done, he sprinkled some salt, and a simple breakfast was completed. Of course, something so simple and delicious could not be expected to taste great. But in the wilderness, under such conditions, replenishing energy was all that mattered. Lin Feng started to eat heartily. As his stomach warmed, he felt his condition starting to improve. Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned and stopped. A sharp gaze shot toward the outside of the tent. Someone, and very strong, at least stronger than he is now. His gaze followed the person's steps all the way to the entrance of his tent. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks on the tent came in, followed by a voice calling out, "Lin Feng, come out." Sugan, it was the voice of Captain Sugan. At this moment, Lin Feng was also a bit surprised. He originally thought the person coming was the strongest guard in the camp, Zhang Xiao. He didn't expect it to be Sugan, who had always been inconspicuous. Licking his lips, Lin Feng approached the tent entrance and unzipped the zipper. A somewhat slender Sugan appeared before him, his blue eyes shining brightly under the dawn sky. "Camp leader, what brings you here?" Chapter 6. The astonishing shot. At this moment, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. A furnace. Indeed, compared to Lin Feng's somewhat frail body, Sugan seemed to be burning like a vibrant furnace in Lin Feng's perception. The opponent's power definitely exceeded Zhang Xiao's level 8. It might even reach level 10. Sugan glanced at Lin Feng in front of him, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, "Today's guard team needs more personnel. You, as a lookout, should find a suitable place to set up a sniper rifle." After saying this, he handed Lin Feng a communicator. Lin Feng frowned slightly. A lookout? It had been a long time since he had done this. So, his sensing yesterday was correct. Someone was indeed watching them. Lin Feng nodded silently. "I'll prepare and go." Go ahead," Sugan instructed before turning to leave. Lin Feng looked at Sugan's back and didn't say anything further. Back at the tent, Lin Feng began to carry the sniper rifle case and walk toward the perimeter. However, there were really no higher spots within the camp. If there were, they were on top of those tents, which were impossible to lie on. Frowning for a moment, Lin Feng drove straight out of the camp. Soon, he disappeared from the sight of the camp personnel. Zhang Xiao and Sugan, standing higher than the camp entrance, exchanged glances. "Interesting," Zhang Xiao commented, crossing his arms. "Too bad his cultivation is a bit low. Otherwise, he might be able to help you." Sugan smiled and said, "I asked Old Bai before. His shooting still lacks stability." Zhang Xiao nodded. Indeed. Sugan didn't speak further. With both cultivation and shooting skills not meeting the requirements, he wasn't worth his attention anymore. With a camouflaged tarp covering him, Lin Feng set up his Type 3 sniper rifle directly on the car roof. Looking towards the camp, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This location was good, but it was a bit far from the camp. This would test his shooting skills. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the materials recommended by A519. Simple Metal Firearms User Manual from the Training Manual of the Central Control Fortress in the R56 Anomaly Zone at the borders of the Weapon Nation. Lin Feng opened the material and began to read. The Anomaly Wasteland Training focuses on practicality. Chapter 1. Changes in Ballistics and Influencing Factors, Fine-Tuning Methods. Different firearms vary. The initial velocity at the muzzle determines the ballistic trajectory. Basic formula. SUT 1-2 at subsequent correction issues. Influencing factors, mainly distance and wind. So one only needs to learn how to judge distance and wind speed. Fine-tuning methods, primarily firearm adjustments, with posture adjustments as supplementary. When the wind speed is at level 3, the sniper target should be adjusted by 0.3 MOA. As Lin Feng read on, he became somewhat excited. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. As expected, it focused on practicality, filled with useful information. Lin Feng was almost overwhelmed. This material didn't flaunt any knowledge clauses. It simply and plainly told you what to do in various situations. Simple and direct, yet effective. Naturally, Lin Feng adhered to it and began to learn. While observing the environment around the camp, he flipped through the material and many insights arose in his heart. To be honest, Lin Feng had fired his gun quite a few times. He had enough accumulated experience. After all, shooting accurately isn't something that can be achieved solely by luck, but lacking systematic knowledge made it difficult for him to convert this experience into strict standards. However, this material helped him achieve that goal. One by one, standards and their underlying meanings began to be understood and absorbed by Lin Feng. Thus, Lin Feng spent the entire day on the car roof, eating dried meat when hungry and drinking water when thirsty. Whenever he had free time, he dived into the materials provided by A519, which kept him from getting bored. As the sun set behind the western hills, Lin Feng heard Su Gan's voice from the communicator beside him. Shift change. Receive. Bang. Lin Feng hadn't finished his sentence when a gunshot replaced it. Hey, gun. What happened? Zhang Xiao beside him also questioned with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng fired, Su Gan said, somewhat unexpectedly. Zhang Xiao frowned slightly and looked toward the camp's exterior. Was a misfire? Didn't notice. Before Zhang Xiao could finish, a splash of red suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Blood. That was the color of blood spreading. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. At this moment, the communicator in Su Gan's hand also rang with Lin Feng's voice. There's something strange. I've been watching all day and didn't notice anyone. It was only when I was about to change shifts that I saw movement in my area. Zhang Xiao's gaze sharpened. I'll go take a look. With that, Zhang Xiao leaped and quickly ran toward the area where the blood was spreading. At this point, Lin Feng had already left the car roof and arrived at his second sniper point. His rifle was now aimed at a small protrusion on Zhang Xiao's left. If there were still enemies, that would be the best shooting spot. At this moment, Zhang Xiao's muscles were tense, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Under a camouflage tarp, a voice entered the ear of the person on the other side through the earpiece. Can you shoot? The person who sniped Xiao Cheng has disappeared. The low and soft voice conveyed the immense pressure he was under. Conceal yourself. Be cautious of escape. Understood. Of course, Zhang Xiao was unaware of these conversations, but he soon arrived near the area where the blood was spreading. Zhang Xiao pushed with both hands. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, directly tearing open the camouflage tarp, revealing a fully armed corpse holding a Type 3 heavy Eagle sniper rifle. Zhang Xiao observed carefully, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Side shot neck. This shot is really tricky. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but follow the trajectory of the bullet. A gust of wind blew past, but he saw nothing. Underestimating this little guy, carrying the opponent's mangled corpse wrapped in the camouflage tarp, Zhang Xiao ran toward the camp. Watching Zhang Xiao enter the camp, Lin Feng quickly returned to the car. He drove at full speed toward the camp. When the person under the camouflage tarp realized what was happening, Lin Feng was already less than 50 meters away from the camp. Damn! He slapped the sand hard and quickly changed locations to escape. Otherwise, when that sniper returned to the camp, it would be difficult for him to leave. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath, his eyes filled with excitement. After all, he truly felt his progress at this moment. Chapter 7. Swapping guns for cannons. Lin Feng, come here. Su Gan shouted at Lin Feng, who was still dazed in place. I'm coming. Lin Feng quickly ran over and immediately spotted the corpse on the ground, holding a Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle. What a great find! The Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle is an upgraded version of the Type 3 sniper rifle in Lin Feng's hands, enhancing both the shooting range and power. Especially with the Heavy Eagle sniper scope equipped with the latest variable view focusing lens, it provides clearer visibility for distant targets. Zhang Xiao also noticed Lin Feng's gaze and couldn't help but grin. Indeed, for a marksman, a weapon is like a second life. Stop looking, it's all yours. It's just a shame that the blood has stained this mimicry camouflage cloth. Hearing this, Lin Feng's vision suddenly flickered. Basic Ecology Camouflage Studies from the Mechanical Nation's Artillery Masters Foundational General Knowledge Series. What a good item. However, now wasn't the time to admire it. The more crucial issue was still the identity of the opponent, Lin Feng said to Zhang Xiao. Upon hearing this, the hunters in the camp all looked up at Zhang Xiao and Su Gan. Their seemingly loose mobile camp was actually tightly interconnected. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many defense missions arising. Zhang Xiao and Su Gan exchanged a glance, and finally, It was Zhang Xiao who spoke first. After all, he was the strongest presence in the camp, at least on the surface. We've already contacted the nearest gathering center. This group of people is indeed not just simple lone wolves. They seem to be a criminal organization that escaped from the big city, and I've heard their crimes are quite serious. The wanted notices from the big city have already reached the wilderness. The crowd's expressions tightened at this news. If these were wanted criminals who could escape from the big city, they were certainly not simple. Zhang Xiao noticed the tension among them and added, "But everyone shouldn't worry too much." The people at the gathering center also said that these individuals mostly fire a shot and change locations. They're typical bullies who fear the strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, capturing wanted criminals from the big city would be a significant benefit for people like them in the wilderness. Entering the city, yes, those who capture these wanted criminals have the opportunity to obtain residence permits in the big city. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze shifted back to Lin Feng. Anyone who could be sniped by me surely cannot be one of their core members. They must have developed further after arriving in the wilderness. The crowd nodded in agreement, except for Su Gan, who gave Lin Feng a deep look but ultimately said nothing. All right, everyone disperse. Those who need to rest should rest. We need to add 2 more people for tonight's duty. Even though he knew the opponent's background, Zhang Xiao decided to be cautious. This was the survival principle in the wilderness. Lin Feng stayed behind to gather the spoils on the ground, while the others dispersed. The more he collected, the more amazed Lin Feng felt. A Type 3 Grin assault rifle, a Type 3 Windbird handgun, 3 fragmentation grenades, plus the Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle and a mimicry camouflage cloth. This level of equipment would be hard to find even in some established large camps. What on earth did these wanted criminals from the big city do to be so wealthy? Zhang Xiao and Su Gan also noticed this and stood silently beside him. Let us not go out these days. Let us observe the situation first, Su Gan finally ordered. Lin Feng naturally agreed. This time he was indeed swapping guns for cannons, and he needed to familiarize himself with them. Not to mention the substantial amount of information from A519 that he needed to learn and absorb. In summary, Tom is on my side. Watching Lin Feng leave with the equipment, Su Gan stroked his chin. This kid is quite useful. I can call on him when dealing with that matter later. Zhang Xiao nodded, lifting the corpse of the fallen man and leaving. Lin Feng returned to the tent, put his things down, and lay directly on the bed. He began to replay that shot in his mind. The feeling was truly as if aided by a divine force. It felt like he instantly analyzed the posture of the opponent lying under the mimicry camouflage cloth. Then he pulled the trigger. A shot to the neck, a perfect kill. After calming his emotions, Lin Feng opened his panel again. Name, Lin Feng level, LV. 4 age, 15 race, half elf ability, none strength, 4, 0 agility, 4, 1 constitution, 4, 0, 0, 1 spirit, 5, 1 talent specialization, nimble finger skills, basic breath technique, LV. 3, sniper rifle, LV5, rifle, LV5, concealed dagger technique, LV4, pistol, LV5, basic spiritual breathing method, LV1, basic tidal meditation method, LV2, knowledge, basic firearm components, LV3, basic bullet knowledge, LV3. Seeing the panel, Lin Feng sat up directly. Have I made such great progress? All his firearm skills had risen directly to LV5. But Lin Feng quickly realized that it might not be that the information was extraordinary, but rather that he had been too weak before. The difficulty of going from 100 to 200 is indeed significant, but now he was in the process of moving from 1 to 2. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's toxic. Getting off the bed again, Lin Feng began to inspect the weapons he had taken from the opponent. Many people in the wilderness have a habit of intentionally damaging their weapons. It's not that they are crazy, but rather that a small amount of damage or intentional calibration misalignment, as long as they are familiar with it, poses no problem for them. However, even if the enemy killed him, they wouldn't be able to wield them effectively in battle. After inspecting the weapons in his hands, Lin Feng found them all to be in excellent condition, so knew that they seemed like they had just come off the production line, which is extremely rare in the wilderness. The best weapons available in the wilderness are at least those that have been stored in the armory for 3 to 4 years. And these Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Something feels off. New weapons, well-equipped, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, swift actions. Training? Suddenly, an absurd thought appeared in his mind. A group of wanted individuals could still train in the wilderness. This, click. Lin Feng suddenly chambered his pistol, feeling the cold, heavy weight of the gun in his hand, but also felt safe and powerful. Gumin, Lin Feng called without turning his head. Chapter 8 Huang Zheng He. That sound of you loading your weapon really startled me. A somewhat embarrassed voice came in, and Lin Feng turned to see a slightly lewd-looking young man named Huang Zheng pushing aside the tent flap and entering. Lin Feng glanced at him and asked Huang Xiao, "Did you come here to find me for something?" The person in front of him was named Huang Zheng, who claimed to be a minor noble from the big city, but had offended the wrong people and had no choice but to escape to the wilderness for refuge. Although Lin Feng wasn't sure if what he said was true, he could tell that when Huang Zheng first arrived, he still had the airs of someone from the big city, looking down on everyone. After being educated several times, he had improved a lot, but Lin Feng later discovered that he was timid as a mouse and didn't even dare to venture out of the camp to hunt exotic beasts. If it weren't for his skills in vehicle repair, he would have starved in the camp long ago. Never mind, never mind. I heard that you defended the camp today, right? As a member of the camp, I would like to invite you to have a drink with Old Man Bai, Huang Zheng said, his eyes darting around. Seeing the good gear in Lin Feng's hands made him feel a pang of envy. For a wanderer, it was such a waste for such good things to fall into his hands. Sigh, why didn't he have such good luck to casually kill such a big fat sheep with a single shot? Strength? How could he actually believe that it was Lin Feng's strength? That was camouflage fabric, not the tattered cloth coated with paint that ordinary wanderers used. It took a keen eye to discern the small movements of someone nearly 1,000 meters away under the camouflage fabric. What? Did you awaken the eagle eye ability? Lin Feng naturally had no idea what Huang Zheng was thinking, but he could guess from the other's gaze. However, sure, I also need to relax a bit. Why not take advantage of a free drink? Standing up, Lin Feng placed all his gear into a silver box in the corner of the tent in front of Huang Zheng. Seeing this scene, Huang Zheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The B-11 self-destruct silver safe, an extremely common device for protecting belongings in the wilderness, which he naturally recognized. The fact that Lin Feng wasn't hiding this from him was clearly a warning. Let's go. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to all of this and casually tucked the newly acquired Windbird pistol into his waist holster. What? You're asking what happened to the previous pistol? That one is. Over there's a backup. After all, this was the wilderness. Every resource needed to be utilized to the fullest. The previous Type 3 pistol was actually quite powerful, but it was a gun that had changed hands several times, and its word was hard to describe. Speaking of which, the Windbird was actually an upgraded version of the Type 3, so it was relatively easy for Lin Feng, who was accustomed to the Type 3, to adapt to this new pistol. Yes. Now is a good time for Old Man Bai. Let's go have some fun together. As they spoke, the two walked side by side towards Old Man Bai's place, but along the way, Huang Zheng didn't stop talking. However, their conversation consisted mostly of trivial matters. Who ate vegetables today, who got into a fight in which tent, who was caught stealing from their neighbor, and so on. But thinking about it, Huang Zheng didn't dare to go outside, so staying in the camp meant there wasn't much else to talk about. Lin Feng casually nodded while chewing on a piece of jerky, but he began to plan how to inquire about the nutrient concentrate from Old Man Bai. Huang Zheng also noticed Lin Feng's distraction, but could only comfort himself internally. It's fine, regardless of whether Lin Feng is interested or not. He is ultimately just a person who doesn't recognize value. I just have to wait for him to sell that thing to me. The camp wasn't very big, and after walking for a while, they arrived. Upon entering Old Man Bai's tent, the smell of alcohol mixed with raucous shouting greeted them. When I was killing wild wolves with my bare hands, you were still in your open crotch pants. I spit. You think I'm wearing your mother's open crotch pants, huh? Ha 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 ha. Inside the tent, crude jokes and curses blended into a cacophony, while Huang Zheng wore a face of restraint. This place was far inferior to the bars in the city. Not only was there no music, but it was also incredibly noisy. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zheng and was about to speak when a man named Ding Quang beside him coldly snorted and said, "If the city is so good, why are you here in our little camp? Who are you to care about me? What do you know, you country bumpkin who has never been to the city? The people in the camp looked down on Huang Zhong, but he also looked down on them. You bastard. Ding Zhu was about to curse back, but Lin Feng pressed him down with one hand. Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, his eyes full of questions. You're hanging out with Huang Zhong now? Lin Feng just smiled and didn't explain, instead saying, Brother Ding said he wanted to treat you to a drink, but he couldn't make it last night, so he is making up for it today. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zhong beside him. Huang Zhong was taken aback, cursing inwardly, but smiled and said, I said I'd treat. Then he turned to Old Man Bai and said, Come. 3 big glasses of beer. Upon hearing this, Old Man Bai gave Huang Zhong, Lin Feng, and Ding Zhu a strange look. These 3 can really get along? But in the end, he still placed 3 glasses of beer in front of them. Brother Lin, drink up. If you need anything, just tell us directly. Huang Zhong pretended to be generous, but his face still couldn't hide the pained expression. Huang Zhong, you might as well just say what you need, Lin Feng said, tired of playing along, and directly inquired. Since Brother Lin has said so, I won't hide it any longer. I have my eyes on that contaminated camouflage fabric of yours. As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Zhu's face revealed an understanding expression. He thought to himself, so this stingy guy is treating us to drinks just for that piece of fabric. Then you first say how much you can offer, Lin Feng replied, not immediately expressing his stance, but instead opening a book titled Basic Ecology and Camouflage Studies to search. Sure enough, a wealth of information about camouflage fabric appeared in the next moment. Principles, materials, production methods, precautions, repair methods, vulnerabilities, weaknesses. Everything was included. Huang Zhong remained silent at this moment, raising 3 fingers in front of Ji Tianxing with a smug expression. 300 star coins. Lin Feng. Ding Zhu directly spat out the drink he had just taken. What the hell? Only 300 star coins. With that expression, I thought you were going to offer 3,000 star coins. Chapter 9. High price. Seeing the expressions of Ding Zhu and Lin Feng, Huang Zhong also realized that the other party found his offer too low. 300 star coins is really not low. After all, this is not an intact camouflage cloth. It's not only damaged, but also stained with blood. However, Lin Feng just stared at Huang Zhong without saying a word. Seeing the scene, Huang Zhong gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. 350 star coins. After saying that, he quickly added, no more than that. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't even look at him anymore. It was clear that having expectations for such a person only showed he was a fool. Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zhong seriously and said, Huang Zhong, you always think others are fools, that you are the smartest person in the world. That's right. This camouflage cloth has bullet holes and blood stains, but originally cost at least 6,000 star coins. And here you offer 300 or 350. I think you must be a real idiot. Ding Zhu's direct words tore Huang Zhong's facade apart, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. But in the end, Huang Zhong still looked at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, this thing is stained with blood, and it has no use for you. Why not let me handle it? At worst, I'll fix all your vehicles for free in the future. Ding Zhu shook his head with a sneer, while Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zhong, but said nothing. Seeing this scene, Huang Zhong understood Lin Feng's attitude. His face turned from green to red, and suddenly he shouted in rage. Lin Feng, don't look down on people. It's just their luck that they killed someone. A piece of torn cloth. If you don't sell it, I won't buy it. You better not think about getting your car repaired here. After saying that, Huang Zhong turned to leave, but he heard Lin Feng's voice from behind. Huang Zhong, don't leave yet. Hearing this, Huang Zhong's face lit up. Could it be that Lin Feng was afraid? Of course. After all, he was the only mechanic in the entire camp. Huang Zhong turned around, wanting to say something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Feng. You still haven't paid for your drink. Are you leaving and waiting for me to pay for you? Once this was said, Huang Zhong's facial expression changed visibly. He shouted angrily, isn't it just the price of a drink? Who the hell needs your money? After that, Huang Zhong slammed his hand on the table, causing the entire wooden bar to shake. After slamming the table, Huang Zhong wanted to say some harsh words, but suddenly felt a sharp gaze. If you want to get angry, go outside and fight. Don't take out on my table, or I'll ruin you. Swallowing hard, Huang Zhong didn't even dare to glance at the old man's gaze, only glaring at Lin Feng before leaving. Watching Huang Zhong's departing figure, Ding Zhu snorted coldly. Oomph. Trash. Lin Feng, however, paid little attention to him and looked directly at the old man. Old man, I want to ask you something. What? You want to pay for my table? The old man said irritably, clearly aware that Lin Feng was doing this on purpose. I don't have that kind of money. I just wanted to ask if you could get concentrated nutrient solution. The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. One bottle of concentrated nutrient solution could buy how many of their tables? No, I can't get it. After saying that, the old man pondered for a moment and then spoke again. Are you planning to rely on the concentrated nutrient solution to level up? The only thing in the wilderness without side effects and that can speed up cultivation is this stuff, right? Lin Feng pretended to be helpless. However, this was indeed the truth. The conditions in the wilderness were too poor. The potions that could assist in cultivation were all defective products, while concentrated nutrient solution was something used for daily energy supplementation in big cities. It was already the best potion for assisting cultivation that could be accessed in the wilderness. It's quite pitiful when you think about it. The old man sighed as he looked at Lin Feng. Even if I could get it, you still couldn't afford it. How much? 3,000 star coins a bottle. Hiss. Ding Zhu couldn't help but gasp. This price is terrifying. Even if Lin Feng had good luck when he went out, he could only earn 100 star coins. 3,000? That would mean he'd have to have at least 30 instances of good luck. And that's not even factoring in his own expenses. 3,000 star coins is indeed too expensive. Lin Feng muttered to himself, thinking that if he could get a 5 discount, that would be great. Don't think it's expensive. You'd have to wait until you reach the gathering place to have a chance to buy it. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said with a hint of emotion. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. Since he had already inquired about the price, the next step was to save money. At this moment, Ding Zhu suddenly spoke up. So our next step is to prepare to go to the gathering place? Hearing this, Lin Feng also realized. The old man said that they needed to wait until they reached the gathering place to buy it. Doesn't that mean that their next stop is the gathering place? The old man didn't hide anything. After all, Su Gan and the others were supposed to announce this news tomorrow. That's right. There's a gathering place 300 kilometers away from us, and Su Gan and the others decided to head there. After all, we haven't exchanged supplies in over half a year. If it weren't for encountering the traveling merchants last time, we should have gone there long ago. Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone in the bar's eyes lit up. The gathering place is much more fun than their individual camps, and there would be a lot more supplies. While Lin Feng was still contemplating how to earn some money, Ding Zhu patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to step outside to talk. Then Ding Zhu walked outside by himself. Lin Feng quickly pulled the old man and said, keep an eye out for the concentrated nutrient solution. Hearing this, the old man looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Do you really have that much money? Then why were you acting so down earlier? Following Ding Zhu outside, Lin Feng directly asked, Brother Ding, do you need something from me? Ding Zhu lit a cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke while saying, there's a place where we can get a lot of money. Are you willing to take a risk with me? Where? What for? Although Lin Feng was very familiar with Ding Zhu, and Ding Zhu had helped him many times, he still needed to ask since life is precious. Sand-scale fruit, guarded by a pack of wild dogs. Sand-scale fruit. Really? Although there are no potions for assisting cultivation in the wilderness, there is actually no shortage of materials for refining potions. Sand-scale fruit is one of them. Moreover, it is quite valuable, with a long-term purchase price exceeding 5,000 star coins. The sand-scale reagent, made primarily from sand-scale fruit, is one of the few top-tier and complete auxiliary reagents for the sand-sea breathing method in the wilderness. Once it appears, the price generally soars above 50,000 star coins. Chapter 10 Problematic Bullets. Do you think I can still fool you? Ding Zhu rolled his eyes and said. After that, he looked at Lin Feng and sighed, continuing, I don't have a chance anymore, but you still have a glimmer of hope. Go for it. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent. Ding Zhu's help to him had been significant. When he first left the camp and entered the wilderness, it was Ding Zhu who guided him, teaching him numerous experiences and saving him from countless detours. Thank you, Brother Ding. Ding Zhu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, a man shouldn't act so pretentiously. I was planning to talk to you in a few days, but since Old White said we should move soon, let's head out early. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, 3 days, let's go together then. 3 days was enough time for him to prepare and observe whether there were any movements from the organization behind the person he had sniped. No problem. After they talked, Lin Feng left. He had a lot to do in those 3 days. Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng's departing figure, reminiscing about the little shadow from years ago. Lin Feng returned to the tent, but didn't rush to start training. Instead, he opened a book titled Basic Ecology Camouflage and began reading. As he read, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out occasional exclamations. He had to admit that this camouflage study really challenged his understanding. He learned that one could even use the environment to disguise their shape, and that throwing sand to blind someone could be so professional. Ever since his mental power had advanced, Lin Feng felt that his thinking had become much more active. He quickly finished the camouflage material. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng took off his combat suit and changed into casual clothes. He opened the safe and took out the mimicry camouflage cloth. Without hesitation, Lin Feng's wrist swept across the mimicry camouflage cloth. Rip! The short blade at his sleeve instantly tore through the cloth. If an outsider saw this, they would probably scold Lin Feng for being wasteful. A complete piece of mimicry camouflage cloth, even with a hole bleeding, would still hold value. But after being torn into strips like this, it was practically worthless. However, Lin Feng's hands were steady and merciless as he cut the mimicry camouflage cloth into long strips. After glancing at the weaving method in the material, Lin Feng's hands began to move as he worked on his usual combat suit. Steady, skillful. Anyone witnessing Lin Feng's actions at that moment would give such an evaluation. His fingers flew, and in just over 10 minutes, he had woven the strips onto his combat suit in a unique way. At first glance, it looked as if an extra layer of crossweave armor had been added to the combat suit. Comparing it to the patterns in the material, it was identical. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, set the combat suit aside, and began chewing on a meat strip while practicing his basic spiritual breathing method. 3 days. Not too long, not too short. At the very least, it allowed Lin Feng to familiarize himself with the newly acquired firearms. He had to admit that the firearm manual was indeed practical. Getting accustomed to the new firearms was one of his tasks. In those 3 days, Lin Feng had reached a familiarity with the new firearms that was about the same as with his old ones. Of course, this was only after using nearly 100 rounds of ordinary bullets. Out with the old, in with the new. Lin Feng visited Old White's bar again. 300 ordinary bullets and 30 special bullets. A total of 50 star coins. Old White didn't hold back and directly reached for the money. Lin Feng decisively paid. This price was the average on the wasteland. After receiving the money, Old White finally brought out the bullets and placed them in front of Lin Feng. Watching Lin Feng check each special bullet, Old White casually asked, "What, did you find some treasure? Buying so many bullets at once." "No, aren't we moving soon?" "I'm just preparing some for the road," Lin Feng replied without looking up. Moving the camp was always a dangerous task, and Old White nodded in understanding. Before he could ask anything else, Lin Feng held up a special bullet in front of Old White. "Let's exchange this one." Old White was taken aback for a moment, then took the bullet Lin Feng handed over and examined it closely. Sure enough, he noticed a scratch on the bullet head at first glance, but he frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and said, "Kid, you've bought bullets from me so many times. Do you still not know the rules? Bullets in the wasteland are never perfect. A scratch on the bullet head is nothing. That's actually good." Listening to Old White's words, Lin Feng wasn't upset. He took the bullet back from Old White's hand and pointed at the area where the bullet head met the casing, saying, "No one cares about the scratch." "Well, I'm not satisfied with this here. The casing is jammed into the bullet head. If this bullet is fired, it will probably rattle in the barrel, causing too much damage to the barrel." Hearing this, Old White squinted, carefully inspecting the area Lin Feng pointed out. Indeed, the edge of the left half of the casing had already pressed into the bullet head. Though it was minor, it could definitely cause unstable firing of the bullet. Old White took the bullet, looked deeply at Lin Feng, and said, "Kid, your eyesight has improved lately." Lin Feng smiled, but said nothing. It wasn't that his eyesight had improved. It was that his knowledge had expanded. After reading basic materials science and basic metal weapons provided by A519, he had checked all the bullets around him and identified the common issue with this batch. The bullet head processing technology was average, and the compression molding technology was too poor. This was likely the reason why this batch of bullets had ended up in the wasteland. Holding the exchanged bullets, Lin Feng had another drink before turning to leave Old White's place. In the afternoon, Old White heard the news that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had left the camp together. Upon hearing this news, Old White couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That little rascal, not a single word of truth from him. Ding Zhu looked at the woven strips on Lin Feng's combat suit, somewhat confused, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Good stuff. You'll know its use when the time comes." Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, sounding a bit mysterious. Ding Zhu shrugged and didn't ask further. Once in the vehicle, Ding Zhu drove first. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, his gaze constantly scanning outside, staying alert. Although there had been no unusual activity outside in the past 3 days, and people in the camp were coming and going normally, Lin Feng was still the one who fired the gun. Even if the others didn't see him, the car they were in was still Ding Zhu's. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Chapter 11. Departing to hunt wolves. However, the journey has been relatively quiet, with no troubles encountered. Today has been quite smooth, and I estimate we will reach the vicinity by evening. Lin Feng has taken over driving now, and Ding Zhu is watching his watch beside him. What is the approximate scale of that pack of coyotes? No less than 15. The Wolf King among them should be close to level 7. Lin Feng nodded silently. Coyotes are commonly found in the wilderness, and as hunters in this area, we have a deep understanding of them. A pack size of 15 indicates that the Wolf King is likely around level 7. The sand-scaled fruit, besides being used to concoct potions, is also a mutated material that the Wolf King needs to evolve, specifically cultivated for this purpose. Since they haven't eaten it yet, they likely haven't reached level 7. Coyotes are nocturnal creatures. We can observe them during the day tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Ding Zhu nodded in agreement. Although it hasn't been long since he was last here, who knows what might have happened in the meantime? If the Wolf King has already eaten the sand-scaled fruit, wouldn't that mean all their efforts would be in vain? After traveling a distance, Lin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes. The vehicle skidded to a halt in the middle of the road. Ding Zhu reacted quickly, immediately disengaging the safety on his rifle and chambering around. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. "Did you find something?" he asked. "Found something good," Lin Feng exclaimed, pushing open the car door and getting out. Ding Zhu couldn't help but frown at this scene. What was this guy doing? Watching Lin Feng's back as he got out of the car, Ding Zhu first opened the passenger door, then switched to the driver's seat. He turned the key to keep the engine idling, ready to rescue Lin Feng and escape at any moment. At this point, Lin Feng had already walked about 300 or 400 meters away, but his speed was slowing down. Ding Zhu's gaze didn't stay fixed on Lin Feng. Instead, he kept glancing around while occasionally checking on Lin Feng. Soon, he noticed Lin Feng standing still, staring intently ahead. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng and then focused his gaze more sharply on the surroundings. Confirming there was no movement, he turned his attention back to Lin Feng, only to find him holding a large, yellowish mushroom in one hand and a long, thin object in the other. At a distance of 300 to 400 meters, Lin Feng had quickly reached his destination. Now that he was closer, Ding Zhu could see what Lin Feng was holding: an exploding powder mushroom and a desert viper. Ding Zhu raised an eyebrow. Is this really considered a good find? Lin Feng climbed back into the passenger seat, grinning as he replied, "Of course it is. You'll know why soon." Just as Lin Feng closed the car door, the vehicle shot off like an arrow. By the way, your eyesight is quite impressive. You spotted that mushroom from so far away. The exploding powder mushroom is inherently yellow, combined with its colorless and odorless characteristics. Even herbivorous mutant beasts in the wilderness rarely detect them. They are often stepped on by wandering nomads in the wild, leading to an explosion of spores that turns them into pollinating tools for the mushrooms. Lin Feng carefully placed the exploding powder mushroom down before looking at Ding Zhu and said, "This thing has great uses." "Great uses?" Ding Zhu shot a sideways glance at the mushroom, his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't think of any use for it besides playing tricks on kids. Shaking his head, Ding Zhu focused on driving. "How is it going?" "This batch of people isn't very capable. So far, only 2 have reached level 5. How come they're S1 less than before?" "The last mission to attack the camp failed. That level 5 sniper was shot dead by a sniper expert from their camp." Upon hearing this news, the person on the other end of the screen looked a bit puzzled. "One-shot kill. I remember the sniper team was equipped with adaptive camouflage cloth, right? Clearly, the person on the video was not concerned about the mission failure or the casualties. Rather, they were focused on whether their arrangements had been executed properly. The person on this side of the video became anxious upon being questioned and hurriedly explained, "We didn't leave out any of the necessary equipment. But adaptive camouflage isn't foolproof. They might have been discovered while moving." The person on the other end of the video narrowed their eyes slightly. "Adaptive camouflage isn't infallible, but you are in the wilderness." Hearing this, the person on this side couldn't help but lower their head. Indeed, in the wilderness, if they couldn't even break through a camp, how could they accomplish their tasks? All right, there's no need to keep your head down. Continue training. Anyone who meets the standards within 3 months can stay, and those who don't will be buried. After finishing, the video instantly cut off. The person here let out a breath as they looked at the closed projection wristband. Meet the standards to stay or be buried. This indeed fits that person's usual style, and thinking of this made their expression even more ruthless. Crack! Sparks flew as the collected firewood ignited. Lin Feng took out a metal canister and placed it over the fire to heat it. Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng's actions with a bewildered expression. "What are you doing?" "Hand me a bottle of alcohol," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Ding Zhu cooperatively pulled out a bottle of alcohol and handed it to Lin Feng. He was curious to see what Lin Feng was going to concoct. After receiving the alcohol, Lin Feng casually set it aside. He picked up the exploding powder mushroom he had just collected and carefully sliced it open with a dagger. Lin Feng's movements were light, but Ding Zhu still sat beside him, cautious of getting covered in spores. Although this mushroom isn't harmful, it can leave a dirty color on clothes if it lands on them. However, Lin Feng's hands were surprisingly steady, and, as expected, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Putting away the dagger, he picked up the alcohol bottle with one hand, and the A519 in his left eye began to assist with measurements. 300 milliliters, precisely controlled. Not a drop more or less. The alcohol poured into the heating canister and started to evaporate vigorously, just as the alcohol vapor was about to escape from the canister. A large amount of spore powder cascaded down, swirling with the alcohol vapor and returning to the canister. Gurgle, gurgle. Dark gray bubbles began to form in the canister rapidly, but Lin Feng paid no mind. Instead, he took out 3 bullets, lightly tapped them with his dagger, and pried them open along the seams. Instantly, the light yellow gunpowder was exposed. At this moment, Ding Zhu was completely dumbfounded. He had pried open bullets before, but he had never seen anyone do it so effortlessly. Moreover, Lin Feng's method of adding alcohol was evidently calculated, not just a casual pour. Chapter 12. Concealment powder. Where did the other party learn these things? 1 minute and 20 seconds. A519 indicates that the time is up. A small pinch of light yellow powder is sprinkled into it, and a stick of firewood is pulled from the fire beneath the pot. It is gently pointed at the light yellow powder. Ziz! The flame instantly ignites the entire pot. The previously bubbling unknown liquid is now rolling even more violently. In almost an instant, it occupies the entire pot. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly pulls it out of the fire and places it on the sand. Ziz! Hoo! A wisp of blue smoke drifts out, and the foaming liquid in the pot has now turned into a jar of solid. What the heck? How did this happen? With Ding Zhu's shallow little mind, it is really hard to imagine how Lin Feng managed to turn a pot of liquid that originally occupied only a small part of the bottom into a full jar of solid. He stretched out his finger to poke it, and it didn't have the soft sponge-like feel he imagined. On the contrary, it had a bit of hardness. It felt like slightly dry sand by the river. Lin Feng looked at Ding Zhu in front of him, opened his mouth to explain, but then gave up. Given your knowledge reserve, it's better for you to just know that it works. Hearing this, Ding Zhu immediately became unhappy. What do you mean? What do you mean by my knowledge reserve? Why don't you tell me what I don't understand? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and took out the bullet he had just opened, pointing to the remaining bit of light yellow powder inside and asking, "Do you know what this is?" "Gunpowder, what else could it be?" "Of course, I know it's gunpowder, but I'm asking for its chemical name." "Trinitrocellulose." "What's cellulose? Is this made from cotton?" This left Lin Feng speechless, wanting to explain, but ultimately deciding against it. "Whatever you say is fine. What needs to be remembered now is that this thing can cover our scent. Lin Feng pointed at the jar of gray-black solid, understanding its function. Ding Zhu's eyes instantly lit up. Although he is a nocturnal creature, its vision is actually quite average. It cannot see far and cannot see clearly, and it can easily be avoided with slight concealment. However, because of this, they have evolved very sensitive noses, capable of detecting scent from 1,000 meters away. If it can really cover the scent, that would be extremely useful. Ignoring the already excited Ding Zhu, Lin Feng began to methodically prepare the next batch of concealment powder. The source of this concealment powder is still from a document titled Basic Camouflage Techniques for General Terrain. This is considered one of the simplest methods for making concealment powder, but it should be sufficient for the sensitive nose. Speaking of which, the materials provided by A519 are truly overwhelming in this world. At least in the wilderness, they are. Therefore, Lin Feng is increasingly eager to produce many of these things. This is the fastest way to enhance his strength. However, this means he must enter the big city. Lin Feng murmured softly. What did you say? What big city? Ding Zhu had already ground the gray-black solid from the previous jar into powder, and it was considerably less than he had expected. Not to mention a full jar, there wasn't even a third of the jar left after grinding. What is up? How is the grinding going? Say what you want. Aren't you just thinking about when you'll enter the big city? It's done now. Just wait and see if it works tomorrow. Ding Zhu stood up and said, All right, this jar is ready too. Let us try it tomorrow. Shoveling sand to extinguish the fire, the two walked towards the vehicle parked in the distance. Starting a fire in the wilderness is one of the most dangerous activities, so they naturally wouldn't light a fire next to their camp. Morning, covering the vehicle with a cloth, the two began applying the concealment powder to their clothes. Sigh, there is no need to use so much. Seeing Ding Zhu pouring powder into his pants, Lin Feng immediately intervened. Isn't this place where the smell is strong? Besides, who knows if this thing even works? It's better to apply more. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he said somewhat speechlessly, If this thing doesn't work, then no matter how much you apply, it won't have any effect. Ding Zhu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's words. That makes sense. He then put down the jar in his hand. The two equipped themselves and began to stealthily head towards their ideal destination. Watching Lin Feng closely follow him without losing his breath, Ding Zhu couldn't help but smile. Not bad. As a level 6 martial artist, I haven't had to look after you much along the way, and you've managed to keep up. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't say much. The spiritual breathing method has indeed greatly improved him, no doubt about it. The movements in it have also improved his muscle resilience to some extent. This allows him to better adapt to the rugged terrain, significantly reducing his own consumption. How much further? Hearing the question, Ding Zhu's expression became serious. I have to say, this powder of yours is really useful. Previously, when I reached this distance, I should have already heard the wolf howls, but now there hasn't been any movement from them. It should be thanks to your concealment powder. Hearing this, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by his confidence, as if he's not afraid at all. In fact, he wasn't sure either. It wasn't that he was worried about the formula, but rather about his own preparation process. After all, this was his first time preparing it. And the tools he used. No, wait. The things he used couldn't even be considered tools. As long as it works. Let us get ready to crawl. We're getting close, Ding Zhu said while checking his firearms. At this moment, Ding Zhu was no longer joking around. Instead, he began to display the qualities expected of an experienced wilderness hunter. Lin Feng silently nodded, simultaneously finishing assembling his Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle. Ding Zhu glanced at it expressionlessly and said, Same old combination, long-range sniping, luring the enemy, ambush, and kill. Good, this time you can push a little further. Ding Zhu looked deeply at Lin Feng, then nodded. If he pushes further in this plan, it means Lin Feng will have to face more on his own. Start. The two reached the back of the earthen slope, lay down, and covered themselves with camouflage cloth. One hand held a weapon, and the other held the camouflage cloth. Their legs bent to increase contact with the ground, and then they began to crawl forward. In this way, the two reached the top of the earthen slope. Through the small holes left in the camouflage cloth, they saw the pack of 1, 2, 3, 13. Currently, they could see a total of 13. all surrounding a large rock, and below the rock, there was visibly enough space to fit 2 or 3 wolves. Chapter 13. Accident after confirming the numbers. Ding Zhu prepared to speed up. He needed to be a distance ahead of Lin Feng. Then, when Lin Feng opened fire with his long-range sniper rifle to take out some targets, the remaining coyotes would definitely rush towards him. It was only when half of the wolves reached the area between Lin Feng and him that it would be his time to appear. This tactic had been tested countless times, and it could be said to be the most commonly used strategy by the two of them. Just as Ding Zhu was about to accelerate forward, he suddenly saw a smooth, earth-colored figure darting out from behind a massive rock. Strong and agile. This was everyone's first reaction upon seeing the coyote. Its sleek fur, sharp teeth, and claws that showed nowhere from long distance running all indicated its unusual identity. The alpha wolf. This had to be the leader of the pack. At this moment, both Lin Feng and Ding Zhu lowered their heads, not daring to communicate. They both felt the same confusion in their hearts. What was going on? Had they been discovered for getting too close? That shouldn't be the case. If they were truly discovered, the other side should have charged directly at them, right? Why were they climbing onto the boulder to gaze into the distance? Moreover, the direction they were looking at wasn't even towards them. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized the problem and quietly tugged at Ding Zhu beside him, then pointed towards the direction the alpha wolf was looking. Ding Zhu instantly understood. There were others. Someone else was coming, and, judging by their stance, they seemed to be preparing for a strong assault. But then again, if it weren't for Lin Feng's scent-masking powder, their plan wouldn't be much different from a strong assault. Knowing the reason relaxed the two of them. However, they did not move on, but instead leaned against the boulder and began to observe quietly. Now, they were in a position of advantage in the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a powerful engine roared in. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. This was no ordinary vehicle. In the wilderness, the only standard for judging the quality of a vehicle is its power. As long as the power is strong enough, that's all that matters. Comfort and appearance are all nonsense. Speed and aggression in the wilderness are the keys. However, this also indicated that anyone able to drive such a vehicle in the wilderness was definitely not simple. In the distance, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Soon after, a tall vehicle charged directly towards the coyote's location. What the hell? Charging straight in. So bold. With a roar of the engine, Ding Zhu felt emboldened to speak, only to start complaining. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance over to see what they were up to. Before Lin Feng and Ding Zhu could make sense of the situation, an incredibly violent gunfire erupted. Looking up, they saw a black 6-wheeled rotating machine gun continuously spitting out blue flames, enveloping the entire wolf pack in a barrage of metal bullets. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Blood-red flowers blossomed on the coyotes that couldn't evade. The next moment, these coyotes were sent crashing into the sandy ground like rags by the impact of the bullets. Hiss! Ding Zhu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Was that a large-caliber machine gun? What kind of person could play with such a thing in the wilderness? Lin Feng also swallowed hard. At this moment, wherever his gaze fell, even the Wolf King that had just stood imperiously on the boulder was now trembling behind it. The sandy ground was already stained red with the blood of the coyote pack. The ground was littered with the remains and severed limbs of the coyotes, let alone the alpha wolf trembling. Even Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were shaking in fear. Staring intently at the vehicle, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something. The other side seemed to have no intention of stopping. Da-da-da. The violent bullets struck the boulder, raising real smoke even from the rock. It seemed as if the entire boulder would be shattered in the next second. Soon, Ding Zhu also realized that although the enemy's firepower was indeed fierce, the massive vehicle showed no signs of stopping, whizzing past the boulder without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged looks, both revealing confusion and surprise. They were puzzled about why the other side would waste bullets, and were surprised that the other side was actually helping them eliminate their biggest trouble. After watching the vehicle kick up a cloud of dust and leave, the previously trembling alpha wolf finally dared to come out from behind the rock. The alpha wolf, still somewhat shaken, glanced in the direction the vehicle had gone, just as it turned back to check the casualties among the coyotes. Suddenly all the fur on its back stood on end. Danger! The alpha wolf lowered its head, and in the next moment, it felt a sharp pain in its ear. However, this also indicated that it had managed to evade. But the next moment, a severe pain shot through its throat. Before it could react, pain struck its foreleg joints as well. The alpha wolf hadn't even realized what had happened, but its entire body was already lying on the ground, the light in its eyes slowly fading. Lin Feng, quite impressive. Ding Zhu turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with amazement. Not to mention anything else, just those 3 shots from Lin Feng were incredibly precise. 1 shot above the wolf's head, 1 shot below. It could be said to have perfectly sealed off the alpha wolf's movements. When the alpha wolf raised its head, that shot was a penetrating shot. When it lowered its head, it was a throat shot. Even if Lin Feng had miscalculated, the shot to the foreleg joint would still have left the opponent incapacitated. Confident yet cautious. At this moment, Lin Feng was already holding the sniper rifle, but his gaze was fixed on the direction the vehicle had just left. Seeing the scene, Ding Zhu also reacted. It hadn't been long since the other side left. They should still be able to hear the gunfire. Meanwhile, the people in the vehicle indeed heard the gunfire. A few people inside the cabin exchanged glances, all showing expressions of surprise. Were there still people over there? They hadn't noticed. The others shook their heads, indicating they hadn't noticed either. The one who asked hesitated, because even with his perception, he hadn't detected anything. They should have sniped that alpha wolf. Judging by the gunfire, it should be a Type 3 heavy Eagle sniper rifle. Based on the terrain earlier, they should be on the hillside. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for a moment. That position, so close to the coyote pack, why hadn't they sensed it? That distance was definitely within the coyote pack's scent range. After all, they had been detected from so far away before. But how could they not have been discovered at such a close distance? Should we go back? The sniper who had almost instantaneously guessed the enemy's position asked. The one who had initially asked hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook his head. Forget it. In the wilderness, encountering such people, if we turn around, they might just open fire directly. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The wilderness is like that. If you hesitate for even a second to fire, you might lose your life. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng watched from a distance, while Ding Zhu was on the other side, finishing off the coyote corpses. The attack from that person just now was fierce, but not very precise. There were still some coyotes left standing. They walked away. At this moment, Lin Feng also let out a sigh of relief. The explosive attack from the other party not only dealt a devastating blow to the wolf pack, but also instilled a sense of crisis in Lin Feng. Ding Zhu also sighed and said with a sense of ease, the follow-up shots below have been completed. Chapter 14. The burrowing scorpion. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance, both wearing satisfied smiles. Let's go. The two rushed toward the large boulder below. In the wilderness, one must always remain vigilant, but sometimes speed is a form of caution. Upon reaching the boulder, Ding Zhu looked down and his face instantly lit up with joy. Here, it's still here. Underneath the boulder was a relatively flat area, and on this smooth stone and sandy ground stood a palm-sized, vibrant green sprout, bearing a soil-colored fruit. The fruit was about the size of an apple, but covered in fine scales, looking quite unusual. Ding Zhu became excited and reached out for the fruit. Suddenly, a dark, sharp tail struck toward Ding Zhu's face. The burrowing scorpion. It's over. Ding Zhu's mind was filled with this single thought. As one of the most elusive creatures in the wilderness, the burrowing scorpion claimed countless lives each year, and Ding Zhu never expected it would be his turn today. In a critical moment, a glint appeared in Ding Zhu's eyes. Simple yet sharp. He saw the glint slice through the air in a serpentine motion, landing firmly on the scorpion's tail. Clang! The dagger collided with the tail, producing a metallic sound. In the next moment, Ding Zhu felt a tremendous pull from behind, and his feet pushed off the ground. Under the force of both, he was sent flying backward. Without Ding Zhu's obstruction, Lin Feng finally saw the situation clearly. On the flat sandy ground lay an adult-sized burrowing scorpion, revealing its hard carapace and a pair of large, serrated pincers glinting ominously. The scorpion's tail twitched and lunged toward Lin Feng, accompanied by those massive pincers. Naturally, Lin Feng couldn't take it head-on. He rolled to the side to evade. By the time he got back up, his rifle was already in hand. He was about to shoot when he noticed a green plant beside the scorpion. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to retreat. There was no way. The chance to pierce through the scorpion's carapace with a single bullet was too slim. In this semi-enclosed space, it was difficult to ensure that stray bullets wouldn't hit the fruit. At this moment, Ding Zhu was more decisive. With a flick of his wrist, a folding knife appeared in his hand. Without a word, Ding Zhu charged forward with the long knife. Rolling sand blade, the long knife spun in the air and fell toward the scorpion's head, the whirling blade emanating a chilling aura. Even the burrowing scorpion quickly raised its pincers in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The long knife clashed with the pincers, and sparks erupted at the point of contact. With that brief encounter, Ding Zhu understood the level of the burrowing scorpion before him. Like him, it was also a level 6 creature. However, compared to the scorpion's strength and defense, his rudimentary knife skills were insufficient for close combat. The burrowing scorpion, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. Its only desire was to kill the human before it. The tail lunged forward, with great force and a dark hue that signified its venom. Ding Zhu remained calm, stepping back to evade. As he dodged the tail, he slashed at the scorpion's joint. Hiss! The scorpion writhed in pain, its remaining legs thrashing wildly. It charged directly at Ding Zhu, bursting forth from behind the partially concealed boulder. Seeing this, Ding Zhu smirked coldly. A beast is still a beast. It was completely devoid of reason. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. Just as the burrowing scorpion dashed out from behind the boulder, a furious gunfire erupted. At this moment, Lin Feng held an automatic rifle in each hand, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the burrowing scorpion. Bang! A series of bullets struck the joints of the scorpion's legs, causing dark green blood to spatter everywhere. Bang! Another sharp sound rang out as one of the scorpion's legs was shattered by the relentless bullets. With 3 legs on the left side reduced to 1, it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Hiss! The burrowing scorpion couldn't help but open its mouth in anguish, using its right legs to push against the sand, attempting to return to the cover of the boulder. Opportunity! Ding Zhu's gaze sharpened, and he concentrated all his strength, launching his attack in an instant. Thud! The long knife pierced through the scorpion's mouth and emerged from its small brain. With a final bang, the last bullet was fired, and one of the scorpion's pincers fell to the ground. At that moment, the scorpion's eyes lost their last glimmer of life, and its body collapsed to the ground. 2 wisps of smoke rose from Lin Feng's rifles as he took a deep breath. With both guns fired to maintain stability, Lin Feng had to hold his breath while shooting, almost suffocating himself. Next to him, Ding Zhu walked over to the now-dead burrowing scorpion and withdrew his long knife. Scanning the scorpion's body, his eyelids twitched slightly. There were hardly any signs of bullets hitting the scorpion. Any marks were merely from ricochets. What did this indicate? It meant that Lin Feng's bullets had not been wasted at all. Almost all had been accurately directed at the scorpion's joints. The precision was terrifying. However, Ding Zhu didn't ask any questions. In this wilderness, who didn't have their own secrets, just like where his folding knife had come from. Without wasting time, Ding Zhu began to chop at the burrowing scorpion's corpse. After a few strikes, he had dismembered the scorpion. Lin Feng stood guard nearby. They couldn't afford to be careless now. Once Ding Zhu finished, he pointed to the area beneath the boulder. You go down and pick the fruit this time. Clearly, Ding Zhu had developed a psychological shadow from the scorpion's earlier tail strike. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and shrugged, heading toward the boulder. As he descended, Lin Feng's attention was caught by several canisters on the ground. 6 or 7 small, black gas canisters, each spray-painted with the words ultra-high combustible gas in bright red. It was evident that these canisters had just been unearthed when the burrowing scorpion sprang up. Upon seeing the words, Lin Feng's mind recalled a mention of special metal bullets in the previous text he had read about basic metal attack weapons. He also remembered the manufacturing procedure for these bullets. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon an unexpected gain. Suppressing his joy, Lin Feng first reached out and picked the sand-scaled fruit. Then, using the dagger he carried, he dug out its root as well. These were excellent materials for concocting potions. After carefully placing them in a separate cloth pouch, he pulled out a rope to tie the canisters together and dragged them out. Outside, Ding Zhu was also busy. The burrowing scorpion had been completely disassembled, with the most important pincers and the tail, still bearing the stinger, placed on the removed carapace. The corpse of the head wolf was also placed there. It could be dragged away easily. Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng, who was pulling a long string of gas canisters, and his expression turned somewhat strange. "What is all this?" "Good stuff," Lin Feng replied without elaboration. The two of them each dragged their loot toward the parking area. Chapter 15. News from the gathering place with a loud bang. Ding Zhu closed the car door heavily and then comfortably lay back in his seat. "Ah, so nice." Lin Feng started the vehicle and sped off towards the camp. "I really didn't expect to encounter so many things on this trip." Ding Zhu took a sip of water and said, facing the threat of death, he felt more and more scared as he thought about it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. They initially thought they would only have to deal with a pack of wolves. Who would have thought that things would end up being resolved like this? They didn't know what those people came to the wilderness for. From their appearance, they seemed to have come from big cities. After all, people in the wilderness, no matter how rich they are, have a frugality ingrained in their bones. Such meaningless killing and waste are quite rare. Ding Zhu said nonchalantly. What else could people from big cities come to the wilderness for? Besides exotic bones or fruits, what else is left? Obviously, Ding Zhu also assumed that the other party was from the big city. Lin Feng nodded. Having read pharmacy, he understood these matters even more deeply. Many of the materials used in potion ratios cannot be cultivated in artificial environments. Take today's sand scorpion, for example. Under normal circumstances, no matter how you simulate the environment, it wouldn't be possible for it to live in the same place as the lead wolf. However, the reality that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu encountered was that they appeared right under the same rock, although they didn't know the reasons behind it. The fact was exactly what they saw. As the sand flew and stones were kicked up, Lin Feng stepped on the gas pedal all the way, finally arriving at the camp before dark. Upon entering the camp, many people's eyes were focused on the materials of the sand scorpion in the vehicle's trunk. "Wow, you guys had good luck this time," Li Hai, the deputy captain of the camp's security team, said, looking at the sand scorpion with its tail stinger intact. Ding Zhu chuckled. "Of course. How about some scorpion venom?" Venom extraction is one of the commonly used methods in the wilderness and one of the most effective ones. "No problem. Give me about 10 grams of scorpion venom." Ding Zhu was taken aback upon hearing this. 10 grams? That's not a small amount. Venom is always expensive. 10 grams. That's almost worth 2,000 star coins. And don't be fooled by the size of this sand scorpion. It actually doesn't contain much venom. Only about 10 grams. What kind of operation does the deputy captain have in mind to spend so much on this? Standing aside, Ding Zhu didn't immediately agree, but asked discreetly. This left Li Hai momentarily stunned before he spoke up. "What? You don't know that we're setting off for the gathering place the day after tomorrow?" Ding Zhu and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Didn't they say there were still a few days left? Why the rush? Facing Ding Zhu's and Lin Feng's puzzled expressions, Li Hai didn't hide anything and directly explained the reason. The leader feels that there's some kind of trading fair happening over there at the gathering place. I've heard that many camps nearby have already rushed over, and even people from the big city have come out to sell things. The leader is worried that if they go too late, there won't be anything left. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes revealing a look of understanding. It's not surprising that people from the big city are coming. After saying so much, are you selling this or not? Li Hai asked, looking up. Ding Zhu smiled and said, "Sure. Why wouldn't I sell? 5 grams, 1,000 star coins." Hearing this price, Li Hai wasn't the slightest bit angry at Ding Zhu's price hike. Instead, he directly took out a cloth bag, counted out enough star coins, and handed them to Ding Zhu. He knew that this price was a discount from Ding Zhu. The venom of the sand scorpion, a rare toxin that remains stable after leaving the host, would at least double in price at the gathering place. 1,000 star coins. That is a profit for him. After receiving the money, Ding Zhu cupped his fists around him and said, "Everyone, there's not much scorpion venom left. My brother still need it. So I want to sell the rest." The others nodded and dispersed. Lin Feng then looked at Li Hai. "I'll deliver the scorpion venom to you tomorrow." Hearing this, Li Hai frowned slightly. Extracting scorpion venom in the wilderness is usually straightforward and crude. Just use a thin tube and find a clean container to hold it. There's no need to wait until tomorrow to deliver it, but in the end, Li Hai looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu and chose to trust them, nodding and leaving. After all, they were all from the same camp. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. Lin Feng patted the wolf carcass and said to Ding Zhu, "I'll take these things to my tent first. Ding Gu, you go buy 2 liters of water from Old Bai." Although Ding Zhu didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, he still nodded and headed to Old Bai. When he returned with 2 large bottles of water to Lin Feng's tent, he saw that the lead wolf had already been skinned, its bones stripped, and its belly opened. A smell of vomit filled the entire tent. Ding Zhu brought the water over and saw Lin Feng rubbing the already cut-open wolf's stomach with very fine sand. "You came just in time with the water," Lin Feng said, while shaking the wolf's stomach in his hand. "Most of the dirt has already been cleaned off with the fine sand. Just rinse off the sand with water, and it's done." This is also the conventional method of handling animal entrails in the wilderness. After all, water is too precious in the wild. However, Ding Zhu was still a bit puzzled. "Why are you washing this wolf's stomach? It can't be eaten and has no use." Not all exotic beast meat can be eaten in the wilderness. In fact, you could say that aside from a few rare types of exotic beasts whose meat can be consumed, the vast majority are useless. Because most exotic beast meat is heavily contaminated with foreign toxins. Once ingested, the body will immediately undergo mutations. Irregular mutations are absolutely lethal for humans, or you could say that they are deadly for any living being. Lin Feng washed the sand off the wolf's stomach and said, "Do you know how the sand scorpion releases its venom?" Ding Zhu was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, "From the venom sac on the tail stinger." Most scorpion venom sacs are located at the end of the last segment of the tail. The venom sac is indeed on the tail stinger. But to fully release the venom, it really depends on the entire scorpion tail. As he spoke, Lin Feng asked Ding Zhu to firmly unfold the already cleaned wolf's stomach, while he took the whole scorpion tail and controlled the stinger with its end, stabbing it sharply into the wolf's stomach. With a pop, the unfolded wolf's stomach was predictably pierced, and a large gush of dark green venom instantly sprayed out from the stinger and steadily fell into the clean bottle that Lin Feng had prepared in advance. Ding Zhu released the wolf's stomach and picked up the bottle to take a look. After weighing it slightly, he looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. "At least 15 grams. How could there be so much?" The sand scorpion is rare, but it's not that they haven't hunted any in the camp. Even the level 9 sand scorpion hunted by Zhang Xiao only yielded about 10 grams of venom. Lin Feng kept his head down, digging at something on the stinger, not looking up as he said, "If you had been stabbed by it, the amount of venom that would have been injected into you would have been about this much." Ding Zhu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but also understood Lin Feng's meaning. It is nothing more than simulating the sensation of a stinger piercing the flesh, thereby stimulating the remaining nerves in the scorpion's tail, causing it to spontaneously release all the toxins from its venom sac. Chapter 16 Departure. Ding Zhu took the scorpion venom and left. Since it was Lin Feng who extracted the scorpion venom, the subsequent business was his responsibility. Everyone's roles were clearly defined. Lin Feng placed the venom sac of the burrowing sand scorpion he had extracted into a nearby jar. Then he started a fire, placed his usual cooking pot on it, and filled it with water to boil. As he watched the water begin to boil, Lin Feng rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the viper he had killed while collecting explosive powder mushrooms. He took out a dagger and made a cut on the snake. Then with a strong pull, the entire snake skin was torn off in one go and tossed aside. Grabbing the snake carcass, which revealed its snowy white flesh, Lin Feng skillfully sliced pieces of the white snake meat into the pot. Finally, he added a green gallbladder and the venom sac of the burrowing sand scorpion he had just extracted. The moment these 2 items fell into the pot, the originally white snake meat soup turned into a dark green color. It looked like a witch's potion, and one couldn't help but wonder if there were eyeballs or severed fingers boiling beneath the surface. Lin Feng stood by the pot, watching the timer of 5:19. 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. Lin Feng lightly tapped the dagger into the meat pot, and the previously swirling green snake gallbladder instantly burst open. The gallbladder juice mixed with the dark green broth, and in the next moment, the soup turned milky white. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Lin Feng's face. It worked. His cultivation could finally continue. For the past few days, he hadn't had any good nutritional food, and his cultivation had been intermittent. Now, he could finally pick it up again. He picked up the snake soup, disregarding whether it was hot or not, and gulped it down, instantly finishing half a bowl. A strong, fishy odor surged up to his head, and Lin Feng suppressed the urge to vomit, putting down the pot, and immediately began to move according to the spiritual breathing method. 1, 2, 3. The heat spread from his stomach to every muscle in Lin Feng's body. After practicing the 50th movement, Lin Feng felt the heat dissipate, quickly picking up the snake soup and gulping it down again. The snake soup was nearly finished. Yet, the consumption speed of this half pot of snake soup was even faster than before. He didn't even manage to reach the 60th movement. It seemed he had underestimated the resource consumption of the spiritual breathing method. He had expected this pot of snake soup to at least support him to the 70th movement. But now he hadn't even reached 60. If this continued, it seemed only nutrient solutions could support a complete cultivation session. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng opened his panel. Name: Lin Feng. Level: LV4. Age: 15. Race: half-elf. Abilities: none. Strength: 4, 9. Agility: 5, 0. Constitution: 4, 8. Spirit: 5, 5. Talent. Specialty: dexterous skills, comprehensive gunmanship, LV6. Spiritual snake dagger, LV3. Basic spiritual breathing method, LV1. Tidal meditation method, LV2. Knowledge: basic potion general knowledge, LV3. Biology, LV3. Pharmacology, LV4. Compounding, LV3. Basic mechanical general knowledge, LV4. Mechanics, LV3. Material science, LV5. Weaponry metal, LV5. Mechanical processing, LV3. 519 optimized the interface, and it indeed looked much simpler. Of course, the more important data were the 3 stats: strength, agility, and constitution. All had reached around 5, 0, and he estimated that after one more cultivation session, he would achieve it. This meant that the ticket to the big city was right in front of Lin Feng. Thinking of this, even the usually calm Lin Feng felt a bit excited. Steady, steady. No one knows what awaits in the big city. For now, he still needed to work hard to improve himself. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind and starting to practice the tidal meditation method. Let's set off. Let's set off. Let's set off. The call echoed from the front of the team, and the next moment, all the vehicles roared to life simultaneously. However, some were not in the convoy. Ding Zhu's vehicle set off about 400 meters to the left of the convoy, heading in the same direction, while Lin Feng was lying on the roof of the vehicle, covered with a camouflage cloth. This was their duty as the camp's guard team. Buzzing. B2 team, be advised. Shadows of a wolf pack have been spotted in your direction. Stay alert. Team A on the right, Team B on the left. The leader of Team A was another vice captain, Nice, while the leader of Team B was Li Hai. B2 referred to Ding Zhu and Lin Feng's small team. B2 received. The wolf pack is about 1,600 meters to the left front, heading towards the main force. Should we fire to intimidate? Zhang Xiao turned to Su Gan, and seeing him nod, he spoke into the communicator. Buzzing. Fire to intimidate at an appropriate distance. Dealing with alien beasts is sometimes quite simple. Just shoot them dead. Understood. As soon as Ding Zhu's voice fell, a gunshot echoed through Zhang Xiao's communicator. They fired? The entire B team was connected via communicator, and everyone froze for a moment. Didn't they say the main force was still 1,600 meters away? Can they really hit something so far away? Just as everyone was puzzled, Ding Zhu's voice rang out again. Report. Hit the lead wolf. It's retreating. Damn, Ding Zhu, are you kidding me? Li Hai, the leader of Team B, cursed directly. After all, having a boastful teammate in the wilderness could be more dangerous than encountering a level 10 beast. Although the others in Team B didn't speak, they were also secretly cursing. Ding Zhu and Lin Feng must have gone crazy. At 1,000 meters away, regardless of the gun issue, even if they could see it, it wouldn't be much bigger than a coin in sight, right? Moreover, in this kind of weather, there were many factors to consider at 1,000 meters. The wind speed and humidity would heavily influence the trajectory. So these two idiots should at least draft their plans. Just as everyone was murmuring, Su Gan couldn't help but shift his gaze to the left front, his pupils glowing blue as he seemed to see something strange, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Su Gan took the walkie-talkie from Zhang Xiao. B2 isn't lying. They indeed hit it. After a pause, Su Gan continued. Not only did they hit it, but they also broke the front leg of the lead wolf. Lihai. Zhang Xiao. Members of Team B. Impressive. After an unknown amount of time, Lihai finally said something into the walkie-talkie, and then fell silent. Although the members of Team B fell silent, they still managed to prevent the wolf pack from affecting the convoy's pace. The convoy continued to head towards the gathering point. Meanwhile, Team B clearly felt the journey had become much easier, as the alien beast packs that were usually attracted were scared away from 1,000 meters away. Finally, Zhang Xiao directly reassigned a small team from Team B to Team A. This resulted in the convoy's speed actually increasing quite a bit. That's right, Team B2 is really capable. Lihai feels that the entire pressure from the left side is being held up by Team B2 alone. As for Lin Feng, he didn't think too much about it. He continued to shoot as soon as he sensed the alien beasts, constantly validating what he had learned in his heart. Chapter 17. Changing sides previously, his comprehensive shooting skills could quickly rise to level 5 entirely due to prior accumulated experience. However, now that he had exhausted his previous resources, if he wanted to continue improving, he had to keep shooting and physically experience the meaning of every type of shooting described in the book. The convoy did not stop and continued on until the afternoon. Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Why are we encountering fewer and fewer mutated beasts?" Ding Zhu replied, "Damn it, those mutated beasts aren't idiots. If you keep shooting from kilometer away like that, either they're losing a leg or becoming cross-eyed. Why would they come over? To come over and die?" Lin Feng shrugged helplessly and muttered to himself, if only they had a bit more perseverance. They might come over and take a look. Maybe there would be a gap to exploit. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu was completely speechless. He stepped on the gas, letting the roar of the engine drown out Lin Feng's voice. Lin Feng sighed and could only pull up the data given to him by a 519 to start pondering. Although a 519 provided so-called basic information, the difficulty was anything but basic. In fact, Lin Feng spent the most time each day studying this information. Getting ready to stop, Ding Zhu's voice came through, rousing Lin Feng from his immersion in the data. He looked up and realized the sun had already set, and it was getting dark. "Stop," he said. After receiving a response, Ding Zhu slammed on the brakes, and Lin Feng rolled off the roof of the vehicle. Stretching, Ding Zhu called Lin Feng to go eat together. After guarding the convoy all day, there was no need to cook for themselves. They arrived at a makeshift tent, and as soon as Lin Feng and Ding Zhu entered, a dozen pairs of eyes shot toward them. Some showed admiration, some were amused, some were confused, but mostly there was resentment. Lin Feng was momentarily puzzled about where this resentment was coming from. As the two sat down, a large bowl of yellow flower antelope meat was placed in front of them. The yellow flower antelope was one of the few creatures in the wilderness that had not been mutated, which naturally meant its meat could be eaten without going through numerous processing steps. Thus, in terms of flavor and nutrition, it was far superior to the dried meat Lin Feng and the others usually ate. Ding Zhu nodded in satisfaction, but then his gaze fell on Lin Feng's bowl. He saw that Lin Feng's bowl was piled high with chunks of yellow antelope meat, and he had even sprinkled some spicy plant powder on top. Ding Zhu immediately protested. Hey, Xiao Xue, isn't this a bit biased? Xiao Xue was the girl who had just served them the antelope meat. She was beautiful, but looked somewhat malnourished. The others immediately showed expressions of "I see what you mean." Xiao Xue hurriedly waved her hands to explain, "It's not me. It's not me. The captain told me to give more meat to Xiao Feng." "Oh, so now it's Xiao Feng?" Lihai chimed in teasingly from his side. Xiao Xue turned red and quickly ran outside the tent, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. Ding Zhu had just wanted to speak when Lin Feng shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. "You can't even stop your mouth when eating meat." After saying that, Lin Feng also picked up meat from his bowl and started chewing. After a day of gnawing on dried meat, although he was starving, the taste was truly hard to describe. By the time they finished eating, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan also appeared in the tent at the right moment. "Are you full? If not, I can have the kitchen slaughter another one," Zhang Xiao said with a smile as he entered the tent. That's enough, of course it's enough." Immediately, the tent erupted with excited voices from everyone. The yellow antelope, a non-mutated creature that could survive in the wilderness, naturally had its strengths. Its 360-degree vision and exceptional speed were beyond the reach of ordinary wilderness hunters. Only outstanding hunters like Zhang Xiao had the opportunity to hunt such prey. That's good. You all have contributed so much to the camp. It's only right to eat something good. By the way, does anyone have any thoughts on tomorrow's escort schedule? Let's discuss it together. Although the wilderness has always been ruled by the strong, such large-scale operations couldn't be a one-man show. Everyone should look for issues. It's good for everyone's survival. According to the rules, the mutated beasts will be stronger tomorrow, so let's pull our team inward a bit. Lehigh was the first to speak. Zhang Xiao nodded. Okay, everyone pull back 50 meters. Besides observing the mutated beast's attack, we also need to pay attention to the situation of our teammates in front and behind. Everyone nodded, and the people present offered various suggestions to a greater or lesser extent. However, most were minor, mainly about needing more guns and ammunition or swapping vehicles. And there were also suggestions for taking a break in between. Zhang Xiao didn't adopt all suggestions. He agreed to the replenishment of guns and ammunition and the repair and replacement of vehicles, but rejected the suggestion for a break and stated that starting tomorrow, they would speed up to reach the gathering point within 3 days. Seeing that everyone had no more to say, Zhang Xiao decided to conclude the meeting. Does anyone have any more opinions? If not, go rest in the arranged tents early. Just as everyone was preparing to get up and rest, the leader of Team A, Nice, finally spoke up. Wait, Captain, I have something. Zhang Xiao looked at Nice and asked, what is the problem? The thing is, we want Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's team to join us. As soon as this was said, the emotions of Team A's members erupted. Yes, let Lin Feng and them come to our Team A. That's right, B team enjoy today. It's our turn to enjoy. Exactly. Lin Feng and them have been crazy sniping from Team B, making a mutated beast come over here. We were exhausted today. Yeah, Team B had less pressure. The group fights shifted to our side. Listening to the impassioned voices of Team A, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, finally understanding where those resentful looks had come from earlier. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiao just smiled without saying a word. Now, it was Lehigh's turn to panic. No way, we VE split a small team to go over to your side. What else do you want? Nice hesitated slightly upon hearing this, but then steeled himself and said directly, 3 small teams. We are willing to send 3 small teams in exchange for Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire tent fell silent. 3 small teams? If they had said 2 small teams, everyone might have thought it was worth it, but 3 small teams were open to discussion. After all, both Team A and Team B only had 7 small teams each. Losing 3 small teams would mean a significant reduction in personnel. Chapter 18, Wolf Disaster. Wait a minute. You all are discussing so intensely, but you haven't asked Lin Feng's opinion yet. Zhang Xiao clapped his hands and said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Ding Zhu and Lin Feng. Lin Feng, sipping soup from his bowl, remained silent. Seeing the scene, Ding Zhu could only curl his lips and say, you 2 group leaders can discuss it. We have no objections. Nice and Lehigh exchanged glances and both left the tent to discuss outside. In the end, they reached an agreement. Group A would release 3 small teams, and Lin Feng and Ding Zhu would switch from Group B to Group A. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu nodded expressionlessly, while the others were momentarily at a loss for words. Should they say Nice was bold, or that Lehigh was more cunning? After leaving the tent, Ding Zhu, seeing Lin Feng deep in thought, remained silent and tried to comfort him. Don't feel too much pressure. If it doesn't work out, the captain will definitely let you switch back. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his head in a daze. What pressure? Switch back to what? He had been looking at the data just now and hadn't paid attention to any of this. Ding Zhu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. So you didn't hear what I said earlier, did you? I said it would be better to switch you for a donkey instead. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the convoy set off. Nice made some arrangements, and Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were assigned to a small team to cover the rear of the convoy, slightly distanced from the main force. Wang Zhongliang from Group A sat next to Nice, leaning against the back of his chair with a curious expression, and asked, Do you have so much confidence in Lin Feng and the others? Nice smiled and replied, It's not really about confidence. I'm just a bit of a gambler. Wang Zhongliang was taken aback for a moment, and then gave a wry smile. The other members of group, they started to chatter among themselves. I didn't expect the group leader to trade away 3 small teams directly. I wanted Lin Feng to come over, but 2 small teams would have been the limit. To be honest, I actually understand the group leader's decision. How do I put it? The estimated value of the 2 groups is known to everyone. But would Lehigh from Group B agree to that price? The people nearby shook their heads. They all knew Lehigh's personality. To put it nicely, he was meticulous. But to put it bluntly, he was stingy. The probability of them letting go of 2 small teams was quite low. Then it's settled. The group leader knows that 2 small teams could never be exchanged, so it's better to offer a price that the other side cannot refuse. Although that's what they said, is this exchange really worth it? Suddenly, everyone fell silent, and the conversation ended with a hasty remark about waiting to see how things would unfold. Lin Feng climbed directly onto the roof of Ding Zhu's vehicle, set up his sniper rifle, and began to fix his gaze on the distance. This time, their patrol range had expanded, so he naturally had to stay alert. As for the replacement Ding Zhu mentioned, Lin Feng was not interested. Those 3 small teams had moved to Group A, which meant that half of their action's travel expenses would belong to them. Although it wasn't a lot, Lin Feng was indeed in need of money right now. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat, right? Exactly. Their small team wasn't working for free, although they had the duty to protect the camp. After all, they were all part of the camp. But during such long journeys, especially involving dangerous matters, some travel expenses would still be provided. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Ding Zhu in the vehicle. Testing the gun? It hadn't been long since the car set off, and the only reason Ding Zhu could think of for the gunshot was this. We're in trouble. Lin Feng's cold voice came down, and then Ding Zhu heard Lin Feng's voice in his communicator. Clearly, Lin Feng had activated the entire camp's channel. This channel was usually only opened by Zhang Xiao and the others. If a team member opened it, it could only mean one thing. Something major had happened. To the north and south, a large number of sandwolves appeared. The estimated number was no less than 20 headless wolves, already reaching the scale of a miniature wolf disaster, meeting the quantity standards of sandwolves in the north-south region. Lin Feng's voice was icy and flat, revealing no emotional change. However, what he said indeed shocked everyone present. Wolves. They were the most numerous type of mutated beast in the wilderness. During normal times, they were also one of the most hunted mutated beasts by hunters in the wild. But this certainly did not mean they were weak. On the contrary, they were definitely one of the top mutated beasts in this wilderness. Although they did not have strong individual combat capabilities, once they formed a group, and combined with the cunning minds of those head wolves, they could become a disaster capable of destroying a camp. After a brief silence, Sugan's voice came through the communicator. 13 sandwolves have been observed to the east, but no traces of the head wolf have been found. It is predicted that there are no less than 25 sandwolves to the east. Confirmed that the eastern side has reached the scale of a miniature wolf disaster. At this moment, the expressions of the entire escort team turned grim. A wolf pack exceeding 15 without a head wolf. Confirmed, it was indeed a wolf disaster. Moreover, this group of wolves seemed to know how humans judged a wolf disaster. To the east, they only left behind 13 wolves. This number would neither allow the escort team to open fire indiscriminately nor raise suspicions. In fact, it could even make them let their guard down. Clever. Too clever. Clever enough to make everyone present feel a bit chilled. What are your thoughts? Sugan asked. No matter what, the situation still needed to be resolved. Nice picked up the communicator, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. It seems we don't have any good options right now. Since the other side has already set their sights on us, they won't give up, even if we stop and hold our defenses here. It seems we can only be hunted and killed. Nice had a clear understanding of the camp's overall strength. Aside from Zhang Xiao, who had reached level 8, the other deputy leaders were only at level 7, and the remaining members were even more mixed, with most around level 5. Just as Nice finished speaking, Lehigh's voice came through the communicator. Why don't we break through directly? Upon hearing the suggestion, someone immediately agreed. We discovered early. The enemy's encirclement should not be fully prepared yet. Otherwise, they would have charged in directly instead of leaving behind small packs of wolves to distract and confuse us. Once this was said, it quickly gained approval from many. That's right. The wolf pack is clever, but also brutal. Once they gather and scale, they will immediately charge in to tear us apart and eat us. Just as everyone was feeling tempted, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Even if we break through, we'll still be chased down. Chapter 19 Charge. Lin Feng's emotionless words stunned everyone present for a moment. They had to admit that he was right. Even if they successfully broke through this time, wouldn't the enemy catch up soon? Unless they didn't rest for a moment in the remaining time. But failing to maintain their condition in the wilderness would only lead to a worse death. What do you suggest? Sugan asked calmly. It seemed these things were just trivial matters in his eyes. Kill. Bang. Lin Feng didn't say much, only shouted kill in conjunction with the sound of a gunshot. As soon as the words came out, everyone instantly understood. Yes. Since they knew the enemy was still gathering and the number of wolves was insufficient, why should they still escape? Wouldn't it be better to go and fight them? After all, it was just a minor wolf disaster, not an endless tide of large exotic beasts. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao in the car exchanged glances, both showing surprise and excitement. Zhang Xiao picked up the communicator in front of him, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "All team members, listen up. Split directions and start hunting the wolf pack." Yes, hunters in the wilderness have never feared slaughter, nor have they feared battle. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the entire vehicle echoed, and the cars that had been circling around the campsite like satellites suddenly scattered like sparks rushing in all directions. With Zhang Zhao's arrangements, the previous reserve team was now pulled out. The atmosphere in the entire migration convoy suddenly became iron-blooded and serious. What's happening? I don't know. I see the reserve team is coming out. It must be serious. Listening to the discussion around him, the old man looked in the direction where Lin Feng and the others had left, a smile appearing on his face. This kid has some quick wits. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to come from overhead. Ding Zhu looked at the distant blood flowers exploding one after another, his mouth twitching. Really, there shouldn't be anyone more relaxed than him. He just needed to drive and ensure the vehicle moved steadily. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the blood flowers become smaller and less clear, Ding Zhu didn't even know how far away Lin Feng was sniping the sandwolves. At this moment, Lin Feng was still aiming, holding his breath, and shooting in a fluid motion, then waiting to see the blood flowers explode in the distance. It must be said that the enhancement of mental power was crucial for improving Lin Feng's shooting skills. The scope of the Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle he held could only see the sand wolves the size of a coin from over 300 meters away. Hitting every shot was entirely reliant on instinct. Bang, bang, bang. After another round of shooting, Lin Feng also stopped. As soon as he heard the gunfire cease, Ding Zhu quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop shooting?" You can't say Lin Feng's rhythmic gunfire didn't sound quite pleasant. Wait a moment. Let us see which direction they're heading. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lin Feng was looking to find their den. These sand wolves were being brutally slaughtered, and now their only thought left should be to seek the protection of the lead wolf. Then I'll slow down and hang back. Of course you need to slow down. Who knows where those lead wolves are gathering? What if we accidentally charge right into them? Thinking of this, Ding Zhu couldn't help but ease off the accelerator. Lin Feng also took out a piece of jerky to chew on to replenish his strength. Ever since he practiced the spiritual breathing technique, he had become quite easily hungry. However, every time he replenished his food, his condition returned quickly, which was another pleasant surprise of this technique. Ding Zhu couldn't help but frown after running behind those fleeing sand wolves for a while. They were getting quite far from the main force. Could it be that these defeated sand wolves were planning to run back to their den directly? Just as Ding Zhu was wondering, he felt Lin Feng on top of the car seemed to be doing something. It seemed he was doing something in the back of the car, but not long after, he returned to the roof. Before Ding Zhu could ask what Lin Feng was doing, he suddenly heard a voice from above. "Stop!" It seemed Lin Feng had discovered something and suddenly shouted. Ding Zhu didn't hesitate and slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Lin Feng even flew out directly, rolling on the ground a couple of times before standing up. Lin Feng returned to the front of the car and looked at Ding Zhu. "Do you want to take a gamble?" Ding Zhu raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng. "What kind of gamble?" "I shoot. You turn and run." "Is that it?" "That's it. What about you?" "I have a secret weapon." Lin Feng smiled widely at Ding Zhu, looking quite sunny. Ding Zhu stared at Lin Feng for a moment before finally nodding heavily. wandering in the wilderness, living by hunting beasts. Ultimately, it was all about risking one's life. If you succeed, it's your life. Lin Feng nodded, said nothing, and pulled on the camouflage fabric he had on. The previously tightly woven camouflage fabric instantly scattered. And before Ding Zhu could react to what Lin Feng was about to do, he found Lin Feng had already moved, charging towards the distant desert like a cheetah. Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng leave, suddenly feeling a flash in front of his eyes. When he looked back, he was astonished to find that he could no longer see Lin Feng's figure. What happened? Ding Zhu couldn't help but sit up straight. What exactly happened? How did the other party manage to disappear right under his nose? Dingo, are you ready? Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator again, this time laced with a cold edge. Ding Zhu knew it wasn't the time to ask questions, so he replied directly, ready. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the sound noticeably louder than before. Although Ding Zhu didn't see anything, he suddenly yanked the steering wheel hard, and the car turned sharply towards the direction of the main force. A whoop! A howl echoed through the air. Ding Zhu glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a silver sand wolf the size of a calf leaping out from behind a boulder, howling at the sky. At the same time, 5 or 6 lead wolves, also the size of calves, sprang out from different places. However, at this moment, Ding Zhu's attention was entirely focused on that silver sand wolf. Shiwa. It's actually Shiwa. Chapter 20. Sand Moon, the king among sand wolves. An undisputed king. Just like a superhuman among humans. From the moment they are born, they possess strength far beyond that of their kin, along with some special abilities. For instance, Sand Moon's unique abilities. First, as the natural king of the sand wolves, it can command the pack. Second, it has the ability to manipulate the sand around it. Each of these abilities is extremely troublesome, and the Sand Moon in front of them clearly has not yet reached adulthood. Otherwise, they would not be facing a mere minor wolf disaster. Thinking of this, Ding Zhu stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle instantly kicked up clouds of yellow dust on the desert. Sand Moon also immediately looked towards Ding Zhu, pushing off the giant rock beneath its feet and leaping in the direction Ding Zhu had fled, with the other head wolves following closely behind. However, after just a couple of steps, Sand Moon suddenly came to a screeching halt. Bang! The next moment, a bullet struck the ground to its left, sending up a cloud of dust. Oof! A fierce grunt escaped its throat. Sand Moon scanned its surroundings, its sharp fangs fully exposed. Its ears turned constantly, and its nose twitched as it tried to detect any trace of the shooter. But even with all this, it still could not find the source, as if the bullet had appeared out of thin air. Where? Where exactly is it? Frustration began to rise. The roar of the car engine sounded again, and Sand Moon's eyes turned bloodshot as it continued to chase after Ding Zhu. Just as it took a couple more steps, a sudden sense of danger made Sand Moon bristle again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, causing Sand Moon to instinctively flinch. When it landed, it realized no bullets had struck nearby. Instead, it heard the sound of something heavy falling behind it. Looking back, it saw one of the head wolves had collapsed in a pool of blood. Although it was the weakest of the pack, the spreading scent of blood made Sand Moon's eyes turn completely red. A howl erupted. In an instant, Sand Moon transformed into a white lightning bolt across the wilderness. Slaughter. Only slaughter could calm it down. It closed the distance to Ding Zhu almost instantaneously. Ding Zhu caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror, his expression grave. Although this Sand Moon appeared to be an adolescent, estimating around level 6 or 7, such naturally dominant creatures could never be treated with common sense. He had already gone quite far, but now he could see the creature was catching up fast. Thinking of this, Ding Zhu freed a hand to unfold his folding long knife. Bang, bang, bang. But before Ding Zhu could make a move, another series of gunshots rang out, this time targeting Sand Moon directly. Toof, toof, toof. An unusual sound reached Ding Zhu's ears, and he couldn't help but look back. He saw that Sand Moon was covered in a thin layer of sandy armor. Although 3 bullets had pierced through the sandy armor, they had been greatly weakened, leaving only a few white marks on its silvery scales. But at this moment, Sand Moon also paused, because it actually saw the person firing the gun. Ding Zhu noticed this too and immediately spotted Lin Feng not far away, standing there with a sniper rifle, covered in strips of cloth. The distance between them and Sand Moon was less than 1,000 meters. At this distance, Sand Moon only needed a moment of acceleration to reach Lin Feng. Damn, what is this kid doing? Could it be that his camouflage method has failed? Ding Zhu felt anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't rush back now to offer himself as a target. Just as Ding Zhu was anxious, a series of gunshots came from Lin Feng's direction. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire rang out again, but this time Lin Feng shot faster, the 3 shots almost blending together. However, Sand Moon was still enveloped in sand, and at this moment, it didn't even want to dodge. Clap, thud, thoof. But the next moment, 3 completely different sounds of impact came through, and Sand Moon felt a sharp pain in its left leg. Looking down, it was bleeding. Ding Zhu, who saw this scene through the rearview mirror, was shocked. Lin Feng had managed to fire 3 shots in the shortest time possible, hitting the same spot with all 3 bullets, achieving an armor-piercing effect. But soon, the scene reflected in the rearview mirror left Ding Zhu dumbfounded. Lin Feng was actually charging towards Sand Moon. Bang, bang, bang. As he ran, he fired 3 more shots, but they were not tightly grouped together. At this moment, even Sand Moon looked at Lin Feng with a dumbfounded expression, while Ding Zhu in the distance felt he didn't even want to watch anymore. Is this kid crazy? Sand Moon also lightly jumped, easily dodging those bullets. Trying the same old trick again? Does it think Sand Moon is just one of those ordinary stupid sandwolves? As it looked at the rushing Lin Feng, Sand Moon was just about to charge when it saw the other party trip over himself, falling face first into the sand, with only 1 foot sticking out. At this moment, even Sand Moon couldn't help but have a series of question marks floating above its head. What is this person doing? Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly a series of metallic clashing sounds entered its ears. The sound of bullets hitting the ground was off. The sensitive Sand Moon couldn't help but look back, only to see a sea of flames. Fire. Endless flames filled Sand Moon's eyes. Burning. Pain. Destruction. Sand Moon's body, no less powerful than that of an adult bull, was directly lifted by the intense fire, and the terrifyingly high temperature melted its scales that could resist bullets. Even sitting in the car, Ding Zhu felt a wave of heat wash over him, turning to see a pillar of fire shooting into the sky. Even a migratory camp 2 to 3,000 meters away turned their heads to look. Damn, has a volcano erupted? Some even muttered. Even Su Gan, who usually remained calm, had an expression full of astonishment at this moment. What on earth happened over there? As for the head wolves closer to the scene, they fled without looking back. What wolf king? What family member? Is their own life not more important? Forget it. Forget everything. Ding Zhu stared blankly at the fire pillar. Even the car coming to a stop could not bring him back to reality. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing finally snapped him back to attention. Turning his head, he saw Lin Feng, his hair slightly singed, standing by the car, dragging a silvery corpse behind him. However, the exterior of this silvery corpse was burned into a lump by the high temperature, completely unrecognizable as any living creature. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently again, and after finishing, he complained, I originally thought those high-pressure gas cylinders, left in the wolf den for so long, might cause problems. I even brought 3 of them. Who knew their quality would be so good that they almost burned me from 800 meters away. Damn. By the end, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse again. Ding Zhu, with a somewhat dazed expression, asked, You mean this commotion was caused by those cylinders you dug out from the wolf den? Lin Feng nodded, yeah. I guess that pack of wolves thought these gas cylinders were cool and comfortable to lie on, so they dragged them back. The temperature during the day in the desert is extremely high, and all creatures seek out shady spots to stay cool. The cold steel cylinder seemed to be a privilege reserved for the top wolf. Seeing that Ding Zhu had no intention of opening the door, Lin Feng had no choice but to reach out and pull open the car door, dragging Sha Yu's corpse into the car. It was only then that Ding Zhu reacted and started driving, but his expression remained somewhat dazed throughout the journey. Chapter 21. The King of the Wilderness. So, that huge commotion earlier was caused by you guys? Su Gan looked at Lin Feng's somewhat yellowish hair and felt a tightness in his heart, believing it more. Yes. I don't even know what that shot hit. I just saw a column of flames erupt behind me. It almost burned me up too. Those wolves were scared away as well. At this point, The corners of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In fact, he didn't need to get that close. He was just afraid that after Xiaoyu died, the other lead wolves would rush up. That's why he approached right at the beginning, intending to take advantage of the hesitation of the lead wolves right after the flames ended and drag Xiaoyu's corpse to the vehicle. Who would have thought those lead wolves would be so cowardly? They actually ran away. He ended up getting roasted for nothing. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, unsure how to evaluate the situation. A stray shot actually hit an explosive left behind in the desert, and it scared away the attacking wolf pack. Su Gan took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, "No matter what, you've made a great contribution this time. When we reach the gathering place, I'll give you a bonus." Lin Feng nodded without declining. In the wilderness, there's no need for such formalities. If you dare to decline, the other party might really not give you anything. Watching Lin Feng and Ding Zhu leave, Su Gan turned to Zhang Xiao. "Before, I just suggested you bring him along, but now I think you must bring him." Hearing this, Zhang Xiao nodded. "Luck. This is actually the most important factor for most people to survive in the wilderness." When they returned to the vehicle, Ding Zhu suddenly became excited for some reason. "Wow, we took down a Xiaoyu, and it was a Xiaoyu surrounded by a pack of lead wolves. We really took down a Xiaoyu." Lin Feng smiled slightly at Ding Zhu, understanding why he had been in shock for so long. The 5 most famous beast kings in the wilderness: Wolf King, Xiaoyu, Bull King, Golden Hoof, Scorpion King, Earth Pearl, Viper King, Horizontal Fawn, Goat King, Horned Antler. These have always been the coveted prey of every wilderness hunter. Suddenly, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. "Did you already know there was a Xiaoyu over there?" Lin Feng didn't hide it and directly explained. "Actually, there was a suspicion from the beginning. The wolf pack was incredibly intelligent, especially when we were chasing that group of sand wolves. You might not have noticed, but even when they were most scared, they still didn't want to scatter and escape. Instead, they gathered together and ran in one direction. This overcoming of fear to lure enemies made me think there must be something behind them directing their movements. The biological data provided by A519 states, all abnormal biological behaviors must be controlled by some abnormal factors." Lin Feng had applied this knowledge well. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully and then quickly reminded him, "Remember not to tell anyone about the Xiaoyu. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." "Understood. We'll find a chance to deal with it when we get to the gathering place. Such a coveted prey, of course, has its peculiarities. How much longer until we arrive?" Ding Zhu stretched and asked. He had worked a night shift with Lin Feng last night and had just woken up in the afternoon. Those vipers yesterday were quite troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered them early. Speaking of which, this journey had indeed been turbulent. The minor wolf disaster they encountered earlier had been resolved, but they still faced various troubles along the way. Thankfully, Lin Feng was able to spot things in advance. Otherwise, it could have caused significant damage. According to Captain Zhang, they should arrive by sunset. Lin Feng said while cleaning the disassembled gun parts. "This gun has suffered a lot on this journey. It needs proper maintenance." Hearing the answer, Ding Zhu smiled. Finally, it was coming to an end. He sat down next to Lin Feng, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and then asked, "Have you dealt with it?" "It's taken care of." "Is there?" "Yes." Ding Zhu's eyes lit up instantly. That's good. But there is still one problem," Lin Feng said in a low voice. "The selling channel?" Ding Zhu quickly understood what Lin Feng was worried about and soon provided a solution. "I know a place with a good reputation, and they should be able to get what you want." "Is it reliable?" "It's the best we can reach. If you're still worried, it's better to ask Captain Zhang. They must have better channels." The two of them quietly discussed, but after a long discussion, they still felt it was somewhat unreliable. As the value of this matter was simply too high, their levels were not enough. "Forget it. Let us see when we get there. I can't hold it in any longer." Ding Zhu stood up and looked into the distance. Lin Feng nodded, restoring the weapon he had just maintained to its original form, feeling more confident as he held the sniper rifle. Suddenly, a patch of mottled colors appeared in front of the two. "We're almost there." After nearly 4 days of travel, they were finally close to the gathering camp. From a distance, they could see various tents clustered together, resembling a gigantic piece of fabric. Truly spectacular. "Wow, it's huge." Lin Feng estimated that this gathering place occupied an area of about 500 meters, much larger than the previous gathering places they had passed. Under normal circumstances, There would be such a large site here. As he spoke, Ding Zhu pointed to the outermost part of the gathering place, where many black tents were stationed. Those are people from the large cities nearby. It was because of them that so many camps were attracted here. This is why Su Gan and Zhang Xiao urged us to hurry over. They should only be staying here for about a month before leaving. Lin Feng nodded to indicate he understood. In plain terms, it meant the wilderness had been fattened up, and these merchant teams were coming to reap the benefits. However, even during the harvest, they had to rush over to be harvested. Let us go, we should get in quickly. The two turned and walked toward the place where they kept their belongings. Not far away, Huang Zheng, who was repairing a vehicle, watched Lin Feng and Ding Zhu pass by, and, after biting his teeth, he finally made up his mind. Chapter 22. The failed reagent, so expensive. The scorpion venom I bought yesterday was only 181 a gram. Okay, 181? You must have bought it at your own camp. Here, I'll take as much as you have for 181. Listening to the commotion around them, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu also looked on with great interest. It must be said that this gathering place was indeed prosperous. They didn't even need to enter those tents. They had seen quite a few good things along the way. Ding Zhu found someone to inquire, and the two headed towards a yellow tent. As soon as they lifted the door curtain and walked in, they heard a loud shout from inside. What the hell? Was this how you gave it to me back then? Lin Feng glanced over and saw a neatly dressed, thin middle-aged man yelling at a rugged-looking wilderness hunter. The wilderness hunter was holding a broken gun barrel in his hand. Of course, it wasn't like this when you gave it to me, but I just tried it on my gun, and it became like this. Upon hearing this, the thin middle-aged man snorted coldly. That's your problem then. We said that we are not responsible once you leave the counter. Besides, how do I know you're not trying to extort money here? The thin middle-aged man looked at the wilderness hunter, whose face was flushed with a proud expression that seemed to say, "What can you do about it? You. I just heard you were honest here. That is why I came to do business with you. I didn't expect you to be the biggest scammer. Just wait and see how I expose you when I go out." The wilderness hunter pointed at the thin middle-aged man's nose and said. A trace of disdain flashed in the thin middle-aged man's eyes, and then he looked proudly at the surroundings and said, "Just you? Clap, clap, clap." The thin middle-aged man clapped his hands, and suddenly 3 to 5 burly men rushed out from nowhere, reaching out to grab the wilderness hunter. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's eyes slightly moved, but they found that the thin middle-aged man was already looking over at them. Damn! The two couldn't help but curse inwardly. They hadn't even done anything yet and were already dragged into such trouble. Oomph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the wilderness hunter, and Lin Feng looked over at the sound. He saw the wilderness hunter move like a tiger pouncing on its prey, swift and fierce. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu barely saw what happened, and the next moment, the 3 to 5 burly men surrounding the wilderness hunter were already lying on the ground. Then, before the thin middle-aged man could react, the wilderness hunter had his hand tightly around his neck. "You think you can scare me?" The wilderness hunter gritted his teeth and said, his aura shifting from submissive to ferociously sharp. The thin middle-aged man felt his feet slowly leaving the ground, and the disdainful look in his eyes was now filled with fear. Winning, to compensate. The thin middle-aged man's face was turning purple from lack of oxygen, but he still managed to force those words out through his teeth, because he knew this was his only way to survive. Oomph. The wilderness hunter snorted coldly and directly threw the middle-aged man away. With a thud, the middle-aged man fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Huff, huff, huff. The thin middle-aged man lay on the ground, gasping for air, his hands clutching his neck as he breathed heavily, a clear handprint already visible on his neck. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances and silently retreated from the tent. Their movements were even more gentle than unbuttoning a woman's clothing, afraid of provoking the displeasure of any big shot pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, evidently, the other party didn't care about them at all. They were allowed to leave just like that. Damn, is this gathering place really that terrifying? Ding Zhu said, still feeling a lingering fear. Lin Feng was also momentarily speechless. It seemed that this so-called gathering place was no different from the wilderness outside. It was still the strong who had the say, and the survival of the fittest was even more pronounced. Let's split up and gather some more information. It seems that a lot of the news I had before was just bait released by those merchants. Ding Zhu said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded. Who would have thought that selling something now would involve so many tricks? Lin Feng frequently entered and exited various tents, asking about prices. But the final result made him frown. Not to mention the price issue. From his current perspective, there were indeed too many counterfeit and inferior products inside. For instance, every time he entered a tent, he would ask about the concentrated nutrient solution. Most of what they brought out were diluted to varying degrees. One absurd shop even brought out pure solvent mixed with coloring. It was all water with not a drop of nutrient solution in sight. The key was that they were selling it at the price of genuine concentrated nutrient solution. Ridiculous. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, preparing to return and rest. It seemed that today would be fruitless. Hey, brother, wait a minute. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around to see a small-framed young man appearing behind him. Scanning Lin Feng, he found the young man's outfit somewhat familiar. He must have been a staff member from one of the tents he had just visited. What is up? Lin Feng looked at the young man with a plain expression, but the dagger in his sleeve was already in a ready position. During the browsing process, Lin Feng had seen quite a few things where people would eat others without spitting out their bones. Naturally, he had become cautious. If I'm not mistaken, brother, you're looking for concentrated nutrient solution that hasn't been diluted, right? Yes, do you have any? Lin Feng admitted straightforwardly, since he had asked so many places without a satisfactory answer. Yes, and not just one. As he spoke, the young man opened a zipper on his outfit, and immediately 5 milky white concentrated nutrient vials appeared in front of Lin Feng. All good stuff that hasn't been diluted. I wouldn't say much. Each one is 3,000 star coins, no bargaining. After saying that, the young man quickly zipped up his outfit, looking as if he was afraid Lin Feng would have ill intentions if he looked a moment longer. Lin Feng, however, remained unhurried and asked the young man, "Where did you get these things? Why do you care? Just say whether you want them or not." Upon hearing Lin Feng's tone, the young man immediately looked at him with a wary expression, his feet subtly tensing as if ready to flee at any moment. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, you stole these from your boss, right?" The young man's pupils instantly contracted, and he turned to run. But Lin Feng called out to stop him. "Don't run. I'm not in a mood to help your boss catch thieves. I just want to ask you, don't you find it strange? You stole this so easily, and your boss doesn't even mind if it's gone." As soon as these words were spoken, the young man indeed stopped running, looking at Lin Feng with a ghostly expression. "You're not wrong." Lin Feng was absolutely right. He now doubted whether Lin Feng was watching when he stole this thing. Seeing the young man's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This person looked like a worker picked up by some store owner in the wilderness, completely clueless. "Give me one." The young man's eyes flickered, but in the end, he still took out one milky white vial and handed it to Lin Feng. Taking the milky white vial, Lin Feng shook it violently. In less than 10 seconds of shaking, the previously uniform milky white solution had already separated. The upper layer was a clear liquid like water, while the lower layer had congealed into milky white balls. What? The young man widened his eyes, speechless. "This is a defective nutrient solution, which is harmful to the body and should not be consumed." After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at the young man in front of him. "You didn't drink it, did you?" The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly shook his head. No. He had originally planned to taste it, but then hesitated because of the price. And in the end, he didn't drink it. He never expected that this decision would actually save his life. Chapter 23, Deception. The young man finally understood that the boss hadn't found these reagents at that time, given that strange expression. If this thing ended up in his hands, whether he used it himself or sold it, his fate wouldn't be good. Just when he was lost in thought, Lin Feng spoke up. "This thing isn't very useful for you to keep. Just sell it to me in bulk." Upon hearing this, the young man instantly came to his senses, and there was a hint of vigilance in his gaze towards Lin Feng. "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Lin Feng noticed the other party's wariness and simply shook his head without saying a word, turning to leave without any hesitation. "Wait." Sure enough, before he could take 3 steps, the young man shouted after him. Turning back, he saw the other person looking at him with a fawning expression and asking, "Brother, it wasn't easy for me to steal this. How much can you offer?" 20 each, Lin Feng said casually. Huh, so cheap. The price clearly crossed the young man's psychological threshold. However, Lin Feng didn't care because this thing was genuinely unwanted. Even if the young man refused today, he could come back tomorrow and it would still be his. It was just something nobody wanted. No way. You don't think I can turn this into treasure, do you? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the young man was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In fact, he also knew what kind of tricks could be employed in the wilderness. This was something even the bosses from their city had directly given up on. Add a bit more. I'll give you everything I have. The young man's voice involuntarily weakened. Forget it. You've taken some risks too. Let us make it 30. Upon hearing Lin Feng concede, the young man was instantly overjoyed. Great, great, no problem. Saying this, he reached into his clothes, but was stopped by Lin Feng. This isn't the right place. Let us change locations. 10 minutes later, the young man ran away from there, and Lin Feng patted his backpack, a smile appearing on his face. Speaking of which, the young man really guessed right. He could indeed turn waste into treasure. Naturally, it was impossible to do so with the technology in the wilderness, and even in the big city, it might not be available. At that moment, Lin Feng happened to have it. However, if those who wrote the textbook knew that I was using such a good textbook for this. Lin Feng shook his head self-deprecatingly and began to purchase the items he needed. When Lin Feng returned to his base camp after buying everything, he was surprised to see a scene he hadn't expected. Huang Zheng and Ding Zhu were standing at the entrance of his tent, waiting for him to return. Approaching the two, Lin Feng first looked at Huang Zheng and asked, "What brings you here? You're not still after that camouflage fabric, are you?" Huang Zheng nodded generously and then looked at Lin Feng, saying, "That's right, I'm here for the camouflage fabric." "Oh, so what price do you want to offer this time?" Ding Zhu asked Huang Zheng with a teasing expression. He didn't believe a dog could change its habit of eating feces. Huang Zheng shot Ding Zhu a glance and then turned to Lin Feng, saying, "I know I can't offer the price you want, but I can introduce you to a reliable buyer." Although Huang Zheng spoke well, Ding Zhu frowned. "How do we know who this so-called reliable buyer is? What if you collude with others to trick us?" Lin Feng had been wandering for almost a day, and Ding Zhu hadn't been idle either. He had seen quite a few dirty tricks. He had come to understand that the current gathering place was indeed a mixed bag, with both the good and the bad. Various scams and traps were rampant, and even as an observer, Ding Zhu had almost fallen for them several times. Huang Zheng, however, looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu with disdain. "You think there are too many scammers because you haven't found the right place. Look, the ones getting scammed are all you lost souls from the wilderness, right? Hey, you little brat." As soon as Huang Zheng returned to that superior tone, Ding Zhu was immediately displeased. Watching Ding Zhu press further, Huang Zheng's face showed fear as he kept retreating. "Ding Zhu, keep it civil. I'm not a lost soul from the wilderness. I don't mess with your big city civility." Lin Feng shook his head and stopped Ding Zhu. "All right, no need to make a scene." Then he looked at Huang Zheng. "Since you put it that way, let's hear your request." Seeing that Ding Zhu had been stopped, Huang Zheng leaned closer to Lin Feng before speaking. "It's simple. Just give me a bit of a commission. I don't want much, just 5%. Lin Feng directly shook his head. "I can't do that. A flat price of 500. Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng, who was adamant, and he understood the other party's character, so he could only nod. Even a mosquito is meat, right? Besides, 500 star coins isn't a small amount. It's enough to repair a dozen or so vehicles. After agreeing to meet tomorrow, Huang Zheng turned and ran away. Yes, he really ran. Ding Zhu scoffed. At least he runs quickly. Well, he might help us solve a big problem, so let us try to avoid trouble with him in the future. I just can't stand his face. He clearly escaped from the big city too, yet he always looks down on others. After saying that, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng. You won't end up like him, will you? Me? Lin Feng was taken aback, then shook his head and said, whether I can even enter the big city is still a question. Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng. Once that thing is sold, you could buy some nutrient solution or something. Wouldn't that be enough? After saying this, Ding Zhu turned and left, giving Lin Feng no chance to explain. However, Lin Feng had nothing to say. He walked into the tent, meditated for a while to calm his mind. Lin Feng assembled the glassware he bought today, along with some herbs and, most importantly, the inferior concentrated nutrient solution. With a snap, He ignited the heat. Lin Feng was about to start his first true potion configuration in his life. Ding Zhu lifted the flap of Lin Feng's tent. Instantly, a large cloud of smoke rushed toward his face. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? Lin Feng, what are you doing? Ding Zhu coughed while waving his hands to disperse the smoke in front of him. I'm coming. Lin Feng's voice came back. And then Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng saw Lin Feng walk out of the tent, his eyes bloodshot. What have you done? Are you trying to destroy evidence in there or something? Hearing Ding Zhu's words, Huang Zheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of talk is this? Starting with murder and arson, and ending with destroying evidence. Can't we be a bit more peaceful? Chapter 24, Huge Gains. Lin Feng glanced at the two without speaking, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. One night, just one night, those 10 inferior concentrated nutrient solutions had already turned into 7 qualified ones. This means that the 350 star coins he spent before had turned into 21,000 star coins overnight. What does that mean? 60 times, a 60-fold return. All right, regardless of whether I'm disposing of corpses or whatever else, let us stick to the reliable store that Huang Zheng mentioned. Seeing that Lin Feng was still full of energy at this moment, Ding Zhu could only nod. Huang Zheng led the way in front, and Ding Zhu followed Lin Feng behind. But along the way, Lin Feng kept yawning, seemingly not listening to anything. Ding Zhu shook his head helplessly. Not long after following Huang Zheng, they arrived at the outermost part of the entire gathering place, and the other party's intentions were clearly defined, leading them into a pure black tent. As they reached the entrance, Lin Feng, who had been yawning all the way, suddenly spoke up. Once we go in, you don't need to speak, he said, then added, regardless of whether the transaction goes through or not, your commission will not be less. Huang Zheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. The three entered the tent, and at a glance, they found that there was still a line in front of them, and there were quite a few people. Knowing that many people here were reliable, naturally, there would not be a shortage of those coming to trade. Huang Zheng glanced at Ding Zhu and said proudly, look, even people from big cities don't have your arrogance. Hearing this, Huang Zheng snorted indignantly. I came from one of the 4 central cities, Yin Feng City. How can these small towns compare? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became interested. For central cities? Aren't big cities ranked? Listening to Lin Feng's question, Huang Zheng snorted and said, come, let me educate you a bit. These big cities you know are divided into 4 factions. The Wild Plains faction, the Yin Feng faction, the East Shore faction, and the Tallgrass faction. Each faction's center is a central city. At this point, Huang Zheng paused, but ultimately continued. Only the central city has a way to leave this planet. What faction does our wilderness belong to? Ding Zhu quickly asked. Half Wild Plains, half Yin Feng, Huang Zheng said, glancing at Lin Feng before speaking in a somewhat strange tone. Speaking of which, Lin Feng, you are a bit unfortunate. Unfortunate about what? Lin Feng frowned and asked. It's unfortunate that you were born in this wilderness. The treatment for outsiders in both the Wild Plains faction and the Yin Feng faction's big cities is not good at all. So, each big city treats outsiders differently? Of course, whether it's the Wild Plains or Yin Feng, once you enter, you won't even have the chance to go to university. You go directly into the frontline troops. It's dangerous, and you can easily become cannon fodder. However, the East Shore faction and the Tallgrass faction are different. The Wanderers who can enter have good talents, and once inside, they are cultivated as core forces. Not only can they enter university, but it's also free. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. To be honest, it was their first time encountering such knowledge, and they were momentarily stunned. Lin Feng had initially thought that joining any big city would be fine. Who would have thought there were so many dirty tricks inside big cities? Little brother, your information is outdated. Now Wanderers entering the Yin Feng faction can also go to university, but they still need to pay their own tuition. A burly middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, clearly having heard Huang Zheng's earlier words. Unexpectedly, Huang Zheng was not at all intimidated and snorted coldly. Do I not know the thoughts of those in Yin Feng? Yes, you can go to university, but the tuition for Wanderers is more than 3 times that of the native residents of the big city. You should know that the tuition fees for those universities in Yin Feng are already expensive. At least a medium-income family's annual income, plus commercial loans, is needed to afford one person's university tuition. After saying this, Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng. The meaning was obvious. How much money do you, a wanderer, have? The burly middle-aged man, upon hearing this, could not help but turn back to look at the boy next to Lin Feng, whose face changed slightly. Many people in the tent also had unsightly expressions at this moment. Clearly, although many of them did not have the opportunity to enter the big city themselves, their children or descendants still planned to take this path. Lin Feng sighed, but quickly spoke up. There will be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. Let us focus on the present. Huangjing nodded. True, at least the Yin Feng faction want to treat wanderers as cannon fodder now, right? Lin Feng. Everyone in the tent. Ding Zhu, you just can't keep your mouth shut. After chatting, Lin Feng began to wander around the tent. His gaze swept across and found that the most eye-catching thing inside the tent was a large blackboard. He walked over and discovered that it was actually a list of wanted criminals. By Zongyao, male, 35 to 40 years old, level, above level 15. Crime, forcibly stormed Wanfeng prison, rescued a total of 43 death row inmates. Capture reward, permanent residency certificate in Yinfeng City, 400,000 star coins. And a choice of 3 weapons from the 5th generation. Is this person a bit too fierce? Ding Zhu stared at the information in a daze. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed a bit outrageous. To directly rescue people from the prison located in a big city, and it was 43 people. This was something that ordinary people could not accomplish. It should be a gang, Huang Zheng suddenly said. How do you know? Ding Zhu retorted, looking at Huang Zheng with a confident expression. Chapter 25 Portable Workbench. At this moment, Huang Zheng looked at Ding Zhu with a silly expression. You can't be that foolish, can you? The other party has rescued over 40 people. How are they going to settle them without a gang? Are they really going to show up there with a group of people following them? Ding Zhu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There was no way to deny that what the other party said made sense. However, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the bickering between Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng. Instead, he focused on the wanted posters below. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that each reward on the wanted posters came with permanent residency rights in a big city. In other words, as long as you capture a wanted criminal, you could join the big city without those additional requirements. This was quite tempting. Just as he was thinking, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a wanted poster at the back. This appearance? It resembled the person he had sniped with a single shot by as much as 80%, but there were some obvious differences in details. But how advanced is the cosmetic surgery technology in Huang Zheng's big city? Very good, Huang Zheng replied, feeling that his expression was insufficient. He added, You'll know once you enter the big city. There are no ugly people in the big city. After Huang Zheng said this, Ding Zhu began to scrutinize him. After sizing him up, he nodded. You're right. Someone like you actually doesn't look ugly. Ding Zhu, don't go too far. This is my natural look. I haven't had any surgery, Huang Zheng said, somewhat exasperated. Then no one will ever know. That's just your ignorance. People who have had surgery have very obvious signs of adjustment. An experienced, I can spot it immediately. Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment and suddenly thought of that corpse. What did Zhang Xiao say back then? You take your spoils, and he will deal with the rest? So, Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zheng beside him. This guy's identity was clearly unusual, and there was also the deeply hidden Sugon. What he initially thought was an ordinary camp now seemed to be anything but simple. At this moment, Huang Zheng also seemed to have realized something, lowering his head and remaining silent, regardless of how Ding Zhu provoked him. Lin Feng also left the wanted board and began to look at the items being sold inside this tent. With a quick glance, he immediately spotted an item he desired. Name, multifunctional 3-section folding mechanical workbench weight. 50 kilograms size. 0. 3 cubic meters. 0. 6 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter. 3-section folding. Function, built-in self-recharging high-energy power supply. Multifunctional toolbox, simple forging tools, high-performance intelligent devices, allows the user to open, repair, manufacture, and design mechanical tools anytime and anywhere in any environment. It is an essential piece of equipment for every adventure hunter. Detailed description, self-recharging high-energy power supply, can release voltages from 0.001 to 10,000 kV, with durations ranging from 10 seconds to 1,000 hours, and can be replenished using solar energy, geothermal energy, temperature differences, radiation, and other methods. Multifunctional toolbox includes 150 commonly used mechanical repair tools. Simple forging tools includes an electric crucible with a maximum temperature of 6,000 K. Looking at the lines of functions, Lin Feng genuinely started to drool. This is too tempting. To be honest, if Lin Feng got this thing, with his mechanical processing abilities and knowledge, it wouldn't be a problem at all to give his gear a significant upgrade, not to mention creating a weapons cache for himself. However, when Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the price, he felt his heart skip a beat. 600,000 star coins. Damn, 600,000. This is equivalent to that wanted criminal named Bai Zongyao. Without a doubt, he could buy out their camp with that money. Huang Zheng followed Lin Feng's gaze and couldn't help but curl his lips. You really dare to think big. Even in the central city, not many people can cough up that kind of money for this workbench. If you enter the big city, that price would be enough for a year's tuition. Damn. So you're saying the tuition for university in the big city is as high as 600,000 star coins? Ding Zhu asked, finding it hard to believe. Huang Zheng nodded silently. Good schools have tuition that is basically at this level. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. What the hell are they going for? This was their first direct understanding of the survival difficulty in the big city. Just as Huang Zheng was about to continue mocking the two for their ignorance, they heard the attendant calling their number. The three hurried over. They followed the attendant directly into a small room. The room was quite small, just enough for 3 or 4 people to sit. Sitting in the main position was a young man, simply dressed, but exuding an air of nobility. Hello, gentlemen. I am Shi Qing. Boss Shi, hello, I'm Ding Zhu, and this is Lin Feng and Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu was quite reliable in such situations. May I ask what you three would like to sell? Huang Zheng was about to say mimetic camouflage cloth, but Lin Feng pulled him and said, you go out first. Huang Zheng pouted and turned to leave. At this moment, Ding Zhu took out the sand scale fruit from his pocket. Sand scale fruit? A hint of joy flashed in Shi Qing's eyes. Compared to other items, this exotic fruit and bone were the favorites of people who came from the big city. One price, 10,000 star coins. Shi Qing said without any hesitation. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. This price? Do you two think it's low? Shi Qing asked. To be honest, this should be the highest price that can be offered in the entire gathering place. Otherwise, you can go out and ask. Lin Feng looked at Shi Qing and asked, to be honest, this price is much higher than we expected. Shi Qing looked at Lin Feng in surprise, then smiled and said, the price of sand scale fruit has always been fluctuating. This value, when I take it back, will definitely not be a loss for the pharmacist to make into a potion. Speaking of which, I am quite surprised, Mr. Lin, that you would directly tell me that the price is high. Heartfelt sincerity for heartfelt sincerity. Let us all be sincere, Ding Zhu said with a smile. Glancing at Lin Feng, seeing this scene, Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a surprise? These two in front of him were not of high level, and being able to take out the sand scale fruit had already surprised him greatly. Lin Feng took out a fist-sized blue bone from his backpack. That's right. This is the biggest harvest Lin Feng got from the high-burning gas canister when he eliminated Xiaoyu, and it's also the reason everyone is eager for it. Sandyu's exotic bone. Chapter 26, 200,000. Shi Qing suddenly jumped up from his chair. Alien bone. It's actually alien bone. Originally, he thought it would be good enough if the other party could pull out a sand scale fruit. Who would have thought they could actually take out a piece of alien bone? Can I take a look? However, being from a prominent family, he quickly adjusted his emotions and calmed his tone. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, and in the end, they handed the alien bone to him. Shi Qing took the bone, knocked on it, and sniffed it. A flash of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yes, this is it. This is alien bone. After putting down the bone, Shi Qing took out an electronic scale and placed it on the table. He put the alien bone on it to weigh it. Exactly 180 G. The market price of alien bone is 20,000 per gram. I won't give any discounts. How about we go with this price? 20,000 per gram. That makes 360,000 star coins. Ding Zhu felt his breath become heavy and couldn't help but turn to Lin Feng. But he found Lin Feng's expression was calm, as if he felt nothing about this price. What do you think? Okay, Lin Feng simply agreed without saying much. Shi Qing also broke into a smile. After being out for so long, he finally received something good. He thought he would have to go deeper into the wilderness to make this find, but unexpectedly, he got it from two wanderers who hadn't even reached level 10. However, 360,000 star coins is indeed not a small amount. I wonder if you both have your own accounts? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. Accounts? What is that? However, Shi Qing's expression didn't change. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 cards. Each card had the number 100, 000 in the center, and then he took out a device the size of a mobile phone from his previous life, performed a series of operations, and directly deducted 40,000 from one card. Together, the 4 cards amounted to 360,000. You both should recognize this, right? Unnamed star coin cards, I still know that. Ding Zhu's tone had relaxed considerably at this moment. That's good, Shi Qing said, while pushing the 4 cards in front of them. Ding Zhu reached out to take them, but Lin Feng spoke up. Boss Shi, I wonder if the multifunctional 3-section foldable workbench outside could be discounted? Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Mr. Lin is referring to that 600,000 workbench? Exactly. Shi Qing glanced at the 3 cards on the table, and then looked at Lin Feng, suddenly breaking into a smile. Actually, Mr. Lin has another better option. What? Lin Feng asked Shi Qing. Which 600,000 star coin workbench? Even if we give a discount, Mr. Lin's financial capacity wouldn't be enough. However, if Mr. Lin doesn't mind a second-hand workbench, perhaps we still have a chance. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Second-hand? What is the condition like? Actually, the condition isn't bad. It's just that the second-hand one is an old model and lacks the latest smart control module of the new model. Many things would require manual adjustments, which would make it less accurate. As soon as Shi Qing finished speaking, a line of information appeared in front of Lin Feng. Basic High Autonomous Intelligent Programming from the Tianlok Intelligent Machinery, Initial Basic Knowledge Series. That's fine, it's enough for me. Shi Qing nodded, placing his hand on the 200,000 star coin cards. Before Lin Feng could speak, Ding Zhu had already spoken up, suppressing the pain in his heart. You take it. After saying that, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng. You don't need to say anything. Let me feel a bit of heartache. Lin Feng. Shi Qing smiled and beckoned Lin Feng to follow him to see the item. The fully folded workbench was about the size of a suitcase, truly portable. However, the instruction manual for this thing was 4 fingers thick. There's no way around it. Lacking the smart control module makes it like this. Everything needs to be adjusted manually. Shi Qing shrugged. Lin Feng silently nodded, understanding the importance of the smart control module. It's strange. Recently there's been a wave of intelligent trends in the big city. It's estimated that these old-fashioned items will drop in value in the future. Shi Qing suddenly sighed. A line of text suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. A 519. It seems this planet is indeed in a very marginal place. A 519. The wave of intelligence initiated by our clan only reached here after our clan was destroyed. Looking at the text in front of him, Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart, but still said without revealing anything. Times are always progressing, aren't they? Shi Qing looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, not expecting a wanderer from the wilderness to be able to say such things. After thinking for a moment, Shi Qing took out a card engraved with a badge and handed it to Lin Feng. I observe that, Mr. Lin is just 1 step away from entering the big city. This card is a gift for you. With this card, you can purchase items at any of our Shi family's shops at a 5 discount. Lin Feng didn't refuse and reached out to accept the card. Until we meet again. After leaving the tent, Huang Zheng's gaze had left the suitcase in Lin Feng's hands. What are you looking at? Ding Zhu said fiercely, with the tone of someone who wanted to rob a 200,000 star coin item from anyone. Who cares to look at it? Huang Zheng scoffed, then turned to Lin Feng. How is it? This is reliable, right? Our intermediary fee should be given to me now. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, pulling out 500 star coins and placing them in Huang Zheng's hands. The other party quickly counted it and turned to leave without any reluctance. Watching Huang Zheng's departing back, Ding Zhu turned to Lin Feng with a fierce look in his eyes. Let go. It's better to avoid trouble. Lin Feng shook his head. Not because he suddenly felt compassionate, but because he had a premonition that if he killed Huang Zheng, there would be a lot of trouble afterward. Huang Zheng secretly turned back to glance, confirming that Ding Zhu and Lin Feng hadn't followed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had realized he was in danger when Lin Feng came out holding that suitcase. That thing couldn't be bought just by selling a damaged mimicry camouflage cloth. Since they didn't follow, does that mean Lin Feng and Ding Zhu guessed something? Forget it. What does it matter? Anyway, this year I can go back, and I want to have any interactions with them. He muttered himself a couple of times and then changed direction toward the largest bar in the gathering area. Are they the ones? They are the ones. Want revenge? Anyway, I have to pick a target. Aren't they just right? No, their strength is too weak. Understood. Chapter 27. Zhang Zhao's invitation name. Lin Feng level. LV5 age, 15 race. Half-elf ability, none strength 5. 5 agility. 5. 6 constitution. 5. 4 spirit. 5. 9 talent specialty. Dexterous skills. Comprehensive gunmanship. LV7. Spirit snake dagger. LV3. Basic spiritual breathing method. LV1. Title meditation method. LV2. Knowledge. Basic potion knowledge. LV3 biology. LV3. Pharmacy. LV4. Formulation. LV4. Basic mechanical knowledge. LV4 mechanics. LV3. Materials science. LV5. Weapon rental. LV5. Mechanical processing. LV4. Intelligent programming. LV4. Looking at the panel before him, Lin Feng let out a breath of turbid air. A concentrated nutrient solution, enough to support 3 days of damage-free training, had directly brought him to the mid-level of LV5. And that workbench, there's no denying that hands-on practice is different from just reading. After handling those materials, his learning speed and mechanics had jumped to a new level. While Lin Feng was immersed in learning and practicing, outside, Ding Zhu had already been approached by someone. Captain Zhang, what do you need from me? Ding Zhu asked, somewhat surprised to see Zhang Xiao before him. Although they were said to be in the same camp, he had little real interaction with this enigmatic Captain Zhang. In fact, not many people in the camp had much contact with Su Gan and Zhang Xiao. They were always too busy with their own matters, whether it was planning for the camp or defense strategies. They would just provide a plan and let the others execute it. Are you the only one here? Zhang Xiao did not answer Ding Zhu's question, but instead scanned the bar's environment before speaking. Yes, just me. After saying this, Ding Zhu seemed to understand Zhang Zhao's purpose and directly continued. Lin Feng has been locked up in his tent lately, and I don't know what he is up to. You haven't seen him either? Zhang Xiao stroked his chin and asked. Ding Zhu shook his head, although he didn't know what Lin Feng was planning. He knew that since Lin Feng hadn't even contacted him, he must be doing something significant. Naturally, there was no need to disturb him. Zhang Xiao looked Ding Zhu up and down and suddenly raised an eyebrow. You've leveled up? Ding Zhu nodded. I bought a potion and finally reached level 7. I must say, having money feels good. I recently organized a small team to hunt exotic beasts. Would you like to join us? Zhang Xiao said directly, without any concealment. He naturally referred to Lin Feng and him. Ding Zhu's eyes flashed. Hunt what? Can't say for now, but it's not without danger, Zhang Xiao replied calmly. However, seeing the seriousness in the other man's eyes, Ding Zhu could sense the difficulty of this task. But it was like agreeing to let Lin Feng risk his life. Wanting to progress in this wilderness always required taking risks. The greater the danger, the higher the reward. I'm fine with it, but as for Lin Feng, Ding Zhu paused and continued, I'll go ask him. Zhang Xiao nodded and turned to leave. Watching Zhang Xiao leave, Ding Zhu finished his drink and left the bar. He had been feeling a bit bored these days. Now that there was something to do, it was natural to prepare well, especially since he had money on hand, which was enough for him to update all his equipment. However, before that, he had to find Lin Feng first. The door is already open. Just come in. As the curtain lifted, a wave of heat washed over Ding Zhu. He looked around and saw Lin Feng with his lean, well-defined upper body exposed, beside a furnace with some melted unknown liquid. The surface of the liquid shimmered a clear yellow, revealing the high temperature within. Lin Feng was occasionally dipping an unknown part into the liquid, then picking it up to process it with tools on the workbench. Rip! Before Ding Zhu could react, the curtain he had just opened closed by itself. What is this? Just a small application, Lin Feng explained casually, then said, bring your folding knife over. Ding Zhu was taken aback for a moment, but eventually handed over his folding long knife to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the folding knife and casually placed it into the ultrasonic cleaner in front of him. With a buzzing sound, the water in the cleaner quickly turned murky. Lin Feng waited for a moment, and once it was clean, he directly threw the folding knife into the pool of clear yellow liquid. Damn! Ding Zhu's heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to grab it. Wait, I'm used to this folding knife. You should ask me before you redo it. Don't panic, Lin Feng said as he continued working on the parts in his hands. Ding Zhu pouted but didn't say anything more. Watching the timer disappear, Lin Feng pulled out the folding knife from the liquid. Ding Zhu saw that nothing had happened to the knife. It just had an extra layer of golden film on it, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After confirming it was fine, Lin Feng placed the folding knife into a nearby bucket. With a splash, steam rose up. Lin Feng reached in, retrieved the folding knife, and handed it to Ding Zhu, saying, give it a try. At this moment, the golden film on the folding knife had disappeared, returning to its previously unremarkable state. Ding Zhu took the folding knife, swung it, and snap! The long knife instantly took shape, much smoother than it had been before. Whoosh! With a casual swing, a gust of wind sounded. Good knife, good knife. Although it was still the same knife, the feeling it gave him was completely different now. Smooth and sharp. To him, the entire knife felt like it had undergone a transformation. What is this thing? So it's amazing? Not only had it increased the hardness and sharpness of the long knife, but also didn't affect the flexibility of the folding knife. This was absolutely contradictory. Lin Feng glanced at Ding Zhu and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You actually understand this? Ding Zhu. Damn, I'm not an idiot. It's actually quite simple. It's just something we sold, Lin Feng said. Upon hearing this, a knowing expression appeared on Ding Zhu's face. No wonder exotic bone was so popular. He had to admit that after using such a good item once, he felt an urge to refine all the gear he had on him. Chapter 28. Zhang Zhao's assistant, by the way. You haven't told me what you're here for? Lin Feng asked Ding Zhu, who was excitedly testing knives. Oh, it's Zhang Xiao. He said he organized a small team to hunt exotic beasts and wants us to join. Exotic beasts? What kind of exotic beasts? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. Ding Zhu stopped what he was doing, pulled the mechanism on the handle, and put away the folding knife in his hand. I don't know. He didn't say when I asked him, but I guess they aren't simple creatures. Lin Feng glanced at the refined parts on the table and nodded at Ding Zhu. You must have agreed, right? Ding Zhu nodded. After a few days of comfort, I feel a bit unaccustomed, so I thought I'd join and give it a try. All right, then I'll join too. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. With his weapon in hand and a killing intent rising, he wanted to test his results. No problem. You continue. I'm off. After saying that, Ding Zhu slipped out of Lin Feng's tent and headed towards where Zhang Xiao and the others were. Lin Feng looked at the things around him and had an idea in his mind. He originally planned to take it slow, but it seems he needs to speed up. Casually wiping his face, Lin Feng immersed himself wholeheartedly in his mechanical processing work again. So Lin Feng agreed? Su Gan leaned back in a recliner, holding a rather thick book, and asked casually. Zhang Xiao nodded. He agreed. It feels like this kid has been growing a bit too fast recently. I wonder what secrets he is hiding. Who doesn't he have some secrets? Those without secrets are buried down here now. Su Gan finally stood up from the recliner. Speaking of which, have you really decided to choose this path? You know my qualifications. Apart from this path, do I have other options? Zhang Xiao said calmly, then added, don't forget, our goal is to return to the starry sky. Upon hearing this, the blue light in Su Gan's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded numbly, taking out a blue reagent from his body and handing it to Zhang Xiao. Since you decided, I won't say much more. I hope you succeed. Clack, clack, clack. All the parts in hand were assembled, and the newly refined Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle appeared in Lin Feng's hands. It also came with 3 specially crafted bullets, each of which could definitely surprise the opponent. Meanwhile, outside came Ding Zhu's shout. Lin Feng is about to set off. Coming. Following Ding Zhu, the two quickly made their way to the parking lot. That one. Ding Zhu pointed at a khaki-heavy armored vehicle in the distance. What is this? Zhang Xiao rented it from the merchants in the gathering place, and it costs 1,000 star coins a day. This trip will probably cost at least 10,000 star coins minimum. By the way, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng went to rent this vehicle together. Arriving by the vehicle, they saw Zhang Xiao waiting for them. Get in. There are a few people inside. You can get to know each other. As for them, they're all from the same camp, so they are relatively familiar compared to outsiders. Opening the car door, the two looked inside and saw that 6 people were already seated, 2 women and 4 men. The 2 women looked almost identical except for their different makeup. They were twins. There was also an extremely muscular man who, sitting in the 1.5-meter high vehicle, looked like he was curling up his body. He was holding a 6-barrel Gatling gun, but in his hands, it seemed no different from an ordinary rifle. Hello, I'm Voss. May I ask how to address you two? A golden-haired, middle-aged man, looking quite imposing, spoke. He was clearly their leader. Ding Zhu, this is Lin Feng. In such a situation, it was usually the older Ding Zhu who spoke up. Surprisingly, instead of continuing to speak, Voss's companion, a younger man with a somewhat cold demeanor, was the first to extend his hand to Lin Feng. Wink. Lin Feng glanced at the sniper rifle case beside him and immediately understood. Lin Feng. The other men and women in the vehicle looked somewhat surprised at this scene. They knew Wang Chei's arrogance and didn't expect him to take the initiative to greet Lin Feng. The others in the vehicle began to size up Lin Feng. Not a high level. Very young. Also a sniper, but I wonder how his sniping ability is. By the way, I haven't introduced you to these folks yet. Voss was quick to react and began introducing the others around them. The 2 women are named Bujia and Bushi. The very muscular one is called Nyo Tai, but he prefers to be called Tai Nyo, and there's a man of medium build named Li Gang. Are there others besides us? Ding Zhu asked curiously. There are 2 more, Voss replied. They didn't have to wait long before the door suddenly opened. Old man by Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu couldn't help but shout out upon seeing the 2 in front of him, and even Lin Feng's mouth twitched. The other people in the vehicle looked at the white-haired old man with a limp, and their expressions became quite strange. Are we really going to hunt powerful exotic beasts? The old man didn't mind and looked at Lin Feng, saying, Little Lin, you didn't come over to give me a hand when you saw me? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but eventually went over to help the old man. That's more like it. The old man patted Lin Feng's arm and said, Are you really going to come with us? Lin Feng asked, staring at the old man in front of him. The old man leisurely took a wine bottle from his waist, took a big swig, and said, You've seen fewer exotic beasts than I have killed. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Feng helped the old man sit down and shook his head helplessly. Ding Zhu then looked at Huang Zheng. Are you still coming along? Huang Zheng rolled his eyes and said irritably, Do you think I want to? I was dragged here to drive. After saying that, he pulled out a black suitcase from under his seat and went to the driver's seat. Not long after, the vehicle started. What's the target this time? Looking at the fierce, exotic beast in the photo, the scarred middle-aged man licked his lips with excitement. Just from the photo, its ferocity is evident. This is a target worthy of them. Exactly. This group of exotic beasts can test your progress. Understood. Then you notify everyone to start preparing. As long as you pass this test, you will officially join us. At that time, everything you want will be yours. Is revenge also possible? Ha ha. The man laughed heartily, then suddenly stopped and nodded heavily. Exactly, this is our target. Chapter 29, Familiarity. The carriage had been quiet, but no one expected Wang Chei and Lin Feng to start discussing. In fact, there are other ways to maintain shooting stability, such as using our arms, which can also form a shape similar to a support. Indeed, that can work, but it requires specialized training for the arms. If we want to enhance the power, the simplest way is actually to modify the bullets. Looking at Lin Feng and Wang Chei, who were passionately discussing in the corner, the others in the carriage exchanged glances. Finally, it was Voss who spoke up. Are you all from Zhang Zhao's camp? Yes. Captain Zhang is our escort team leader. Voss shook his head with a smile. Then we are quite similar. Zhang Xiao was once our team leader too. You are also from our camp? Ding Zhu was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't heard the older members of the camp mention this. Not exactly. We were from the same organization before. Organization? That means people from the big city. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. They quickly became familiar with each other. Ding Zhu also discovered that these few people in front of him formed a very complete team. Bu Jia and Bu Shi were scouts. Voss and Li Gang were frontline attackers. Wang Che was the sniper, and Tainyo was heavy firepower. This could be said to be a complete combat squad, far better than their random assembly. No wonder Zhang shouted and seek out the other deputy leaders from the camp. Lin Feng looked at Wang Che in front of him and could tell from their conversation that this squad was indeed extraordinary. Wang Che looked at Lin Feng beside him, feeling quite amazed. The moment he saw Lin Feng, he sensed that the other person must be an excellent sniper. But after this conversation, he realized that Lin Feng was far more outstanding than he had anticipated. Voss suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, how old are you this year?" 15. Not yet 16. Hearing this, Voss's eyes lit up. "Have you thought about which city to go to?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I really don't know much about these." Voss thought for a moment and said, "It would be great if a team was willing to take you to Dongbin." Clearly, they also knew that the treatment of outsiders in the big cities of Yuan and Yinfeng was not very good. Or joining those big organizations would be good too. Bujia Suden is Sepulkup. Zhang Gang looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Aren't organizations generally recruiting college graduates?" Jia shook his head. "Most organizations are indeed like that, but there are some special organizations that directly recruit people with clean backgrounds to train themselves." At this moment, Voss seemed to have thought of something and then shook his head somewhat helplessly. "I know what you're referring to, and that place is indeed good, but the requirements for people are also quite high." After speaking, Voss looked at Lin Feng in front of him and said apologetically, "It's not that you're lacking. It's just that the requirements there are exceptionally high. Even now, I doubt Wang Che would pass their assessment." Hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Even Wang Che can't do it? To be honest, Wang Che should be among the top few he has seen in the wilderness, and someone like that can't make it?" At this moment, Wang Che did not refute and simply replied calmly, "I've been there and heard some things about them. Those people are indeed terrifying." After thinking for a moment, Wang Che continued, "Once, one of their top teams killed a sand moon that triggered a large-scale beast tide with just a 6-person squad." Lin Feng. Dingzhu. "You're not joking, are you? A 6-person squad, a large-scale beast tide, and a sand moon. What does a large-scale beast tide mean? It could directly breach an ordinary big city, and to command such a scale of sand moon, at least it must be level 20 or above. Not to mention, a large-scale beast tide usually has more than one leader-level beast. In such a situation, killing the commanding sand moon with only 6 people? Are they even human?" Lin Feng decisively shook his head. He was very self-aware. Even with 519, he would need time to grow to that level, at least 3 to 5 years. At 519, is this even human talk? The vehicle continued to drive steadily, and the conversations inside the carriage gradually quieted down, eventually leading to most people closing their eyes to rest. Except for the old man by. He was still drinking, continuously downing one bottle after another. Especially when someone was supplying him. He had completely turned into an unlimited drinker. With a light sound, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Lin Feng also opened his eyes, and the carriage door was open from the outside. Looking out, Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ruined high-rise buildings, weathered remnants, and exposed skeletons. Everything you can imagine about the apocalypse seems to be found here. For a moment, Lin Feng even felt a bit dazed, as if he had returned to the time he watched apocalypse videos in his past life. "Lucky us. We actually found a ruined city to use as a resting point," Voss chuckled. "At least we don't have to worry about a sandstorm suddenly hitting tonight." Tainyo also said in a deep voice. The others nodded. This time of year, sandstorms were frequent in the wilderness. That's how it is in the wilderness. Besides being cautious of beasts, various natural disasters can also take your life. However, everyone present was seasoned survivors in the wilderness, and they quickly set up a resting place without much time. "Oh, I really need to rest well." Huang Zheng lay on the newly laid bed, not wanting to get up at all. The others could understand. After all, driving all day was not easy. Bu Jia and Bu Shi explored the surroundings. Wing Ke, Lin Feng, find a high point to set up a defensive position. By Lao Tu, Ding Zhu, you guys prepare dinner. The rest, except for Huang Zheng, will take turns on night watch. Listening to Zhang Zhao's arrangements, everyone present nodded. Wang Che pointed to a somewhat ruined high-rise building not far away and said, "Let's go check it out first." All right. The two took some equipment and walked towards the building. Along the way, they crossed various remnants. and Lin Feng suddenly became curious. How do these cities usually become like this? Internal strife, beast tides. After a pause, Wang Che continued. Internal strife generally accounts for a large part of the reason. Why? Is it really that resources in big cities are scarce? At this point, Lin Feng was genuinely puzzled. In such a harsh environment in the wilderness, he hadn't heard of any camp collapsing due to internal strife. Chapter 30 Wang Che's evaluation. Wang Che turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Do you know why the big cities in the Rock Peak system are not very welcoming to hunters from the wilderness? Lin Feng shook his head. It's simple. The biggest internal conflict in the central city of Rock Peak was instigated by a hunter from the wilderness. The direct consequence of that conflict was that half of the high-ranking officials in the central city of Rock Peak were either killed or seriously injured. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression froze. Wang Che didn't say much more and led Lin Feng into the building. I must say, the construction of these buildings has a very industrial feel, with thick walls and small doors and windows. This also made their visibility instantly poor as soon as they entered. Wang Che was on alert, with a pistol in his left hand and a short knife in his right. Lin Feng followed behind, placing safety night light strips along the path they walked. These night light strips could indicate safe routes in the dark. If they encountered danger in the camp below, they could immediately follow this path to retreat to the upper floors. They could also design obstacles along the way to hinder any pursuing threats. It was a very practical wilderness survival strategy. Speaking of which, this was also a sign that their small team was sufficiently wealthy and capable. Generally, a small team would be lucky just to send someone over to take a quick look. In the dimly lit stairwell, only the sound of Wang Che and Lin Feng's breathing could be heard. Fortunately, there were basically no obstacles on the stairs, which made it easier for the two of them. However, the building was quite tall. They had been walking for 20 minutes and had only covered half of it. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Che's gaze suddenly flickered. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, and 3 blood blossoms bloomed in the darkness, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Desert poison lizard, average level. Wang Che noticed Lin Feng leaning forward to take a look and thought he wanted to see what it was, so he took the initiative to explain. Lin Feng nodded non-committally, thinking that since the creature had already fled, there was no need to say more. They continued to move up. Wang Che's long knife suddenly swept across the ground, creating a spark as it sliced a black scorpion with its tail upright in half. Let's keep going. It was clear that they had now entered the living area of these exotic beasts. Wang Che's attacks were becoming more frequent, and as for Lin Feng, why exert himself when he could just follow along? Moreover, the real threat had been scared off when Wang Che fired his gun. Lin Feng naturally decided to take it easy and just be a tool for placing light strips. After spending about 40 minutes, the two finally reached the top floor. Lin Feng gathered some discarded materials on the top floor and built a simple sniper platform. Seeing this, Wang Che nodded in satisfaction. Although Lin Feng had not performed well during the ascent, he did have some talent in sniping. The structure of this sniper platform was much better than Wang Che had initially imagined. This platform is built well, but even though we are snipers, we still need to pay attention to our skills. Wang Che couldn't help but remind him. Speaking of which, during the ascent, he had intentionally let a few simple exotic beasts approach to see Lin Feng's close combat capabilities. However, Lin Feng hadn't even noticed them. That was a bit lacking. Lin Feng didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, "Yes, I still have a lot to learn from you. As long as you have the willingness to learn," Wang Che responded, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Feel free to ask me anything. Of course, as long as it doesn't bother you, Brother Wang. These are small matters." The two chatted as they made their way to the camp. Upon arriving at the established camp, Wang Che first spoke to Zhang Xiao about the situation above. Zhang Xiao nodded slightly in response, and then asked Lin Feng to help the old man by. Watching Lin Feng cooking with the old man by, Zhang Xiao asked, "How do you feel?" "There's no denying my sniping skills, but my close combat is still too weak. It's understandable, considering he grew up in the wilderness. To reach this level in sniping shows strong talent." Vols, who had leaned in, commented to Zhang Xiao, "If you add your recommendation letter, I believe entering our preparatory camp shouldn't be a problem." However, Zhang Xiao shook his head. "If that's the case, the danger level of him entering our organization would be quite high. Vols did not refute this, as their reserve units were not training organizations, but combat units like theirs. Unfortunately, university was still too expensive for them. Yes, but that is not something we can solve. Before long, Bu Jia and Bu Shi returned, reporting on the surrounding environment and confirming that there were no significant dangers. Everyone relaxed and sat down to start eating and preparing to rest. Although it was just a bus ride, it had been tiring, and Lin Feng soon fell asleep in his tent. It wasn't until the next morning that he woke up. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng suddenly heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. System reminder. Would you like to start signing in? After calculating, it seemed like it was that time of the month again. After completing this sign-in, he should be able to obtain another treasure. Speaking of which, these things were indeed powerful. Hopefully, this time the item would be closer to him. After all, since acquiring a 519, his improvements in 1 month had been more terrifying than his previous year's progress. It had truly reignited his previously dismissive attitude towards the system. Sign in, Lin Feng silently thought. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cosmic-level treasure, the Formless Divine Mask. In the next moment, the scene before Lin Feng began to change. A pure white space appeared before him. Lin Feng vaguely saw some facial outlines, and the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Master recognition completed. Please proceed to claim your treasure. The coordinates appeared in Lin Feng's mind once again. Lin Feng was not surprised. Although the emergence of A519 had changed his life and made him aware of the power of these treasures, wanting the system to change was still unrealistic. But in the next second, Lin Feng shot up from the ground. This coordinate, this location, it's actually on this planet. What the hell? This can't be real. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This news was too shocking for him. Chapter 31. Wyvern Species Rip. The tent zipper was pulled open, and Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng, who was standing there with a dazed expression and slightly frowned, asking, "What's wrong? Encountered something?" Lin Feng took a deep breath, looked at Ding Zhu, and shook his head. "It's nothing." Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. "If it's nothing, then come out to eat. What are you doing standing there so early in the morning?" After saying that, Ding Zhu turned around and left. Lin Feng stood in place, silently reciting the mantra of the meditation method several times before finally calming his mood. Dressed and ready, Lin Feng walked out of the tent where the food was already prepared. While eating, he kept staring at the coordinates in his mind. Speaking of which, Lin Feng initially thought that what the system gave him was a piece of memory, but after meditating, he realized that the coordinates provided by the system were actually directly embedded in his soul. They would never disappear. Lin Feng stared at these coordinates for quite a while and suddenly discovered a problem. The coordinates were actually moving. Although the movement was very slight, it was indeed moving, and after moving for a while, the target would return to the original spot and then remain still. This pattern of movement seemed to resemble a human, perhaps even a human who was at work. At this moment, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The target was merely carrying it on themselves, and they were still using it? After all, there was the precedent of the A519 jewel, which could give rise to a civilization even around the intelligent Skylock. It couldn't be an exception, could it? Overthinking was pointless. He would find out when he saw it with his own eyes. Lin Feng thought to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the old man beside him and pointed in a direction. "Old man, where can that direction lead to?" The old man took a sip of his drink, looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, and said nonchalantly, "Central City of Rock Peak." Beside him, Voss added, "Not just Central City of Rock Peak, but also the satellite cities of Rock Peak in that direction." A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and then he nodded silently. Central City of Rock Peak, satellite city, he remembered. After eating and drinking enough, everyone got back in the car. And this time Huang Zheng was still driving. "Have you all gathered?" "Report, Coach, a total of 13 people have arrived." "Not bad. One more has died during this time at the camp. Soon I will achieve my goal of leaving 10 people." Listening to the cruel words of the middle-aged man, the faces of the 13 people present showed no signs of fluctuation. They had come to understand the demon in front of them during the journey. The person was not just talking. He truly hoped they would die early until only 10 were left. This time you all go by yourselves. I want to follow. The middle-aged man glanced at their necks. The people present felt a slight electric current emanating from the foreign object in their necks. Understood. The 13 people shouted in unison. The middle-aged man nodded, casually tossed them a set of car keys, and then turned and walked away. The 13 people took the keys and quickly made their way to the parking lot, started the vehicle, and charged into the depths of the wilderness. The middle-aged man watched these people leave before getting on a modified two-wheeled motorcycle. Vroom vroom, accompanied by the roar from the exhaust. The motorcycle vanished into the vast wilderness. Crackle, crackle. A yellow sandstorm engulfed the sky, and the people inside the vehicle could only look outside through the small windows. Fortunately, our vehicle is heavy, otherwise with such strong winds, we might have been flipped over long ago. Zhang Gang licked his lips and said, a bit terrified. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, during the strongest gust of wind just now, even their vehicle was shaking continuously. Knock, knock, knock. Sounds of knocking came from the front, and Voss opened a small window connecting to the cockpit. I checked the map. We are almost there, Zhang Xiao said to everyone inside the vehicle through the small window. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. After more than 3 days of effort, were they finally about to arrive? Captain, can we say this is our goal for this time? Wing asked, gripping the handle of the suitcase containing the sniper rifle. Zhang Xiao nodded, then surprisingly pulled out several paper documents and handed them to Voss, who distributed them to the others. Lin Feng glanced at the documents, and his brow jumped. Sandstorm wyvern, long wings, yellow scales, lizard-like physique, and of course, the most eye-catching are those sharp horns. Wyvern. It's actually a dragon-type beast, Voss said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. At this moment, the old man by sitting next to Lin Feng also spoke. It is said that the reason for the formation of the wilderness is due to a giant dragon falling from beyond the stars. I originally thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems it might not be. The old man by had completely shed his previous drunken demeanor, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. At the same time, a document appeared in front of Lin Feng. Basic magical creature identification from the beginner mage training manual of the mysterious continent of Roland. Lin Feng looked at the 2 words magic, then glanced at the firearms in his hands. Indeed, the vast universe is truly capable of accommodating various civilizations to grow and flourish. Opening the document, the contents began to scroll by themselves. Soon it landed on the wyvern species. Wyvern species, secondary dragon-type creature born from the bloodline infection of high-level dragon-type beings or forced mating, resulting in a downgraded bloodline. Although they exhibit various abilities, they generally struggle to break through the level constraints of their bloodline source. Lin Feng looked at the information provided by A519, then compared it with the document in his hand. He had to admit that the information from the mysterious continent of Roland had a deeper understanding of these wyverns. But there was also a problem. Is this something we can actually hunt? Lin Feng raised his head to look at Zhang Xiao. According to any of the recorded information, once this creature matures, it could easily exceed level 30, not to mention its formidable bloodline. Even humans of the same level would not be their match, let alone their temporary team. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, don't worry. The powerful strength of dragon-type creatures is based on the abundant resources that support their growth. In terms of the barren wilderness, it cannot provide the resources needed for them to mature. At this point, Zhang Xiao paused, then continued. Chapter 32. The subdragon's lair. It can even be said that ensuring the other party's survival is not easy. Hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the information provided by A519. It did indeed mention that dragon-type creatures favor treasures because they require a large amount of resources to sustain their growth and survival. So what is the significance of us forming this kind of team? Ding Zhu also looked at Zhang Xiao and asked, because of the dragon guards. Although the survival of sub-dragons is difficult, they can infect the nearby exotic beasts with their bloodline powers to become their guardians. The others in the carriage nodded in agreement. Wolves also glanced deeply at Zhang Xiao. He was sure that this information was not even available in their organization. Your task is simple. Just help me eliminate these dragon guard exotic beasts. The rest, I will handle myself. Zhang Zhao's tone was calm, but the dominance in his words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone, prepare for battle. Wolves scanned the group and spoke directly. Lin Feng nodded and then glanced at Ding Zhu beside him. The latter instantly understood, reaching into his backpack to take out a wooden box filled with neatly arranged gray-black powder. This is the concealment powder, which can mask our scent. Upon hearing this, Wolves and Wang Che were momentarily stunned. They quickly reacted. Wasn't that from the wolf pack back then? Ding Zhu noticed the dazed expressions of everyone and thought they didn't trust him, so he hurriedly explained. This stuff is really useful. We have tested it. Even the sand wolves, who have an extremely keen sense of smell, couldn't detect us from a distance of 800 meters. Ding Zhu was about to continue, but was interrupted by Wolves. No need to explain, we've seen the effects. After saying that, he took the box and began distributing it to his team members. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. Seen it? Could it be that someone else knows how to make this? The old man also looked at Wolves and the others with confusion. Did they really trust Lin Feng so much? Speaking of which, as the person who knew Lin Feng the best, he actually had doubts about the effectiveness of this stuff. Huang Zheng in front directly turned around and said to everyone in the carriage, Ding Zhu, don't play tricks. This is a matter of life and death. Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. To shut your mouth, would we joke about our lives if it didn't work? Huang Zheng wanted to say more, but was pressed down by Zhang Xiao. It's fine, we'll find out step by step whether it works. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They weren't fools. Wasn't it better to explore gradually? Everyone got ready, just as the wind and sand outside began to settle down. Get out of the car. Huang Zheng took the opportunity to get out and rest for a moment, shaking his old waist while glancing over the equipment of Wolves and the others, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. Wolves and the others were well equipped. Even in the big cities, they could be considered quite good. All uniform 5th-generation gear from large companies. Thinking of this, Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu again. TSK, TSK, TSK. A set of 3rd-generation equipment is still a trophy. Just as he was lamenting, Huang Zheng suddenly spotted the clothes Lin Feng was wearing, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly walked over. What are you wearing? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng's woven fabric. This is torn fabric from the mimetic camouflage cloth? Zhang Yang, someone from the big city, recognized it at a glance. Huang Zheng pointed at Lin Feng and couldn't help but scold. Wasteful. Even if you didn't want to sell it to me, you didn't have to tear it into strips. Of course, the real meaning of this was, you would rather tear it into strips than sell it to me? Wolves and the others looked at Lin Feng with surprise. They hadn't realized Lin Feng was such an emotional person. Moreover, tearing the mimetic camouflage cloth into strips was indeed quite wasteful. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zheng and said, "Ly, with the few hundred star coins you're offering, I wouldn't sell it to you even if I tore it apart. Who told you that tearing the mimetic camouflage cloth is wasteful? A few hundred star coins?" Wolves and Wang Che exchanged glances. This thing really should have been torn. Huang Zheng realized he was in the wrong, but still muttered. Tearing at his waist, isn't that common sense? Still being stubborn. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu stepped forward to hit him, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Ignoring Huang Zheng, Lin Feng instead took a magazine from his waist and handed it to Wang Che. Wang Che was momentarily stunned, looking at the magazine in his hand. What is this? The others nearby also looked over, but only saw a hint of crimson. A special type of bullet, it might come in handy. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng burst out laughing. Lin Feng, aren't you being a bit too funny? The equipment on their bodies is 2 generations higher than yours. And you bring out these subpar bullets bought from the wilderness. You shouldn't embarrass yourself. Under normal circumstances, Ding Zhu should have gone up to hit him now. But this time, even he didn't move, while the others, including Wang Che, looked at Lin Feng with strange expressions. Lin Feng didn't explain, because just talking about it was meaningless. It had to be experienced to be useful. It probably won't be used, just hold on to it. Wang Che thought for a moment and felt it was best to consider Lin Feng's feelings at this time, nodding and saying, "No problem, I'll hold on to it." After saying that, he placed it in the most convenient spot for easy access. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao shook his head and then directly ordered, "All right. Huang Zheng stays behind to watch the car. Everyone else prepare, we're leaving now." "Yes." Wolves and the others responded reflexively. Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and the old man exchanged glances. These people claimed to come from some organization, but their style really resembled that of soldiers. Set off. With Zhang Zhao's command, everyone immediately spread out tactically. Bu Jia and Bu Shi were on the left and right. Wuls and Zhang Gang moved forward on both sides, with Iron Bull in the center and a clear path in front of him. Lin Feng and Wang Che stayed close to each other, temporarily without any tasks. While the others stood back, maintaining formation, everyone walked in the direction designated by Zhang Xiao. The sandstorm finally passed. Let's move quickly. We don't have much time left. Damn, who would have thought we would encounter something like this? Do you think that person would care if you encountered a sandstorm? Upon hearing this, everyone in the vehicle fell silent. According to the other party's thoughts, what would it matter if they all died in the desert? All right, let's move, otherwise we really won't make it in time. The vehicle started, turning into an arrow shot straight into the depths of the wilderness. Everyone lay flat on a mound, their eyes fixed on a protruding rock below. To be precise, they were looking at the large dark hole beneath the protruding rock. That is the lair of the sub-dragon, Zhang Xiao said. I don't see any traces of those Dragon Guard exotic beasts, Wu said with some confusion. Right at the entrance. And some are underground. The old white-haired man, who had been quite inconspicuous, suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng glanced at the old man, who was lying on the ground, surprisingly taking off the clothing from his somewhat lame left leg and laying it down on the ground. The strongest one was in an underground stone chamber about 30 meters below, while other creatures were concentrated at the entrance, and some were hiding beneath the ground at the entrance. Listening to the old man, Woles glanced thoughtfully at the old man's left leg. The underground breathing technique listened to the earth. The old man did not reply, but others revealed expressions of realization. But even if they were all at the entrance, it would still be difficult, Wang Che said with a slight frown. Yes, if they're all gathered at the entrance, what are they going to do? Are they going to charge indirectly? Simple, just get close and throw a few grenades in, Lin Feng said. For him, this was actually the simplest situation. But there are Dragon Guard beasts underground at the entrance. How can we get close? Woles shook his head. Lin Feng hadn't spoken yet, but Zhang Xiao spoke up first. Speaking of which, the last time I was at this position, I saw beasts come out. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at their own bodies. Concealment powder. Do you have grenades? Lin Feng asked Woles. No grenades, but I have this. Woles pulled out a pure white plastic brick from his pocket. Type 2 explosive? The old man blurted out the name of the brick. Woles nodded with a smile. Pull the fuse, it will explode in 40 seconds. As for the power, his gaze swept around, finally focusing on the entrance. If we can really throw it to the entrance, it would make things much easier for us. Lin Feng nodded, then pulled on the strips of cloth on his side, causing all the strips on his clothes to droop down. For a moment, even Zhang Xiao felt his vision blur. Give it to me. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Woles handed the brick to him. Be careful. Just as Ding Zhu's words fell, Lin Feng took the brick and directly pulled the fuse, then dashed towards the entrance. He charged straight in. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then their hearts skipped a beat. The old man used both hands to crush a nearby stone. Wang Che also whispered, Is he trying to get himself killed? The beasts at the entrance started to move. The old man said in a deep voice, It's over. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. There was no way. Lin Feng's action was indeed risky. Charging in boldly, did he think those beasts were fools? Here they come. But at that moment, Ding Zhu also began to speak. Looking up, everyone was dumbfounded. A person? The big one, just now, was a living person, and he had just pulled the fuse of the bomb, and was now covered in strips of cloth? Wang Che even opened the scope of his sniper rifle, constantly scanning the empty ground before him, but still found nothing. Damn, even the usually taciturn Iron Bull cursed. Ding Zhu, however, looked at the old man. Old man, did you hear that? The old man closed his eyes and fell silent for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, 300 meters. And the beasts inside the entrance have gone quiet. Everyone gasped. 300 meters. They were both surprised that the old man could still find Lin Feng, and also amazed that Lin Feng was only 300 meters away from the entrance. This distance for them, martial artists above level 7, was just 2 to 3 sprinting distances. More importantly, they hadn't been discovered by those Dragon Guard beasts. That was the most terrifying part. They made their move. The next moment, a white brick flew through everyone's sight, firmly crashing towards the entrance. Let's go, Zhang Xiao decisively ordered. accompanied by a bright white light flashing in the cave. Everyone present stood up, holding their weapons, and pulled the triggers towards the cave and the ground in front of it. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion echoed from the cave. A massive flame shot out from the entrance, and for a moment, the ground in front of the entrance was charred and cracked, revealing the dragon guard sand scorpions underneath, covered in yellowish armor and sharp spikes. The exposed scorpions had not yet reacted when countless bullets had already poured towards them. Tot-tot-tot. 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 The sound of bullets firing never stopped, especially Iron Bull's six-barrel machine gun. The muzzle seemed to ignite a blue flame. Damn! Iron Bull's machine gun kept firing, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. Meanwhile, apart from Zhang Xiao, who didn't make a move, everyone else was excited. So exhilarating, especially in such a battle under the pressure of weaponry. It was simply a release of their inner desire for slaughter. They were enjoying it. The exposed Dragon Guard beasts below were not having it so easy. Even with the reinforced armor compared to ordinary beasts, they couldn't withstand such attacks. Not to mention being so close to the explosion site, they were momentarily stunned. The vast majority of the Dragon Guard beasts hadn't even reacted before their bodies were riddled with holes. At the same time, Iron Bull and the others began to step closer. They realized that Lin Feng's toss had a better effect than they had imagined. With the outside already in such a state, the beasts in the cave actually showed no signs of coming out. Finally, a pair of green eyes lit up in the dark cave. Just as they were about to come out, there was a bang. Wing Chies's sniper rifle, which had been inactive, fired, and the pale bullet instantly created a spray of blood in the middle of those eyes. Nice shot, Wole's praised, and his gun also turned towards the entrance, quickly emptying another magazine. Seeing that the exposed Dragon Guard beasts had been mostly cleared out, Zhang Xiao decisively ordered, "Clear the entrance again." Hearing the command, Iron Bull naturally didn't hesitate to turn his gun and began to sweep towards the entrance. Amidst the continuous firing and Wang Che's occasional precise shots, everyone crossed over the bodies of the Dragon Guard beasts on the ground. Arriving less than 100 meters from the entrance, a flare was thrown inside. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The explosion of the brick was confined to such a small entrance, directly doubling its explosive power. The Dragon Guard beasts gathered here were almost instantly scorched. Now, what could be seen at the entire entrance was a pile of charred remains fused together like black charcoal. Even the few places that were not touched by the heat were reduced to mush by the powerful shockwave. This must be the most effective use of the brick so far. Zhang Gang couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 34. Hostage upon hearing this, Walls couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Well, we ever had contact with alien beasts within 300 meters. It was all calculated timing after all. This thing only had an explosion time of 40 seconds, and alien beasts aren't stupid. If they see you coming from a distance, they will run away. It was only Lin Feng who could make the alien beasts unable to smell or see him. Within 300 meters, he could directly throw into the enemies, later using his arm strength. The members of the team looked at each other and ultimately shook their heads. Speaking of this thing, they had used it to break mountains or alter terrain before. It was never intended for direct use against alien beasts. Listening to their discussion, Zhang Xiao didn't participate much, but instead looked at the old man by beside him. Was it time for him to take action? The old man by understood, placing his crutch back on the ground, closing his eyes to feel for a moment, and then said to Zhang Xiao, "It's already been cleaned up. There are only 3 or 5 left, and they are mostly inhaling more than exhaling." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh again at Lin Feng's achievements. As for Zhang Xiao, without any hesitation after hearing the news, he directly dove into the cave entrance in front of him. Watching his decisive figure, everyone felt for a moment that he wasn't going to fight the Yalong, but rather to kill a pig. While they were exchanging glances, Huang Zheng encountered big trouble. The sound of explosions from afar startled Huang Zheng, making his hand tremble, causing the match he was using to light his cigarette to fall to the ground. What the hell? Is this an attack on a city? Huang Zheng, with a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't help but complain. If it wasn't an attack on a city, then what was it? Of course, it was an assault on the Yalong cave, but you... Halfway through his words, all the hair on Huang Zheng's body suddenly stood on end as he reached for his waist. "Don't move. My knife is very sharp." Feeling the pain of his skin tearing at his neck, Huang Zhang's body tensed up, and he didn't dare to move anymore. Seeing that the person in front of him had already been subdued, Number 8 spoke through his communication earpiece. Report number 2, the lookout has been taken down. According to him, someone has already gone to the Yalong lair. Received. Not long after, Huang Zheng heard a faint sound of tracks crushing fine sand. Hearing this sound, Huang Zheng froze for a moment, and then his heart sank. Something was off. This team was suspicious. A vehicle with a noise-canceling design should not appear in the wilderness. After all, the primary need in the wilderness is always power. Everything else is optional. Such a noise-canceling design could only come from a big city, and it had to be from a large organization within the big city, as smaller organizations couldn't produce such vehicles. Moreover, the way they were calling each other by numbers indicated their identities were not ordinary. They might even be executing some special task. Thinking of this, Huang Zheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had a premonition that this time, he might be in deep trouble. Hearing the sound of people getting out of the vehicle behind him, Huang Zheng couldn't help but speak up. Heroes, I know where the person you're looking for is. I'll take you there. I'm just a driver who got dragged into this. I don't have anything and don't know anything. The kid seems quite perceptive, huh? Suddenly, a scarred face appeared in Huang Zheng's line of sight, and the fierce gaze matched that face. Huang Zheng's legs trembled, and he began to speak with a quivering voice. This brother, I'm really just a driver. You see, I don't even take me hunting, really. I don't know anything. Watching Huang Zheng's near-pants wedding performance, a tall, skinny young man beside him said with a hint of impatience, "Stop playing around. Let's go check it out. If they really got to the Yalong first and killed it, our mission would be ruined." Number 2 said disdainfully, "Kill them. And we'll just kill them too. What are we afraid of?" Hearing this, Huang Zheng's mind was echoing a single word. Finished. He initially thought these people were no good, but now it seemed they were indeed ruthless. They were exactly the kind of desperate criminals who would kill without hesitation. Slap. Number 2 reached out and slapped Huang Zheng's face, saying, "All right, I won't make it hard for you. Take us to the Yalong lair." "No problem, no problem. They are in that direction." Huang Zheng quickly pointed in the direction Zhang Xiao and the others had left, his feet moving involuntarily as if he was going to lead the way himself. Number 2 patted Huang Zheng and said, "Let's go, get in the car. We'll drive over." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's face stiffened, but he still had to walk towards the car. The vehicle started again, and Huang Zheng noticed that this car was even more luxurious than he had imagined, which made him question, could they be military personnel from a big city? Ding Zhu looked at the green blood scattered all over the ground, then turned back to the deep, dark cave entrance and couldn't help but shake his head. He initially thought it would be a tough battle, but it turned out to be so easy. Walls withdrew his worried gaze from the cave entrance and casually said, "We have to thank Lin Feng, whether it's his concealment powder or that special outfit." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. If it weren't for these things that allowed Lin Feng to approach and throw that brick, they would still be worrying about how to get close to the cave entrance. Don't be fooled by how easily they dealt with the Dragon Guard sand scorpions on the ground. It was because the explosion's heat wave and shock wave exposed them directly. Otherwise, they probably would have lost personnel at this step. By the way, why hasn't Lin Feng come over yet? The old man while rewrapping his injured leg with bandages, asked with some confusion. He probably went on guard. We usually do this. One person cleans up the battlefield while the other stands guard not far away, Ding Zhu casually explained. He was quite familiar with Lin Feng, especially his cautious character amid his madness. Just as he was about to call Lin Feng through the communicator, unexpectedly, his communicator transmitted a voice first. "Stay alert, someone is coming." Lin Feng's serious voice came through the communication, and the people present instantly entered a state of alert without any hesitation. Wang Che even swiftly dodged into the cave, lying on the ground and steadily setting up his sniper rifle. Walls glanced at the severed limbs and broken legs on the ground, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Soon from the outside, the entire front of the cave could no longer see any figures, leaving only a scene of devastation behind. Chapter 35 Special Bullets. The car stopped at the location where Lin Feng and the others had just ambushed. But it didn't move forward. Instead, it halted on the dirt slope. Soon, two people got out of the car, number 2 and number 1. Where do you think they went? Number 2 asked, licking his lips. Number 1 looked at the mess at the cave entrance and suddenly showed a cruel smile. Who cares about that? Just run them over. Upon hearing this, number 2 wasted no time and pulled down number 10 from the driver's seat, taking his place. Virum. The roar of the engine instantly echoed through the valley, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones as it charged straight towards the cave entrance. At the same time, the rear door of the vehicle opened, and the personnel inside rushed out, guns in hand, maintaining a combat stance as they followed the speeding vehicle down. Damn! The group hidden beneath the pile of shattered corpses at the cave entrance couldn't help but curse under their breath. With a vehicle like that and at such speed, they were likely to be crushed. They had seriously underestimated the opponent's intellect. They had planned to ambush from here and catch the enemy off guard. But now they found themselves in a predicament. If they chose to come out, they would be met with a hail of bullets. But if they stayed hidden, they would face the crushing force of the vehicle. In the end, Voss gritted his teeth and prepared to order a counterattack. Since it had come to this, they could only choose to fight back. Just then, Wang Che's communicator suddenly crackled with Lin Feng's voice. Winke, change to the magazine I gave you. And fire continuously. Click, click. Wang Che quickly swapped out the magazine Lin Feng had handed him when he got out of the car. Bang, bang. Without any hesitation, he fired twice in quick succession. At the same time, he also heard 3 more gunshots from Lin Feng through the communicator. Clearly, Lin Feng was also firing at the same time. Hearing the whistling bullets zooming past, Voss shouted, "Let us do this. If you want to do something, you can't be afraid for your life." The hidden group simultaneously placed their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. At that moment, the bullets fired by Wang Che and Lin Feng finally struck the speeding vehicle. However, neither number 2 inside the car nor number 1 outside showed any fear on their faces. Although that guy was indeed quite ruthless, the equipment they were given was undoubtedly top-notch. In this wilderness, they didn't believe that just anyone could shoot and penetrate their vehicle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding ding. The sound of 5 bullets hitting overlapped, and finally, there were 2 impact sounds. And the next moment, whoosh. Flames. Crimson flames. Countless flames engulfed the entire vehicle. Number 7 and number 8, who were closest to the vehicle, were hit in the face by the flames and instantly ignited. The group following behind was thrown into chaos. What the hell is this? What just happened? This is too terrifying. A glimmer of joy flashed in Voss's eyes. Let us go. The group instantly scrambled up from the pile of limbs, gripping their firearms tightly without letting go. Hot, 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 hot. A hail of metal bullets came pouring in, and number 13 and number 10 hadn't even recovered from the shock of the flames when they lost their combat effectiveness. If it weren't for their bulletproof vests, they would probably be full of holes by now. Seeing this scene, number 1 felt a rush of heat. Damn, no before he could finish his thought. He suddenly ducked to the side as a black bullet grazed his nose and struck number 5 beside him. Puff! The dark bullet easily pierced through number 5's bulletproof vest and entered his body. Number 5 was dead. Number 1 had time to feel angry when Voss and the others' second wave of attacks arrived. Rat-a-tat-tat. Because of the sudden cold gunfire, they had genuinely missed the best opportunity for a counterattack. In such a battle, this kind of mistake only meant one thing: death. In the distance, beside a desert motorcycle, a muscular middle-aged man watched everything happening with a blank expression. Even without using any equipment, he could still see the situation clearly. With a click, he pressed the communicator beside him. "Chief, this batch of people failed the final test. I recommend restarting the artificial warrior program." The chief on the other end of the communicator didn't hesitate and directly replied, "Restart it. You return to the base to oversee the project and begin research on the blood enhancement agent." Yes. The connection was then cut off. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the battlefield, finally resting momentarily on a dirt hill to the side before he mounted his desert motorcycle and left. Throughout all, the middle-aged man made no moves, as if the lives of those below were not worth his concern, as if they were less significant than a pet, of course. If he had one. Hiss. Zhang Gang endured the intense pain and pulled the bullet out his shoulder, while Bushi hurriedly applied some hemostatic powder and wrapped it with bandages. Voss's expression was also somewhat gloomy. He had to admit that the opponents were indeed very skilled warriors, even though they had suffered a near-fatal blow at the start. Their subsequent counterattacks had left almost everyone injured. Where on earth did these people come from? Voss looked seriously at Huang Zheng in front of him. Huang Zheng, looking slightly dazed, raised his head to meet Voss's gaze, his eyelids twitching slightly as his singed eyebrows fell like snow. Seeing this scene, the old white-haired man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But he had to admit that the opponent was really lucky. Although he had been burned into a black egg, just look at that vehicle not far away, which had been burned to the point that even the frame was gone. The fact that he could still be rescued in the end was already a blessing from his ancestors. Coughing a couple of times, Huang Zheng's cracked voice finally spoke. I don't know, I was just smoking by the car and hadn't realized what was happening before I was taken hostage. After saying this, Huang Zheng paused and shared his speculation. Voss narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking extremely grim as if he had thought of something. The old white-haired man beside him couldn't help but sigh. As expected, when it comes to this time, it becomes a time of trouble. Hearing this, Huang Zheng seemed to understand something, his eyes filled with contemplation. Should he go back a bit earlier? While they were talking, Wang Che also returned from the burned vehicle to Voss. It's burned like this. It's really impossible to find any clues. I can only say it's a good car. A good car. That's the biggest clue, Voss said as he finished his last puff of smoke. Wang Che nodded and looked back at the burned vehicle, then glanced at the magazine Lin Feng had given him, unable to help but lick his lips. The power is outrageous. To be honest, he was a bit tempted right now. He turned his gaze to Ding Zhu, who was returning, and asked, Where's Lin Feng? Hasn't he come back yet? Be cautious, Ding Zhu said as he wiped the blood off his knife. Hearing this, Voss glanced at the folding long knife in Ding Zhu's hand, which had left quite an impression on him earlier. With this knife, he sliced off the rear door of the car and rescued the constantly crying Huang Zheng from inside. Chapter 36. Too small, but thanks to Lin Feng's caution. This thought was not spoken by Voss, but he noted it in his heart. Ding Zhu's gaze swept around. Then he touched his chin and said, I think we don't need to be so cautious now. It's already rare to encounter such a situation on a single outing. If it happens again, then our luck is really too bad. As soon as Ding Zhu finished speaking, he felt that the way the people around him looked at him seemed a bit off. The others exchanged glances, and if they remembered correctly, it was right after Ding Zhu made such a relaxed remark that they suffered a sudden attack. However, they also felt that such a low-probability event happening once was already an accident. With this thought, Voss was about to call Lin Feng back. After all, almost everyone was injured, and if the enemy attacked from the outside, it would be difficult for them to provide quick support. Just as he was about to speak, Voss suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled explosion. The injured people instantly sat up, all eyes sharply focused on the cave entrance behind them. The explosion sound just now came from there. Damn! Ding Zhu couldn't help but curse, hoping it wouldn't be serious. The eyes of the old man Bai and Huang Zheng looking at Ding Zhu were also filled with caution. Speaking of which, the wasteland was very superstitious, especially towards people who had the crow's mouth type of fate. Abandoning them was a small matter. Voss and the others looked at the cave entrance with worry in their eyes. Although Zhang Xiao confidently claimed he could handle the subdragon alone, after all, it was still a subdragon. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could react, 3 more muffled explosions sounded from below. Let us go, retreat. Voss decisively called out. It was impossible to stay here and take risks any longer. The group quickly gathered their spoils and retreated, but before they could return to the previous mound, a humanoid figure had already reached the cave entrance. Looking at the humanoid creature through the scope, Lin Feng's heart suddenly began to sound alarm bells. Danger! Danger! This guy is extremely dangerous. And as Zhang Xiao emerged from the cave, his vertically slit yellow eyes immediately locked onto Lin Feng. From his perception, the only person at the scene who posed a threat to him was one, Lin Feng, who was hiding in the distance. Zhang Xiao, slightly surprised, didn't pay too much attention to Lin Feng for long. Although he was a threat to him now, it was merely a threat. As he stepped out of the dark cave, everyone could finally see the changes in Zhang Xiao. His skin had completely transformed, although there had been scars before. They did not affect his overall appearance. But now his body was composed entirely of deep grooves, which, while not very deep, were filled with an ancient and heavy quality. His pupils had completely turned into the vertical eyes of a cold-blooded animal, and the small horns on his head, though not prominent, altered the shape of his head, making him look even more like a member of the Dragon Clan. Zhang Zhao's gaze swept over the wreckage outside, and then to the injured people in the distance, and he lightly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Although the distance was far, Zhang Zhao's voice was still clearly heard by everyone. They exchanged surprised glances. Zhang Xiao at this moment gave them the feeling that he had completely entered another state. Even at such a distance, they could still feel that transcendence from a life level. Just as Voss was about to speak, he saw Zhang Xiao move his foot, and a wave-like sand surge appeared beneath him, directly sending him to the front of the group. Damn! The sight left everyone astonished. Is this an ability? Even Lin Feng, who was standing far away, was momentarily stunned. To be honest, even if Voss could leap to the front in a second, he wouldn't be this surprised. This method of movement truly exceeded his understanding. Basic knowledge of abilities from the Common Residence General Education series of the Tianyi Empire. A document appeared before Lin Feng, and when he opened it, it quickly stopped at an ability. Serial number, C3125 name, Sand Guardian level, C ability description, can control the form and movement of sand within a certain range. Ability evaluation. Although lacking the combat ability of the Starry Seas, it must be acknowledged that it is indeed top tier in terms of land combat capabilities. Looking at the information before him, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Ordinary residence? General education? He now somewhat clearly understood why A519 said the place he was in was at the edge of a desolate universe. He guessed that such information might not even be available in the big cities. But for them, it was just common knowledge. Shaking his head, Lin Feng also stood up and walked towards Voss and the others. By the time he reached them, Zhang Xiao had already heard what Voss and the others had said about what happened afterward. Well done. Zhang Xiao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "It's what we should do." Lin Feng replied with a smile as he stood still. Speaking of which, the power of those high-caliber bullets was somewhat beyond his imagination. All right, enough of this mutual flattery. Let us hurry up and leave to avoid encountering any more problems. Huang Zheng shouted while looking at Ding Zhu, genuinely scared now. Ding Zhu twitched the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly, and ignored him. The group walked towards the vehicle when Lin Feng suddenly stopped them. Wait, is something else happening? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, everyone present became instinctively alert. No, I just want to take our spoils back. Upon hearing this, Bu Jia frowned. Haven T, we already collected everything from the enemy? What else left is? The group looked around, their eyes scanning the vehicle that had been burned to a skeleton and the pile of corpses on the ground. Everyone suddenly understood. Such a special team might be hiding something behind them. They went down to collect heads and returned to the vehicle with a bag full of severed heads. This time, Lin Feng became the driver. There was no choice. Everyone was injured, so he had to be the one to drive. Zhang Xiao sat in the passenger seat, as usual, and it was clear that he was much more relaxed now, unusually at ease sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Feng, what do you think of the wasteland? After the vehicle had traveled a while, Zhang Xiao suddenly asked. Lin Feng was taken aback. What do you mean? Chaotic, lawless? Lin Feng couldn't really describe it himself. From his previous life as perspective, the wasteland was simply an uncivilized place. Although advanced in weaponry, it was no different from a tribe in terms of social structure. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, no, the wasteland has only one characteristic. It's too small. Chapter 37, Weapon Generation Gap. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Then he understood Zhang Zhao's meaning. It was as if A519 had repeatedly instilled in him that the planet he was on was merely a desolate edge. It's better to head to the big city soon. I'll write you a recommendation letter, and with your current strength, getting into Vol's organization shouldn't be a problem. Listening to Zhang Xiao, Lin Feng nodded silently. This was actually his plan as well, and it was also the reward Zhang Xiao was offering him. Initially, Zhang Xiao thought Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were just here to make up the numbers. The old man was useful, But the main force was still the little team of volumes, however. In reality, Lin Feng was the only one continuously striving against the tide. And Zhang Xiao needed to give him enough respect. What? You ask what Huangjun counts as? Just a driver, not even worth counting. After 2 days of driving and resting, everyone's condition gradually improved. Today, the driver was Huang Zheng, whose head had turned into a boiled egg. In the afternoon, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. When everyone got out of the car, they realized they had arrived at the previous broken city again. We'll rest here for the night, and tomorrow we can head back to the gathering place, Ding Zhu said while stretching. The others nodded in agreement. This trip back and forth was tiring enough, not to mention all the situations that had arisen. Let's stick to the previous distribution, but this time, check more carefully, Zhang Xiao reminded deliberately. After all, repeating tasks can lead to complacency and empiricism, so they needed to raise their vigilance. Lin Feng paired up with Wang Che and headed to the abandoned building. Feng, how's the manufacturing cost of your high-energy bullets? With no one around, Wang Che finally asked the question he had wanted to bring up. Huh? Oh, to talk about material costs, it's actually not bad, but these things are mostly handmade, so... Lin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but Wang Che understood. Handmade items, without industrialization, would not be cheap. Wang Che gritted his teeth and said, Feng, I find your gun to be average. Saying this, he took out a handgun and handed it to Lin Feng. As soon as he held the handgun, Lin Feng felt a difference. Compared to ordinary handguns, this one was significantly heavier. After touching the material of the handgun, Lin Feng had his suspicions. At the same time, Wang Che began to explain. This handgun is a product from our organization. The recoil is 3 to 4 times that of a third-generation handgun, but its power is at least 5 times greater. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a shot into the darkness. Bang! Lin Feng felt a jolt in his wrist. Even with his nearly level 6 physique, his wrist felt a bit sore. He estimated he could manage to fire 3 shots at most. As for the power, the exploding spider carcass on the distant wall and the fist-sized bullet hole left in the wall were enough evidence. Good stuff, Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Wing Ke, feeling a mix of pride and pain, said, of course, this thing took me nearly half a year of testing with the equipment department before they finally gave it to me. It's arguably the closest to meeting 4th-generation requirements right now. In the big city, firearms were categorized by generations, but larger firearms like sniper rifles and submachine guns were updated quickly. They had already reached the 5th generation, with signs of the 6th generation appearing. Handguns, however, were harder to optimize due to their smaller size, and 4th-generation models were only seen in laboratories. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, How about this? 200 high-energy bullets plus 150 armor-piercing bullets as an exchange. Sure, of course. To be honest, the quantity Lin Feng mentioned exceeded Wang Che's expectations. After all, he was using a sniper rifle, not an automatic rifle or submachine gun. 200 high-energy bullets would last him at least a year. Wang Che, extremely happy, even overlooked Lin Feng's mention of armor-piercing bullets. However, after the excitement, Wang Che suddenly sighed. What a pity. What a pity about what? It's a pity you're not from Central City. If you could go there, your development would definitely be better than now. Everyone has their own fate. Lin Feng thought about his system and considered that if A519 wasn't in the wasteland, he might not have gotten these things. However, Wang Che clearly didn't think so. If you were born in a better place, Lin Feng could completely enhance his close combat abilities. This way, he would have a great chance to enter the organization where Zhang Xiao was before. Once in, everything would be different. If you were born in Rock Peak Central City, optimizing your close combat. Wang Che's words were interrupted by Lin Feng. Wait a minute. I found something. Saying this, Lin Feng suddenly dashed into the dark corridor. Before Wang Che could react to what Lin Feng was doing, he heard a few clanging sounds in the darkness, followed by a sound as if something had pierced into flesh. With a serious expression, Wang Che turned on his flashlight and walked deeper into the corridor. The next moment, he saw Lin Feng coming out with something resembling a half-grown adult body. I sensed it when we last cleaned this area, but it ran away too quickly. Who would have thought it would come back this time? Wang Che looked at the thing in Lin Feng's hands with curiosity. It looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall. What is this? Nightfly. Oh, Nightfly. Wang Che shook his head and continued walking up to start the cleanup, but all the while, he was pondering what night fly was. Why did that name sound so familiar? Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention and continued to follow Wang Che while carrying the night fly. The rest of the path was no different from before. Wang Che cleared the area, confirming there were no issues before the two returned to the camp. I'll go back to the tent to get you some bullets. You wait here. Sure, go ahead. Watching Lin Feng leave, Wang Che approached Zhang Xiao and Volume's boss. What is night fly? Night fly? You encountered a night fly? Upon hearing this term, Vol's expression changed, and his gaze quickly swept over Wang Che's body. Confirming he didn't see any wounds, he finally relaxed. Yes, we did, Wang Che said, pointing in Lin Feng's direction, and added, Lin Feng caught it. He's holding it. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Xiao and Vols exchanged glances. Chapter 38. Close combat ability, how did he die? I didn't see it clearly. I was chatting with Lin Feng when he suddenly told me to wait for him, then ran deep into the corridor. I only heard a few clinking sounds, and then I saw him carrying that thing, the night flyer. After hearing this, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, then looked at Wang Che and asked, have you forgotten about the so-called Blood Knight's fury that spread widely in the big city before? Of course I remember. The rumor was that a beast skilled in hiding and attacking, which also drained blood, had mixed in with the cars entering the city. It caused the deaths of no less than 100 people, and the key point was that they all died from having their blood drained. The guard team searched for several days and lost quite a few personnel, and in the end, it was that organization that stepped in and killed it. At this point, Wang Che suddenly widened his eyes. The beast that caused the Blood Knight's fury seemed to be called the Night Flyer. It was a mutant beast born from a colony of night bats, which was different from the rulers born after the Sand Moon clan grew strong. The Night Flyer could only be born when the last of a colony of night bats was slaughtered. It represented death, attacks, bloodlust, and madness. Zhang Xiao also added, the Night Flyer is very sensitive to the sound of firearms. Usually, it can only be killed in close combat. Upon hearing this, Wang Che suddenly recalled what Lin Feng had said. When we were cleaning this area last time, I sensed it, but it ran away too fast. Maybe it wasn't that Lin Feng's close combat ability was poor, but rather that ordinary prey didn't warrant its attention. This meant that the other party had appeared to be mediocre or even poor last time simply because it knew the biggest threat had already left. The remaining small fries had no value in attacking at all, and he had thought the other's close combat ability was lacking. In an instant, Wang Che felt his face flush. Shame! How embarrassing! By the time Lin Feng came out with the bullets, Wang Che's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Winged Ke? Lin Feng approached Wolf's with some confusion and asked, he's too ashamed to face you and has gone to dig a pit to bury himself. Wolf shrugged and said. Lin Feng was immediately filled with question marks. How did he deceive him? When did he deceive him? Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Wolf shook his head and explained. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This was beyond evaluation. Then please help me pass these bullets to the other party. Wolf had experienced the power of these bullets, so he didn't refuse and took them to find Wang Che. Watching him leave, Zhang Xiao handed Lin Feng an envelope. The envelope had an address on it, 404 Blackstone Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Rock Peak City. What is this? A recommendation letter, but this recommendation letter is just to give you an opportunity for assessment. Whether you can get in still depends on you. Lin Feng sincerely put away the letter and said, thank you. It's just a transaction. Zhang Xiao thought for a moment and then asked, how do you plan to join the central city? My conditions or those heads should be enough, right? Zhang Xiao's question left Lin Feng a bit confused. After all, he really knew nothing about the big city. I suggest using those heads. It should save you a lot of trouble. Why? Logically, entering this way would bring more problems, right? After all, it was a bounty. Lin Feng wouldn't naively think that everyone in the big city was a good person. Even when faced with a child holding gold in a bustling market, they wouldn't be moved. It's simple. A bounty can directly grant you permanent residency. But if you enter based on your own conditions, you need a school or a company to help you obtain permanent residency. Hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. This was a comprehensive blockade, forcing you to accept the exploitation from the indigenous people of the big city. Dinner's ready. Hearing the old man's call, the two walked over. As for Wang Che, he chose to let Bushi bring him food. It was estimated that for the next few days, He wouldn't be speaking with Lin Feng anymore. The vehicle slowly stopped at the designated parking spot, and everyone filed out of the car. A glance around revealed that the gathering place had shrunk by almost half compared to before. It was estimated that in a few days, this gathering place would be deserted, and the merchant convoy from the big city that had harvested a wave of wealth from the wilderness would continue to venture deeper, bringing goods to the people in the depths of the wilderness while also harvesting their wealth. After a simple farewell, everyone returned to their tents. After days of traveling and camping, even they were starting to feel overwhelmed. Lin Feng lay on his bed and immediately opened his personal panel on A519. Name, Lin Feng level, LV5 age, 15 race, half elf ability, none strength, 5, 7 agility, 5, 8 constitution, 5, 6 spirit, 6, 2 talent specialty, nimble-fingered skills, comprehensive gunplay, LV7 sniper rifle, LV7, rifle, LV7, handgun LV6, Viper dagger, LV5, basic spiritual breathing method, LV1. Tidal meditation method, LV2. Knowledge, basic potion knowledge, LV4 biology, LV4. Pharmacology, LV4. Compounding, LV4. Basic mechanical knowledge, LV5 mechanics, LV4. Material science, LV5. Weaponry metal, LV5. Machining, LV5. Intelligent programming, LV5. There was basically no change from before the action, and Lin Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction. However, now that things were over, he could fully invest himself in cultivation. Set a small goal. Reach level 7 before entering the big city. Speaking of which, the night flyer in that dilapidated building really helped him regain a lot of blood. After all, he hadn't earned a single cent from his trip. The only reward was that recommendation letter. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the recommendation letter and carefully placed it in the safe. He had a feeling that the organization that Wolves and the others were so cautious about would definitely bring him surprises. Zhang Xiao returned to the tent, and Su Gan looked up and down at Zhang Xiao before finally nodding with a smile. Not bad. Finally, I have a foothold again. Yeah, after all these years, I'm finally seeing some hope. Zhang Xiao also sighed a bit. From the first time he met Su Gan to now, it had been a full 7 years, and he had finally completed an evolution at a fundamental level. At this point, Zhang Xiao suddenly thought of Lin Feng and explained his situation to Su Gan. Chapter 39. Huang Zhang's conditions. The most puzzling thing is still where he got his knowledge about drug formulation and bullet manufacturing. The wasteland is indeed a desert of knowledge, or perhaps a deliberately created desert of knowledge. Su Gan's fingers traced the pages of the book, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Bloodline. Lin Feng must have received a bloodline inheritance. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao furrowed his brows. A bloodline inheritance? Isn't that something only a rare bloodline could achieve? Su Gan slowly turned the pages of the book in his hand and said, although this is the edge, it is still within the influence of the Elven Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should have awakened a residual Elven bloodline. A hint of contemplation flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes. If that's the case, we might need their assistance in the future. Su Gan shook his head. Although bloodline awakening is rare, helping him enter the Elven Empire shouldn't be a problem. However, given how much the Elven Empire values pure bloodlines, even if he enters, it will be difficult for him to rise to mid-level status, which limits our influence. Zhang Xiao nodded. Their goals were indeed somewhat ambitious. However, a small investment at this time is still acceptable. But soon, Su Gan changed the subject and said, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's true. Ding Zhu shouted as he burst into Lin Feng's tent, followed by Huang Zhang. Lin Feng put down the firearm he was cleaning and looked at Ding Zhu with a puzzled expression. What is true? What is it? It's those heads. They really are the wanted fugitives. Ding Zhu was genuinely excited at this moment. He thought he would never get into the big city in his lifetime. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better? And now he holds more than one quota. Moreover, it's not just any big city, but the legendary center city of Rock Peak. Lin Feng understood Ding Zhu's feelings at this moment. For hunters in the wasteland, a lifetime of struggle is often just to enter a big city, and it is often sought after but unattainable. Ding Zhu was one of them. Even though he often bullied Huang Zhang, it was more out of jealousy. Jealousy of why the other could be such a wastrel, and yet come from a big city. Jealousy of why the other, with no real skills, could manage so well in the wasteland with just a bit of knowledge learned from the big city. In that case, we need to start preparing. Ding Zhu was stunned at this. Preparing for what? Of course, for the things needed to enter the city. The distance is not short. Ding Zhu's face broke into a brilliant smile. That's right, I'll go right now. He turned and ran off, leaving Huang Zheng standing awkwardly in place. Wanted to reach out and pull Ding Zhu, but not even touching the corner of his clothing. Is there something? Lin Feng directly asked Huang Zheng. Looking at the youthful face and not very tall figure of Lin Feng, Huang Zheng felt even less certain than when facing Ding Zhu. In the end, Huang Zheng still made up his mind. I want a quota too. If you want a quota, you should go find Team Zhang. Did you come to the wrong person? Lin Feng frowned slightly. I've already spoken to Zhang Xiao. He said he needs you. Both Ding Zhu and the old man, I have to agree too. They asked me to ask for your opinion, saying that as long as you agree, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood. Woleis and the others were people from a big city, and the ones who really needed this were just the 4 of them, but only 3 of them would actually participate in the battle. Zhang Xiao clearly decided to respect their wishes. Lin Feng looked directly at Huang Zheng and said, in that case, let's not discuss anything else. Just tell me how much you're willing to pay. Be sincere with your offer. He still vividly remembered the 300 star coins for the mimetic camouflage cloth, and Lin Feng was a bit afraid. Huang Zheng directly held up one finger. You can't mean 1-star coin, right? Lin Feng paused, but still voiced his concern. Huang Zheng rolled his eyes. Did he really think he was poor? A house. A house? Yes, after they go in, they will lack a place to stay. So this house is for you. After speaking, Huang Zheng worried that they wouldn't understand the value of this house, and quickly explained, a house within the 3rd Avenue is worth at least 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins. This was basically the normal price for permanent residence rights in the black market big city. Of course, a center city like Rock Peak would definitely be more expensive, but the practicality of the house would be much greater, and Huang Zheng was, after all, going with them. He almost died in the wilderness. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng's bald head. Forget it. For the sake of this egg, I agree. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Huang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally planning to return next year, Huang Zheng decided to go back to the big city earlier after experiencing such a life-and-death moment. As for the house, anyway, he had given it to them. What happened afterwards was no longer his concern. Just as Huang Zheng lifted the curtain to leave, Lin Feng felt someone else lifting the curtain again. Looking up, he found it was Zhang Xiao entering with a white suitcase. Team Zhang, why did you come too? Was there someone else before? Zhang Xiao didn't answer Lin Feng's question, but instead continued along his train of thought. Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng just left. Oh, how about it? Did you agree to Huang Zheng? His conditions are good. That's good. Saying this, Zhang Xiao didn't ask any further but placed the suitcase in front of Lin Feng. What is this? Open it and take a look. Lin Feng reached out to open the suitcase, revealing neatly arranged purple round crystals inside. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng took out a star coin from his pocket. Comparing it, he found that the shape and material were exactly the same, the only difference being the color. Also, the spiritual quality seemed somewhat different. Seeing Lin Feng's frown, Zhang Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He obviously noticed the problem, which also indirectly verified that Lin Feng's bloodline indeed had issues. Did you realize something? This is actually a type of thing. The star coins circulated in the wasteland are already consumed. As Lin Feng raised his head to look at Zhang Xiao, he said, smart. Zhang Xiao nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect Lin Feng to guess to this extent. Chapter 40. The Machine Kingdom. After sending Zhang Xiao away from the tent, Lin Feng murmured to himself, venture capital? According to the other party, these purple star coins were the real star coins, containing pure energy that served as the currency of the universe. The white star coins they had on hand were merely remnants of the true star coins after they had been used and held no real value. At the same time, Zhang Xiao also taught Lin Feng how to use these star coins. Do I just hold in my mouth? Lin Feng took out a star coin and was about to put it in his mouth when suddenly a document popped up in front of him. Understanding Basic Energy was from the Empire's primary education series of the Machine Kingdom. Stopping his action, Lin Feng began to flip through the document. After a brief glance, he fell into deep thought. According to the information, This method of holding the coin in the mouth was not only inefficient, but also not very suitable for lower levels of use. This was because the energy contained in these mineral deposits was different from the energy contained in living organisms. At lower levels, not only was the conversion efficiency low, but the degree of conversion could not reach 100. This would not only cause a lot of waste, but, more importantly, would damage 1's foundation. What kind of place was this machine kingdom? Even primary education had already touched upon such fundamental concepts. It was indeed a bit terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Zhang Xiao, or rather Su Gan, was definitely related to the starry sky. However, even so, the knowledge they possessed was insignificant compared to the heritage of the machine kingdom. Of course, if there were still living people in the machine kingdom, they would definitely come out and give this ignorant guy a good beating. The machine kingdom, they were the top civilization in the universe. Not something these empires could compare to. However, if the mechanical devices inside could be created, extracting the energy from these coins wouldn't be difficult. The understanding basic energy also provided solutions. Lin Feng thought for a moment and directly put these things away, then stood up and left the tent. Overthinking was pointless. It was more important to collect materials and refine some potions suitable for his cultivation. After a busy half-month had passed, Ding Zhu dragged Lin Feng to the parking lot. You've been in the tent for almost a month. You're turning into a pretty boy. Who would want you looking like this when you go out? Hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but Ding Zhu was speaking the truth. Being weathered by the sands of the wilderness indeed made one look more attractive. The reasoning was simple. Enduring the elements meant having superior survival skills. This was the top priority in the wilderness. However, his paler complexion had nothing to do with staying in the tent. It was purely that his recent progress had been too rapid. What should have been a slow transformation had suddenly become apparent all at once. Ding Zhu dragged him out not to make him revert, but simply because. So what do you think? These two cars are pretty good, right? Two heavily modified heavy-duty pickups were parked in front of them. Indeed, he was just showing off his new cars. Then Ding Zhu began to introduce his vehicles, while Lin Feng stood by absent-mindedly clapping. Now let me tell you about the side of the car. I spent a lot of money reinforcing it with the best third-generation metal. As Ding Zhu was speaking, he suddenly stopped, and Lin Feng came back to his senses. The modifications are really nice. I wouldn't say you know how to spend money. Upon hearing this reflexive compliment, Ding Zhu's mouth twitched. He knew Lin Feng was zoning out, but he didn't expect him to not be listening at all. Lin Feng also keenly noticed that Ding Zhu's expression was off, and more importantly, he sensed that someone was approaching. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Su Gan and Zhang Xiao walking over together. Captain Zhang, camp leader, what brings you here? Ding Zhu jumped down from his beloved car and walked to the middle of Lin Feng and Su Gan to ask. We're about to set off, Zhang Xiao said, directly without hesitation. Although they had been prepared and hadn't interacted with people in the camp for a long time, Ding Zhu and Lin Feng still felt an emptiness in their hearts at that moment. After all, they had lived together for so long. They had traveled the wilderness together for many years, and now they were suddenly going to part ways. After a brief silence, Lin Feng spoke up. Where are you going? East. We have news that someone is establishing a new big city there, and we plan to take the camp over to try our luck. This was another way for people from the wilderness to enter big cities. Joining a newly established city was both the simplest and the most difficult route. It was simple because new cities generally wouldn't be picky. They would accept anyone. The difficulty lay in the fact that establishing a new city was always accompanied by battles and invasions from beast tides. The foundations of every big city were built on countless bones. Another silence ensued, and it was Ding Zhu who spoke first. Good luck to your camp. Good luck to your camp, Lin Feng echoed. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao both nodded, understanding Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's sentiments. And good luck to you, Zhang Xiao said, then turned to Lin Feng and added, it seems that thing is working quite well for you. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then realized that Zhang Xiao probably thought his progress was due to using those complete star coins. Although he knew that Zhang Xiao had misunderstood, Lin Feng didn't explain and just smiled. However, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu still underestimated the decisiveness of Zhang Xiao and the others. The next morning, While the rare mist still lingered over the wilderness, they set off towards the direction of the sunrise. This left Lin Feng, Dingzhu Old Bai, and Huang Zheng staring at each other in confusion. Old Bai exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered, "They're moving too fast. So when are we leaving?" Dingzhu looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, then looked at Old Bai, who was standing with him. "Old man, are you also going into the city?" Dingzhu also looked at Old Bai with curiosity. He knew that this old man had come out of a big city before and seemed to always have means to enter it. In this time of trouble, "I'm old enough. I want to go into the city and enjoy some peace." Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Old man, you keep muttering about this time of trouble. What do you see? Isn't it simple? People from outside are coming," Old Bai replied. This time, Huang Zheng answered first instead of Old Bai. "People from outside? Isn't that's still a few years away?" Dingzhu asked, puzzled. Clearly, this was not a big secret. Even Dingzhu knew about it. Yes, the turmoil is starting now, and in a few years, it will stabilize just right. Chapter 41. Boring journey. Huang Zheng's answer left Lin Feng and Dingzhu somewhat speechless. After all this time, he still didn't dare to show his chaotic side in front of others, right? The chaos had to end before they arrived. Truly exhausting. It was another clear morning, but this time it was Lin Feng and the others who were leaving. Their destination, center city of Rock Peak. In the city, at the Huang family estate, in a huge study, the current head of the royal family, Huang Sheng, was looking down at the documents in front of him. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Without lifting his head, Huang Sheng said, "Come in." Then a luxurious figure entered the study, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Madam, how did you get in?" Huang Sheng looked at the noblewoman who had entered, somewhat surprised. He knew his wife's character. Wasn't she supposed to be playing cards at a club at this time? "Our son is coming back." Upon hearing this news, Huang Sheng was momentarily stunned. Then he realized who she was talking about, and his brow furrowed tightly. Wasn't he supposed to come back next year? He hasn't finished dealing with his previous matters. It will be very troublesome for him to come back now. The noblewoman, hearing this, glanced at Huang Sheng and said, "You don't need to use any connections. Our son completed the bounty in Center City by himself and can come back on his own." Despite this statement, there was still no joy on Huang Sheng's face. He merely nodded and said, "That's not bad. All right, just letting you know. When he returns, he will go directly to our home. You don't need to worry about the rest." Huang Sheng frowned slightly and asked, "Have you been back recently?" Seeing this, the noblewoman sneered, wanting to say something but feeling it unnecessary. "Yes, if you have something to ask, just say it directly. Has there been any movement from the military recently?" Clearly, Huang Sheng was more concerned about the overall situation in Center City than about his own son. "When has the military not been active?" After giving a vague answer, the noblewoman turned and left. Huang Sheng seemed unconcerned. After all, he had already obtained the answer he wanted. His gaze fell on the map in front of him, and his pen finally landed on the name of a city, Shurjio City. Meanwhile, at the Rock Peak Military Planning Center, what is the situation over there? The Joint Army has set out, but those around Shurjio City have also noticed something unusual. The man sitting in the main seat instantly darkened his expression. Are they trying to force us to turn back and rescue Shurjio City? Their strategic intentions were detected so quickly. It seems that the spy with the codename Thief holds a high position. The man suddenly chuckled lightly, but then his tone turned serious. "If they're willing to expose this thief just to protect a place, then I will devour it. Relay my orders. All troops, move to the marked location." The officer at the door moved his lips slightly, but after performing a military salute, he answered firmly, "Yes." Two vehicles were running alone across the wilderness. Dingzhu, slightly reclining in his chair, lay there in a daze. "So boring. 7 days of driving. I really don't know if we should call it good luck or what. We haven't encountered anything, not even any strange beasts. It makes us suspect that the people and strange beasts on this plain might have perished together. Otherwise, how could we have run for so long without seeing a single hair?" At that moment, the communicator in Lin Feng's vehicle rang. "Hello, hello, hello, it's time. Can we stop for a meal?" Huang Zheng's voice came from the communicator, also carrying a hint of days. There was no helping it. 7 days without encountering anything was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the large bag of vehicle parts that Huang Zheng had prepared had not been used. Lin Feng looked at a rather prominent rock not far ahead and said, "Let's rest under that big rock." When the vehicles arrived beneath the boulder, the four of them got out. In a short while, they had prepared their food. In the wilderness, there weren't many pretensions. A bowl of wild vegetable meat soup paired with biscuits counted as a meal. While eating, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng beside him. "What position are we in now?" This was another ability they discovered of Huang Zheng after leaving the gathering place. Map reading. He could even casually read the map, as if he had all the major cities on the entire plain etched in his mind. No matter where they went, Huang Zheng could name the big city nearby and even briefly introduce its history and significance. Even the old man was somewhat amazed by this. Having traveled around for many years, he could barely help you with directions if you asked him. Lin Feng even suspected that the calmness of their journey was largely related to Huang Zheng's guidance. Huang Zheng stood up upon being asked, looked at the position of the sun, then climbed onto the boulder to survey the area. Finally, scratching his head with a puzzled expression, he came down. "We should be near Shurjiu City, and not far from it, but it's strange that I haven't seen any signs of Shurjiu City." The large cities in the wilderness were different from the big cities in Lin Feng's previous life. Here, large cities weren't necessarily really big, but their city walls were extremely high and thick. Several times, Lin Feng mistook the towering cities for mountains until Huang Zheng corrected him that they were indeed cities. After saying that, Huang Zheng looked somewhat confused and added, "Moreover, logically speaking, being so close, we should often see people coming out of the city, right? Could it be that our luck is just that good?" Old Man at this moment also put down his meat soup and took a deep drag on his cigarette. "Something unusual must be afoot. We can't stay here for long." Lin Feng quickly finished the biscuit in his hand, stood up, and said, "I'll fill up the gas for the vehicle. Huang Zheng, hurry and eat. After you're done, check the vehicles. We're not staying here tonight." Everyone's expressions darkened at this moment, as they all understood that the absence of any incidents could only mean two possible scenarios. Either everything was fine, or something big was about to happen. After spending about half an hour checking the vehicles and resolving some minor issues, they filled up the gas, and the two vehicles hurriedly set off. With the pedal to the metal, the two vehicles raced swiftly across the wilderness. Of course, if their line of sight were higher, they would completely agree with their current actions, because from a high vantage point, one could see black lines rolling across the vast wilderness. These black lines were slowly showing signs of encirclement, as if they were intentionally forming a surrounding circle. Chapter 42. Charging into the beast tide, what the hell is that? Ding Zhu couldn't help but sit up straight, his gaze fixed on a black line ahead that was stirring up billowing dust. The old man in the back of the car leaned out halfway, using binoculars to look in that direction. The beast tide. It's a beast tide. An extremely large-scale beast tide. Huang Zheng's voice was filled with panic, and upon hearing the answer, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's hearts sank. Damn, the two cursed almost simultaneously. They knew something would go wrong, but they never expected it to be this serious. Does Huang Zheng have any other routes to take? Suddenly hearing the question, Huang Zheng felt flustered and didn't know what to say. Don't panic. Just speak up if there's a problem. The old man, experienced as he was, quickly comforted him and handed over a flask. After taking a small sip, Huang Zheng calmed down and began to explain. The area around Shurjiu City is vast, and going back could certainly buy some time. But looking at the state of this beast tide, it might not be an ordinary one. It could very well be a circular beast tide. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. A circular beast tide is arguably the most despairing type. The encroaching circle is gradually tightening with endless alien beasts, and ultimately, what awaits them is only death. Unless they can find the junction point of the circular beast tide, turning back would also lead to death. The old man said helplessly. Lin Feng shook his head from the car. It's unrealistic. They currently lack a high-altitude perspective, making it impossible to achieve that. Even if they had one, they wouldn't know if their vehicle could time it right. Ding Zhu, you drive? As he spoke, Lin Feng slithered like a snake and silently moved from the car window to the roof. Seeing this, Ding Zhu showed no hesitation, flipping over into the driver's seat, smoothly maintaining the vehicle's speed. At this moment, Lin Feng, standing on the roof, closed his eyes and slowly began to move. Huang Zheng and the old man in the back exchanged glances in confusion. What is he doing? Basic spiritual breathing method, yes. Lin Feng was cultivating on the roof of the car. This was certainly not a sign of madness. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally clear. Spirituality. The density of spirituality in the wilderness doesn't differ much, and in Lin Feng's understanding, it can almost be regarded as the same. The introduction of the spiritual breathing method states that the existence of a living being is essentially a process of absorbing and consuming spirituality. In places where creatures gather, spirituality must be consumed in large amounts. Therefore, northeast, we head northeast. With Lin Feng's command, Ding Zhu immediately turned the car around, and Huang Zheng and the old man naturally followed closely. The black line continued to roll, and the sounds of alien beasts trampling the ground reached Lin Feng and the others' ears. Even Ding Zhu, who was driving, felt the vibrations transmitted through the tires. Huang Zheng was overwhelmed, drenched in sweat. Even the usually calm old man had his hand gripping the flask, trembling slightly. At that moment, he had no doubt that someone with a weaker heart could be scared to death. It felt like a knife had already been plunged into your flesh, and you could distinctly feel the blade slowly separating your flesh from your blood. This kind of despair is hard to express in words. Amidst the rolling dust, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. A convoy appeared ahead, and it was quite substantial, with about a dozen vehicles. However, though the convoy was moving, it was very slow, seemingly hesitant about whether to turn back. Just as Lin Feng observed, this convoy was indeed hesitating. This was the weakest spot they could find in the beast hide, and most of the alien beasts inside were agile ones like sandwolves. They were far less despairing than the iron-hoofed cattle rolling in from other areas. But even in such a place, the width of this beast hide was no less than 30 meters. Charge or not to charge? For them, this was not just a decision. It was a choice between life and death. At this moment, the entire convoy fell into silence, and their speed gradually slowed, as if they were dragging not just the time to contact the beast hide, but their lifeline. Suddenly, their communicator beeped. "Boss, vehicles are coming from behind. Incoming vehículos." A new convoy. He-Fan instantly became excited. His biggest worry was that their convoy was too thin. If they fell into the beast tide, they could be swallowed in an instant. Now, if a new convoy came, it wouldn't take much. Just 5 or 6 vehicles completing the merge would give him the confidence to take a risk. Oh no, just 2 vehicles. They looked like wanderers from the wilderness. Upon hearing this, He-Fan felt despair wash over him. Wanderers? It would be a blessing if they didn't cause trouble. Forget it. One more person means one more strength. Let's stop them and say something. Hearing He-Fan's words, the others in the convoy had no objections. Not to mention the current situation, their convoy was assembled on the road anyway. Wait, boss. They seem to be accelerating. Listening to the communicator, He-Fan leaned out to look. He saw 2 vehicles kicking up dust, rushing toward them without any hesitation. At the same time, the communicator inside the car rang again with the voice of their teammate. "Boss, should we follow?" Just as He-Fan hesitated, the 2 vehicles had already overtaken their convoy and plunged straight into the rolling beast tide. "Follow full speed ahead." With He-Fan's command, the entire convoy roared to life. At the same time, He-Fan began to silently pray, not asking for these wanderers to do anything special, just hoping they wouldn't hold them back. You guessed right. Those people really did keep up. Ding Zhu's voice came in a light-hearted tone, while Lin Feng stood on the roof with an unchanged gaze, only responding with a faint smile. Yes, let's see what these big city folks can do. Of course, Lin Feng himself held no hope. Any normal person could see that staying here for another minute would only increase the danger. The others were clearly hesitant, indicating a lack of confidence. Shaking his head, he tossed those thoughts aside. Lin Feng pulled out 2 grenades from his pocket. 5, 4, 3, 2. As the countdown began, both Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng gripped the steering wheel tightly. The already floored accelerator was slightly released. 1. 3 green spheres were thrown fiercely by Lin Feng. Chapter 43. Breaking through the beast tide, the strange beasts were right in front of them. Even Huang Zheng, who was at the back, could see the sharp fangs, the smooth scales, and those most striking crimson eyes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge fireballs exploded right in the center of the beast tide. The terrifying heat instantly spread out, forcefully tearing a semicircular opening in the dense mass of beasts. Huang Zheng and Ding Zhu stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. Almost at the moment the heat dissipated, they rushed into the rolling tide of beasts. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! Lin Feng stood on top of the car, holding guns in both hands, as black bullets continuously poured out from the gun muzzles. At this moment, Lin Feng hardly needed to aim, as countless strange beasts had already gathered around the car. A casual shot was guaranteed to hit. The sounds of frenzied roars, painful whimpers, and claws scraping against the car body filled his ears almost instantly. But the powerful penetrating force of the black bullets ensured that every bullet rolled around inside these strange beasts. At this moment, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu seemed to be the sharpest arrows, piercing deeply into the body of the beast tide. Of course, the sharpest point encountered the greatest resistance. The blood of the beast around the car only drove the surrounding beasts into an even greater frenzy. Almost instantaneously, they were surrounded by twice as many strange beasts as before. "Old man!" Lin Feng quickly turned around and shouted. "They're here!" He saw the old man reach into the car and lift out a 6-barrel machine gun, slamming it down onto the roof of the car before pulling the trigger hard. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! The iconic blue flames ignited at the gun's muzzle, instantly clearing the strange beasts surrounding Lin Feng's car. At the same time, Lin Feng's bullets were reloaded. This time, the bullets were blue. High burn, high penetration, high explosive. Lin Feng's third trump card was finally about to be revealed. Meanwhile, the He Fan convoy that had followed closely behind was left dumbfounded. What the hell? 2 cars. And they actually managed to tear a hole in the beast hide just with those 2 vehicles. And now, they were almost at the central area. They were definitely not wanderers. These people should be elite combat personnel from the major cities' combat organizations, executing missions outside. Someone in the communication device immediately made a judgment. He Fan nodded in agreement. This smooth coordination and those ridiculously strong weapons could not possibly be something scavenging wanderers in the wasteland could achieve. "Keep up. I want to engage," He Fan quickly ordered. As Lin Feng raised his gun to shoot, a new gunfire suddenly echoed in his ears. Why didn't he stop his actions, not even turning to look? But when He Fan and the others started shooting, they noticed something was off. Why? They were all using rifles, and Lin Feng could solve one beast with just 2 or 3 bullets, while it took them even 10 bullets to take down one. The black scales on these strange beasts were not only tough, but also very smooth. Even bullets hitting them head-on would be weakened. When shot from the side, the bullets were almost instantly deflected, lacking any lethality. Damn, what's going on? These beasts are so hard and so smooth. How is this different from what we saw? The communication device was instantly filled with noise. Lin Feng, standing on top of the car, remained expressionless. What was there to be surprised about? He had already guessed what was going on. Ding Zhu throw. With Lin Feng's shout, Ding Zhu, in the driver's seat, suddenly made his move. 4 grenades were thrown into the air, and with a flick of his folding knife, it extended to its full length, followed by 4 crisp sounds. Ding Zhu didn't even need to move his body. The 4 grenades flew to 4 completely different positions. Boom! 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 4 fireballs erupted amidst the beast tide, showcasing their unparalleled beauty. Perfect! Ding Zhu, who had been silent, perfectly captured the flow direction of the strange beasts. The 4 explosive grenades perfectly blocked the beast's movement. Now, just clean them up. Bang! 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 The twin guns did not stop for a moment, as Lin Feng rewarded every surrounding beast with a bullet. As the bullets struck the strange beasts, bowl-sized holes appeared on their bodies. Even though these beasts had gone mad, and the pain and blood would only make them more violent, the massive loss of blood and sudden tearing of flesh was enough to bring them down to the ground. Finally, the sharpest blade broke through the most resilient area of intertwined flesh and blood, revealing a new world not far ahead. Blocking the flow of the strange beasts and almost killing all the surrounding beasts, a strange vacuum zone formed around Lin Feng and the others. The He Fan and others who follow behind were left dumbfounded. How on earth did they do that? They shot, and so did they. Why was there such a huge gap? Keep up, hurry up, He Fan said excitedly. They had thought they were doomed. Who would have thought they would find a way out of despair? Kaka, another magazine change. Da-da-da. Flames erupted one after another in the beast's tide. The beasts closer to the edge were clearly not as frenzied, quickly dodging whenever possible. They are quite clever. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly from atop the car. The beasts at the very edge were actually the highest level, and they were also the most rational. If these guys had been leading the charge, they might not have made it out alive. Leaving the beast's tide, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng kept their foot on the gas pedal as the vehicle sped away toward a more distant place. Just as He Fan and the others reached the edge, a strange beast suddenly attacked. With a bang, a vehicle's tire exploded, and another strange beast charged forward. The entire vehicle flipped over. He Fan hadn't even reacted when another strange beast jumped onto the windshield of one of the cars. The strange beast didn't even need to strike. The car's interior erupted into chaos, and it flipped over by itself. In less than a minute, no, in less than half a minute, they had lost 2 vehicles at the edge. Go! He Fan gritted his teeth and said, as the convoy relentlessly charged in the direction Lin Feng and the others had left. In a Rock Peak Council Hall, around a round table sat more than 10 middle-aged and elderly individuals of varying ages. What happened to Shizhou City? It's gone. Is it the people or the land that's gone? The land is gone. With the encircled beast tide, it's good if 1/3 of the people can escape. Which base is it? It has already been surrounded. We should have results in 2 days. That is not too bad. Are there any other topics? Yes. How to arrange the follow-up for Shizhou City. Let us absorb them into the satellite city. Okay, that compensation should be enough. Chapter 44. Reverse Star. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. Lin Feng quickly jumped out and asked what's wrong. Ding Zhu pointed at the fuel gauge and said, out of gas. At the same time, Huang Zheng got out of the car, but he didn't look so good. His legs were trembling, and his face was pale. After driving at top speed for so long, the vehicle needed a check. Despite his shaking, Huang Zheng managed to say this clearly. The old man walked over to Huang Zheng's side, patted him heavily 3 times on the back, and then laughed loudly. Kid, what's with the shivering? Wasn't that a thrilling ride? Huang Zheng snatched the old man's wine flask and took a few big swigs, then suddenly threw his head back and shouted, awesome. Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, while Ding Zhu also got out and lit a cigarette. However, after just one puff, he stood there in a daze, letting the cigarette burn down to nothing in his hand. What are you thinking about? Lin Feng asked as he took a sip of water. Nothing, just feeling a bit incredulous, Ding Zhu replied, taking another drag of a cigarette. Incredulous that we actually survived coming out of the beast tide? Lin Feng picked up the conversation. Exactly. I've heard so many stories about the wilderness, but experiencing it firsthand is a whole different reality, Lin Feng said, looking at Ding Zhu beside him. He glanced back at the road they had traveled. The dust was still swirling, and the encirclement of the beasts was still shrinking. How many more people could come out of this? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A roar of car engines approached, and Lin Feng and the others turned their eyes in that direction. Indeed, it was He Fan and his convoy. Ding Zhu took a quick glance and then said calmly, 2 cars short. Lin Feng nodded, not saying much. From the numerous scars on the vehicles, it was clear they had suffered quite a bit. The convoy stopped about 50 meters away from Lin Feng and the others, but only 4 people got out of the car. Lin Feng and the others remained silent, quietly observing them. At this moment, the people around He Fan were also observing Lin Feng and the others. An old man with a limp and white hair, a strange person with a hat and no eyebrows or beard, a young boy who looked quite young, and then there was Ding Zhu, who seemed to be the most normal among them. He Fan hesitated for a moment. With such a strange combination of people, he worried that they might be taken out in an instant if he approached them. After calming his nerves, He Fan still walked up to Lin Feng and the others. I am He Fan. May I know your names? Ding Zhu stepped forward in front of Lin Feng to speak with him. Ding Zhu, and this is Lin Feng. He then looked into the distance and suddenly paused. He certainly knew Huang Zheng's name, but what was the old man's name again? The old man rolled his eyes, clearly aware of Ding Zhu's confusion. Bai Yuman, just call me Old Bai. Upon hearing Old Bai speak, Huang Zheng quickly added, I'm Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Although Fan sensed there was something off between them, he didn't dare to ask, so he cautiously said, "We really have to thank you all this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out of the beast tide." At this point, Fan sighed inwardly. Watching Lin Feng and the others break through seemed effortless. Who would have thought they had cleared a path ahead, and they almost flipped their car following behind, which only highlighted the gap between them. "Being able to come out means it's all about our own abilities," Ding Zhu said lightly. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence. However, Fan quickly asked the crucial question, "Where are you four heading? Are you also looking for the main force?" Hearing this, Ding Zhu and the others exchanged glances, but Ding Zhu eventually nodded under Lin Feng's indication. Upon receiving this news, Fan's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Great, great. Traveling together is a good thing." That night, Fan took the main combat forces among them and began talking with Lin Feng and the others. Of course, the main purpose was still to probe which faction Lin Feng and the others belonged to. "We're hunters from the wilderness," Ding Zhu said directly without any concealment. However, it was clear that Fan and the others wouldn't believe it. When did the drifters of the wilderness have this level of firepower? The beasts that even they couldn't handle were like lambs to be slaughtered in the hands of the other party. Speaking of which, why did these beasts gather together and seem to undergo changes? They lost their rationality, became frantic, and their skin armor became tough and smooth, and their claws and teeth grew sharper. Fan took a bite of the flatbread in his hand, his expression a mix of distress and confusion. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Ding Zhu and Bai looked to Huang Zheng, hoping to get answers from him. Unfortunately, Huang Zheng shook his head. "I don't know about this either. This is a major topic even among the biologists in the big cities. They haven't found the reason. Perhaps it's a swarm effect similar to locusts," Lin Feng suddenly said as he sipped his meat soup. "What do you mean?" Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and began to explain. Just like individual locusts don't accumulate toxins when they live alone. However, when a large number of locusts gather and reach a scale of locust plague, they begin to undergo metamorphosis, not only producing toxins within their bodies, but also undergoing significant changes in their appearance and form. This change is primarily induced by pheromones that stimulate selective gene expression within them, resulting in the final outcome. After speaking, Lin Feng looked around at the others. He saw their expressions were blank, their eyes unfocused, and he understood. I shouldn't have explained so much. Although Ding Zhu didn't quite understand, he keenly caught one term. Pheromones? Can humans use this pheromone you mentioned? Lin Feng nodded lightly. In fact, the materials in my basic biology also include information on the extraction and synthesis of pheromones. Seeing Lin Feng nod, the expressions of the others suddenly turned quite grim. So, the beast tide isn't necessarily a natural disaster. Perhaps there's also human disaster involved? Speaking of which, I also have a question about how Shizhou City fell, Huang Zheng asked Fan. If I remember correctly, the Zhang family in Shizhou City was still quite powerful, right? Hearing this, Fan smiled bitterly and said, the Zhang family was withdrawn. They said they found a base for the reverse star not far away, and almost all the military forces in Shizhou City were drawn away. Then, the night before yesterday, there was an explosion at the east gate of Shizhou City, and soon the whole city started spreading the news that the beast tide was coming, and we were abandoned. After Fan finished speaking, one person beside him threw the iron can in his hand heavily to the ground. Damn! Chapter 45 Conspiracy Theories. It is indeed infuriating that they gave up so easily. However, for wilderness hunters like Lin Feng and the others, who can't even enter a big city, what right do they have to sympathize with them? Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. Bang! Thud! Don't go over there. Si Yang, what are you doing? Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the ordinary people gathered in the convoy not far away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Turning to look, they saw a boy, similar in age to Lin Feng, charging towards them. Fan frowned tightly and immediately stood up. What's going on? Fan directly scolded, reaching out to stop Xiao Han, who had rushed in front of him. At this moment, the boy named Xiao Han, with his blood-red eyes wide open, shouted at Ding Zhu. Why did you abandon our city and our convoy? Why did you just leave like that? Don't you know we are right behind you? Xiao Han's angry shouts spread recklessly through the night. For a moment, He Fan and the others were stunned, but to be honest, they were not without resentment in their hearts either. Ding Zhu looked at the other party with indifference. The old man was drinking while watching the show. And Lin Feng didn't even lift his head, continuously chewing on the jerky in his hand, as his consumption from training was gradually increasing. However, Huang Zheng would not indulge him. Why? Because you are too weak. Being able to follow us out is just good luck. Hearing Huang Zheng's words, Xiao Han's eyes widened even more, as if they were about to split. What if we are weak? You clearly have the ability. If you turn back, we would have to die. Do you know there are children in that vehicle, mothers and students my age? Huang Zheng couldn't help but laugh at this remark. There really are people who think you're weak, so you're right. How old are you this year? Huang Zheng suddenly asked Xiao Han. The sudden question stunned Xiao Han for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, 15. Huang Zheng showed a knowing expression upon hearing the answer. After all, if the other party was in college, they wouldn't say such childish things. Huang Zheng pointed at Lin Feng, who was lost in thought, just chewing on the jerky. He is also 15. Upon hearing this, He Fan and the others also widened their eyes in unison. Although Lin Feng looked very young, 15, they had never thought that the other party's age was only 15. Even Xiao Han, with his blood-red eyes, showed a trace of disbelief and couldn't help but say, Impossible. How could someone this strong be only 15? Lin Feng's performance during the Beast Tide was witnessed by everyone, and saying he was the core would not be an exaggeration. How could someone like him only be 15? If it weren't for the fact that I once saw you as naive as you are now, I wouldn't even talk to you. Putting aside your so-called big city identity, based on what you just said in the wilderness, I could kill you. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot startled everyone present. Xiao Han's legs went weak, nearly kneeling on the ground, but fortunately, he was supported by He Fan's arm. Seeing Xiao Han's reaction, Ding Zhu couldn't help but sneer. It wasn't aimed at you. At this moment, He Fan and the others saw a snake's corpse lying next to Lin Feng's vehicle. It seemed the snake tried to crawl into the car and was discovered by Ding Zhu. At this moment, Lin Feng also stood up and walked towards the car, never glancing at the people present. It seemed that these matters were not worth his concern at all. Or rather, they indeed weren't. He Fan gave Ding Zhu an apologetic smile and quietly dispersed with Xiao Han. Back in the convoy, He Fan looked at the gloomy Xiao Han and finally patted the other's shoulder. He wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't find the words. For a 15-year-old child to endure such a calamity and still not seek death is already commendable. On the other side, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, the old man, and Huang Zheng gathered around a vehicle. Why do we have to follow them? Huang Zheng was the first to voice his doubts. In his eyes, these people were just a bunch of deadweights. Coupled with Xiao Han's earlier words, it's possible that things could evolve into something else. Ding Zhu glanced at him sideways and said, We currently know nothing about the surrounding environment. Since Shurju City could be abandoned, why wouldn't other big cities? It's better to follow them to gather some information. The old man stroked his chin and said, Maybe we can get some good stuff. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally raised his head. Is there still this opportunity? Although the city has fallen, from what He Fan said, the higher-ups in Shurju City must have known it long ago. They probably left after preparing everything. The old man shook his head and said, I wasn't talking about Shurju City, but about the base of Nixing. What is Nixing? Lin Feng had always wanted to ask this question, but since Ding Zhu and the others seemed to know, he didn't say it out loud. Just a group of lunatics. Huang Zheng couldn't help but curse. He then explained the origin of Nixing to Lin Feng. In simple terms, it is an organization formed by a group of madmen. Their sole purpose for existing is to eliminate all humans and establish a kingdom of exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was completely baffled. What the heck? Isn't this organization called Nixing created by humans? Huang Zheng also helplessly shook his head and said, Not just that. It's very likely that it was established by high-level individuals who split from humanity. Long ago, the higher-ups of Yin Feng discovered that Nixing's technology was very advanced. And within this technology, there are shadows of the top laboratories of the four major factions. At this point, Huang Zheng was at a loss for words on how to describe it, and it was the old man who finally spoke. It's as if the four major factions jointly established this organization. The old man's deep voice sounded like the whisper of a demon. instantly igniting various conspiracy theories in Lin Feng's mind. Huang Zheng also helplessly shrugged. This is considered one of the well-known conspiracy theories in the big city. But it's not unfounded. After all, no one can believe how the smaller Nixing has maintained a technological level equal to the four major factions, even surpassing it in some aspects. Chapter 46. Looking back again, the roar of engines echoed. It was still the same wilderness as yesterday, with Lin Feng and the others clearing the way in front. However, this time the route was provided by He Fan and his group. This route was also distributed to each of their communicators, accompanied by the last broadcast from Shizhou City. Clearly, everything had been planned in advance. But the commoners like them were unaware of it. By the time they took a break at noon, Ding Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Surprisingly, nothing has happened along the way. This route must have been carefully designed, Lin Feng said lightly while leaning against the car. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu shrugged and didn't say anything further. After all, no matter how miserable they were, it was still better than living as hunters in the wilderness. They continued their journey in the afternoon. However, they hadn't traveled far when they spotted a massive camp in the distance, even larger than the gathering place where Lin Feng and the others had set out by 2 or 3 times. Yet even so, a voice filled with emotion came from the communicator. It seems there are only this few people left. I estimate only about a quarter of the entire Shizhou City managed to escape. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances upon hearing this. The gap between the big city and the wilderness was far greater than they had imagined. As the convoy approached the camp, someone came to greet them. "Are you all from Shizhou City?" A fully armed man approached the front of the convoy to ask. Ding Zhu shook his head and replied, "We're not. The convoy behind us is." The man nodded without much reaction and pointed, saying, "Once you go in, just turn right." After speaking, he wanted to talk to He Fan and the others and then return to the guard team at the entrance of the camp, clearly to report their situation. He Fan drove the car up to Lin Feng. "Brother Ding, thank you all for your help along the way. If you need anything, feel free to come find us." Ding Zhu nodded and drove into the camp. Turning right, the vehicle entered a fenced-off separate camp, and Lin Feng's expression turned slightly surprised as he scanned the area. He sensed quite a few strong individuals here. The strength of the people in this area was clearly much higher than that of the surroundings. Simply put, the left side of this camp might have a tent with a level 5 individual, while on this side, every tent contained several individuals above level 7. It was as if the left side was a residential area, and this side was a combat personnel zone. The atmosphere here felt a bit off. Ding Zhu also spoke up. Although he didn't have Lin Feng's sensitive mental acuity, he could easily detect the anomalies here due to his years of experience in the wilderness. "I see a tavern. Let me go down for a drink." The old man Bai's voice sounded in the communicator, and everyone nodded in agreement. Finding an empty spot, Lin Feng and the others began setting up tents. By the time they finished, the old man Bai had already returned, his face flushed and carrying a jug of strong liquor. "So how was it?" Ding Zhu pulled the old man into the tent and asked. Although Bai's face was red, he was clearly still in good condition. "I asked around. The people living here are all vultures who fled from surrounding cities, just waiting for the army to enter the base and pick up the scraps." Ding Zhu chuckled upon hearing this. "So we came at the right time." Originally, Ding Zhu felt a bit uneasy following He Fan's group, which was a common mindset for those from the wilderness. When faced with the big city dwellers, they couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. The old man Bai shot Ding Zhu a sideways glance and said, "Can I deceive you? I told you already, coming here is a bargain." Seeing the old man getting a bit tipsy, Ding Zhu didn't argue, but helped him to the folding bed to rest. Lying down, the old man mumbled, "There's a restaurant in the residential area on the left. You can go try it." Then came the sound of even breathing. He had already fallen asleep. Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huang Zheng looked at each other, feeling a bit helpless. This old man Bai was really carefree, finding a random place to lie down and getting drunk. "So what now?" Ding Zhu asked. Huang Zheng's eyes turned, and he said, "Let us go eat at the restaurant." "What about the old man? There are patrols outside. It'll be fine." Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were also tempted. They hadn't eaten the food from the big city yet. "Let us go." In the end, Lin Feng made the decision. Picking up a piece of beef and putting it in his mouth, Huang Zheng's expression turned excited. Yes, this is the taste." Seeing Huang Zheng's excited expression, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged puzzled looks. Indeed, it's much better than what we have in the wilderness. But isn't this a bit too much excitement? Huang Zheng, you also came from the big city. Why are you acting so uncultured? Ding Zhu teased, and Huang Zheng huffed, proudly displaying his identity as a big city dweller. You guys don't know anything. My father brought me to Shizhou City for a vacation once, and we chose this restaurant called Xinyu to eat. Ding Zhu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. The big city truly was different. They even had the concept of tourism. Of course, I've been traveling to various big cities since I was 6. I've basically visited all the major cities of the 4 major factions. Huang Zheng spoke lightly while eating. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that Huang Zheng's background might not be as simple as that of a central city resident. Huang Zheng seemed to notice their thoughts and proudly raised his head, saying, "Why are you just realizing this now? It's too late to try to curry favor with me." Ding Zhu rolled his eyes and coldly said, "Keep talking like that, and I'll throw you back into the wilderness. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng pouted and didn't dare to say anything further. There was no point. Even with a good background, if people didn't recognize it, there was nothing to be done. Just as the 3 were about to take a few more bites, someone suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Fan. Indeed, Fan looked surprised. He had thought they wouldn't meet again. Who would have guessed they would see each other during dinner time? How do you know him? The burly man with bronze skin beside Fan also noticed Fan's surprise. It's the group that saved us before. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of thought flashed in the burly man's eyes. Chapter 47. Each with their own calculations. Hello, everyone. I am Qian. Thank you, brothers. If it weren't for you all, my brother would probably never see me again. Seeing Qian's slightly red eyes, Ding Zhu quickly stood up. No need, no need. They all came rushing out on their own. No. Today we must at least treat you all to a meal. Saying this, Qian began to order more dishes for them. Ding Zhu thought for a moment and finally did not refuse. While Huang Zheng glanced at Qian and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed someone was going to have bad luck. Ding Zhu and Lin Feng were not good-natured people. In the end, they switched to a large private room, with Ding Zhu and Qian sitting together. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly lively, and after a few glasses of strong liquor, it was evident that Ding Zhu's face had turned red, and he began to refer to Qian as his brother. Brother Ding Zhu, I have some influence in the Shizhou City. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. Ding Zhu laughed heartily and immediately responded. That's great. Speaking of which, we all come from the wasteland and don't understand many things. For example, we heard that there's an army going to attack some base, and we still haven't found the way there. Qian's eyes flickered. Then he said incredulously, "You guys are actually hunters from the wasteland? Oh, am I supposed to lie to you?" Qian quickly poured another glass of liquor and said, "But I see you guys don't look like people from the wasteland. Your weapons are so good." Ding Zhu waved his hand and said, "So what if we're from the wasteland? As long as you have money, the wasteland can be." Cough, cough. Ding Zhu's words were interrupted by Lin Feng's cough. Ding Zhu seemed to realize and quickly shut his mouth, raising another glass to Qian. Qian now appeared quite generous, patting Ding Zhu's shoulder and saying, "It's okay. I'm not making friends based on status. As long as you are someone I Qian value, what does it matter what your identity is? You haven't found the way, right? No problem. Just follow us the day after tomorrow morning." Seeing that Qian had gone this far, Ding Zhu immediately stood up, raising a bottle and saying, "Then I must thank Brother Qian. I'll drink this bottle in your honor." Saying this, Ding Zhu tilted his head and poured the entire bottle of liquor down his throat. The atmosphere in the private room became even more lively. Even Lin Feng and Huang Zheng were quite drunk. By the time the meal was over, it was completely dark outside. Qian insisted on sending them to the entrance of the right camp before turning to leave. He even watched as the 3 of them, somewhat unsteady on their feet, entered the tent before feeling relieved to leave. When they returned to the tent, the old man had already woken up, and a pot of meat soup was bubbling over the fire. "Come on, everyone, have a sip." Seeing the 3 stumble in with the smell of alcohol, I poured each of them a bowl of soup. The 3, who had just been somewhat unsteady, were now standing straight, as if all the alcohol had somehow gone into someone else's belly. "So what did Fan want with you?" Huang Zheng looked at Bai with some confusion. How did you know it was Fan? Bai rolled his eyes, indicating he didn't want to talk to an idiot. Besides Fan, do we know anyone else in this camp? Ding Zhu reminded him. At this moment, Ding Zhu's expression was calm, even more so than usual. Huang Zheng also realized this, but seeing Ding Zhu's current state, he didn't dare to say much, instead recounting what had happened earlier. After finishing, he looked at Ding Zhu. Do you think you might be overdoing it? Ding Zhu coldly smiled and said, whether I overdo it or not isn't important. What's important is whether they will be envious of our equipment. Saying this, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng, who remained indifferent, and simply said, we should solve it all at once. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This was the survival principle in the wasteland that Huang Zheng understood. In He Qian and the others' tent, they were quietly listening to He Fan's recounting. Only after He Fan detailed everything did He Qian speak up. So, you're saying these people just have stronger weapons? He Fan hesitated for a moment before replying. It is like that, but we actually haven't seen them fight. Hearing this, He Qian and the others frowned. Not having seen the other side fight was dangerous. Just as they were debating this, Xiao Han suddenly spoke up. Their levels are definitely not high, and their close combat strength 1 TB too strong. Hearing this, He Qian looked at Xiao Han and asked, why? The leader among them, Lin Feng, is only 15 years old, and his shooting is already so good. How could his level in close combat strength be high? Even a genius needs time to train. They also said they are wanderers from the wasteland. They might not even have martial skills, so how could their close combat strength be high? Hearing Xiao Han's words, everyone present nodded, feeling Xiao Han made sense. Even He Fan began to believe it. He Qian slammed his hand on the table in front of him and said, let's go for it. Hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Uncle Qian, I want to follow you. Upon hearing this, He Fan was about to refuse, but to his surprise, He Qian directly agreed. No problem. After saying this, He Qian looked into Xiao Han's eyes and said, jealousy is also a motivation. I hope you can keep that. Xiao Han did not hide the resentment in his gaze at this moment. That's right, I want that Lin Feng to die. Why can a worthless wanderer mock me? Why can he ignore me when we are both 15? Compared to Huang Zheng's mockery, what frustrated and angered him more was Lin Feng's indifference. Clearly just a piece of trash wanderer from the wasteland, yet he treated them with a disdainful attitude. Upon hearing this, He Fan understood. There was no need for so many excuses. He Qian had already decided to take action against Lin Feng and the others. As for the reason, a good weapon was enough. Realizing this, He Fan raised his hand and said, I want to join in too. He Qian nodded and gave He Fan a look that said, you are clever. Chapter 48, Military Strength Bang. Bang, bang. Lin Feng and the others stood together on a distant hillside, feeling the vibrations beneath their feet, their gazes fixed on the torrent in the distance. A steel torrent. They saw various types of armored vehicles and a staggering number of tanks forming mechanized formations, advancing toward a spacious valley. Watching the steel torrent below, Huang Zheng felt a mix of shock and confusion. Are they really just going to drive in like this? The people from Reverse Star aren't fools. They can't possibly have no reaction, right? Hearing this, many around nodded in agreement. Even if the central city wanted to showcase its combat power, it wouldn't be this foolish, would it? He Qian also nodded. If Central City has no backup plan, I feel a lot of people are going to die in this battle. At this moment, even those inside the Reverse Star base felt a bit puzzled. They knew far more than the vultures waiting outside. The people from Rock Peak had blocked all the surrounding roads long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be waiting to die here. After surrounding them, the people from Rock Peak surprisingly did not move. Initially, they thought Rock Peak was waiting for some heavy weapon to reduce their losses. But now it seemed they were preparing for a strong attack. Then why wait so long? Just as they were pondering this, the commander of the Rock Peak army looked at a woman in tight combat gear beside him. Have your people evacuated? The woman glanced at her communication watch and nodded. They are all out. Then we can activate the coordinates, right? The woman ignored the commander and directly opened the communicator to send a message. The next moment, a conspicuous red dot appeared on the screen in front of the Rock Peak army commander. The marked location was precisely in the eastern part of the spacious valley, 120 meters underground. Just as they had guessed, the thick rock layers blocked most signals. We must send someone down to place the signal generator. The Rock Peak army commander picked up the red communicator and issue the order. 10 seconds later, launch the attack. At the command, Lin Feng suddenly looked up at the sky. What's wrong? Ding Zhu shifted his gaze from the steel torrent below to Lin Feng, who seemed a bit unusual. There's something up there. Look up, squinting. Finally, he spotted a small black dot amidst the white clouds. Indeed, there is something. Before Ding Zhu could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed the small black dot flicker. What is that? Get down! Lin Feng shouted sharply, and Ding Zhu old bai, and Huang Zheng instinctively dropped to the ground. The others around looked at the four of them in confusion. What are they doing? Bang! Suddenly, a massive sound crashed down from the sky, so loud that many felt as if they had gone deaf. Shonik boom! It was the sound of breaking the sound barrier. It's an aerial bombing! It's an aerial bombing! Someone screamed in fear, and upon hearing the words aerial bombing, the crowd was startled, bending down in an attempt to take cover. But it was too late. A black that had already landed on the raised edge of the eastern part of the valley. Bang! The terrifying height combined with its own acceleration caused the missile to almost directly smash into the ground. It's here, accompanied by Lin Feng's calm voice. A surchecking explosion échouée. Boom! The terrifying explosion, along with the ground's tremor, unleashed a wave of intense heat that hit every person's face at the scene. The terrifying shockwave and heat wave caused the heavy armored vehicles and tanks below to shift slightly. Those still standing were directly blown away, like petals scattered by the wind. Even Lin Feng and the others, who were lying on the ground, felt as if they had been shoved, their bodies sliding nearly half a meter. Move out! They hadn't yet reacted, but the steel torrent below had already begun to move. Armored vehicles, tanks, and numerous soldiers quickly split apart, forming a surrounding formation as they rushed toward the valley. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with a continuous roar of engines, and the noise became exceptionally chaotic. Lin Feng looked up and could barely see a massive black hole appearing on the raised mountains to the east. Through the black hole, flickering electrical sparks revealed that inside was filled with high-tech silver metal. One had to admit that Reverse Star's technological level exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. The missile that fell from the sky had such terrifying power but did not destroy the Reverse Star base. He could even faintly see flashing red warning lights inside. This meant they had merely breached the enemy's defenses, managing to cause some damage. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't believe that if such a missile were to land on a large city, that city could withstand it. Reverse Star probably still has fighting capability. Lin Feng murmured. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ding Zhu spat out the sand in his mouth and said, I don't know if that Reverse Star base has fighting capability, but I estimate that if we don't leave, we'll be beaten to the point of having no fighting strength. Lin Feng nodded, having to admit they had underestimated the situation. They thought the battle would end quickly, and that once the Rock Peak army retreated, they could scavenge some scraps. But now it seemed they should head back and wait for a while. Clearly, those who had come along shared the same thought. As they all got up and ran back to the camp without looking back. They were here to make money, not to lose their lives. The commander of the Rock Peak army watched the messages coming from outside, maintaining a stoic expression while inwardly cursing. Those useless guys in the equipment department. Such a rock layer reduced the missile's power by 40%. They're truly worthless. Shaking his head in resignation, he knew another attack was impossible. The power of such bombings was great, but the cost was also high. With this in mind, the Rock Peak Army commander turned to ask the woman, only to find that the woman who had been standing beside him was now gone. Instantly, his expression darkened. The Special Operations Bureau, truly. I don't know which side you belong to. What is that old guy Lei Xiao relying on to stay in his position? After pondering for a moment, the Rock Peak Army commander decided to let it go. This was not something he should be concerned about. His main task now was to eliminate this base and then return to claim his achievements, hoping to advance further in the military. Meanwhile, in front of the woman at the side of the valley stood a 5-member tactical team, with a captive wearing a white lab coat in the middle. The mission is complete. You can head back first. Report. We have information to relay. Speak. Reverse Star has recently been researching a new type of instrument, reportedly with significant advantages in drug separation. Chapter 49. Entering the base, as soon as the words were spoken, a look of interest appeared on the woman's face. It should be noted that medicine had always been a headache for the Lin Feng faction, spending a large amount of money each year to purchase it from the Dongbin and Gaochao factions. If this thing could really help the Lin Feng faction progress in medicine, it would be a significant achievement. Where's this thing? The members of the team all looked at the captured lab coat, who shrugged and said, in the laboratory, "But I can't describe it for you." Hearing this, the woman frowned. There was still fighting in the valley, and returning now would clearly be unwise. "It's fine. The army's main task is to destroy this base. They should be able to finish tonight, and after some cleanup, they will return. We can check with the army then. If it's not there, we can search the ruins. If we still can't find it, then forget it." The others present nodded. Their main mission was already complete, so this would be considered an extra gain. "Brother Lin Feng, let's set off." He Qian knocked on the door of Lin Feng's residence. Ding Zhu came out, looking at the fully armed He Qian and others, and asked in surprise, "Has the fighting over there ended?" "It's only afternoon, and the Lin Feng army finished the battle in just a morning. The sound of cannon fire has stopped, but we need to see the situation for ourselves," He Qian said with a grim face. This had nothing to do with He Qian's mood. He was completely blackened by the scorching heat wave. "All right, let's set off now." Upon hearing Ding Zhu's words, Lin Feng and the others streamed out. Huang Zheng looked at the equipment of He Qian and the others, feeling a sense of mourning for them in his heart. With just this little bit of gear, they wanted to scheme against others. It was truly looking for death in a toilet. Returning to the outside of the valley, the scene before them was completely different from before. The previously empty valley was now entirely enveloped by a silver-white, semicircular structure. Of course, this was only a rough outline of a semicircular structure. Its main body had undergone countless rounds of bombardment. Now, all that remained were broken walls and ruins. Right, and a ground full of mangled corpses. Stepping onto this battlefield, each foot landed in the slightly viscous blood, the sticky feeling occasionally reminding them in their minds with every step. Many people held their breath as soon as they entered. They had not been unacquainted with slaughter, but this was their first time seeing such a brutal battlefield. Huang Zheng's gaze swept around, puzzled as he said, "Why didn't we notice such a large building in the valley before?" Hearing this, everyone began to ponder. Could it be that some special concealment technology was used? Because this building was originally underground. Lin Feng pointed to a small piece of the remaining curved wall and said, "Look." Everyone looked over and indeed saw some yellow soil on the silver-white curved wall. Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What does this mean? It means that the Lin Feng army blasted this underground fortress out with their artillery. This is what war is about. Ding Zhu couldn't help but exclaim. He Qian suddenly seemed to discover something, pointing at 2 pits ahead and saying, "These 2 places seem to lead underneath this fortress. Which route should we take?" Hearing this, the people behind He Qian seemed to receive a signal, and they began mentally reciting the lines they had practiced earlier. They aimed to keep Lin Feng and He Qian separated, while the remaining people grouped together. They mentally reviewed their plan and prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, a voice spoke first. "Then let us split into 2 groups. He Qian and I will take one route, and we can find a few stronger individuals to join us. The rest can stick with Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng to protect Old Bai." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. The people behind He Qian exchanged glances. Shouldn't that have been their line? How did it come out of Lin Feng's mouth? The key point was that Lin Feng's method of dividing the groups was exactly what they had anticipated. Is that not okay? Lin Feng looked at He Qian beside him, a strange smile appearing on his face. Seeing this, He Qian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This development seemed a bit off. He Qian's gaze shifted, and his eyes widened, a fierce aura erupting from him. "No problem. I think Brother Lin Feng's division is the most reasonable." After speaking, He Qian pointed out several strong individuals from the team to join him. And after thinking for a moment, he also brought along He Fan and Xiaohan. He Fan's gaze shifted, and they ended up with 3 more people than their previous arrangement. The remaining individuals also consciously gathered around Ding Zhu and the other 2, vaguely surrounding them. Lin Feng nodded and boldly walked toward one of the large holes blasted out by the cannon fire. He Qian and the others quickly followed. They had come this far. They couldn't let Lin Feng get away. Watching Lin Feng and He Qian leave, A smile appeared on Ding Zhu's face. We should set off too. The group following Ding Zhu vaguely felt something was off. How did it suddenly become Lin Feng and Ding Zhu controlling the initiative? But at this point, they could only nod stiffly. Not long after the two teams disappeared into the cave, many others with similar identities entered the two openings as well. But shortly after, the ground of the valley began to shake again. Many who had not yet entered the fortress were astonished to discover that the Lin Feng army had actually turned back. In the darkness, Lin Feng walked at the forefront. This reverse starbase had indeed been transformed into a fortress. It was divided into layers from top to bottom, and the connections between every two layers were mostly blasted through by powerful artillery. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned back to look at He Qian, who was ready to make a move. Seeing Lin Feng turn suddenly, He Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost instantly drew his axe from his waist. However, before he could act, Lin Feng spoke first. How many layers have we come down? Lin Feng's question left He Qian momentarily stunned, and then he realized that the other party was not trying to make a move first. However, the calm He Qian was still a bit confused. Why ask how many layers they had descended? The others behind He Fan exchanged glances, but ultimately provided Lin Feng with an answer. We've already come down 4 layers. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. They had been set up. Chapter 50 Special Bullets. Lin Feng sighed, and then looked at the people in front of him, remaining still. Seeing the scene, He Qian and the others were somewhat puzzled. What are you trying to do? Lin Feng, little brother, why aren't you moving forward? He Qian was the first to speak up. I'm waiting for you to make your move, Lin Feng said to He Qian and the others with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in He Qian's eyes, but he still pretended to laugh heartily as he walked toward Lin Feng. As he walked, he mumbled, ha ha ha. I think there might be a misunderstanding, brother Lin Feng. We're in a cooperative relationship. How could I possibly attack you? Despite his words, He Qian's pace quickened, almost rushing directly in front of Lin Feng. As he arrived at this position, a hint of joy flashed in He Qian's eyes. How dare you let someone get this close? Isn't this courting death? The steel axe in his hand suddenly struck out, cutting through the air with a metallic arc. Seeing this, He Fan and the others couldn't help but smile. The stone-splitting axe, He Qian's signature move that allowed him to thrive in Stone Geocity. With this axe, he could split a stone the size of a person in half. They simply didn't believe Lin Feng's head could be harder than the stones used to build the city walls. Too slow. Lin Feng's voice echoed past He Qian and reached the ears of the others. They hadn't reacted yet when they saw He Qian's body suddenly collapse. What happened? What's going on? He Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Shoot! It was Xiao Han at the back of the crowd, who reacted first, screaming loudly. At this moment, He Fan and the others also came to their senses and raised their hands to shoot. Bang! 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 Double guns, 6 shots, almost merging into 3 gunshots. Those standing behind, He Fan looked at the bullet holes in their chests in disbelief. Why? They had reacted in time and were already standing behind the person in front. But that bullet still penetrated their chests? Thud! 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 One after another. Bodies fell to the ground, their confused gazes fixed on the ceiling. Lin Feng's gaze, however, was directed at a small figure that had already run far away. Yes, it was that Xiao Han. The other party turned and ran without any hesitation after screaming. Xiao Han erupted with all his strength, running at the fastest speed of his life, feeling as if he had divine assistance. For a moment, he even felt increasingly light as he ran. Even after a pain shot through the back of his head, he still had no intention of stopping. If Lin Feng knew how the other party felt, he would likely nod in agreement. After all, it wasn't common to see a body rushing forward for another 40 or 50 meters after its head had exploded. Lin Feng glanced over the bodies in front of him, shook his head, and left. A weak level 10 dared to imitate others in robbery. He didn't know if he was unaware of his own abilities or if such strength was enough to survive in the big city. Not long after Lin Feng left, a group of people arrived from behind. The leader was the woman who had taken the lead earlier. She had no interest in the bodies on the ground, but she was stopped by someone in a white coat from her team. Wait, what's wrong? A young man with a scar on his face looked at the other party warily. This was still the other party's home turf, so he had to be cautious. Even the leader's gaze toward him turned somewhat unfriendly. The man in the white coat hurriedly explained, "No, look at the bodies on the ground. Don't you notice anything unusual?" Hearing this, the tactical team's members finally looked at the pile of fallen bodies. "Isn't this just that group getting ambushed after plotting against others?" A voice said, pointing at the body holding the axe. The one holding the axe had approached quickly, only to be taken down almost instantly by the opponent's quick melee attack. Then, as that person's body fell, the others were shot down in a flash. Anyone here could have done that. Even the B-level guards in reverse star could easily complete such a task, right? At this point, the deep-voiced man added, "Although it's rare for an 8th level to kill a 10th level instantly, it's not a big deal." Hearing this, the white coat man looked at him with some surprise. "You can tell the other party is only level 8? No energy can be generated below level 10, and besides, the techniques used by the opponent are skill-based. It's not hard to figure out," the leader woman explained as she crouched down to search through the pile of bodies. Not long after, the woman stood up, spreading her hands. The tactical team's members looked over and noticed the problem. Bullets. There were only 6 bullets, but there were 8 bodies on the ground. The woman tore a piece of fabric from a body and carefully wiped the slightly deformed bullets before solemnly collecting them. At this moment, the young man with the scar on his face's expression darkened. Bullets with such strong penetration power, even their special combat unit didn't have. Could Reverse Star's technology have reached this level? Thinking this, the young man looked at the man in the white coat beside him. The white coat seemed to understand their thoughts and quickly shook his head, saying, "I can guarantee with my life that I have never seen such bullets in Reverse Star." After saying this, the white coat man added helplessly, "You don't need to guard against me like I'm a thief. Someone like me is more useful alive. No matter which side captures me, they will treat me well. I have no motivation to sacrifice my life for any side." Upon hearing this, even the leader woman's mouth twitched. "What are you saying? Although it sounds reasonable, why does it feel so strange? Regardless, it's better to be cautious. Let's wait for the Lin Feng army to come down before discussing it. After all, the bait seems to have worked." The woman gazed into the deep darkness in the distance, her eyes seemingly penetrating the darkness, seeing the remnants of Reverse Star still hiding at the bottom of this fortress. Lin Feng arrived at Ding Zhu's side. From a distance, he saw the remaining 4 or 5 people who had taken White Old Man hostage, retreating with a look of slight fear. However, before Lin Feng could make his move, the kidnapped White Old Man suddenly erupted. The small submachine gun hidden on him almost emptied its magazine at the fastest speed, sending the 4 little minions beside him to hell with their bellies full of confusion. Chapter 51. Tacit Cooperation. Looking at the 4 people who had been beaten to a pulp, Huang Zheng shook his head with a tsk. Lin Feng was really devious. Before leaving, he claimed it was to protect the old man but instead set these people up. However, they were quite foolish to actually believe that the old man needed protection. Ding Zhu also laughed and patted Huang Zheng on the shoulder, saying, "Who would have thought that the weakest among us would actually be a 20-year-old guy and not a white-haired old man?" Hearing this, Huang Zheng's mouth twitched, and he couldn't muster a smile. Ding Zhu shook his head and walked over to the old man asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit off." The old man replied, looking somewhat puzzled. "What's off?" Ding Zhu glanced around. Everywhere there were signs of gunfire and destruction, and it looked no different from a deserted battlefield. "It's simple. There are signs of such fierce fighting, but the number of dead is too few." Lin Feng's voice came from the darkness, startling Ding Zhu and the others, but they quickly regained their composure. Looking around, although there were traces of battle and splatters of blood, when it came down to it, there were indeed very few bodies. The enemy couldn't possibly be thinking about collecting corpses at such a critical moment, right? Damn! Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng both reacted, cursing simultaneously. Lin Feng was also helpless. They wanted to be the scavenging vultures, but the other side wanted them to be the charging hedgehogs. "So what now?" Lin Feng said calmly. "I estimate that the Lin Feng army should be turning back this way. We'd better take the opportunity to leave first." Agreed. Everyone responded in unison and quickly ran back along the path they came from. However, they hadn't run far when Lin Feng suddenly slammed to a stop at a T-junction, causing Huang Zheng, Ding Zhu, and the old man who were following behind, to halt as well. Huang Zheng was about to ask a question when Ding Zhu quickly covered his mouth. Lin Feng glanced at Ding Zhu, and he immediately nodded in understanding. Huang Zheng and the old man were still puzzled when Ding Zhu had already unfolded his folding long knife, scanning the ground before swinging the knife. A small piece of metal was sent flying like a golf ball, landing on the path ahead at the T-junction. Bang! 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 The moment the metal hit the ground, a series of gunshots rang out fiercely in the passage. Huang Zheng and the old man felt a chill in their hearts. Damn! There are ambushers here. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, and Ding Zhu slowly moved closer to Lin Feng to switch positions, while Lin Feng moved toward the back. Bang! 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 Puff! Puff! More gunshots rang out, and the enemy's shooting angles were quite tricky. Although it was at the T-junction, 2 of the 3 bullets ricocheted back towards them. Fortunately, they ultimately landed a bit off on their left side. Realizing this, Ding Zhu's eyes lit up as he swung back his hand and slapped Huang Zheng. The sudden pain made Huang Zheng want to shout, but considering the surroundings, he could only stifle a grunt, glaring at Ding Zhu. Bang! 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 Before Huang Zheng could react, the enemy's bullets started pouring in. A large number of ricocheting bullets landed on their left side, following the same trajectory as before. Seeing this, Huang Zheng was immediately too scared to speak. He could only shrink back as much as possible, try to avoid being hit by the bouncing bullets. The old man cast a deep glance at Ding Zhu, recognizing his ability to adapt in battle. He had a good talent. Ding Zhu was being suppressed, and the 2 ambushers who had been sent around from behind also quickened their pace. They were quite familiar with the terrain here. Once they rounded the front wall, they could reach behind Ding Zhu and the others. At that point, they could take care of this group. As they thought this, the 2's footsteps bypassed the half-destroyed wall. But the next moment, they faced a pair of black eyes, deep and transparent like the starry sky. Puff! Puff! The snake-like blade shot out, a double-edged sword. Their windpipes were instantly severed, and just before dying, they tried to activate their alarms, only to find that their fingertips were numb. Poison. This person is so treacherous, not only striking fast, but also coating the blade in poison. As the 2 bodies began to topple backward, Lin Feng quickly reached out to catch them, preventing their bodies from making noise upon hitting the ground. However, the moment he touched the 2 corpses, Lin Feng's expression changed. Something was off. The equipment on these 2 was strange. The guns they held were ordinary 3rd-generation models, and their clothes were of the same material as those worn by He Qian and the others, but their bulletproof vests were different. They were several grades higher than what He Qian wore, even better than the vests worn by the Walther group Lin Feng had seen before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng set down the corpse on his right. He propped the left corpse in front of him as a shield and turned to the other side of the wall. Scanning the area, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an expression of surprise. The opposing team clearly wasn't just any big city hunters or wilderness hunters. They had no defenses against anyone coming from behind. If they knew Lin Feng's thoughts, they would probably feel wronged. Their B-grade escort team, being cautious, sent 2 people to flank, but they were quietly taken out. Even an A-grade escort team might not manage that. However, Lin Feng wouldn't know their thoughts and wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He swiftly grabbed the rifle he had been carrying on his back, reloaded, and began firing at the escort team ahead. Bang! 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 Boom! Crimson bullets continuously shot from the muzzle, and the high-pressure gas exploded as the bullets collided with the enemy, engulfing the last 2 in red flames. Hearing the different gunfire, Ding Zhu quickly threw another half-person-high metal plate across the ground. After a brief moment of chaos, the escort team quickly regained their composure. They quickly found cover and split into 2 small teams. 2 people charged out to deal with Ding Zhu and the others, while the other 3 focused on the lone Lin Feng. However, in the darkness of the firefight, one side had 2 burning corpses providing visibility, which was bound to be a huge disadvantage. Bang! 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 Both sides continued to unleash a barrage of bullets, but relying on overwhelming firepower, Lin Feng alone suppressed the 3 of them. What made the escort team members feel most frustrated was Lin Feng's special explosive bullets. The key was that the opponent wasn't always using those bullets. They mixed in 1 or 2 explosive rounds among a large number of regular bullets. This often caught them off guard. Just wait. Wait until number 4 and number 7 deal with those 3, and you'll be the filling in the dumpling. Then, as they expected, number 4 and number 7 rushed to the location where Ding Zhu and the others had been, only to be left dumbfounded. No one. The empty corridor seemed to mock their questionable intelligence. At the same time, the 3 here also sensed something was off. The frequency of the explosive rounds had changed. Bang! Suddenly, an unusual gunshot echoed in their ears. Oh no, a sniper rifle. Just as they reacted and were about to leave, a black bullet instantly pierced through the cover in front of them and violently entered their bodies. Thud! A bullet-sized hole appeared at the position of one person's heart. Seeing this scene, the remaining 2 instantly felt a chill all over their bodies. What level of sniper rifle is this? Could it be that they have encountered an A-level special tactics team from the Lin Feng faction? However, Lin Feng did not give them much time to think. With a series of gunshots, the other 2 also suffered the same bullet-sized wounds. The 2 who had just gone to find Ding Zhu saw that there was no one at this position, and instead of going back, they charged straight toward Lin Feng and the others, trying to reenact the scene where Lin Feng had attacked them earlier. Ding Zhu stood at the spot where Lin Feng had just eliminated the enemy's flankers, leisurely lit a cigarette, and began to count in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Time's up. Thud, thud. 2 black grenades were thrown along the ground by Ding Zhu. Boom! Boom! After 2 violent explosions, a series of clanging sounds followed, along with the harsh noise of metal scraping against metal. As for the sound of steel balls entering flesh, it was hidden beneath these noises. At this moment, Huang Zheng and the old man also stopped shooting. The 2 standing up looked at Lin Feng, who was already disassembling the sniper rifle, and Ding Zhu, who was slowly walking over, and for a moment, they didn't know what expression to maintain. Compared to marveling at Lin Feng's ever-evolving equipment, they had actually become numb. However, the tacit understanding displayed by Lin Feng and Ding Zhu during this battle truly amazed them. The 2 communicated without any verbal exchanges, only through eye contact. Even when Lin Feng reached the wall, they didn't exchange glances. Yet, both understood what the other needed most and could fulfill it at the first opportunity. These 2 were like 2 cats, toying with the opposing team effortlessly. Ding Zhu attracted attention while Lin Feng maneuvered behind. Once Lin Feng completed his maneuver, Ding Zhu would lead them over to assist Lin Feng immediately. Without any communication, they rendered the opponent's calculations completely futile. Have you practiced this? As Lin Feng was putting away all the parts of the sniper rifle, Huang Zheng couldn't help but ask. Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zheng with some confusion and said, "What do you mean by practice? After hunting together a few times, you understand everything." Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly realized that Lin Feng's situation had improved only after Ding Zhu arrived at the camp. Lin Feng's hunting skills and marksmanship were initially taught by Ding Zhu himself. "Let's quickly gather the spoils and leave," Lin Feng said with a serious expression, not thinking too much about it. Huang Zheng and the old man were instantly awakened. Yes, this is not the time for chatting. After finding usable items through their actions, the 4 regrouped, and the most eye-catching was still the black briefcase in Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 52, 100 million star coins, but now Lin Feng didn't even have time to open it. "Let's go," Huang Zheng urged anxiously. It was time to escape. Lin Feng nodded and turned to run, but suddenly a loud bang echoed overhead. Before the 4 could react, a violent explosion came from the underground to their left. Immediately, they felt the ground beneath their feet start to shake. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Feng. "What should we do?" Ding Zhu lit a cigarette, watching Lin Feng as he smoked. "I guess the Lin Feng army has started to move. The small team we encountered earlier should be from the reverse star. Now we're caught in a pincer attack. As small fries, we really have no way out." Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. Earlier, he had only been focused on dealing with Yiqian's group, thinking that they couldn't be constantly targeted by thieves, so he planned to use their own tactics against them. Who would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Now they were trapped as well. "Should we go out and explain to the Lin Feng army?" Huang Zheng suggested weakly. The old man snorted coldly. "Isn't that just walking into a trap?" Do you really think the Yin Feng army will be that kind-hearted? Ding Zhu nodded, yeah. They even abandoned a big city like Shizhou City just to annihilate the reverse star base. They just see us as cannon fodder. Everyone fell silent. Lin Feng glanced at the spoils in their hands and suddenly had an idea. By the way, why do you think the Yin Feng army didn't just push through yesterday? To minimize casualties, Ding Zhu replied. In such a complex terrain, their firepower advantage can't be utilized. Exactly, it's complicated down there. And it's not easy for the Yin Feng army to come down. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fishing for us. And they must have counted on the reverse star people being anxious to leave. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean down there is the safest place? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the three of them looked enlightened. Yes, let's go. I estimate that the remaining reverse star people aren't many, and quite a few have been lured up. Let's hurry down. Yes, otherwise when the Yin Feng army arrives, it will be troublesome. The old man hurriedly urged, and Huang Zheng quickly agreed. The four quickly moved, following the gap created by the explosion, and ran swiftly towards the reverse star base. They didn't encounter any obstacles while running down, perhaps because the reverse star people were all focused on breaking out. They easily reached the lower floors. But Lin Feng stopped Ding Zhu and the others from going further down. Let's stay here. I estimate there will still be quite a few remnants of the reverse star if we go further down. The old man also nodded. All right, then let's find a place to wait here. As they were talking, Huang Zheng's gaze fell on a distant area where there had been a collapse, and he gestured with his hand. Soon, Huang Zheng excitedly said to Lin Feng, behind that pile of rubble. I calculated that there's at least half a room left intact behind it. Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zheng in surprise. You know architecture? Of course. Geography, architecture, astronomy, and mechanics were my best subjects, Huang Zheng replied, a warm memory flashing in his eyes. These subjects were taught to him by his father, but later, for reasons unknown, his father's temperament changed drastically, and he not only ignored him, but also neglected his mother. This was probably the fuse for the big mistakes he made later. Since we can confirm it, let's take a bit to try, Lin Feng said, jumping onto the pile of rubble. The four of them dug for a short while before seeing light inside. They opened a hole big enough to enter, and Lin Feng and the others crawled inside. The last one in, the old man blocked the entrance again. When he turned around, he found Lin Feng and the others frozen in place. What's wrong? The old man asked in confusion, and then followed their gazes to see a huge instrument made of metal and glass not far away, with the main structure at least 5 meters high. Its overall shape resembled a human stomach, with thick metal pipes connecting the top and bottom, and a metallic skeleton in the middle embedded with transparent glass. Through the glass, they could see it filled with a milky white liquid. Looking at the milky white liquid, the old man frowned, feeling it was somewhat familiar. While he was pondering, Lin Feng already provided the answer. Concentrated nutrient solution. This is all concentrated nutrient solution. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng quickly calculated, if we treat it as a cylinder. With a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 2 meters, the density of the concentrated nutrient solution is slightly higher than water. Even if we calculate it as water, that means there are at least 20 tons of concentrated nutrient solution here. 20 tons? Even Lin Feng couldn't help but get excited at this number. They all knew that concentrated nutrient solution would be worth less inside a big city than in the wilderness. But even if it were lowered by 500 star coins per unit, with each unit being about 100 grams, that would mean 200,000 units of concentrated nutrient solution, worth 100 million star coins? After calculating, the group was nearly breathless. This number was too terrifying. Not only Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, but even the worldly wise Huang Zheng and the old man had red eyes at this moment. Huang Zheng felt his throat dry. 100 million star coins was about the total annual revenue of the Huang family, which was around 4 to 500 million star coins. It's worth noting that the Huang family was already at the peak of the middle-class families in the entire Yin Feng central city. However, as enticing as it was, how would they take this thing out? Eventually, Ding Zhu was the first to wake up and voiced a very realistic concern. Yes, he said, even if this fortress has been damaged like this, it can still maintain power. Clearly, this is one of the core areas of the reverse star base. To get 20 tons of concentrated nutrient solution out of here is almost a pipe dream. Lin Feng thought for a moment and looked at the control panel not far away, which, fortunately, was still in good condition like the entire instrument. It just seemed to have lost power. Huang Zheng, come with me, Lin Feng said while running toward the control panel. Time is money. He had a feeling that many people would be eyeing such an important item. They had to be quick. Chapter 53, Milky White Balls. Fortunately, the condition of the control panel was better than he had imagined. Only the wires next to it had been severed by the broken metal plate. Everything else was intact and undamaged. Huang Zheng and Lin Feng quickly reconnected it. Looking at the powered-up control panel, Huang Zheng went over to take a look and then shook his head helplessly. There was no way. The people from the reverse star used numbers for operation instead of words. We don't recognize the numbers, so we can't use it at all. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but instead shook his sleeve, and several parts fell out. After a bit of assembly, it turned into an adjustable multi-size screwdriver. Huang Zheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the screwdriver in Lin Feng's hand. Where did you hide these things? I thought it was amazing enough that Lin Feng could perfectly disassemble a sniper rifle and conceal it in his clothes. Who would have thought he could also pull out repair tools with ease? Lin Feng didn't answer Huang Zheng's question. He just found the gap at the assembly point of the control panel and gently scraped it with the screwdriver. He then took down the entire panel, revealing the neatly arranged wires and control board underneath. With another shake of his sleeve, Lin Feng pulled out a strange device about the size of half a palm with a display screen. His gaze swept over the intricate wires beneath the control panel, and he swiftly cut two of the wires, connecting them to the palm-sized strange device in his hand. While operating something on the display screen of this strange device, Lin Feng said, "Mechanics are quite regular. As long as you find the patterns within, those so-called letters and numbers from the outside are merely external representations." Huang Zheng was taken aback upon hearing this. That sounded very familiar. It was similar to what his father had said one afternoon while he was disassembling a device he had found, struggling to make sense of it due to the color of the wires. Before Huang Zheng could react, Lin Feng pressed the only remaining button on the device in his hand. Ding, 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 ding. A light sound emerged, and the originally clean and transparent glass began to flicker with a bluish-purple light. Huang Zheng's gaze was drawn over. What is this? Is it starting up? Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng beside him in disbelief. Such a massive and complex machine, which had been impacted by the explosion, was actually started by Lin Feng just like that. This is too easy. However, Lin Feng ignored Huang Zheng's fascinating expression and continued to calmly observe the situation inside the device. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the green button on the device light up, indicating that it was safe. Gently pressing the button made the bluish-purple light grow even stronger. Even the people standing outside felt a slight burning sensation on their exposed skin. Disinfection? Ding Zhu and the old man by then understood the purpose of this light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the giant stomach-like device began to move with a milky white liquid inside, and soon a whirlpool formed at the center of this vast amount of concentrated nutrient solution. Although this whirlpool appeared within the nutrient solution, it resembled a bottomless giant mouth, mercilessly swallowing the surrounding concentrated nutrient solution. As a result, the liquid level inside the device dropped at a visibly rapid speed. Even though they knew Lin Feng was likely doing something beneficial for them, the three people present felt a pang in their hearts as they watched the liquid level drop so quickly. After all, this was not a small amount. This was 100 million, a full 100 million star coins. However, it was clear that the operation of the device would not stop because of their heartache. Soon, the nutrient solution was reduced to half of its previous amount. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Ding Zhu, smash the glass cover." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ding Zhu reflexively threw the folding long knife in his hand. The speed was so fast that even the old man by beside him didn't have time to stop him. And it was only after Ding Zhu let go of the long knife that he realized what was happening. Damn! Ding Zhu couldn't help but curse. And at that moment, the long knife had already struck the glass cover. Crack! This layer of glass was much more fragile than Ding Zhu and the others had anticipated. The moment the blade touched it, the glass shattered completely. It's over. Huang Zheng and the old man simultaneously lamented in their hearts. The nutrient solution that fell to the ground would be considered contaminated medicine, and even if it were given away for free, others might not dare to drink it. But soon, A somewhat unexpected sound escaped from their throats. They saw that the remaining quarter of the concentrated nutrient solution was firmly trapped in midair by the powerful centripetal force of the whirlpool, showing no signs of falling even after losing the glass cover. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to their confusion. He walked over, picked up the fallen long knife, and chopped it down towards the control panel behind him. After a few swift strikes, the entire control panel was destroyed. Meanwhile, Ding Zhu and the others were astonished to find that the nutrient solution, which was still liquid before, had now completely transformed into small, milky white balls. As for their size, they were even less than 1/20th of what they used to be. The expressions of the three people present turned to awe as they looked at Lin Feng. This was not awe for Lin Feng's strength, but rather a natural reverence for knowledge from the people of the wasteland. If it weren't for this reverence, the proud Huangzheng would have died countless times back at the camp. As they watched all the solution transform into milky white balls, their size further shrank to 1/30th of what it was before. Clatter! Then these milky white balls fell down like marbles. The old man displayed his astonishing speed, almost instantly reaching beneath the device and pulling out a burlap bag. He reached out to catch them, and all the milky white balls fell into the bag without missing a single one. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up. Impressive. At this crucial moment, the old man was faster than anyone else. As the last milky white ball fell, the drug separator at the center of the device also stopped. Everything was perfectly timed, as if it were a well-rehearsed play. The opening was brilliant, and the ending was quite smooth. Are we going to destroy this thing? Huangzheng looked at Lin Feng and asked. This thing looks very precious at first glance. There might be silence just for seeing it, so it would be better to destroy it once and for all. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a bit tempted, but the next moment his gaze suddenly flashed. His entire body tensed up. Ding Zhu, the old man and Huangzheng also sensed something was wrong. Chapter 54 Special Operations Division. Ding Zhu and Old rushed towards Lin Feng without looking back. As soon as they reached Lin Feng's side, a loud bang echoed from behind. The half-collapsed wall was directly smashed open, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. Ding Zhu took his folding long knife from Lin Feng's hand, his expression turning extremely serious. Danger! There's great danger in this smoke. Then they saw a tall figure emerge from the dust. Following him were 6 others, 4 of whom were dressed the same as the tall figure, indicating they were part of the same team. There was also a tall woman and a frail young man in a white coat trailing behind. The newcomers were momentarily stunned to see there were still people inside. Clearly, they hadn't expected anyone to be here. And the most critical point was that these people's attire and demeanor did not belong to the Reverse Star faction. They didn't even look like people from the big city. Instead, they resembled wasteland wanderers. Instantly, the people present exchanged glances and confirmed this somewhat unbelievable conclusion. Finally, it was Ding Zhu who spoke up. You all please go ahead. We are just here seeking refuge. Upon hearing this, the tall woman stepped forward, staring at Old Bai for a moment before unexpectedly saying, Bai Yuman? Old Bai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, then carefully examined the tall woman's face and asked, somewhat breathlessly, Is your last name Lung? The tall woman shook her head and replied, My last name is Liu. My grandmother's last name is Lung. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's expression immediately became strange, and he cautiously asked, Is your grandmother still alive? Yes, she said she wouldn't leave before you die. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huangzheng's gazes towards Old Bai changed instantly. This old man's emotional debt, indeed. However, Old Bai ignored them and sighed, saying, Don't worry. I also plan to return to Yin Feng this time. I will go find her then. Let her watch me die. The woman surnamed Lu nodded with an inexplicable expression, while the members of her tactical team were at a loss for words. They truly couldn't imagine how such a frail old wasteland wanderer could have a connection with a colossal family like the Lung family. The tall woman felt she needed to calm herself down. She hadn't expected that a simple mission would lead to encountering her grandmother's old acquaintance. The woman turned to the frail young man in the white coat and said, Why don't you go take a look? See if this instrument still has any value? The young man in the white coat nodded and, taking a flashlight, approached the instrument to examine it closely. At this moment, The woman surnamed Lu had sorted out her feelings and came to Old Bai's side. "Hello, Grandpa Bai. My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Qianlan." Old Bai nodded, unsure of what to say, and finally focused his gaze on their clothes. "You are from the Special Operations Division, right?" Grandpa Bai knows. "Of course. I used to be in the Special Operations Division." Huang Zheng was dumbfounded, staring at Old Bai in astonishment. "No way, Grandpa Bai, you were in the Special Operations Division?" As soon as he said this, Huang Zheng immediately felt a cold glare from Lu Qianlan, and he quickly realized he had misspoken. Meets bo, Gedang Ba Bai, Gedang Ba Bai. Old Bai didn't mind. He had been called that for many years. It was a long time ago, not worth mentioning. After speaking, Old Bai looked at Lin Feng beside him and said, "The recommendation letter Zhang Xiao gave you was from the Special Operations Division, right?" Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I only know the address. 404, Haishi Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Yinfeng City." Upon hearing this address, Lu Qianlan nodded and said, "That's right. It's the assessment address for the Special Operations Division. But why have I never heard of Zhang Xiao?" As she spoke, Lu Qianlan looked at the tactical team beside her. The only woman in the team raised her hand and said, "I know. Zhang Xiao is the captain of Team 1. He was said to have an important mission and went to the wasteland. So now, Team 1's captain, Li Chun, is still acting captain. But since Zhang Xiao hasn't returned in a long time, everyone has tacitly accepted that he has disappeared." Lu Qianlan nodded, indicating she understood. However, she only glanced at Lin Feng and didn't pay more attention to him. After all, even if he joined the Special Operations Division, he was still far from where she was now. Soon, the frail young man in the white coat also brought good news. The key parts of the instrument were still intact and could be dismantled and taken away. Lu Qianlan lifted her chin, and the tactical team members got busy. Seeing this, Old Bai told Lin Feng and the others to wait aside for a while. And while speaking, he handed Lin Feng the bag filled with milky white pills. Lu Qianlan sensed something but didn't say much while looking at Old Bai. In a corner, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, finally shaking their heads. There was no hope for a breakout. It was better to leave it to Old Bai and the woman named Lu Qianlan to negotiate. Huang Zheng, on the other hand, stared blankly at the tactical team and the young man in the white coat as they dismantled the instrument. After watching for a while, Huang Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Trash. Their skills are really terrible. Not to mention, compared to Lin Feng, even compared to me, they're far behind. The young man in the white coat also began to shout loudly. "Damn, are you all just messing around? If you don't get blown up, you're going to destroy it yourselves." Hearing the young man's words, the tactical team members hesitated and dared not move. At this moment, Lu Qianlan was also startled. The only female member of the tactical team walked over helplessly. "Captain, there's no way. The structure inside is too intricate, and it requires a specialized mechanic." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan's brows furrowed. If they needed to find a mechanic now, they could only borrow someone from the military. In that case, this thing might become their credit. "Why can't we find a mechanic all of a sudden?" Old Bai asked. Lu Qianlan nodded helplessly. "It's fine. We have people here." After speaking, Old Bai turned to Huang Zheng and Lin Feng. "Huang Zheng, Lin Feng, come here for a moment." Huang Zheng approached Old Bai's side and began to mumble. "You should have called me earlier. This thing would have been useless if it was left alone." Chapter 55, joining the satellite city, listening to Huang Zheng's words. The girl curled her lips and muttered, "He really knows how to brag." The old man also rolled his eyes and then looked at Lin Feng, wanted to seek his opinion. Huang Zheng should be able to handle it. If not, it's no problem. I will step in. Lu Qianlan, the girl from the tactical team, even more boastful than the previous one. Huang Zheng glanced at the girl's expression, merely snorted lightly, and then began to climb the enormous instrument. Lin Feng stood beside the lab coat. The lab coat turned to Lin Feng and adjusted his glasses, asking, "Do you need something?" "Nothing." After saying that, Lin Feng distanced himself from the lab coat and focused on Huang Zheng's operations. Although the tactical team couldn't stand Huang Zheng's arrogant demeanor, they had to admit that once Huang Zheng got started, things were indeed different. The places they thought would require a lot of effort, with a light flick of Huang Zheng's fingers, opened up effortlessly. Handing their tools to Huang Zheng made him even faster. What looked like a massive instrument was disassembled in less than 20 minutes. Seeing this scene, The tactical team couldn't help but applaud Huang Zheng. When they came down, the lab coat immediately went to examine the 1-meter-high Euro-shaped core separator. After confirming there were no issues, he nodded. Lu Qianlan cast a grateful glance at the old man and then said, "Grandpa Bai, let me take you out, otherwise we might run into trouble with the Yin Feng army on the way." "Then thank you, Xiaolan. It's nothing. This is what we should do," Lu Qianlan said with a smile, looking quite filial. However, it must be said that Lu Qianlan's identity was indeed useful. When they reached the surface, the Yin Feng army almost instantly surrounded them, but thanks to Lu Qianlan's presence, they were easily let through. TSK, TSK, TSK. Does the Special Combat Department have such a high status? Ding Zhu said, somewhat surprised. The status of the Special Combat Department is indeed high, but not to this extent. The main reason is still Lu Qianlan's high standing. The middle and upper levels of the Special Combat Department are on par with the commanding general of the Yin Feng army this time. Not to mention, Lu Qianlan has the powerful Lu family and Lung family backing her. After a brief explanation, Huang Zheng looked at the old man and then asked, "So, Grandpa Bai, are you also from the Bai family?" "You are not worthy." The old man raised his head proudly, looking down on the Bai family. Huang Zheng curled his lips, also noticing that the old man didn't want to say much. He put aside his curiosity, but Ding Zhu next to him became interested. "Huang Zheng, what are these families you mentioned? The Lu family, Lung family, Bai family. They're the big families in Yin Feng City. These families are basically at the top of Yin Feng City. The disciples within the families are spread across various sectors, such as business, politics, and military throughout the Yin Feng factions." Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. When the group returned to the Shizhou city camp, they suddenly felt something was off with the atmosphere here. They saw many people walking on the road, constantly beating drums and gongs, as if they were celebrating some joyful occasion. Lin Feng and the others were momentarily stunned. Even if Shizhou city just resurrected, they shouldn't be this happy, right? Huang Zheng couldn't help but say, "Let's go down and ask what is going on." The four returned to the right side of the camp, and indeed saw many people gathered around their vehicles, discussing animatedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at their happy faces. You'd think the people who died in Shizhou City were resurrected. Yeah, so many people died, and they're still this happy over just an identity. Be grateful. At least they didn't get nothing. Haha, I think you're just jealous. Even though their city is ruined, now they are all part of the satellite city. What do I count for? Are there even a quarter of the survivors from Shizhou City? Such a price for a satellite city identity. It's not even the central city. What is there to be jealous about? Look, aren't you just getting anxious? Anxious my ass. The back and forth naturally turned into a shouting match, but Lin Feng and the others finally understood what was happening. Lin Feng turned to look at the cheering crowd and said, his tone flat, "It seems that the heads we have on hand to enter the central city are worth more than we expected. Of course, if those few people hadn't escaped from the central city prison, the central city wouldn't offer such conditions no matter what." Huang Zheng also said with some emotion. Speaking of which, their luck was indeed quite good, unexpectedly reaping those heads. Otherwise, would they still think about entering the central city? Dream on. Back in the tent, the four were quite tired and found a random place to sleep. Yin Feng City Conference Office. A group of dedicated secretaries handling the issues to be reported to the council were compiling a list of issues needing council attention. Has the reverse star base been destroyed? The news just received says it has been destroyed. Is there anything else besides this today? Mainly this issue, plus one about a joint drug research project with Dongbin, and a plan for military action against the reverse star next year. Hey, wasn't the Dongbin drug issue decided long ago? Yes, it was said to be settled, but the Bai family said Dongbin's price was too high and renegotiated. This is the new version. Since the Bai family is involved, it should be fine. Yes, that makes things easier for us. As the two discussed, they began to check whether there were any obvious problems with the issues to be submitted. Confirming there were none, one of the secretaries stood up and took 3 documents to an independent small office at the door. "Secretary Xiao, here are today's issues." Just put them on the desk," the young Secretary Xiao said without raising his head while looking at the documents in his hands. The dedicated secretary nodded, placed the items on the desk, and then left. However, before leaving, The dedicated secretary took a glance at the documents in Secretary Zhao's hands. On it was boldly written research plan for sky orbital weapons. The dedicated secretary frowned slightly. Isn't this an internal document of the military? But since it was in Secretary Zhao's hands, she didn't pay much attention. After all, Secretary Zhao's background was famously prominent, being the sole heir of the Zhao family and having become a senior official at a young age. It was certain that he would have a smooth path ahead. Chapter 56. The Power of Knowledge. The sand and wind swept across the vehicle, and Lin Feng lay in the seat with a vacant stare. Ding Zhu drove while glancing at Lin Feng, who had often been in this state lately. The moment he wasn't driving, his eyes would turn hollow. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng looked fine, Ding Zhu would have thought he was going a bit crazy. The journey ahead was not as dull as before. At some point, they had likely crossed a boundary of precipitation. The plants on the ground had begun to flourish, and there were noticeably more various exotic beasts. The number of large cities visible was also significantly greater than in the wilderness. Along the way, they occasionally encountered attacks from exotic beasts, but they were all minor threats that they could easily handle. As noon approached, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng stopped the vehicle. Creak! Two flint stones rubbed against each other, and a spark fell into the pile of dry wood in front of them. However, the flame was about to extinguish again shortly after. It's getting damp, Ding Zhu said somewhat helplessly as he disassembled a bullet, pouring the gunpowder onto the pile of dry wood. After striking the flint again, he finally managed to ignite the wood. Starting a fire was not easy, but getting water was much more convenient. Huang Zheng walked over with a bucket of water and said, "The water in the bucket is crystal clear, bringing joy to those who see it." This was especially true for the four of them who had been living in the wilderness for so long. These days, whenever they took a break, they would fetch a bucket of water to boil and drink. Lin Feng found several different herbs and casually tossed them into the boiling water. The other three were accustomed to this by now. When the color of the herbs was released, everyone filled a bowl for themselves. The grass-green water, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, surged into their lungs. For a moment, everyone felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through their bodies, making them quite comfortable. Wow, Lin Feng, your potion preparation skills are getting more and more proficient, the old man remarked, looking at the bowl of green herbal soup. Huang Zheng nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes. Before, you had to search for herbs in the grass for ages, and now the herbs you casually pick can have this effect." While saying this, Huang Zheng gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Indeed, Lin Feng had made some progress recently. He looked at his panel. Name, Lin Feng level, LV8 age, 15 race, half-elf powers, none strength, 8, 3 agility, 8, 4 constitution, 8, 3 spirit, 8, 9 talent specialization, handy skills, comprehensive firearm skills, LV7 sniper rifle, LV7, rifle, LV7, handgun, LV7, spirit snake dagger, LV7, basic spiritual breathing method, LV1, tidal meditation method, LV2, knowledge, basic potion knowledge, LV9 biology, LV10, pharmacology, LV10, formulation, LV9, basic mechanical knowledge, LV8 mechanics, LV8, materials science, LV8, weaponry metal, LV8, mechanical processing, LV6, intelligent programming, LV10. In recent days, Lin Feng had devoted almost all his time to studying knowledge. The returns he received were astonishing, aside from the practical skills. His theoretical knowledge had advanced by leaps and bounds, or rather, it kept pace with his level increase. At this moment, he understood why A519 provided him with this knowledge alongside the cultivation techniques. It was clearly to emphasize the importance of walking on 2 legs. When his knowledge had not yet met the requirements, he felt little, but now that his knowledge level had risen, Lin Feng's feelings were even more profound. Not to mention, just relying on his understanding of biology and potions, if he were placed alongside the elite of Yanfeng City in this area, he would have dozens of ways to outsmart them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned to Ding Zhu beside him, then shifted his gaze to Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng, do you think there are places in the central city where adults can learn knowledge? What kind of knowledge? Huang Zheng asked Lin Feng. All kinds. Starting from basic general education would be fine. Huang Zheng smiled when he heard this request. That's not difficult at all. If you want to learn about mechanics or medical pharmaceuticals, that would indeed be quite challenging. But for just general education, as long as you pay a fee, you can enter a middle school campus to study together. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as there was a channel, it was a good thing. Moreover, if you truly have talent, you might even be recommended by a teacher to enter university. After thinking for a moment, Huangzheng shared some informal channels he knew. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This made the old man curious. These kinds of knowledge shouldn't be useful to you, right? Why are you asking about this? Lin Feng remained silent, but looked at Ding Zhu, who was happily drinking the herbal soup. At this moment, and Huangzheng followed Lin Feng's gaze to Ding Zhu, who finally sensed something was off. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. What the heck? You don't mean for me to go to school with a bunch of 13 or 14-year-olds, do you? Upon hearing this, Huangzheng's mind suddenly conjured an image of Ding Zhu with a small backpack, hopping towards the school gate. Instantly, Huangzheng shivered all over. Terrifying. This image was just too terrifying. Lin Feng extended his hand to block Ding Zhu's next words. There's no negotiating on this. Your current knowledge is too weak. I want to teach you something, and you wouldn't be able to understand. I don't have the time to help you build a foundation. Ding Zhu snorted coldly. Then I won't. Before he could finish, he suddenly recalled Lin Feng's conversation with him one night. Brother Ding, did you know? Actually, every star above us is a planet just like ours. One day, I want to walk on these planets and see them. Ding Zhu suddenly found it hard to continue with his previous statement and could only nod gloomily. Seeing this scene, the old man Bai's eyes widened. Ding Zhu actually agreed. Despite usually appearing easygoing, he was actually prouder than anyone else. Yet now he was actually willing to go to class with a bunch of kids. Huangzheng looked at Ding Zhu and then at Lin Feng, realizing it even earlier than Bai. After all, Lin Feng was moving too quickly. Chapter 57. Satellite City Center City. Lin Feng stood at the foot of the city, straining his neck to see the top of the city wall, but still unable to catch a glimpse. How tall is this city wall? Ding Zhu poked Huangzheng, who was standing in line next to him, and asked. About 360 meters, if I remember correctly, Huangzheng replied. The satellite city is 360 meters, while the center city is 120 meters, the old man Bai said, taking a sip of his drink and feeling a bit sentimental. Oh, the center city is even lower? Yes, because it's blocked by the satellite city. Moreover, the center city is too large. If it had walls that high, it would not only be costly but also ineffective, Huangzheng explained. Ding Zhu suddenly understood. Indeed, to enter the center city, one must go through the satellite city, which serves as the wall of the center city. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the cleverness of such a design, though he also recognized the cold-bloodedness behind it. Using the satellite city as a wall shows a complete disregard for the residents within those satellite cities. After nearly a month of travel, they finally arrived near the center city. As for why it was only near, that was due to the unique system of the center city. To officially enter, one must pass through these satellite cities. If one tried to go directly, there would be no city gates for the center city, and attempting to climb the city wall would only invite gunfire from the center city's guards. Honestly, if it weren't for Huangzheng, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu would likely have no idea how to claim the reward after killing those wanted criminals. Fortunately, although the center city lacks city gates, the gates of the satellite city were sufficiently large, and it didn't take long for them to reach the entrance. The guards at the entrance glanced over Lin Feng and the others before directly asking, "You came from the wilderness?" "Yes," Huangzheng replied cheerfully. "Is there something you need?" The guard's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was still indifferent. There were simply too many people coming in daily hoping for luck. He had seen all sorts of bizarre reasons and was no longer curious. "We completed the bounty and wish to enter the center city," Huangzheng stated. At these words, the guard's expression finally changed. A bounty? A center city bounty? The guard's gaze began to scrutinize the four individuals before him. Huangzheng, with his oddly shaped eyebrows. The old man by who was missing a leg and still drinking, the gloomy and disheveled Ding Zhu, and the clean-cut Lin Feng who appeared to be just a child. Such a combination. No, the captain said that the stranger the appearance, the greater the ability. These four were already strange to this extent. Perhaps they really could complete the center city bounty. The guard silently thought, no longer wasting words. and asked Huang Zheng and the others to wait while he reported the situation through a communicator. The four didn't have to wait long before a man in a black suit approached them. "So you completed the bounty?" The man raised his head slightly, his gaze filled with confusion. Huang Zheng frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing, simply opened the sack he was holding. The man curiously leaned in to look, and his eyes met a pair filled with lifelessness. He couldn't help but shiver. Human heads. The sack was filled with what appeared to be still living heads. The man swallowed hard and, upon seeing the calm demeanor of the four, understood. These people were probably tough characters from the wilderness. As for which bounty, the man could almost guess without thinking. It was just those who had escaped from prison. That incident had caused quite a stir, and it was only because of it that the big shots in the center city were willing to grant a few permanent residency rights. "Follow me," the suddenly respectful inspector said, and the guard felt relieved, grateful that he had followed his master's teachings and not looked down on others. As they entered the grand city, Lin Feng felt a momentary sense of returning to his past life. Towering skyscrapers rose and fell, and cars flowed endlessly along the smooth, wide roads. However, after a brief moment of distraction, the four quickly regained their focus. The man led them to a reception room and pointed to the sofa inside, saying, "Please wait here for a moment while I go fetch someone from the notary office." "All right." Huang Zheng nodded and plopped down on the sofa. Observing Huang Zheng's demeanor, the man couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did it seem like Huang Zheng was some wealthy young master? Or was he just too out of touch with the news, thinking that the wilderness had developed to the point of affording sofas? With his doubts, the man left, and Ding Zhu also sat on the sofa. However, compared to Huang Zheng's composure, Ding Zhu appeared a bit more cautious. Yet the moment he sat down, a look of joy flashed across his face. Though it was fleeting, Lin Feng caught it. Lin Feng sat down as well. He had to admit that the sofa's quality was indeed good, soft yet firm, better than any he had sat on in his past life. The old man stood by the clean window, gazing at the tall buildings outside, and said with nostalgia, "When I left back then, the plan for the satellite city had just been proposed. I never expected that in less than 10 years, the satellite city would develop to this extent. However, with such development, the satellite city has strayed from its original design." Hearing this, Huang Zheng became interested. What was the original design like? The old man turned to look at him and said, "Very simple, to create 8 war fortresses filled with soldiers, all under military management." "If that's the case, then it would just be a pure moat," Lin Feng commented. "Yes, but that was an idea born out of the immense pressure on Rock Peak City. Once the pressure lifted, naturally the ideas changed." "Immense pressure? What was that?" Huang Zheng looked at the old man with confusion. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. The old man had no intention of hiding it. But just as he was about to speak, footsteps were heard outside again. Everyone instinctively fell silent. Before long, the door opened, and in came a middle-aged man in a white coat, holding a device. "Please take out those heads. We need to conduct identity verification." Huang Zheng nodded and took out 4 heads from the bag. The rest belonged to Voss and his group. Although they didn't lack permanent residency in the center city, they were still very interested in the bounty reward. The middle-aged man inspected them carefully and then frowned slightly. Seeing this, the man beside him became anxious. "What? Is there a problem with these heads?" Given the magnitude of this case, he estimated he could earn a considerable reward even just by handling it. The middle-aged man nodded. "There is indeed a problem." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng was about to stand up to argue, but Lin Feng stopped him with a single sentence. "Let him finish." Only then did Huang Zheng settle back down on the sofa, though his gaze toward the middle-aged man was quite unfriendly. The man looked at Lin Feng in surprise, not expecting that the one in charge of the entire group would be this child. The middle-aged man also realized he had misspoken and hurriedly said, "The genes haven't been verified yet. When I said there was a problem, it was only because these heads are preserved too well. After all, it concerns the permanent residency rights of the central city. So we specifically sought some remedies from the wilderness, and it seems that the results are quite good now." Lin Feng explained with a smile to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate. He sliced off a piece of flesh from his own head and directly placed it into the device. 30 seconds later, the display screen of the device showed 4 faces. Below each face were 4 bright red words. A-class wanted criminal. Verification successful. Chapter 58. The means of city dwellers. Seeing this scene, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Is this all right now? Huang Zheng asked the middle-aged man in the white coat. No problem, no problem, the middle-aged man in the white coat replied with a smile. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the car now. The man in professional attire was even more direct, picking up a communicator to contact the vehicle entering the central city. Clearly, this matter was also very important to him. Soon, in addition to the vehicle tickets for travel, suitcases capable of holding the heads were delivered. The heads were placed into the suitcases, and Lin Feng and the others each took one and boarded the arranged vehicle, arriving at the bus station. After entering the station, they transferred to a train heading into the city. Huang Zheng and the old man in white had no reaction, but Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance. At this moment, they deeply realized that even in a place close to the central city, there were still huge class differences. The train traveled on a cross-city bridge, which was very wide, estimated to have 36 lanes in both directions, and was divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The top level was occupied by a large number of military soldiers, and it was vaguely visible that there were many heavy weapons scattered throughout. The middle layer was the passage for various vehicles. The bottom layer was the track for the train Lin Feng and the others were on, and Lin Feng also saw several trains labeled with food and minerals rushing along the tracks. It was clear that the bridge was also the lifeline of the central city, regardless of the perspective. What is that? After the train had been traveling for a while, Ding Zhu suddenly noticed that some small dots of various colors began to appear scattered beneath the bridge. Oh, that is the outer city. Huang Zheng emphasized the words outer city, clearly indicating that it was not a good place down there. How so? Between the satellite city and the central city, there's a very large area of open land, although neither side pays much attention to these places. However, since it's right in front of their eyes, they would still periodically clear it out, which has resulted in this area being relatively safe, and naturally, there would be quite a few wilderness wanderers coming over. Thus, the outer city was formed. Listening to Huang Zheng's explanation, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu nodded, finding it reasonable. After all, safety is the most precious thing in the wilderness. However, since those inside are all people from the wilderness, the composition would be quite complex. Now, it could be said that rather than being safe, it was more chaotic. The man in professional attire also spoke up to comment, and after a pause, he continued, but it is precisely because of this chaos that there are profits to be made. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances as they looked at the increasingly dense, colorful dots below, their eyes flashing with unusual colors. It sounded like it might be a good place. Captain Liu is looking for you. Hearing this, Li Chen was somewhat surprised and stood up, immediately spotting Liu Qianlan standing at the door. What brings Captain Liu here? Li Chen's words were filled with surprise, a very unexpected surprise. Although both were captains, Liu Qianlan had always commanded the strongest A-level team. She had always looked down on their B and C-level teams, often saying they were no different from the ordinary guard troops. She had never even stepped into the building where their B-level team was located. It's nothing. Just here to tell you some news. Hearing this, Li Chun frowned. What news? Liu Qianlan was not a good person. Eating alone was one of the favorite things for A-level teams. It's unrelated to the mission, Liu Qianlan said directly as she sensed Li Chen's thoughts. It's about the captain who left you, Zhang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Li Chun stood up straight. You've seen Captain Zhang? Liu Qianlan looked at Li Chun in surprise. According to her investigation, Zhang Xiao had left almost 10 years ago. The fact that he still referred to Zhang Xiao as Captain Zhang indicated that their relationship was deeper than she had imagined. I didn't see that Zhang Xiao. Instead, I met a kid holding Zhang Xiao's recommendation letter. Saying this, Liu Qianlan briefly recounted her encounter with Lin Feng and the others, omitting the old man, but highlighting Lin Feng and Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng, the one who made a mistake and was directly expelled from the city by the head of the Huang family? Li Chun asked with a strange expression. Liu Qianlan glanced at Li Chun, her tone becoming somewhat leisurely. That's right. Something's off. Li Chun definitely knew something. Otherwise, why did he ask about Huang Zheng first instead of Lin Feng? The Huang family, Huang Zheng, Zhang Xiao, Li Chun. Liu Qianlan suddenly thought of some rumors. All right, then thank you for this news, Captain Liu. Li Qian's tone softened at this moment. Don't thank me yet. I haven't finished, Liu Qianlong replied. Now Lin Feng and Huang Zheng have already entered the central city, and they should be going to collect a reward. Li Qian frowned. Collect a reward? That means they're going to that place. I understand. I'll head over shortly. If you have any requests, just say. Li Qian looked at Liu Qianlong and said directly, not believing she would be so kind as to give him this information without reason. Very simple. I need to borrow the Gale for a few days. Ha, I knew it. You go find him yourself, Li Qian sighed. If he agrees, it will be fine. Don't worry, he will agree. It's killing two birds with one stone. Liu Qianlong's goal for coming had been completely achieved, and she left with her long legs. Li Qian rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, then suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, standing up straight away. First squad, assemble. As the train entered the station, everyone got off the train. Before they could exit the station, others had already approached them. A team of people in police uniforms was waiting for them, and those around who saw this scene all turned their heads. Is there some big shot arriving? Even the police came directly to the platform to greet them. However, they weren't allowed to look for long, as these police officers directly led Lin Feng and the others away. By the time they got off the vehicle, they found themselves in a large hall, and before Huang Zheng could speak, they were pushed into a room. The four entered without much concern, but once inside, they were somewhat dumbfounded. The room was completely different from what they had imagined. It was not luxurious at all, and there were even no sofas, only iron stools. The overall atmosphere was quite cold. This doesn't seem like a reception room, the old man in white said coldly, looking at the peeling walls nearby. Huang Zheng's expression also became grim, and his breathing started to grow heavy. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, picked up a metal stool, set it in the center of the room, and sat down steadily. Now that we are here, we might as well settle in. It's just the right time to see the means of the people in the central city. Seeing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, the old man in white and Ding Zhu moved stools to sit beside him, while only Huang Zheng paced anxiously around the room. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the cold room, time seemed to pass at half speed. Everything slowed down, and Huang Zheng grew increasingly restless. Several times, I had banged on the iron door at the entrance, but even so, the outside remained eerily quiet, as if everyone had forgotten. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Feng, who had been resting his eyes, finally opened them. Creak! The iron door was brutally pushed open and slammed against the wall. A middle-aged man, portly and clad in a police uniform, stepped into the room. He glanced at the four of us and then continued. So it's you who killed those fugitives? How did you kill them? Where did you kill them? What about the others? He launched into a rapid-fire interrogation without any hint of apology for his tardiness, even adopting a tone that suggested torture was imminent if we didn't answer. His expression was one of, you better answer, or else. Looking at the self-righteous, pot-bellied man before me, Huang Zheng was furious. What's the matter? We are the ones who killed the fugitives, not the fugitives themselves. On what grounds do you interrogate us like this? Who gave you the authority to keep us locked up here for 3 or 4 hours without a word? Chapter 59. Mental shock. The middle-aged man raised his head and met Huang Zheng's gaze directly. In the blink of an eye, the man's pupils transformed from round to chilling, snake-like slits. A cold sensation surged into Huang Zheng's mind. Fear, absolute fear, filled Huang Zheng's heart. In an instant, he seemed to return to that night. He was dragged out from under the blanket, and the events that followed had become a blur. The incoherent ramblings morphed into whispers of a devil echoing in his ears. He had long forgotten the specifics, leaving only the fear deeply buried within. Just as he was about to scream in terror, a hand suddenly pulled him out of his state of fear. Huang Zheng's vision blurred, but soon became clear again. The surroundings were still the same cold room. Nothing had changed. Only he was drenched in cold sweat. What had just happened? At that moment, Huang Zheng wanted to raise his head to question the middle-aged man with the big belly, but he found he had no courage to do so. His hands and feet trembled. Ding Zhu and the old man also wore serious expressions. What had just happened? Huang Zheng had merely glanced at the man, and he was already sweating profusely, trembling like a sieve. If Lin Feng hadn't pulled him back, they suspected Huangzheng would have urinated himself right there. On the other side, a hint of disdain flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. At this moment, a circle of people appeared behind him, all wearing amused expressions, as if they were enjoying a wildcat toying with its prey. After all, they had seen such scenes too many times. It wouldn't be long before either the utterly ruthless or the righteous would end up kneeling on the ground, sobbing about their past misdeeds. Casually picking up a communicator, a few of them even began to place bets. How many minutes until this boy kneels and starts crying? I guess half a minute. Too long. He'll be on his knees in 10 seconds. I feel like, although he's young, he still has some momentum, so I'll say half a minute. I agree. He looked the most composed while sitting in the monitoring room. TCH, if there are no special means, mental strength grows slowly with age and level. He is young and not high level. I doubt he can hold out for long. Exactly, and the fat snake's mental strength is about to break 6. Dealing with a kid like him should be easy. Let us place our bets. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 15 seconds. Half a minute. At this moment, the imposing fat snake also turned his gaze to Lin Feng. So it seems the one in charge among these people is you, little brat? Then you can answer a few questions. Answering questions is fine, but who are you? Lin Feng asked the fat snake in front of him. Hee. You wanderers of the wilderness. Even if I tell you, would you understand? The fat snake assessed Lin Feng with disdain and even disgust in his eyes. Another self-righteous wanderer. People like him would soon get involved with the unsavory characters in the dark corners of the central city after a few days. Purely garbage that pollutes the central city. What he needed to do was burn this garbage. Thinking of this, the fat snake's pupils began to gleam with eagerness. But Lin Feng remained calm as he looked at the man in front of him and suddenly spoke. I really don't know, but I need to find a place to seek an explanation. Listening to Lin Feng's rambling, the fat snake became somewhat impatient. Where did all these words come from? Just answer what I ask. The fat snake's voice suddenly rose, and his pupils transformed into slitted snake-like eyes, fixating on Lin Feng. It seems the fat snake is angry. Could something happen? Yes, last time he got too rough and turned someone into a fool just by looking at them. It doesn't matter. A wanderer from the wilderness turning into a fool who would seek revenge for them. While they were discussing, Lin Feng and the fat snake's gazes locked onto each other. At the same time, a loud shout echoed from outside. Close your eyes. The shout captured everyone's attention, and a man dressed in a long coat, radiating a fierce aura, appeared at the door. The terrifying aura unleashed with the shout made everyone present feel as if their hearts were hammered. The people behind the fat snake exchanged quick glances. Their eyes filled with 2 words, it's over. Li Chun was also extremely furious. The person introduced by his team leader hadn't even met him yet, and now they were about to be turned into a fool. The members of the first team following Li Chun also instantly sharpened their gazes. The guys from the External Management Bureau were becoming increasingly unrestrained. An unbearable scream began to reverberate throughout the room. The sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. It felt as if nails were scraping across a blackboard, and it seemed like the blackboard was right next to their hearts. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, and their hearts skipped a beat. The people behind the fat snake reflexively glanced at their watches. 7 seconds. Not even 10 seconds. But the next second, they felt it was indeed inappropriate and simultaneously lowered their hands. The team behind Li Chun dispersed upon hearing the scream, ready to act at any moment. But the next second, they noticed something was off. The imposing Li Chun, just a moment ago, seemed to have relaxed. The people from the External Management Bureau also sensed something was wrong. Although the earlier scream was sharp and tragic, it didn't seem like it came from child. Thud! Everyone's gaze turned, just in time to see the fat snake sliding off his chair, his knees crashing heavily onto the ground. The people from the External Management Bureau were filled with endless question marks in their minds. What went wrong? Why was the one kneeling on the ground the fat snake? At this moment, Lin Feng, with his pitch-black and spirited pupils, stood up from the iron chair and walked step by step toward the fat snake. He reached out and directly plunged his hand into the fat snake's somewhat sparse hair. With a forceful tug, the people from the External Management Bureau could even see a few blood-stained strands of hair being pulled out and the fat snake's head instantly flipped from facing the ground to facing the sky. At this moment, everyone noticed 2 lines of blood tears already streaming from the corners of the fat snake's eyes. Hiss, that looks painful. But in the next second, the people from the External Management Bureau reacted. This was the fat snake. What are you doing? They had always been the ones interrogating others. When had it become their turn to be bullied? Just as one person was about to take action, they heard Li Chen's voice by their ear. Do you think I don't exist? Chapter 60. Huang Zhang's departure. Li Chen stood there like a mountain, and the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau didn't even dare to move. There was nothing they could do. The pressure Li Chen exerted on them was just too great. Although they didn't dare to take action, someone still gritted their teeth and questioned, Li Chen, are you sure you want to get involved in this matter? That was understandable. After all, this was within the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. Even though the Special Operations Department had a higher status than the Foreign Affairs Bureau, they couldn't break the rules of the game. Before Li Chen could speak, Lin Feng took the initiative to interrogate. Why did you arrest us? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but to Fei Shi, it sounded like a devil whispering in his ear, sending chills through his bones. The reward. It's all for the reward. The bounty for these fugitives is too tempting, and you are just wanderers from the wasteland, powerless and vulnerable. That's why we had these crooked thoughts. Hearing Fei Shi's words, the faces of the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau turned ashen. It's over. Completely over. They knew that there were 2 departments under the Special Operations Department, the Combat Operations Department and the Internal Inspection Department. If these matters reached the Inspection Department's ears, they wouldn't just suffer, they might even face severe consequences. No, with someone like Li Chen meddling, they probably had only one way out, death. They weren't wrong in their assumptions. At that moment, Li Chen took out his communicator and dialed number. Captain Xiao, I'm at the Foreign Affairs Bureau to send you a contribution. On the other end of the communicator, Captain Zhao's cheerful laughter came through. Great, we're on our way. The faces of the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau turned pale. Li Chen was indeed decisive. Lin Feng didn't know what happened next, but they were soon moved to a very high-end private room. After a short wait, Li Chen entered. He handed each of them a sky-blue card, which had their facial scan photos on the left side. What is this? Permanent resident card. Yours, Li Chen replied, instantly making Ding Zhu and Huang Zhang's eyes go red with excitement. Finally, they finally got it. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a breath. After all their hard work, they finally had it. However, before they could speak, Huang Zhang suddenly looked up at Lin Feng and said, let's go across the street to transfer the property right now. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at Huang Zhang with interest. Property transfer? You must be from the Huang family, right? Lin Feng nodded and followed Huang Zhang out. Watching the two leave, Ding Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Does Huang Zhang want to cut ties with us, just like that? Old Bai, lounging on the sofa, calmly took a sip of his drink and said, after all, this is his dark history. Naturally, he wants to destroy it quickly. Ding Zhu sat in his chair, keeping his head down without saying much. It must be said that having resident status in this central city meant enjoying completely different treatment. Although the two were dressed simply and ruggedly, clearly from the wasteland, the permanent residency card still allowed Lin Feng and his companion to be arranged in a VIP room. Looking at the luxurious decor of the VIP room, Lin Feng curiously asked, I see quite a few people in Central City. Why do those with resident status still get such good treatment? At this moment, Huang Zhang's face had returned to calmness. Sitting in the chair with his hands on the armrest, he crossed his legs and explained lightly, although there are many people in Central City, the vast majority are from satellite cities working here. Very few people can actually obtain a resident card for Central City. After a pause, Huang Zhang kindly reminded, but don't think that being in Central City means there is no danger. Central City has the most complex demographics, especially with a massive slum right outside the walls. Lin Feng nodded, indicating he understood. However, despite saying that, both he and Huang Zhang still enjoy privileges here, and the property transfer was completed in no time. At the entrance of the Resident Affairs office, looking at the property certificate in Lin Feng's hand, Huang Zhang let out a long breath and said, now we're even. I hope we don't meet again in the future. With that, Huang Zhang turned to leave. Wait. Before he could leave, Lin Feng called out to him. Huang Zhang slightly raised his chin, looking down at Lin Feng. Is there something else? We're even now. If you want to know anything or need help, it's better not to say anything. Although Huang Zhang's attitude was exceptionally cold, Lin Feng still pulled out a cloth bag and directly threw it to him. Catching it, Huang Zhang instantly understood that it contained concentrated nutrient liquid balls. This is what you deserve. Just dissolve it with water when you need to use it. Huang Zhang's lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say a word and turned to leave. Lin Feng watched him go without speaking, but Ding Zhu's voice rang in his ear. I hope we one team meet again in the future. It must be said that Huang Zhang was still that proud Huang Zhang after all. At this moment, Li Chen also appeared beside Lin Feng, looking at the certificate in his hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. You got something that many people would spend their whole lives trying to obtain as soon as you enter the city. Is the housing in Central City very expensive? Ding Zhu asked in confusion. Expensive? Haha, even half of our team still can't afford a house. What do you think? Of course, that didn't mean the income of the Special Operations Department was low. On the contrary, their income was quite high. However, in the Combat Department, the primary duty was combat. Most of the income was used to enhance their combat abilities, but it also indirectly indicated how high the housing prices were in Central City. Take the house Lin Feng held on 3rd Avenue, for example. The entire Central City was divided into 5 avenues, and 3rd Avenue was the central area. The current price was nearly 5 million. 5 million? Lin Feng blinked and said, but Huang Zhang told me this house was only worth 1 million. Hearing this, Li Chen's mouth twitched in helplessness. You got a bargain. The lowest price for a house on 3rd Avenue is now over 5 million. Upon hearing this number, Lin Feng initially wanted to express his amazement. But then he suddenly realized that the value of those concentrated nutrient balls he had given Huang Zhang was already around 10 million, right? He immediately calmed down. After all, he was now worth several tens of millions. This little money didn't matter. Chapter 61. Lu Qianlong's pride, I just asked. And your rewards will indeed take some time. Do you have any plans now? Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. Plans? Captain Li, when does my assessment start? Lin Feng looked at Li Chun with piercing eyes and asked. There will be an assessment tonight. What do you think? No problem. Good. Then I will take you to this house first, and you can tidy up and rest a bit. I'll come to pick you up tonight. All right. Li Chun turned go drive, but suddenly realized, by the way, what about the older one? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw across the street, next to a luxurious stretch limousine, Lu Qianlong was talking to the old man Bai. Seeing this scene, Li Chun immediately understood that he had been schemed against again. No wonder, I thought Lu Qianlong was so kind to come and inform me. It turns out she didn't want to make an appearance herself. Lu Qianlong was also smiling and greeting Li Chun by the car. At this moment, the old man Bai also spotted Lin Feng and Ding Zhu and whispered a few words in Lu Qianlong's ear. Although a trace of disbelief flashed across Lu Qianlong's face, she ultimately followed the old man Bai towards the two. Old Bai, I almost forgot your gift. As the old man Bai approached, Lin Feng quickly offered a cloth bag, which was obviously much larger than the one Huang Zhang had. Although the old man Bai certainly wasn't too short on money now, he accepted it without hesitation. Qianlong handed Lin Feng an address. Lu Qianlong took out a piece of paper, wrote down a string of addresses, and placed it in front of Lin Feng. You can come find me if you need anything, but don't come for everything. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu's expression froze. He was about to get angry, but ultimately clenched his fists and then relaxed them. Indeed, among their group, the only one who could catch Lu Qianlong's eye was the old man Bai. Now that the other party was going to take the old man Bai away, there was naturally no need to maintain a friendly expression in front of them. Li Chun, however, was indifferent. With the Lu family and the Lung family, Lu Qianlong indeed had that strength, and naturally cultivated an arrogance that ordinary people find hard to accept. Or perhaps it could be said that these so-called aristocratic families all share this character. Just look at Huang Zhang. Even when he was down and out, he never looked up to the people in the camp, including Lin Feng. The old man Bai was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Feng raising his hand. He reached out to take the address Lu Qianlong had written, carefully folded it, and put it in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Li Chun narrowed his eyes. Is this the kind of person Zhang Laodao values? The old man Bai and Ding Zhu exchanged meaningful glances with Lin Feng. They had spent more time with Lin Feng and naturally understood that he was angry at this moment. Lu Qianlong's lips curled into a smile. Not bad, recognizing the situation. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lin Feng pull out a piece of paper from somewhere and, comparing it with a property certificate in his hand, meticulously copied down the address. He then handed it to Lu Qianlan. You can also come find me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan's eyes were filled with surprise. This is a provocation. But before she could react, Lin Feng had already placed the address in her hand. Li Chen beside them also smiled and stroked his chin. As expected of someone Zhang Laoda has his eye on, truly extraordinary. Looking at the fair and refined Lin Feng, he was indeed a character with inherent pride. All right, since we all know where each other lives now, let us go. Li Chen had been played by Lu Qianlan, and now didn't he want to see her? So after saying a sentence, he left with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Watching the three leave, Lu Qianlan played with the address Lin Feng had given her, her face showing little anger. She had seen people like Lin Feng before. Used to being dominant in the wilderness, they didn't realize that in the big city, the game rules were different. Grandpa Bai, is this Lin Feng really worth your attention? The old man Bai chuckled and didn't explain much, only saying lightly, you'll know in 3 years. 3 years, huh? Lu Qianlan casually crumpled the address into a paper ball, preparing to toss it out, but thought better of it and kept it. Forget it. After all, he is someone the old man Bai values. In the car, the girl driving was brought by Li Chen, while Li Chen sat in the back chatting with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Although I probably shouldn't say this, I still want to remind you. In this central city, the power of these families is still quite terrifying, especially the top families like Lu Qianlan's. It's best to avoid provoking them if possible. Hearing Li Chen's words, the girl in the front seat was quite indignant and said, these families really, they clearly look down on others first, yet in the end, they still force others to submit. Li Chen shook his head helplessly, then turned to Lin Feng and asked, how is Team Zhang doing now? Finally, he asked the topic he was most concerned about. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu didn't have much to hide and recounted everything they knew about Zhang Xiao. After listening, Li Chen nodded. As long as he is alive, that's good. Seeing Li Chen finish his reflection, Lin Feng also asked his question. Captain Li, isn't Captain Zhang with Wolves and the others? Yes, but not entirely. Li Chen organized his thoughts and began to explain to Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Wolves and the others are from the Exploration Bureau, mainly active in the wilderness, with the primary task of investigating the conditions in the wilderness. We are a combat department, and our main responsibility is to cooperate with the military and higher-ups to complete some individual missions. Saying this, Li Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Team Zhang transferred from the Exploration Bureau to our department and became the captain of our Team B in just a year. He is also one of the strong contenders for the next vice director. Unfortunately, he eventually left the big city and went to the wilderness. After hearing this experience, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, surprised that Zhang Xiao had such a rich background. Lin Feng looked at Li Chen in front of him and then frowned. Something feels off. If Li Chen isn't lying, then Zhang Xiao's strength should at least be on par with Li Chen, but according to his own sensing, Zhang Xiao's power should also be at the same level as Li Chen. However, back at the camp, Zhang Xiao's strength was far from meeting this requirement. It was only after his genetic modification that he barely stood on the same starting line as Li Chen. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, burying this doubt in his heart. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. This should be the place, the girl driving said. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked outside and saw that it was actually a 3-story standalone building with large open spaces in the front and back. Wow, what a nice place. Li Chen couldn't help but praise it. In the past 2 years, the central city has been particularly strict about building management, and such wasteful buildings have become rare. Often, they can only be bought if one has a lot of money. Chapter 62. Someone has lived here. Wow. This house is so nice. A girl in the front row couldn't help but exclaim. Although her house is on 2nd Avenue, it's in a building which pales in comparison to such an apartment-style building. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked around and were quite satisfied as well. Li Chen handed over 2 communicators with screens and said, you are both residents now. Activate these 2 communicators and many things can be done on them. Lin Feng took a glance and instantly understood. Isn't this just a mobile phone from my previous life? Ding Zhu was still unsure how to operate it, while Lin Feng was already using it skillfully and even started teaching Ding Zhu. Seeing this, Li Chun curiously asked. Have you used this before? It's been out for a while, so it's not surprising to see it in the wilderness. But many things in the wilderness probably can't be used, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I used it a long time ago. Ding Zhu. Used it a long time ago? How come I didn't know? However, being young, Ding Zhu quickly figured out how to use it, and his face lit up with excitement. This is great. You can buy bullets and weapons directly on the phone, and according to Lin Feng, they even deliver to your door. This is really awesome. Seeing that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had mastered the devices, Li Qin nodded and said, Then you should rest well. I'll come and pick you up tonight. Lin Feng nodded and took Ding Zhu into the interior of the mansion. As they walked away, the girl in the front row suddenly asked, Captain, do you think these two are sent by Team Zhang to help you? Li Qin was taken aback for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Lin Feng. This young man indeed gave him a different feeling. As for whether he could help him, let's hope so. Let's go back to headquarters. The issues with the External Affairs Bureau haven't been resolved yet. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu arrived at the iron gate of the wall, and before they could touch it, the door opened automatically. Facial recognition must have been completed the moment the property was processed. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Ding Zhu also showed a look of admiration. Advanced technology is indeed found in big cities. As they walked and looked around, suddenly both Ding Zhu and Lin Feng furrowed their brows. Click! The pistols were cocked, and the two changed their pace, quickly arriving at the apartment door. With another facial recognition, the apartment door opened instantly. They stood at the entrance for a while. Finally, Ding Zhu shook his head at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng shook his head in return. They entered the room. A spacious living room came into view, with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor, which also had a living room, albeit much smaller. Surrounding the small living room were 3 or 4 doors, likely leading to bedrooms. Continuing upwards, there was still a spiral staircase connecting to the 3rd floor, which was divided by 3 corridors into 2 larger rooms and 4 or 5 smaller ones. There should be 2 entertainment rooms and 4 or 5 living quarters. After exchanging glances, the two began exploring each room. Eventually, they returned to the large living room on the 1st floor to regroup. There were signs that someone had lived here. 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and 4 rooms on the 3rd floor showed traces of use. They estimated there had been about 8 people. The rooms on the 2nd floor were shared by 2 people, while the rooms on the 3rd floor were single occupancy. There was an equal mix of men and women, and the items in the rooms were quite messy, indicating that they were not regular occupants. Ding Zhu put away his gun and said, It looks like the security measures here need to be upgraded. Saying this, Lin Feng began taking out his phone and opened the most eye-catching shopping mall inside, placing an order. For the next while, Ding Zhu felt as if the money in his hands was flowing out like a rushing river. Soon, he saw his money turning into people and various items entering the house. Watching the cleaning staff busy at work, Ding Zhu said with a hint of regret, We can handle this ourselves. There's no need to hire people. Lin Feng, focused on assembling the items in his hands, replied without looking up, They work faster. I need to rest later and don't have the time. Ding Zhu nodded helplessly. Not to mention, the random parts Lin Feng had in his hands had already cost 30 to 40,000 star coins. It didn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Lin Feng finished installing the final display screen, connected the power, and pressed the power button. Immediately, Ding Zhu saw Lin Feng pull out a card from somewhere and insert it into the machine. In that instant, the entire machine seemed to be imbued with life. The previously black interface transforming into a series of concentric, highly technological rings. Secondary system, but it should be sufficient for you. A 5/19 words reappeared in Lin Feng's left eye. No problem. Chapter 63. Grandmother of the Lung family. Lin Feng's hands were quickly tapping on the computer he had assembled. What happened next was completely incomprehensible to Ding Zhu. He only knew that his phone received several messages, and after following Lin Feng's instructions, he unexpectedly saw several faces. Looking at the 8 faces on the communicator, Ding Zhu asked in surprise, These are the people who lived here before? That's right, and they're not from Central City. So there isn't much information available. We can only know that these people are connected to a gang called the Black Cat, Lin Feng said. Looking at the data, he could access with a thoughtful expression. He felt that these individuals were somewhat strange. It seems the security in Central City isn't as complete as we thought. Ding Zhu remarked, putting away the communicator with some emotion. Lin Feng recalled Huang Zheng's words. Central City is actually much more chaotic than it appears from the outside. Indeed, Central City is the closest place to power, and representatives of various forces naturally make their appearances. Sir, we have finished cleaning. Would you like to check? Before the two could continue their conversation, the housekeeper approached to report. That's fine, you can go back. I'll transfer the payment to your company later, Lin Feng replied. Okay. After watching the housekeepers leave, Lin Feng went upstairs and directly entered the largest dormitory. Wash up, sleep. I have things to do tonight. Ding Zhu wasn't sleepy yet. Instead, he curiously studied the communicator in his hand. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that through Lin Feng's series of operations, his communicator seemed to have become smarter quite a bit. Lung Family Manor, in the pavilion of the back garden, a white-haired but exquisitely dressed old woman sat facing an old man with white hair. I didn't expect you to come back, the old woman said in a flat tone. I also didn't expect the first familiar face I would see upon returning to be you, the old man replied, looking calmly at the old woman, though his mind involuntarily recalled what she looked like when she was young. I heard from Qianlan that you brought 2 people to Central City? Not really. The old man shook his head and said, they brought me to Central City. Oh, the old woman was genuinely surprised now, raising her head to observe the old man in front of her. After a while, she couldn't help but furrow her brows tightly. What happened to you? The old man opened his wine flask, took a sip, and then said lightly, to get what you want, you naturally have to pay the corresponding price. At this point, the old man paused, then continued, it's just that my price wasn't enough. Looking at the old man in front of her, the old woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. The once elegant young man, in the end, still couldn't take that step. Back then, you went to the mercenary trial ground and succeeded, but you didn't want to leave. Although I don't know what you obtained. It seems that what you got didn't meet your expectations now. Can you tell me now? Hearing the old woman's words, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, you are still you. You never do meaningless things. This seemingly warm reunion is merely a means for you to achieve your goals. Saying this, the old man took another sip of his drink. The old woman listened to the old man's words without any change in her expression, just quietly watching him. So, you don't intend to speak? Speak? How can I not speak? The old man quickly waved his hand and said, I know your methods. My body can't withstand your torment. After saying this, he patted his lame left leg and forced a self-deprecating smile. The old woman frowned, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. In fact, the mercenary trial ground is just a polluted battlefield. The so-called trial is merely a scam. As long as what you obtain in that battlefield is precious enough. Regardless of the so-called trial results, those people will take you away. Clearly, what I picked up wasn't enough. The old man spoke frankly without hiding anything. After hearing this, the old woman's expression turned ugly. So does that mean? That's right. Can you still expect to develop with such a group of people? Don't joke around. The old man sneered, looking at the old woman with mockery in his eyes. At that time, those around you spent a considerable price to send their young son out. As for the result, after an unknown period, the old woman finally raised her head. Your disciple has been doing quite well in Central City lately. Do you want to meet him? The old man nodded as a matter of course. Of course, raising such a disciple is for me to enjoy my old age. The old woman's lips moved slightly, and finally, she changed the subject. Why don't you accompany me for a while first? No problem, you decide. Facing the old woman's request, the old man showed no discomfort, completely accepting the situation. From a distance, Lu Qianlan watched the old woman and the old man, her face filled with contemplation. She hadn't spent such a long time with her grandmother before. Even when her mother came to see her grandmother, they would only stay together for about 30 minutes before her grandmother would send them away. This old man was indeed different. Not bad, Li Chun said with satisfaction as he looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, who had changed into outfits typical of Central City. Compared to the ragged cloth and animal skin combinations in the wilderness, the clothes in Central City had a proper fit. Lin Feng chose a garment similar to a Zhongshan suit from his previous life and changed with Ding Zhu. It must be said that people are indeed dressed well. Lin Feng, with his already handsome features, looked even more refined in this outfit, giving off a scholarly vibe. Ding Zhu's gloomy aura combined with the scar on his face, added a touch of dominance and a sense of story to his already brooding, handsome appearance. In this way, they looked even more like city dwellers than the city dwellers themselves. The girl driving in front also looked at the two with interest. At least, these two were much more pleasant to the eyes than their team leader, Li Chun. Li Chun couldn't be called ugly, but thrown into a crowd. You wouldn't be able to pick him out without careful scrutiny. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he asked Ding Ge, "Would you like to go in and watch as well? Is that okay?" "No problem. That's definitely not forbidden," Li Chun replied, then looked at Ding Zhu and said, "People from the wilderness entering the big city usually experience a growth peak. Make good use of this time, and who knows, I might need to prepare a recommendation letter for you too." Ding Zhu nodded seriously. Chapter 64. The Gambling Duel of Chun Xian. Get in the car. The vehicle travels along the bustling streets of the central city. Looking at the flow of cars on the road and the throngs of people by the roadside, Lin Feng's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to that camp. There it was mostly young people suffering from hunger, malnourished children, and countless individuals fighting to snatch food from the mouths of strange beasts. Lin Feng was not a person who lamented the fate of others, but at this moment, he fell silent. Li Chun noticed Lin Feng's unusual expression in the seat, but did not say much. He had seen many people who entered the big city, and they all started with this expression, but eventually they adapted and their expressions became more neutral. After all, this world was just like that. The car was silent as it continued on its way, soon arriving at the address on the recommendation letter. "Let's go. I'll take you in," Li Chun said, putting on his coat and leading Lin Feng and Ding Zhu out of the car. Lin Feng looked up to see a building filled with classical colors, with mottled stone pillars and a heavy door. It was completely out of place with the surrounding modern skyscrapers, but this contrast highlighted an unusual sense of authority. Li Chun led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu to the entrance and pointed to a long slot beside the door. "Put the recommendation letter in here." Lin Feng reached out, and the recommendation letter naturally slipped out of his sleeve. He handed it through the slot. Li Chun and the woman driving the car exchanged glances, both surprised. That was quite a skill. It looked like a simple move, but neither she nor Li Chun had noticed anything hidden in Lin Feng's sleeve. That was a bit scary. After all, if a sleeve could hide a letter, it could also hide a knife. Not long after the recommendation letter was submitted, the heavy door slowly opened a gap wide enough for a person to enter. The person who opened the door was taken aback upon seeing Li Chun. "Captain Li?" Li Chun nodded slightly and did not say much, leading Lin Feng and Ding Zhu inside. Watching them leave, the doorman couldn't help but shake his head. "I wonder what day it is today. So many big shots have come." He sighed and closed the door again. Since they were all big shots, he felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have to guide each person with a recommendation letter inside and explain the rules to them one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Feng followed Li Chun as they walked through a narrow and long corridor. This corridor was only slightly wider than Ding Zhu's shoulders. If a sturdier person came, they would have to walk close to the wall. If someone like Iron Bull came, they might not even be able to pass, even if they pressed against the wall. Moreover, this corridor was not only narrow, but also long. Li Chun led the way, and after nearly 15 minutes of walking, they finally saw a light ahead. Lin Feng silently calculated that this place was likely about 2 kilometers long. "We're here," Li Chun said in a deep voice, passing through the light ahead. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Compared to the long tunnel, it was a massive arena resembling a coliseum. Layered seats surrounded a circular open area in the center. The open space was simply divided into rectangular zones with white lines and appeared rather rudimentary. "What an ancient building!" Ding Zhu couldn't help but exclaim. While Lin Feng's first impression was of the venue, Li Chun's was of the people. Damn it! Li Chun couldn't help but curse softly upon seeing someone. Following Li Chun's gaze, Lin Feng quickly spotted a man in a long trench coat and sunglasses, looking quite pretentious. Beside the man was a sturdy boy with dark skin and bandaged hands. The boy had a determined look, exuding a fierce aura, likely a talented youth from the big city. "Let's go." Li Chun did not explain much and led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu toward the arena. The man with sunglasses noticed Li Chun and immediately broke into a smile, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. "Oh, our Captain Li has come too? Are you here to snatch someone away? Just so you know, my nephew won't be joining your ranks." Li Chun glanced at the man, then at the boy beside him, and coldly snorted, "Let us see if you can pass the test first." After saying that, he took a seat with Lin Feng. The man didn't seem to mind. Instead, he began to size up Lin Feng seriously. After a moment, he appeared to have discovered something and turned to whisper something to the boy beside him. The boy nodded and unexpectedly walked directly toward Lin Feng. Li Chun furrowed his brows slightly, but ultimately did not speak to stop him. The boy approached Lin Feng and directly asked, "What's your name?" Lin Feng, sitting in the chair, slightly raised his head and looked at the boy with a calm expression. "Did your family not teach you that you should introduce yourself before asking someone else's name?" The man in sunglasses found this amusing and looked at Lin Feng with interest. This kid was somewhat intriguing. The boy stared into Lin Feng's eyes for 3 seconds before finally stating his name, Chun Xian. Lin Feng. Chun Xian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you good at shooting or close combat?" "Shooting." "Good, then let's compete in shooting." Lin Feng looked at the resolute Chun Xian, slightly confused, and blinked. "Why should I compete with you? What do I gain from this?" "Gains?" Chun Xian was taken aback. At their age, shouldn't they be full of vigor and pride, not caring about gains? In school, when he sparred with others, no one ever mentioned gains. The man in sunglasses muttered under his breath. This attitude didn't seem like that of someone from the big city, more like a wandering soul from the wilderness. Lin Feng, however, ignored the peculiar looks and continued to calmly stare at Chun Xian. There were no pointless contests in the wilderness. No one would agree to something without benefits. Chun Xian thought for a moment and took out a test tube containing a light blue liquid from his pocket. "This is a mental awakening potion, worth about 100,000 star coins. This should suffice, right?" Lin Feng glanced at the potion, and his expression suddenly turned strange. "This thing is worth 100,000 star coins? This kid must have been scammed." This potion was likely the lowest grade item documented in his materials to trigger mental power, and it came with considerable risk. Lin Feng had at least a dozen better methods than this. "What's wrong? Is it too little?" Chun Xian couldn't help but ask, noticing Lin Feng's expression. No, but this thing is useless to me. It's not enough to convince me to compete with you." Lin Feng replied, still looking calmly at Chun Xian. "Then you just think the stakes aren't high enough, huh? All right, I'll raise the stakes." Finally, the man in sunglasses couldn't help but speak up. He reached out with a hand, revealing a card with numbers on it. The front of the card displayed numbers, while the back featured a cross, sword, and knife emblem. Chapter 65. The crazy dog of the Hua family. Seeing this thing, Li Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sighing in his heart that it was indeed a Chun family member. "What a big spender, Chun Zai. I will take this bet for Lin Feng." Saying this, Li Chun also took out a card, 10 purple star coins. Chun Zai's face instantly broke into countless smiles. "No problem. Then let's see how both of you perform." Chun Shuren still had a calm expression as he nodded, and Lin Feng naturally had no objections when Li Chun spoke. Li Chun glanced at Lin Feng, noticing that the other party didn't even ask what his card was for, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although Lin Feng was recommended by the old captain, who had also done him a favor, he ultimately interacted more with Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng's performance so far had been very satisfactory, especially this kind of unconditional trust. Ding Zhu, who stood behind them, took in this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Another person bewitched by Lin Feng appeared. The lively exchange naturally attracted the attention of a nearby group of people. Who are those two? This solemn testing ground can actually become a place for their competition? Don't talk nonsense. That person wrapped in bandages is Chun Shuren, one of the geniuses of the Chun family in this generation. The Chun family? Which Chun family? The person asking couldn't help but raise their voice, and others around also turned to look. That's right, it's the Chun family, the top family in Central City, holding 30% of the arms share in Central City. Damn, what kind of identity does the guy betting against him have? Others exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads, indicating they didn't know either. Probably just some young master from a wealthy family. Although I don't know the identity of that teenager, I know that the person standing next to him is the captain of the B-level team of the Special Operations Department. A slightly chubby teenager spoke leisurely. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence, and someone even muttered under their breath, "What the hell are we testing for?" These people had also gone through testing to enter the preparatory camp, and after rigorous training and elimination in the preparatory camp, they might enter the C-level team. Then their performance in the C-level team would determine if they could enter the B-level or A-level teams. Meanwhile, this guy is directly the captain of the B-level team sent to participate in the testing. What a gap. Clap, clap, clap. Before they could think too much, a round of applause once again attracted everyone's attention. A burly man stood in the center of the field, pointing at a neatly arranged row of firearms on a nearby rack, and said, "Everyone, go pick a firearm and come over to participate in the test." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly stepped forward to start selecting their preferred firearms. Damn, aside from handguns, these are all fifth-generation firearms. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Special Operations Department is really wealthy. I haven't used a fifth-generation firearm yet. I've heard they have great power, and I haven't tried them yet. Lin Feng glanced at the people crowded around the rifles and sniper rifles. He then moved to the handgun area to start selecting. After all, the competition is about shooting skills, so any firearm is fine. Seeing Lin Feng arrive at the handgun area, Chen Shuren naturally followed him closely. Watching Lin Feng try to pick the most suitable handgun, Chen Shuren casually picked one up, confident in his shooting skills. He didn't care about what gun he used. Lin Feng had no reaction until he had tried all the handguns. In the end, he selected one, and he also had a rough understanding of the firearm manufacturing level in Yanfeng Central City. Overall, it was average. At least that's how Lin Feng felt. This batch of peak third-generation handguns should be the pinnacle of large-scale firearm manufacturing in Yanfeng City. However, in Lin Feng's view, with slight modifications to the production line, producing fourth-generation handguns that meet the requirements wouldn't be a big problem. Is everyone done selecting? Then come with me to participate in the test. The burly man saw that everyone had firearms and directly spoke up. Seeing everyone nod, he prepared to lead them to the test, when suddenly a voice came from the entrance of the aisle. "Wait, there's still me." Everyone's attention turned, and they saw a golden-haired teenager dressed elegantly and standing at the entrance, accompanied by a woman in a maid outfit. What the hell? Arriving so late is one thing. But bringing a maid along, what does that mean? As soon as the words came out, someone next to him immediately covered his mouth. "Shut up. Do you want to die?" That person is Hua Wushang, the second young master of the Hua family. And the maid behind him is the third in command of the city defense army. Are you kidding me? A maid? The third in command. Just as they were marveling, a sneer came from the crowd. Who knows if these families will face retribution for their many misdeeds? The Xiao family, Hua family, and Lung family are all dwindling. It's good enough to get someone into these positions. As soon as this was said, the scene fell into silence. And Chen Shuren looked at Hua Wushang expressionlessly, not even turning his head. It was as if their Chun family wasn't among the so-called major families mentioned. This time, the host of the test was at a loss for what to do and turned to Li Chun for guidance. Seeing Li Chun nod, the host waved his hand, signaling the young man to go get a firearm. The man in sunglasses stood next to Li Chun, crossing his arms and said, "What exactly does your special operations department have? The Lung family and Lu family have sent quite a few people in, and our family's old man has done the same. Now the Hua family is also eager to join the fun." Li Chun continued to quietly watch Lin Feng and the others, not saying a word. Hua Wushang arrived at the firearm area, and instead of selecting a gun, he walked up to Chen Shuren. "Chen Shuren? How come those old geezers from the Chun family finally let you out? Do you want to compete with me and see what kind of trash those old fools from the Chun family really are?" Chen Shuren looked at the slightly twisted expression of Hua Wushang and calmly replied, "Crazy dog of the Hua family, don't just bite anyone." As soon as this was said, not only did Hua Wushang's face freeze, but even Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Chen Shuren. This guy looked like an innocent young man, yet he wasn't shy about cursing at others. The others participating in the test wanted to laugh, but were afraid of the Hua family's authority, so their expressions appeared quite strange. He, Chen Shuren. Then today I will bite you. Let's see what you can do." After saying that, Hua Wushang directly walked to the handgun area and picked a handgun. "Come on, Chen Shuren, let me see what kind of genius the Chen family has high hopes for." Hua Wushang, holding the handgun, directly aimed at Chen Shuren and said. Even Lin Feng frowned at this moment. This really is a mad dog. Seeing this scene, Li Chen finally couldn't sit still. "If you don't test, get out." Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but in this situation, it sounded extraordinarily imposing. Hua Wushang licked his lips and finally put down the gun in his hand. The host of the test also wore a dark expression as he led everyone to the testing location. Chapter 66. 8.5 shots upon arriving at the testing ground. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Fixed target? Each person had their own exclusive 500-meter track, and at the end of the track stood a motionless mechanical dummy. Each person had 10 bullets, and hitting 3 was considered passing. A man standing nearby said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, wondering if they were joking. Fixed target, 500 meters, and they only needed to hit 3, not even half of the bullets? This was easier than a university entrance exam. It was so simple that no one dared to move for a moment. This was an assessment by the Special Operations Department, and they couldn't believe it would be so easy. The man remained silent, quietly watching everyone, waiting for someone to take the first shot. Lin Feng looked at the furrowed brow of Chun Shuren and the slightly serious expression of Hua Wushang, then took his handgun and walked to his designated track. The appearance of the first person immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chun Shuren frowned even deeper at Lin Feng's actions, while Hua Wushang mercilessly commented, "Just a fool with courage." Clearly, some in the crowd had noticed the clues. Although these dummies looked like fixed targets, they had no fixed base and had mechanisms in their joints, indicating they were not ordinary fixed targets. It was likely that the dummies would move and not slowly either. The key point was that they would likely move in response to a person's actions. After hearing this analysis, everyone was momentarily stunned, not understanding the last sentence. But soon, they couldn't help but gasp. If that were the case, it would be too difficult. Not only was there the unpredictable movement of the dummies, but crucially, once you fired, the dummy would move. This meant that the dummy could try to dodge your bullets. Dodging bullets was something that was possible for them, let alone for a mechanical dummy produced by the Special Operations Department. Thinking of this, everyone looked towards Lin Feng, wondering if he was confident or just ignorant. Lin Feng showed no intention of leaving, instead standing steadily on the track, raising his hand to take aim. Without wasting time, he fired directly. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the air. Simultaneously, the dummy at the end of the track began to move, tilting its head just in time to dodge the first bullet. As Lin Feng was about to fire the second bullet, he heard a ding, and a bullet hole appeared in the dummy's hand. The dummy tried to dodge, but with every movement of its feet, hands, or body, there was a continuous stream of dinging sounds reaching the ears of the spectators. Finally, when the dummy raised its leg, the last bullet grazed its thigh and deflected into the ground. Silence. The scene fell into a deep silence. Even the man in sunglasses watching from a distance couldn't help but take off his sunglasses, and Li Chen stood up from his seat. Only Ding Zhu had a smile on his face, an incredibly satisfying smile. Lin Feng, go ahead, show us your terror. In the end, Lin Feng looked at the man in charge of the test. Does this count as passing? The man scratched his head and said, wait a moment. After speaking, he walked over to Lin Feng and took the gun from his hand. He loaded it, chambered around, aimed, and with a bang, a bullet shot toward the dummy. Although the dummy already had 8 bullet holes, it still raised its hand swiftly, instantly dodging this bullet. This speed, faster than me. In that moment, this was the collective thought of everyone present, and countless questions arose in their minds the next second. How did he hit it earlier? He actually hit so many shots? With this thought, everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng changed. Initially, they could doubt the reaction speed of the dummy or question Lin Feng's gun. But the man's next action shattered all their doubts. The dummy was fine, and the gun was fine. It was purely that Lin Feng's shooting skills were extraordinarily strong. The man also exhaled a breath of foul air and said, 8 hits on the edge, counted as 8.5 passed. Lin Feng nodded and stepped off the track, walking to Chun Shuren's side. Let's see your performance. Chun Shuren took a deep breath and stepped up to his own track. Hua Wushang glanced at Lin Feng, then at Chun Shuren, and also approached the track beside Chun Shuren, loading his gun with a serious expression, preparing to shoot. Both of them became serious. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang were firing at the fastest speed possible. This test indeed assessed every aspect of a shooter's ability: speed, rate of fire, stability, adaptability, and self-awareness. With your shooting skills, how many bullets would you need to hit just one? As Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang moved, many others began to act as well. The air was filled with the smell of burnt gunpowder and the sounds of gunfire. 5 shots. 5 shots. 3 shots. 2.5 shots. 3.5 shots. 2 shots. 1 shot. Aside from Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang's 5 shots, the other numbers finally gave the man in charge a sense of reality. He thought to himself, given such a difficult test, hitting 1 or 2 shots would be impressive. Hitting 3 would be outstanding. Anyone who could hit 4 or 5 shots would be a genius among geniuses, someone everyone would want after leaving the training camp. As for Lin Feng, who had hit 8.5 shots right away, the man suddenly didn't know how to evaluate it. Both Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang stood in place for a long time, and finally, they exchanged glances and looked at Lin Feng. They initially wanted to compete, but now it seemed they should think about how to face this big boss first. Lin Feng looked at the eager gazes of the two and couldn't help but smirk. What a hassle. The man in sunglasses put his sunglasses back on at this moment and asked Li Chun, "Hey, where did you find this monster?" Li Chun suddenly looked at the man in sunglasses seriously and said, "Found it in the wilderness." Haha. The man in sunglasses suddenly scoffed. In the wilderness? I'd rather believe that my dog can stand on its hind legs and poop than believe such a genius could come from the wilderness. Li Chun shot a glance at the man in sunglasses, truly disgusted by that analogy, and didn't want to engage. Ding Zhu silently watched Lin Feng. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the central city, he understood that the name Lin Feng would definitely be remembered by everyone in an unstoppable manner. Finally, after eliminating nearly half of the testers, everyone was ready to move on to the next test. Close combat. Chun Shuren tightened the bandages on his hands, while Hua Wushang pulled out a butterfly knife from who knows where and began to flip it in his hands. The butterfly knife danced in Hua Wushang's hands like a butterfly. It looked beautiful, but was also extremely dangerous. Lin Feng didn't care about Chun Shuren or Hua Wushang. They were both around level 8. At the same level, he truly wasn't afraid of anyone. At this moment, the man also spoke up. Within 3 minutes, eliminate the mechanical dummies you shot at earlier. The timer starts now. Chapter 67. Disassembly without any hesitation. Everyone rushed towards the puppets on their respective tracks. They had already witnessed the speed of the puppets during their shooting, and now they would see how strong they were. Clang! The fastest among them had already struck the mechanical puppet with his knife, but the recoil that came back nearly made him drop the knife. Before he could pull his knife back, the puppet's fist was already in front of him. Bang! A heavy punch sent him flying. The testers watching this scene felt a bit of a toothache. Not only was this thing fast, but its body was also tough, and if that weren't enough, it was strong too. The Special Operations Department clearly didn't want them to pass. Although they were complaining internally, everyone still rushed to face their opponents. As there were only 3 minutes left, they certainly didn't think the man was joking with them. The ones who seemed the most relaxed were still Chun Xian and Hua Wushang. Chun Xian didn't know how he trained, but his bandaged arms were no less formidable than the steel body of the puppet in front of him. The sounds of their battle were like the ringing of iron, clanging continuously. Li Chun looked at Chun Xian's bronze skin and suddenly spoke up. This must be the heir chosen by your Chun family's head, right? The man in sunglasses crossed his arms and stood still. Chun Xian is indeed the one who has practiced the family martial arts the best. After saying that, he fell silent. So, there is no one else? Li Chun seemed slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. So, you mean your Chun family has even more outstanding individuals? Although it was a question, his tone was unusually certain. The man in sunglasses did not respond to Li Chun this time. His gaze was on Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang moved gracefully, constantly dancing just outside the attack range of the mechanical puppet, like willow catkins or flower petals, effortlessly dodging the puppet's fast strikes. At the same time, the butterfly knife in his hand would leave marks on the puppet's body whenever he got the chance. Although Chun Xian and Hua Wushang had completely different fighting styles, their progress was about the same. At this thought, the man in sunglasses shifted his gaze to Lin Feng. The scene before him left him speechless. He didn't know what happened, but the mechanical puppet Lin Feng was supposed to face was already lying on the ground. And at this moment, he was using a screwdriver to disassemble the puppet. He actually started studying it on the spot. When did he take down the puppet? The man in sunglasses felt a bit confused. He thought he had just blinked and missed something. How did it turn out like this? Li Chen also frowned slightly. He had seen Lin Feng's actions. But he only saw Lin Feng walk up to the mechanical puppet, then reach out and touch it, causing the puppet to fall over motionless. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the two, Ding Zhu had to remind them. Lin Feng has quite a high understanding of mechanics. If I'm not mistaken, those 8 shots that hit the mechanical puppet earlier must have struck its critical points. He hadn't expected that the melee target would still be these mechanical puppets. Lin Feng had indeed found a loophole. Staring at Ding Zhu, the man in sunglasses and Li Chen exchanged glances. This means that Lin Feng figured out the critical parts of the mechanical puppet just by observation. Li Chen's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Didn't he know that? These were mechanical puppets created by their Special Operations Department in the Weapon Research Institute, taking nearly 3 years to develop. And they were already mature and ready for mass production. Although the ones used here were considered weakened versions, that was only a reduction in materials. The mechanical structure was unchanged. More importantly, how long had it been since the other party saw this mechanical puppet? Was there even a 3-minute gap from when he arrived at the testing ground to when he fired? The man in sunglasses couldn't help but add. Ding Zhu shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. According to Lin Feng's usual claims, the principles of mechanics are interconnected. Just observing complex machinery for a bit is usually sufficient. Listening to Ding Zhu's casual remarks, Li Chen bit his lip to suppress his inner excitement and couldn't help but silently think. Captain, what kind of monster have you sent my way? The man in sunglasses, on the other hand, fell completely silent, focusing intently on his nephew's performance. Half-step burst fist. Gathering all his strength, Chun Xian found a gap and charged towards the puppet's neck with tremendous power. Bang! With a loud noise. Even the steel neck of the mechanical puppet, which had been specially reinforced, couldn't withstand Chun Xian's punch, sending its head and half a broken neck flying away. Open up! At the same time, the butterfly knife in Hua Wushang's hand transformed into a disc, the sharp edge of the disc smashing towards the puppet's head fiercely. Squeal! A piercing metallic cutting sound rang out as half of the puppet's head was sliced off by the disc. Looking at the 2 mechanical puppets that had almost simultaneously hit the ground, Chun Xian and Hua Wushang exchanged glances, then turned to look at Lin Feng. They wanted to see if this marksman genius was just as abnormal in close combat. The moment they turned to look, both of them were taken aback. What did they see? They saw that the mechanical puppet Lin Feng was supposed to face had turned into a pile of parts. At a glance, they felt as if they were looking at the design blueprint for this puppet. And at that moment, Lin Feng was playing with the puppet's head, a slightly twisted smile occasionally appearing on his face, looking quite eerie. What? Is this still a human? Hua Wushang had felt pressure before, but it was the first time he felt such great pressure from a peer. Lin Feng also noticed the slightly fearful eyes of Chun Xian and the others, and had to explain. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I just hit the critical point of this puppet during the first round, so it was easier to deal with in the second round. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Chun Xian and Hua Wushang finally let out a sigh of relief. But soon, the two felt something was off. Although they hit 5 shots as well. It was a miracle that they could ensure they hit anything at all. Yet Lin Feng not only hit 8.5 shots, but those 8.5 shots were also selectively aimed. Hiss! Chun Xian took a deep breath to calm himself and walked up to Lin Feng, saying, I lost. Hua Wushang had one hand in his pocket, the other hand still playing with his butterfly knife, his gaze deep as he looked at Lin Feng. Not knowing what he was thinking, Lin Feng nodded generously and casually tossed away the head of the mechanical puppet. He wasn't looking to learn anything from this thing. He was just observing the level of mechanics here in Central City. After all, according to his thoughts, this thing would definitely be the mainstay for guarding his home in the future. Watching the 3 already in conversation, the man who was checking the time couldn't help but shake his head. You could say that those top families occupy the best positions and have the most resources. But one cannot deny that the talents they cultivate are indeed among the very best in contemporary Central City. For instance, Chun Xian and Hua Wushang probably finished their battles in 1.5 minutes, while the fastest behind them would take at least 2 minutes. One could only say the gap was obvious. What? How about Lin Feng? This freak who resolved the battle within 10 seconds of starting. he chose to ignore. Chapter 68 The function of the cards. Time's up. With a command from the man, all the mechanical puppets simultaneously stopped their movements. Those who failed the test, no matter how difficult it was to accept, ultimately chose to stop as well. To be honest, they were aware of the brutality of the test before coming and had prepared mentally in advance. Those who made it here were already the cream of the crop among their peers. Even if they left here to find a good opportunity, it wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, at the last moment, even in failure, they still chose to maintain their composure. The man glanced at the number of people who ultimately defeated the mechanical puppets. Including Lin Feng and his two companions, there were only 8 people in total. There seemed to be over 80 participants in the test, which meant that it was roughly 1 in 10. However, the 80-odd people who made it this far had already gone through countless rounds of selection, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that these 8 were truly exceptional. Lin Feng and the others watched the backs of the departing failures, exchanged glances, and then simultaneously looked toward the man in charge of the test, waiting for his instructions. The man chuckled and said, "Since you have passed, we could talk about something more relaxed." As he spoke, the man clapped his hands, and someone brought over 8 suitcases for each of them. Hua Wuxian yawned and opened his suitcase. He had long expected a reward for passing the test, but as the young master of top family, what could he possibly lack? However, the moment he saw the contents inside, his expression froze. With a slightly surprised tone, he said, "Is this ginseng extract?" Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and open his own box. Inside the not-so-large box were 4 neatly arranged vials of yellowish liquid. Ginseng, one of the best cultivation supplements under level 10, but due to the extremely harsh growing conditions of ginseng itself, its annual production is very limited. For these reasons, once ginseng appears on the market, it can often sell for tens to hundreds of thousands of star coins. And ginseng extract is even more luxurious. For instance, the 100 milliliters extract in this box requires at least 3 ginseng roots to produce. Based on market prices, it would be worth at least 1 to 2 million star coins. Moreover, it is basically in a state of being priced, but not available. So even for someone like Chen Xian and Hua Wuxian, who had never lacked money since childhood, seeing this made them somewhat amazed. That's right, it's ginseng extract. 4 vials each as a reward for passing the test. I see you're all around level 8, and I hope that when I come to pick you up in 3 days, you will have all broken through to level 10. Listening to the man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is what it means to be wealthy. Just calculating at 1 million per vial. The 8 of them took away 32 million star coins from here. This can only be said that the Special Operations Department indeed has money. Watching the man leave, the 8 of them dispersed. Lin Feng noticed that among the 8, in addition to their 3, at least 4 had someone to pick them up and did not need the Special Operations Department to arrange transportation home. This meant that at least 6 of the 8 must belong to prestigious families in Central City. This ratio is a bit high, Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, it was just a passing thought. After all, such matters were beyond the reach of small fry like him. Returning to Li Chen's side, the man in sunglasses was already gone, but the card was naturally still left behind. Handing the card to Lin Feng, Li Chen began to explain. This card represents an opportunity, a chance for the Central City Weapons Research Institute to help you customize a weapon. The Weapons Research Institute not only has the best weapon experts in Central City, but also the finest forging materials that can be found. Lin Feng nodded, understanding Li Chen's good intentions. Although he wasn't particularly interested in weapon design in Central City, he was still very interested in the best forging materials. However, I suggest you wait until you reach level 10 to go, as you'll have your own aura at that point. Although the aura won't display special attributes before level 20, it will still show some characteristics that could be advantageous during forging. Listening to Li Chen's advice, Lin Feng slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Li," whether it was because of Zhang Zhao's face or not. Li Chen's care for Lin Feng could be said to be thorough, even giving a feeling of deep affection leading to far-reaching considerations. Regardless, he deserved to be called Uncle. Li Chen smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, not saying much more, acknowledging the title of Uncle Li. "Let's go, I'll take you back. You should focus on breaking through in the next couple of days. Our Special Operations Department's training camp is not something that can be passed easily. After saying that, he led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu away from the test site and headed home. In the sports car, the man in sunglasses couldn't help but ask Qin Xian, who showed no change in expression, "Don't you feel anything?" Qin Xian looked at the man in confusion and asked, "What should I feel? Like frustration, pessimism, and so on? You were a genius who had everything go smoothly. But now you've suddenly encountered someone who can crush you. Shouldn't you feel a bit frustrated or pessimistic and give me a chance to enlighten you?" Hearing the man's words, Qin Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Uncle, you're being too theatrical." After a pause, Qin Xian continued, "Actually, it's mainly because Lin Feng is too strong. If it were someone like Hua Wushang who could outgun me by half a shot, I might think more about it. But Lin Feng..." Qin Xian shook his head and couldn't go on. The man in sunglasses nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but you don't have zero chances." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian immediately sat up straight. Although he felt Lin Feng was too abnormal, he still cared if there was a chance to surpass such an abnormality. Just as Lin Feng himself said, he indeed picked up a bargain in the second round. His shooting skills are ridiculous. In terms of pure marksmanship, I think he might not be far off from me. But when it comes to close combat, he might not be as strong as you think, or even a bit weaker, and this is your strong suit. Hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but twist his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Indeed, it's the youthful spirit. Just a small opportunity can build up enough momentum to charge forward. Meanwhile, Hua Wushang, sitting in a luxury van, was also listening to the maid, Hua Yao, giving a similar assessment. Hua Wushang nodded silently and suddenly asked, "Does the Hua family have a fourth young master?" Hua Yao thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, he should just be 10 years old this year." "Why do you suddenly ask about him?" Hua Wushang's gaze suddenly became deep. "The Hua family will surely have the eldest brother as the head of the family, and I've been arranged here. The heir to the Chun family has not yet been determined, and Qin Xian has been eliminated early. The next head of the Qin family is likely to be this fourth young master." Chapter 69. The relationship between Qi and body name. Lin Feng level, LV. 10 age, 15 race. Half-elf ability, none strength, 10. 3 agility, 10. 5 constitution, 10. 1 spirit, 11. 3 talent specialty, nimble-fingered special attribute. Qi skills, integrated firearms, LV. 10 sniper rifle, LV10. Rifle, LV10. Pistol, LV10. Spirit snake dagger, LV10. Basic spiritual breathing method, LV2. Tidal meditation method, LV. 3 knowledge. Basic potion knowledge, LV10 biology, LV10. Pharmacy, LV10. Compounding, LV10. Basic mechanical knowledge, LV9 mechanics, LV10. Material science, LV10. Weaponry, metal, LV9. Machining, LV8. Intelligent programming, LV11. 2 days. In just 2 days, Lin Feng successfully broke through to level 10, and Qi was born within him. Standing in the renovated backyard, which had transformed from grassland to a training ground, Lin Feng felt satisfied. Of course, getting it fixed in just 2 days cost him quite a bit of money, but thankfully he had received many nutrient liquid concentrates from the reverse star base. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have to think about finding a job to earn money instead of focusing on cultivation. In the backyard, he stood before a piece of wood the thickness of a calf. He closed his eyes and focused his qi. Lin Feng indeed felt a strange flow of energy moving within him, and eventually it slowly gathered in his palm, following his will. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Lin Feng struck out with his hand like a blade. There was a cracking sound as the piece of wood was sliced in half. Upon closer inspection, the cut was as smooth as a mirror with no burrs at all. It was indistinguishable from a clean cut made by a knife. "Is this qi?" Lin Feng looked at his clean and smooth hands, a look of astonishment on his face. No wonder they say level 10 is a threshold. Things are indeed different once qi is born. Moreover, this qi should not only be able to attach to the body. With a flick of his hand, 2 daggers appeared in Lin Feng's grip as he channeled his qi, which began to spread over the daggers until they were completely enveloped. With a light kick, the half-cut wooden stake flew up. Spirit snake dagger, twin serpents. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. For a moment, It really felt like the sound of snakes flicking their tongues echoed in Lin Feng's ears, and the daggers in his hands traced two serpentine paths in the air. After a few light sounds, the half-cut wooden stake had turned into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Looking at the two daggers in his hands, Lin Feng stood frozen in place. Is this the true spirit snake dagger? At the same time, the A519 on his left eye lit up. Simple analysis of secondary energy from the Empire's primary education series of the Mechanical Nation. Simple application of secondary energy in shooting from the Empire's primary education series of the Mechanical Nation Basic Pharmacy. Enhancement volume co-compiled by the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent Basic Biology. Enhancement volume co-compiled by the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent Basic Simple Potion Compounding Secondary Energy. Application volume co-compiled by the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent True Chi True Interpretation, written in his early years by the first sage of the true martial empire. Nangong Wentian Spirit Snake Twin Daggers from the True Martial Empire's third-level martial arts academy. Spirit Snake Academy. Second-year weapon training method. Secondary energy. Spirit Snake Twin Daggers. Lin Feng blinked in confusion and began to read through the texts. After finishing simple analysis of secondary energy, he understood that the Mechanical Nation referred to the qi cultivated from breathing techniques, the thoughts cultivated from meditation, and other similar things as secondary energy. This energy is considered a transcendence of the biological entity itself. It is different from all the energy you can find directly in the universe, which defines primary energy. Hence it is called secondary energy. Of course, this is the Mechanical Nation's terminology. As for the explanation in True Chi True Interpretation, it was much simpler. A strong body generates true Chi. Only with true Chi can the body continue to strengthen. Naturally, such a book as True Chi True Interpretation could not contain only this little information. It also discussed the relationship between Chi and the body. However, that was rather esoteric, making it somewhat difficult for Lin Feng, who had not received education from the true martial empire system, to fully grasp. Nevertheless, the cultivation techniques and precautions for the initial generation of true Qi mentioned in it were still worth learning for Lin Feng. However, from this, Lin Feng also saw some of A519's intentions. A 519, do you really hope I learn more about the Mechanical Nation's knowledge? Is it to help you rebuild the empire? A 519 did not hide it. Not at all. Since the empire has already fallen, there is no meaning in its reconstruction. Providing more knowledge of the Mechanical Nation serves two purposes. 1. You have more talent in this area. 2. The Heavenly Lock itself is more inclined toward machinery. As its master, you should also learn more. Looking at a 519's response, Lin Feng could only say, as expected of the people of the Heavenly Lock. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that he was not merely the master of the Heavenly Lock. At this point, Lin Feng recalled the location information of the Wuxiang Divine Mask. It is now certain that the person with it is in this central city, specifically in the central area of the central city, which is the core of the entire Rock Peak City. That area is a bit difficult to enter. Lin Feng squinted his eyes as he looked towards the most central position of the city. That place houses the most important government agencies of the entire Rock Peak faction, as well as the manors of several prominent families. The current question is, what is the identity of the person holding the Wuxiang Divine Mask? This is the closest treasure to me. I must find a chance to obtain it. Just as Lin Feng was silently plotting, Ding Zhu's voice came from inside the house. Lin Feng, Li Chun is here. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng walked into the house. Upon entering, he realized that it was not just Li Chun who had come, but also the man responsible for their testing earlier. Uncle Li. Li Chun nodded and pointed at the man beside him, saying, "You can call him Instructor Han." Instruktoren. Instructor Han nodded slightly and then said, "There have been some changes. The training camp is opening today, and we need to leave now. My car is outside. Come with me." Lin Feng glanced at Li Chun, saw that he did not speak, and silently nodded. "I'll go grab some things. I'll be right back." Saying this, Lin Feng went upstairs to his workshop. His gaze swept across the table, and he selected a few items, shaking them until they transformed into parts, which he then concealed in various places on his body before heading back downstairs. Chapter 70. The three-person team downstairs. Li Chun handed Ding Zhu an enrollment certificate. This is the enrollment certificate for Haishi High School. You just need to go there to register tomorrow. They have an adult class, which should suit you better. Ding Zhu took the letter and thanked Li Chun seriously. Thank you. Li Chun patted Ding Zhu on the shoulder and said, you were brought in by the captain. He took care of me like this back then, so there's no need to be polite. Instructor Han, who was nearby, widened his eyes a bit and took the opportunity to ask while Ding Zhu was pouring water for them. Captain, they really came from a wilderness. Li Chun looked at Instructor Han with a serious expression. Of course, why would I lie to you? Instructor Han felt a bit of a toothache for a moment. Given Lin Feng's performance, saying he came from the wilderness felt a bit like bullying. If he is this strong in the wilderness, how powerful would he be if he had grown up in the city? Not long after, Lin Feng came down from the second floor. Li Chun and Instructor Han took a glance. He only brought a handgun and nothing else, which met the requirements. After Lin Feng finished talking with Ding Zhu, he followed Li Chun and Instructor Han to leave. However, in the end, Li Chun and Instructor Han did not get into the same car as Lin Feng. After greeting Li Chun, Lin Feng got into Instructor Han's car. Watching the car drive away, Ding Zhu looked down at his communicator. There was a file sent by Lin Feng. Upon opening it, he found a blueprint filled with dangers. Don't worry when you come back. I will show you a different house and myself. Ding Zhu turned to walk back to his room and noticed two things on the table. Walking closer, he realized these were two bottles of pale yellow potions, with a note beside them that was evidently in Lin Feng's handwriting. The Shin extract can help you break through level 10. Just a simple sentence, and there was no need for more words between the two. Ding Zhu quietly took it and tucked it into his pocket. After getting into the car, Lin Feng realized there were already two people inside. One was a petite girl with a timid gaze, but Lin Feng noticed that her clothes, while seemingly ordinary, were actually made of a very resilient combat fabric. Based on Lin Feng's observations of the technological level in Central City, the outfit the girl was wearing was extraordinarily valuable. It must be made from materials that are not widely available on the market. Either rich or noble, Lin Feng thought to himself. The other person was a robust youth dressed very wildly. Why call him wild? His hair was dyed red. He wore a large gold chain around his neck, and he was dressed in a bright pink suit with no inner lining, leaving a large expanse of bronze chest exposed as he only buttoned two buttons. Instructor Han pointed at the little girl and said, "This is by Xiaowen." Then he pointed at the youth and said, "This is Nan Gong Xiao." Finally, he introduced Lin Feng. "This is Lin Feng. From now on, you are a team, and the training tasks ahead will require you to complete them together." After hearing this, Nan Gong Xiao nodded and suddenly reached out to hug both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen. "Since we are a team now, I'll be your captain and big brother from now on. Starting now, you're under my protection. You can come to me with any difficulties in the future," Nan Gong Xiao declared boisterously. For a moment, Lin Feng felt that they should place a statue of Guan Yu in front of them, and they should kneel and bow their heads to become sworn brothers. Bai Xiaowen, however, looked like a little hamster caught, wanting to escape but unable to do so. In the end, under Nan Gong Xiao's pressure, she could only nod and softly call out, "Captain." However, her voice was so small that even Lin Feng, with his excellent hearing, had to listen carefully to catch it. Seeing that Bai Xiaowen had agreed, Nan Gong Xiao's gaze naturally turned to Lin Feng. "Captain, okay." Lin Feng had no objections and replied directly. Seeing his two teammates so obedient, Nan Gong Xiao immediately showed a satisfied smile and appreciatively glanced at Instructor Han, as if to say, "You did well." He was pleased to have such obedient teammates. Instructor Han looked at Bai Xiaowen and then at Lin Feng. In the end, he could only give Nan Gong Xiao a look that said, "If you're happy, that's good." Being the big brother now, he just hoped he wouldn't be overwhelmed later. "Instructor, where are we going?" Lin Feng asked Instructor Han. Instructor Han looked at the three of them, suddenly smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there." After saying that, Instructor Han closed his eyes. The three of them were left staring at each other, but thankfully, Nan Gong Xiao Wu Ti let the atmosphere cool down. "Xiaowen, what does your family do?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Government staff." "Oh, so you're a civil servant. Why did it take you so long to think?" After saying that, Nan Gong Xiao turned to Lin Feng. "What about you, Lin Feng? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't have a home in the city. I came from the wilderness. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao were taken aback, but the next moment, their eyes suddenly lit up. You came from the wilderness? Seeing Nan Gongxiao's tone rising, Lin Feng nodded, somewhat confused. What's wrong? I heard the hunters who go out of the city say that the wilderness is filled with gold. Just take 2 guns, kill some royal beasts, and dig up some herbs, and you can sell them for a good price in Central City. Is that true? The more Nan Gongxiao spoke, the more excited he became, almost as if he wanted to run off to the wilderness at that moment. Even the timid Bai Xiaowen's eyes sparkled. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Should he say Nan Gongxiao was wrong? He was indeed wrong, but for some strong individuals in Central City, the wilderness was truly like that. But to say he was right? What Lin Feng had experienced in the wilderness was more about hunger, slaughter, and the constant fear of being watched by beasts. Not right, yet not wrong. Perhaps for the strong, the wilderness is a paradise, a treasury they can draw from at will. But for those of us who grew up in the wilderness, it is more about death. Lin Feng's words were brief, but both Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen, even Instructor Han, felt a sense of desolation from them. Nan Gongxiao nodded, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I heard there was a freak during the test yesterday. In the first round of the test, he hit 8.5 out of 10 shots, and thus got the nickname 8.5 shots. Do you know him since you took the test yesterday? 8.5 shots? What kind of nickname is that? Too ridiculous. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he shook his head, saying, I don't know anyone called 8.5 shots. Instructor Han suddenly laughed, drawing curious glances from Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen. Instructor, why are you laughing? I just suddenly thought of my enemy's grandmother dying, and I'm happy about it. Instructor Han said with a serious expression. Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances. What the heck? What does this even mean? Chapter 71 Meeting Ding Zhu. The 3 of them chatted for a while longer, and Lin Feng learned about Nan Gongxiao's background. He claimed to be from a third-rate family in the city, but when he said this, Lin Feng noticed Bai Xiaowen's expression of distrust. It became clear to him that Nan Gongxiao wasn't telling the whole truth. However, in fact, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen were looking at him in the same way. Although Lin Feng said he came from the wilderness, they had seen Li Chun when they opened the door, when Instructor Han came to pick them up earlier. He hadn't seen Li Chun. Nevertheless, Lin Feng didn't care much. After casually chatting with Nan Gongxiao for a bit, he began to close his eyes and look at the materials provided by A519. Bai Xiaowen, who seemed to have lost interest in him, was ignored by Nan Gongxiao, who also started to rest his eyes. It made sense. It was a completely enclosed car, with no view of the outside scenery and such good soundproofing. There was really nothing to do when no one was talking except to rest. After some time, both Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao began to feel a bit drowsy. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and sat up straight. Are we on the plane? His sudden words startled Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao awake. On the plane? I didn't feel anything. However, both of them turned their gazes towards Instructor Han, seeking an answer. Instructor Han also looked at Lin Feng in surprise. How did you know? With such good soundproofing, you could still hear something? Instructor Han looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. He only realized they were on the plane by checking the time on his watch. How did Lin Feng know? Upon hearing Instructor Han's words, Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao also realized that they had indeed boarded the plane. Their gazes towards Lin Feng changed immediately. How did he find out? Why didn't they feel anything at all? Because the vehicle's power system had stopped, although the soundproofing was excellent the moment the power system stopped. The entire vehicle still experienced a slight vibration. Additionally, the vehicle was restricted from moving, so they definitely hadn't reached their destination yet. The only reasons for such a stop would be either boarding a ship or boarding a plane. Moreover, even though the vehicle was tightly secured, it still wasn't a part of the plane, and there would still be some shift at the moment of takeoff. Listening to Lin Feng provide so much evidence and reasoning, Bai Xiaowen, Nan Gongxiao, and Instructor Han all had a series of question marks appear above their heads. What is he talking about? Is this something I should be listening to? He said so much. Why did I not observe anything? In the end, Instructor Han simply gave up on thinking, raised his hands and said, I surrender, it's just to get you to the training location. Using a car is really too slow. It's faster to use a plane. Hearing this, Nen Gongxiao frowned slightly. Isn't our training location within the city? The city is so small. Where could they possibly fit a training camp? Besides, our main opponents are not just active within the city. Instructor Han looked at the expressions of Lin Feng and the others and suddenly became serious. Main opponents? Lin Feng and the others exchanged glances, and the same term appeared in their minds. Reverse star. Instructor Han, I have a question. Nan Gongxiao thought for a moment and then spoke up. What is it? Why is Reverse Star so strong? The number of people in Reverse Star is clearly much smaller than theirs. Yet no matter how the four major factions unite to besiege or increase internal investigations, it seems they often suffer losses at the hands of Reverse Star. This is simply unimaginable. Bai Xiaowen also widened her eyes, looking at Instructor Han. Wanted to get an answer from him. She had asked her family before, but they were unwilling to say anything. Instructor Han thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and was reluctant to say more. It's about technology. Instructor Han didn't want to elaborate, but Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these two words, Instructor Han's eyes widened in surprise, as if to say, How did you know? I happened to encounter the military attacking the Reverse Star base before entering the city, and I went in to take a look. Reverse Star's technological level is very high, especially in terms of drugs and weapons. It should be slightly higher than that of the central city. To be honest, whether it's the huge drug separator or the bulletproof vest worn by the Reverse Star guards, they left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Hearing this, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen both showed expressions of disbelief. They believed in the drugs. After all, Yin Feng's drugs are not good, and that's a consensus. But weapons? Yin Feng is definitely the strongest among all factions. How could they lose to Reverse Star? Instructor Han shook his head and said, I don't know. Although it was a rebuttal, it was more or less a confirmation. Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao found it hard to believe. But they also felt this seemed to be the only answer. But if this is true, Bai Xiaowen and Nan Gongxiao, who could both come into contact with some upper-class people, suddenly changed their expressions. As for Lin Feng, whether it's the technology of Reverse Star or Yin Feng, it's not enough in his eyes. Moreover, there might be big money to be made here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Old Bai. Lu Qinlan stopped Old Bai at the entrance of the manor, her expression respectful, but showing no signs of letting him go. What's the matter, girl? Are you not planning to let me out? Old Bai. Without my grandmother's orders, I really dare not let you leave. Girl, are you planning to keep this old man under house arrest? Old Bai looked at Lu Qinlan and suddenly smiled. Lu Qinlan looked at Old Bai, her face showing respect, but she remained silent. Clearly, she accepted this. Seeing this scene, Old Bai squinted his eyes and finally spoke. Come, give me the communicator. I'll inform your grandmother. Hearing this, Lu Qinlan finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out the communicator to hand it to Old Bai. If he really forced his way out, she wouldn't know what to do. After taking the communicator, it was soon connected. What? I can't even go out to see my disciple. Your disciple seems to be quite well informed, finding out so quickly that you are here with me? Of course. You should know whose disciple it is. Fine, you can go, but you must return tomorrow. Okay, you have a final say on this. Old Bai said carelessly. Hand the communicator back to Qianlan. Old Bai nodded and returned the communicator to Lu Qianlan. Your grandmother has something to say. Lu Qianlan took the communicator, nodded a few times, and then let him go. Old Bai walked out of the manor, and a convoy was already parked at the entrance. A tall and strong figure stood at the door of the middle vehicle, welcoming Old Bai. Seeing Old Bai appear, he quickly stepped forward to escort him into the car. Lu Qianlan watched the convoy leave, then turned to the butler beside her and said, Go, invite Ding Zhu over. Yes. The butler didn't ask much and directly nodded in agreement. After getting off the plane, Nan Gongxiao looked at the dense forest ahead and then turned back to look at the light blue lake that seemed endless. He was instantly stunned in place. What kind of place is this? Lin Feng looked at the light blue lake, his expression also not looking good. This thing clearly looked like it had excessive radiation levels. Standing here for a long time made Lin Feng worry about being contaminated. Bai Xiaowen looked at the deep forest, a clear hint of fear flashing across her face. It's so dark. Instructor Han, watching the performance of the three, had a smile on his face at that moment. He casually tossed him a flare gun, saying, If you can't hold on any longer, you can fire this. After saying that, He turned around and boarded the plane, which quickly started up, as if it were afraid to stay here for even one more second. Chapter 72. The treehole giant bear looking at Nangong Xiao, who was dazedly staring in the direction the plane had left. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. Stop looking. There's radiation in this lake. Staying by the lake for too long will cause mutations." Hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen immediately looked at the pale blue lake, which emitted an unusual beauty. With expressions of terror, they quickly ran towards the direction of the woods. Lin Feng shrugged and followed behind them to the edge of the jungle. Seeing Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao rushing into the jungle in a panic, he calmly reached out and pulled them back, saying, "This way." Following Lin Feng's direction, Nangong Xiao glanced back at the direction he was about to go, finding no difference. The terrain here is higher, so it should be drier. Plus, the radiation pollution will be much less here. Seeing Nangong Xiao's expression, Lin Feng knew what he was about to ask and began to explain first. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao scratched his head and exchanged glances with Bai Xiaowen. In the end, they chose to follow Lin Feng's advice. After all, he had lived in the wilderness for so long and had experience. As they followed Lin Feng, they indeed felt that they were continuously going uphill. Even though the forest looked similar, the ground gradually became drier, and the layer of humus formed by fallen leaves was also much shallower than below. However, did you discover something? Why does your expression look so bad? Bai Xiaowen asked Lin Feng, who had furrowed his brows. What do you feel about these trees? The two turned back and looked at the surrounding trees, and their brows immediately furrowed. They looked terrible. Not a single tree was straight. They seemed to twist and nod as they grew. Moreover, the branches grew very chaotically, often reaching out to nearby trees, which was almost impossible to see in normal trees. What's going on? The radiation pollution must have contaminated the groundwater of this entire island, and trees that grew drinking such water naturally ended up like this. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Nangong Xiao understood one thing. So, does that mean we have no water to drink? Bai Xiaowen also furrowed her brows. This was troublesome. No matter how strong they were, it was impossible to go without water, especially since they were only around level 10. At this point, Lin Feng suddenly turned to look at the two. Do you think the Special Operations Department would send us up here to die? Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao shook their heads like rattling drums. Of course not. That means there will be some supplies on this island. So we need to guess where they are most likely to be placed. Exotic beasts. There must be exotic beasts on this island. Nangong Xiao suddenly realized. Lin Feng immediately gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the captain, you reacted so quickly. Hee. Nangong Xiao smiled with satisfaction, but suddenly realized, wait, isn't this the method he uses to coax children at home? Bai Xiaowen also covered her mouth and chuckled beside him. Feeling frustrated, Nangong Xiao shot Lin Feng a glance, but still asked, so, which direction should we look for exotic beasts? This island wasn't small. Their current position was on a hillside, and looking into the distance, they could only see endless forests. Let's keep going up. We should encounter them. Lin Feng said, large predators prefer dry places. After saying that, Lin Feng took off in the direction of the mountain, with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen following behind. Suddenly, Nangong Xiao realized dry places. Lin Feng wouldn't have already thought this through when he first entered the forest, would he? Looking at Lin Feng's slightly youthful face and recalling his performance along the way, he wondered, is this really the quality of a wilderness wanderer? Even the next generation heirs of top families would find it hard to have such a performance. Thinking about this, Nangong Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowen, who happened to turn back to look at him as well. In their gazes, they both understood what each other was thinking and silently followed Lin Feng's pace. Damn, you guessed right again. Nangong Xiao was surprised to see the huge tree hole ahead and the enormous shadow within. Earlier, when they were halfway there, Lin Feng had suddenly suggested changing direction, and they ended up here. He didn't expect there would actually be exotic beasts, and, judging by the aura, it should be quite powerful. What do you think? Lin Feng suddenly turned to Nangong Xiao and asked. Nangong Xiao was taken aback, but still put on a show of his dignity as captain. He reached for his waist and pulled out a handgun. He didn't expect that I still brought one of these. He grinned at Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen, clearly feeling quite clever for having brought a gun along. As expected of someone as smart as me, Nangong Xiao thought to himself. But the next second, Both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen surprisingly drew their handguns as well, especially Bai Xiaowen, who pulled out two, one large and one small. Lin Feng also said, "I only brought one, but I brought extra bullets." After saying that, he shook his sleeve, and bullets of 3 different colors appeared in his hand. Nangong Xiao. Damn, why are these people so well prepared? Of course, not everyone was as clever as they were. For example, a certain boy with bandages wrapped around him was currently pondering whether his iron armor could withstand the claw of the exotic beast tiger in front of him. After chatting for a while, Nangong Xiao, who considered himself the big brother, took on the difficult task of drawing out the giant bear. As he prepared to go with his handgun, Lin Feng called out to him, "Change the bullets in the magazine." Nangong Xiao didn't hesitate, took off the magazine, and handed it to Lin Feng. Then he watched as Lin Feng began to arrange the 3 types of bullets in a specific order. Nangong Xiao didn't pay much attention and went off to find that giant bear, not even giving Lin Feng a chance to introduce the bullets. Aiming at the shadow inside the tree hole, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Without any hesitation, Nangong Xiao immediately fired the first shot. Whoosh! The next second, a blazing fire erupted inside the tree hole, and even Nangong Xiao, who had just fired, was momentarily stunned. What the hell? What kind of bullet is this? The power is so terrifying? Roar! Before Nangong Xiao could recover from his shock, a massive sound, accompanied by a terrifying roar, burst out from the tree hole. A giant bear with a charred head rushed out of the tree hole while roaring. It immediately spotted Nangong Xiao, who was holding the handgun, and he turned to run. Damn, why is this bear so big? It's 3 meters tall. It's actually 3 meters tall. Roar! Just as the giant bear was about to roar a second time, a sudden sharp scream interrupted its roar. Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen beside him in terror. Why? Why could such a frail body emit such a sharp scream? However, Lin Feng's reaction was quick. He immediately reached out to cover Bai Xiaowen's mouth. What are you screaming for? I'm scared. This bear looks too ugly. Bai Xiaowen weakly said to Lin Feng, her voice becoming faint again. For once, Lin Feng was left speechless. Chapter 73. The miserable giant bear. Damn it, don't shout yet. Just save me first. At this moment, Nangong Xiao began to jump around in the jungle, shouting loudly. There was no choice. A giant bear standing 3 meters tall could cover several meters with just a few strides, and its speed was terrifying. Lin Feng patted Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder and ran towards the back of the giant bear. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in quick succession. With sharp penetrating bullets and a single point of impact, Lin Feng shot off half of the giant bear's ear. Roar! The wounded giant bear immediately turned around and charged at Lin Feng, blood from its torn ear staining half of its face, making it appear even more ferocious and savage. Seeing this scene, Nangong Xiao was about to shoot, but saw Lin Feng's gesture to stop. He had to maintain his shooting stance, but did not fire. Lin Feng stood directly opposite the giant bear, keeping a stable shooting position and continuously pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire quickly became a continuous line. The giant bear's ears, nose, and eyes were each hit at least 3 times, to Bai Xiaowen. It seemed Lin Feng's bullets were automatically tracking the bear. No matter how the giant bear shook its head, it could not dodge Lin Feng's bullets. However, ultimately, the giant bear did not die. Its terrifying size brought not just speed and strength, but also incredible defensive power. The enormous body, accompanied by a shocking sound of wind, charged violently towards Lin Feng. 3. Even facing the terrifying pressure of the charging giant bear, Lin Feng had to overcome his inner fear to maintain steady shooting and count silently. 2. At this moment, the giant bear was only 10 meters away from Lin Feng. He could see every drop of blood on the bear's mangled face. Get out of the way. Bai Xiaowen suppressed her own fear and shouted anxiously. Although the giant bear's facial features were torn apart, and it momentarily lost all perception, it could still sense that the little guy who was shooting at it was right in front of it, just within reach to bite off. The giant bear opened its massive, tooth-filled mouth and lunged towards Lin Feng. It loved nothing more than a bite into its trembling prey and feel their brains flowing in its mouth. 1. Just as Lin Feng saw the barbs on the bear's tongue, he infused internal energy into his legs, pushing off the ground and leaping high into the air. He also slapped the tree behind him, changing direction and rolling 10 meters to the left. The massive inertia slammed the giant bear's wide-open mouth against the tree that Lin Feng had carefully chosen, one that would take at least 7 or 8 people to hug. Crack! The immense impact directly broke the giant bear's jaw. Bang! Followed by a loud crash against the tree. The intense pain, combined with dizziness from hitting the tree, left the giant bear unable to stand. Aim for the rear, fire! At the same time, Lin Feng shouted loudly to Nangong Xiao. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Nangong Xiao also ruthlessly unleashed all the bullets in his magazine. Puff, puff, puff. First 3 armor-piercing rounds opened the way. Bang, bang, bang. Then 3 explosive rounds expanded the damage. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, 3 high-temperature incendiary rounds finished off the bear. At this moment, Nangong Xiao finally understood the significance of Lin Feng's earlier arrangement, and the giant bear's lower half was now in a state unfit to be seen. Even Nangong Xiao felt a tightness in his backside. This scene, by Xiaowen, couldn't help but lower her head. Humiliation mixed with cruelty. Although Lin Feng had predicted this outcome, he did not expect the scene to be so. For a moment, he couldn't find the right adjectives and could only quietly walk into the giant bear's den. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly followed his pace. The scene outside was too, to be honest, despite being a bear, was quite clean. The ground was covered with a thick layer of grass, mostly soft and tidy. Inside the deepest part of the den, the 3 of them found 3 metal boxes. They were marked with the Special Operations Unit's insignia, clearly placed there by those people. They opened them one by one. The first box contained weapons, a sniper rifle, 2 assault rifles, 3 handguns, and a knife. Below were neatly arranged bullets, and there appeared to be a considerable amount. The second box contained some food and water. The third box was filled with training potions and a map of a small island. Nangong Xiao counted and couldn't help but curse. This amount of food is only enough for the 3 of us for 3 days. Instead, these training potions could last us 6 or 7 days. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No, these training potions are only enough for 3 days." Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen stepped forward to check and finally nodded, saying, "Indeed. These are all potions with a purity close to 99.9%, so there is no need to worry about toxin accumulation. If we use them quickly, we'll run out in 3 days." At this moment, Nangong Xiao also understood the training camp's intention. They wanted to pressurize their potential by controlling the amount of food. But I like it. The flame of struggle ignited in Nangong Xiao's eyes. Bai Xiaowen's mood was somewhat low. Let us take these things and leave quickly. Such a big commotion will probably attract other creatures. Thus, the 3 of them left with the boxes. Lin Feng took one last look at the giant bear's corpse and shook his head. The muscle fascia was filled with numerous visible particles, clearly showing severe contamination. It was completely inedible. However, when looking for a place to stay later, the 3 of them had good luck. They quickly found a shallow cave that was just enough for the 3 of them to reside in, and its concealment was decent as well. "I'll go chop some firewood." Nangong Xiao took the knife from the box and went out, while Lin Feng approached the 3 boxes. With a flick of his sleeve, several parts fell into his hands, and a multifunctional screwdriver appeared. Bai Xiaowen came over, curious to watch. Lin Feng took everything out of the boxes and immediately began to disassemble them with the screwdriver. Soon, the 3 boxes were reduced to a pile of parts, especially the boxes containing the training potions and food. Each had a small temperature control device inside. I knew it, given the Special Operations Unit's wealth. These boxes must all come standard with temperature control devices. Bai Xiaowen looked at the 2 small temperature control devices on the ground and asked in confusion, "But what is the use of taking them out?" While continuing to disassemble the 2 temperature control devices, Lin Feng explained, "These small disposable temperature control devices primarily rely on the reaction of 2 substances inside to achieve temperature rise and fall, and then use temperature-sensitive chips to control whether the reaction occurs and how much occurs." Crack! Lin Feng snapped a wire, stopping the temperature control device from working. He continued to explain, "And for such a small thing to maintain a constant temperature for so many days, the reaction intensity of the substances inside can be imagined. If we control it a bit, allowing the reaction to complete instantly in this temperature-control device. Boom! Bai Xiaowen seemed to envision an explosion. Chapter 74, You Are Sick. Huh. The flames began to burn. The three sat around the fire, feeling the warmth it brought. Not to mention, this small island surrounded by lakes might not be very cold at night, but it is definitely damp. The three quietly finished their food when suddenly Bai Xiaowen spoke up. Am I being particularly useless? At this moment, Bai Xiaowen's voice even carried a hint of crying, clearly feeling guilty about her performance during the day. Nangong Shao opened his mouth wanting to comfort her, but found he couldn't find the words. Bai Xiaowen's performance during the day was indeed too poor. She didn't even dare to fire a shot in the end. Crack! Lin Feng chopped a piece of firewood and threw it into the fire, saying, If your abilities are insufficient, causing the situation, then I might blame Instructor Han for letting someone like you in. And why can't you recognize yourself? At this point, Bai Xiaowen had already lowered her head, and even Nangong Shao reached out to signal Lin Feng to stop talking. However, Lin Feng continued, But this is a kind of sickness. Why should we blame you? Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao both looked up in surprise at Lin Feng. What did you say? I have a sickness? Bai Xiaowen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Nangong Shao scratched his head. Being timid is also a sickness? This isn't how you comfort someone. Of course, being timid isn't a sickness, but weak mental strength and unclear perception is a kind of sickness, Lin Feng said to Bai Xiaowen, enunciating each word. Bai Xiaowen bit her lip and said, My mental strength is indeed relatively weak. Could it be the reason for my timidity? Lin Feng nodded and said, Weak spirit naturally leads to being easily startled. Why shouldn't it be considered a sickness? No wonder he felt Bai Xiaowen was strange at first, and then checked the A519 database. Bai Xiaowen was a typical case of weak spirit and easily frightened. This generally occurs in children and is often accompanied by physical weakness. As long as they exercise more after reaching adulthood and their vitality increases, their spirit will strengthen and there won't be any problems. But there are always those who, even after their vitality has increased or become strong, are still easily frightened. In the eyes of the people from the Jinwu Empire, this is considered weak spirit. They need specialized methods to strengthen their spirit. Half-viewing the spirit comes from the basic cultivation method of the Xingyin sect of the Jinwu Empire. It mentions these issues, and there could be many reasons for such results. Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Although she had checked many times and seen many psychologists who all said it was a personality issue with no solution, she was still willing to believe Lin Feng once more. On the contrary, Nangong Shao looked at Lin Feng with some concern, saying such definitive things could be problematic. If he wasn't mistaken, Bai Xiaowen should come from that family, which is famous for its medical skills and potions. Do you know the meditation method? Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, Yes, our family has passed it down. I remember one. Lin Feng nodded and said, Good, you should sit here and practice the meditation method. Bai Xiaowen shook her head in frustration. I remember it, but I've never been able to get started. Nangong Shao also spoke up at this moment. Yeah, I haven't been able to get started with my meditation method either. Could I also be weak in spirit? You're not weak in spirit. You're just overthinking, Lin Feng said. Then looked at Bai Xiaowen and said, It's okay. Just follow the meditation method passed down in your family. Bai Xiaowen, somewhat doubtful, sat cross-legged beside the fire and began to meditate. However, it was clear she still couldn't enter the most basic state of meditation and was constantly adjusting her sitting posture, appearing a bit anxious. This was quite normal. Even though the meditation method was widely spread in the central city, very few could actually practice it. Nangong Shao looked at Lin Feng, but found that Lin Feng was doing nothing, just staring at the fire in front of him without moving. In a sea of darkness, various monsters kept emerging in Bai Xiaowen's mind. The strange beasts from various books she had read as a child, the giant bear she had seen today, and the twisted trees they had passed by were all coming to life, seemingly ready to devour her. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to give up and exit the meditation, a sudden sound of crashing waves came to her ears. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of tides came, and as she listened closely, Bai Xiaowen became somewhat entranced. Outside, Nangong Shao looked at Bai Xiaowen in astonishment as she seemed to stabilize. But the next moment, Bai Xiaowen's breathing suddenly became erratic and even very rapid, as if she were seriously injured, exhaling more than inhaling. Crap, is something about to happen? Nangong Xiao couldn't help but stand up, but looking at the motionless Lin Feng and the meditating Bai Xiaowen, he had no good options. Roar! A sudden roar broke Bai Xiaowen's trance. At this moment, she clearly saw a monster with a snake head and scorpion tail appearing from the darkness, charging towards her. It seemed to be her deepest fear, and she couldn't help but want to scream and open her eyes. Huh! A somewhat puzzled voice came. Then Bai Xiaowen heard a loud bang by her ear. It was as if the roaring waves were crashing against the shore. The crashing waves were the earlier tidal waters, and the shore was where the snake-headed, scorpion-tailed monster was. Smash! This monster clearly didn't have the resilience of the coastline and was instantly shattered by the tidal waters, which then swept away all the remnants. Whoosh! Whoosh! Listening to the rise and fall of the tides, Bai Xiaowen's breathing gradually stabilized, and she directly entered a meditative state. Even when the sound of the tides disappeared later, she showed no reaction. Outside, Nangong Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowen, who was gradually entering a meditative state again, and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could tell that whatever had occurred was absolutely remarkable. Lin Feng also woke up, slowly tending to the fire in the pile. Damn, you actually made Bai Xiaowen learn the meditation method? Nangong Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with disbelief. From what he knew, even those so-called mental masters in the central city couldn't do this. It was just a special circumstance. For example, and I wouldn't be able to get you into a meditative state, Lin Feng said to Nangong Xiao with a serious expression. Nangong Xiao rolled his eyes and heavily sat back down. As he sat down, Lin Feng took some cultivation potions and walked outside the cave. What are you doing? Cultivating. Nangong Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowen, who was in a meditative state and could only stay there watching the fire. Finding a clear space, Lin Feng took the cultivation potion. His body began to move, and he felt the power around him gradually increasing. However, his cultivation still had to be as fast as usual. In less than an hour, he had absorbed all the potions. When Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at his watch, he was stunned. 30 minutes? He frowned slightly. According to his calculations, absorbing these potions should take at least 45 minutes or so. Looking at the bizarre trees around him, Lin Feng suddenly understood why the Special Operations Department chose to place the training location here. Clearly, this unique environment formed a good place to assist people in accelerating their cultivation. Unfortunately, one couldn't stay here for too long, or they would be contaminated. The dangers of radiation. Lin Feng has witnessed far too many in the wilderness. The Accelerated Cultivation Handbook comes from the Beginner Auxiliary Cultivation series of the Mechanical Empire. Opening the materials, it is filled with numerous methods of using mechanical aids to speed up cultivation. All right, I'll try them all when I go back. After looking for a while, Lin Feng silently thought that some of the machinery was too complex for him to handle right now, but some were relatively simple. It's just a matter of raw materials. Closing the materials, Lin Feng took out 2 concentrated nutrient capsules and swallowed them, continuing his cultivation. He hasn't reached his limit yet, and with such a good environment, he should make full use of it. Chapter 75. When Lin Feng returned, the cave was only left with Bai Xiaowen, who had opened her eyes and was roasting by the fire, with her hands close to the fire absorbing warmth. A childlike smile appeared on her face. She was humming a cheerful tune, looking very happy. How do you feel now? Lin Feng asked Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen could hardly suppress her laughter and quickly nodded in response to the question. Much better. When I was at home, I needed my sister or mom to accompany me to sleep even with the lights on. But just now I was alone guarding this fire, and I only felt a little scared. Lin Feng nodded. He had to admit that Bai Xiaowen had it really tough. Her level was not low at all. She was already at level 11, slightly higher than Lin Feng. However, her mental strength was only 2 points. Just 2 points. That was even worse than Lin Feng, who was still in the wilderness. Not to mention that Lin Feng's growth in both level and mental strength was basically 1-to-1, while Bai Xiaowen couldn't even achieve a 2-to-1 growth compared to ordinary people who didn't practice meditation. It was truly absurd. As for that monster with a snake head and scorpion tail, Xiaowen, does your family or you have any enemies? Bai Xiaowen froze for a moment upon hearing this, and then quickly reacted. You mean that monster with the snake head and scorpion tail? Lin Feng nodded. He had checked earlier, and it seemed that this creature belonged to a type of supernatural ability, not an ordinary mental martial skill. Bai Xiaowen sighed with a bitter smile. There are indeed quite a few people targeting my family or me. Lin Feng shrugged. This was the helplessness of being born into a large family. Enjoying the benefits of a big family naturally came with its downsides. As long as you were aware of it, Lin Feng said lightly. Bai Xiaowen nodded, her smile fading, and she fell silent as faces and names flashed through her mind. Who was the one who took action? Lin Feng sat aside and picked up the map from the box to start looking through it. This must be Mr. Ding Zhu. Ding Zhu was rubbing his fists as he walked out of school. Who would have thought that he wouldn't get far before someone stopped him? Looking at the other person, Ding Zhu frowned slightly, but still nodded. Who are you? I'm the butler of the Lung family. Our young lady, Lu Qianlan, invites you to the Lung family for a discussion. Lu Qianlan? Upon hearing this name, Ding Zhu couldn't help but frown. His impression of this woman was not good, and the old man had been gone with her for so long without any news. He was a bit worried. Thinking of this, Ding Zhu glanced at the luxurious vehicle in front of him, and without saying a word, he directly got in the car. Regardless of whether the other party would let him go if he didn't get in, he had to go for the sake of the old man. Seeing Ding Zhu's decisiveness, the butler was momentarily stunned. He had thought that even if it didn't take much effort, it would at least require some persuasion. He didn't expect the other party to be so compliant with the situation. Watching the car leave, the person who had been staring at Ding Zhu from behind hurried back to report. The Lung family. That's the Lung family's car. They are in big trouble this time. The vehicle smoothly drove up to the Lung family's manor, and Ding Zhu got out. Looking at the Lung family's manor, he couldn't help but be astonished. Wasn't the Lung family too wealthy? He was no longer a naive kid and understood that land in such a prime location was worth a fortune. The manor in front of him seemed to occupy not just land, but an entire mountain. A mountain? How much is this manor worth? Ding Zhu suddenly asked. The butler was taken aback by this question, thought for a moment, and said, worthless. Worthless? If someone can afford it, then the price has meaning. If no one can afford it, then it is indeed worthless. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully and then followed the butler through the front gate of the Lung family. As they walked through, he was directly taken to a pavilion in the back garden, where he sat opposite an elderly woman. The butler respectfully bowed to the elderly woman and left. Ding Zhu looked at the elderly woman and frowned, asking, wasn't Lu Qianlan supposed to meet me? I heard that nothing happened on the way, and you came directly. The Lung family's matriarch did not answer Ding Zhu's question, but spoke directly. Ding Zhu, although he disliked her questioning posture, felt it unnecessary to argue with an old lady. Since the old man left with Lu Qianlan, there has been no news, so I naturally came to see him. Old man that's what you all call him? The Lung family's matriarch said, slightly surprised. Is there a problem with that? Since the day I entered the camp, everyone I heard call him that has referred to him that way. Ding Zhu asked in confusion. The Lung family's matriarch nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, are you close with Yumin? Yumin? Ding Zhu reacted and realized she was referring to Bai. Not bad. After all, we entered the city together. At this point, Ding Zhu finally couldn't help but ask, where's the old man by now? Unfortunately, Yumin was picked up by his disciple today. Leave your contact number, and when Yumin returns, I will have him call you. Ding Zhu frowned when the first sentence came out. It was only when he heard the second sentence that he relaxed his tightly knitted brows, but soon frowned again. Disciple? He has a disciple who can cause disabilities? The Lung family's matriarch looked at Ding Zhu with a strange expression. Cause disabilities? Yumin's leg didn't get injured because of his martial arts. Even in the central city, his martial arts are sought after by countless people. Ding Zhu. Isn't it just those few moves from the old man How the people in the central city never seen good things? It seems you don't understand him well. Tell me what he has done inside the camp. The Lung family's matriarch said. Ding Zhu nodded and sat down, beginning to recount everything he knew about the camp to the Lung family's matriarch. After hearing this, the Lung family's matriarch showed a thoughtful expression. Zhang Xiao, Sugan. Those two names, I feel like I've heard them somewhere before. Where? The Lung family's matriarch suddenly fell into memory, and the butler, seeing this scene, escorted Ding Zhu out of the Lung family's manor. He even kindly arranged for a car to take him back. It wasn't until Ding Zhu sat back down in the living room that he realized what had just happened, and then he suddenly stood up from his seat. What the hell? What did I just say? Why did I answer whatever they asked, even spilling some gossip I knew? This? No, it's not my problem. It's that old lady. It's that old lady who used some tricks on me. Damn! Nan Gongxiao quickly ducked his head, avoiding a large stone that was thrown at his head. Boom! Looking back, he saw the stone embedded deeply into a tree trunk as thick as a person's waist. If he hadn't dodged, he would have probably ended up with his brain splattered. Thinking of this, Nan Gongxiao took off running, and the next second, stones began to rain down where he had just stood. Bang, bang, bang. Following Nan Gongxiao's footsteps, the trees around him were having a terrible time. Some branches broke, and some trunks were directly smashed. Feeling the howling wind around him, Nan Gongxiao gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. At the same time, he angrily said, "Just wait, soon you'll see something interesting." Behind him, the figures of monkeys appeared and disappeared on the treetops, and whenever they showed up, they always threw something at Nan Gongxiao. Chapter 76, This is the Mechanic. Here it comes. Bai Xiaowen reminded. Lin Feng nodded. In the center of the sniper rifle scope showed the silhouette of a vine. 3, 2. Bai Xiaowen began to count down as she watched Nan Gongxiao's figure. 1. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in quick succession. The bullets pierced through the dense jungle and hit 3 vines that had been set up in advance. Hello! The sound of gunfire startled the group of monkeys, who turned to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the vines that had been drooping around them transformed in an instant. With a strong whooshing sound, they snapped taut, and in a moment, the monkeys at the treetops were like fish caught in a net. Crack, crack. The taut vines collided with each other, producing loud, crashing sounds, mixed with the sounds of bones cracking and the monkeys' wails. Under the sweeping of these vines, more monkeys were knocked down to the ground. Even the strongest and highest-level monkeys, after falling from such heights, needed a moment to recover before they could get back up. At that moment, "I'm here!" A furious roar echoed as Nan Gongxiao swung down from the vines he had tied around his waist, heading straight for the spot where the monkeys had fallen. At the same time, the 2 rifles in his hands unleashed a merciless barrage. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets modified by Lin Feng displayed their immense power at this moment. When they hit the monkeys, they created massive holes. Sacrificing flight distance and accuracy for such tremendous power proved to be the most effective in this chaotic slaughter. No exceptions. Bai Xiaowen also picked up a sniper rifle and began to shoot at the monkeys that Nan Gongxiao had missed. Although Bai Xiaowen was still relatively timid, even closing her eyes when firing a shot, her accuracy was impeccable. Essentially, every shot either exploded a head or directly broke a neck. According to her, this was to reduce the suffering of the opponents. Although Lin Feng felt that this was not mercy, but rather a way to soothe her own conscience. He wisely kept silent, watching the last surviving monkeys being sniped down by Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. The battle was over. Although these monkeys were troublesome, they had ultimately found a solution. He took out the map they had obtained earlier and looked at it. It marked a red route starting from the giant bear's tree hole and extending to the center of the island. They were currently walking on this path. Marking an X at their current location, Lin Feng counted a total of 5 XS, each representing 3 days, meaning they had already stayed on this island for 15 days. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, "Oh, only 15 days? I feel like it's been a month or 2. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Days are tough, so naturally, it feels longer." You can't deny that the Special Operations Department is a bunch of bastards. Those 3 boxes contain nothing but weapons, a small amount of food, and some training reagents. They basically pushed us forward every day. They clearly knew there would be exotic beasts blocking the way at the next location, and each one more troublesome than the last. Yet, we still had to move forward. Honestly, I feel like this is tougher than my days in the wilderness. However, Lin Feng glanced at his data panel. Name, Lin Feng level, LV13 age, 15 race, half-elf ability, none strength, 13. 3 agility, 13. 5 constitution, 13. 1 spirit, 14. 3 talent specialization, dexterous special attribute. Chi skills, comprehensive firearms, LV-11 sniper rifle, LV-12 rifle, LV-11 pistol, LV-11 spirit snake dagger, LV-12 spirit snake twin daggers, LV-5 basic spiritual breathing method, LV-2 tidal meditation method, LV-3 knowledge basic potion knowledge, LV-13 biology, LV-14 pharmacology, LV-14 formulation, LV-13 basic mechanical knowledge, LV-10 mechanics, LV-10 materials science, LV-11 weaponry metal, LV-10 mechanical processing, LV-12 intelligent programming, LV-11. The Special Operations Department spared no expense on reagents, so Lin Feng naturally spared no effort in advancing. In fact, Bai Xiaowen's feelings over the past month or two were valid in terms of their growth and levels. Moreover, the unique life structures on this island were very inspiring for Lin Feng. Now, even using these contaminated herbs, he had no problem concocting simple mosquito repellent and detoxifying agents. As for mechanical processing, although there wasn't much machinery, relying on the abundant wood resources here, Lin Feng had already learned to use wood to create mechanical structures. The large net used to deal with those monkeys was a masterpiece of wooden mechanics. Nangong Xiao stood atop this large vine net, casually shooting down the unfortunate monkeys trapped in it, then began to quietly admire this enormous vine net. Yesterday morning, he had suffered losses at the hands of this group of monkeys. By afternoon, Lin Feng had said he had an idea. He noted that according to his observations, the monkeys' activities in the trees were mainly concentrated at the treetops and the tips of the branches. When attacking them, they all focused on the treetops. Because it was easy to observe and there was nothing to obstruct their thrown objects, he designed this large net. He gathered a large number of vines and woven them according to a certain pattern, but kept them in a relaxed state. Then he went to find a large number of stones and carved gears from wood to create a transmission device. When he lured the monkeys over, Lin Feng activated the mechanism, causing the large stones to fall and using the transmission device to instantly tighten the large vine net. All the monkeys were knocked down at once. This was Lin Feng's plan. When he was making the trap yesterday, he was still skeptical, but today, seeing the results. Perfectly executed, Nangong Xiao took a deep breath. He had never bowed to many people in his life, but now Lin Feng definitely counted as one. In fact, the perfect execution of this effect was not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous was that Lin Feng modified the plan midway to reduce their workload. The 4 transmission devices were changed to 3, and the large stones they had to transport were reduced by a third. Now he felt that those so-called mechanical masters in Central City were utterly weak compared to Lin Feng, who is truly the top-level mechanic. Let's go. Stop daydreaming on the net. Bai Xiaowen shouted from the ground. Coming. Nangong Xiao quickly grabbed a vine and slid down. Upon arriving at the monkey's cave, the 3 immediately spotted a box in the corner. Oh, this box is a bit big, Nangong Xiao said in surprise, as this box was 3 to 4 times larger than the previous ones. Click, click, click. Opening the box revealed that it still contained weapons, food, and training potions. The weapons were just bullets and knives. In fact, except for the first 2 boxes that contained firearms, the subsequent boxes only had bullets and knives left. Bai Xiaowen counted the food and frowned slightly. There'd a lot of food this time, enough for us to eat for 10 days. The potions were about the same. The 3 looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Has the Special Operations Department changed their tune? Why are they so untrusting now? Chapter 77. Giving up after tidying up the monkeys' living area a bit, the 3 of them settled in. This was the result they had observed during this time. The territory awareness of these powerful exotic beasts was incredibly strong, no matter how much noise was made next door. As long as it did not affect the other party's territory, they would not come out. Thus, they were able to rest peacefully. Then, the 3 of them each took out a handful of pebbles and began to play with them in their hands. However, this was not just a simple act of grabbing stones. They were using their own chi to control the pebbles, making them spin in one direction. This was a small trick from initial understanding of true chi regarding the exercise of chi, which he had shown to Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen when he was practicing that day. He generously taught them the technique. As he watched the pebbles in his hand slowly form a vortex, and as the vortex began to spin faster and faster, he shouted in his heart, "Reverse!" The chi in his hand changed accordingly, and the pebble vortex suddenly paused for a moment before starting to spin rapidly in the opposite direction. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. According to initial understanding of true qi, this was the first step in controlling true qi. Looking up, Lin Feng glanced at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen had already managed to move half of her pebbles. She had a good talent. Lin Feng nodded silently. His gaze shifted to Nangong Xiao's hand. Suddenly, with a loud clap, Nangong Xiao's face turned red as he tried to control the pebbles with his qi. Suddenly, one pebble shot up high with a whoosh, and then with a loud bang, it hit him right in the forehead. Ouch! That hurts! Nangong Xiao cried out, clutching his reddened forehead. Lin Feng covered his face, thinking, you can't carve rotten wood. Just as he was about to speak, a whoosh sound suddenly came from outside. It was a signal flare. At this moment, Nangong Xiao didn't care about his forehead anymore and rushed outside the cave. The three of them exited the cave and indeed saw a red line shooting straight into the sky. Then the signal flare exploded into a huge red cloud in the sky. In an instant, the entire island could see the light emitted by the signal flare. Before they could say anything, there were suddenly 3 consecutive whoosh sounds. Looking around, they found that there were abandoned teams in every direction. No, it wasn't over yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more signal flares shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky of the island in red. 7 shots. 3 times 7 is 21. So many people had given up in such a short time. Bai Xiaowen said with disbelief. It was apparent that many people were holding on, and as soon as they saw someone give up, they didn't wait to be the first to fire the gun. Nangong Xiao also said with some melancholy. There were only so many people who had come to the island, and now so many had given up. It felt a bit like the death of a rabbit made the fox grieve for its kind. Meanwhile, in places they couldn't see, others were asking around whether to give up, and some teams were directly experiencing internal strife as 3 people began to fight over a signal flare. Under the red illumination, the island was plunged into chaos, both beasts and humans caught in the turmoil. Was it this extreme in previous years? Lin Feng frowned and asked. If so, he doubted whether the Special Operations Department could even gather 10 complete tactical teams now. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao exchanged glances. It was Nangong Xiao who spoke up. Actually, it wasn't this exaggerated in previous years. The training camps used to focus primarily on training. Although the training was tough, it was definitely not as exaggerated as this year with the added tasks. This year's situation mainly arose because the head of the Special Operations Department suddenly announced that he might retire at any time. As a result, all the promising candidates from various families and institutions have been flooding into the Special Operations Department. The position of head will definitely be chosen from the current captains of these teams, and there's still some opportunities for other important positions. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen and asked, so you two are in the same situation? Nangong Xiao nodded generously, while Bai Xiaowen shook her head and said, I'm not. I came here to challenge myself. So after going out, I will most likely choose the C-level team. After all, the gap between the C-level team and the B-level and A-level teams is quite large, and those important positions should be prioritized for people from the B-level and A-level teams. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but didn't say much more. He had initially just wanted to find a suitable place for cultivation. Who would have thought there would be so many issues? Headache. The 3 returned to the cave and went to rest early. The abandonment of so many people still affected them to some extent, and they needed to adjust their mentality. The next morning, the 3 of them set off again with their spoils. However, the next stretch of the journey went surprisingly smoothly, with hardly any attacks from exotic beasts. It was a rare moment of calm. However, the rugged mountain path still took them 2 days to reach the center of the island. Bang! Nangong Xiao casually fired a shot, taking care of a snake at his feet, and frowned slightly, saying, why are there so many snakes in the center? Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, basically, we haven't seen many exotic beasts or animals since the back, so they must have been eaten by these snakes. Lin Feng observed the surrounding environment and then frowned. This was not a good place. It was humid, but the sun-facing area was quite large. It could be said to be the favorite of cold-blooded animals like snakes. It was very likely that there was a snake den in the valley over there. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng pointed to a low mountain not far from the valley and said, let's head over there first. All right. Setting off again, the 3 of them climbed to the top of the low mountain. There were still quite a few snakes here, but it was much better than before. Bai Xiaowen opened the map to look, but after a while, her brows furrowed. Fengge, Xiaoge, come look at this. The two of them leaned over, only to see Bai Xiaowen pointing at the largest red dot on the map, saying, "Look at this red dot marked here. Doesn't the surrounding terrain look like that valley?" Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao exchanged glances and quickly took the map to compare it with the valley. After looking for a while, both of them frowned. It really was. It seemed that the way for us to leave the island was through that valley. Nangong Xiao squinted his eyes and said, "I knew the Special Operations Department would never let us leave so easily." Lin Feng also pinched his brow. Where did the Special Operations Department get so much thought? "First, let's find an opportunity to investigate the situation," he said. "I suspect that valley is probably a snake den. If that's the case, just relying on the three of us would be like delivering a feast." Nangong Xiao nodded. Although he was still the nominal captain, most of the time, it was Lin Feng who decided their course of action. "Do we need to chop some wood?" Nangong Xiao asked Lin Feng, remembering Lin Feng's impressive skill in making machines out of wood. Lin Feng shook his head. "No need. We'll know the scale of the snake den tomorrow morning." They returned to Bai Xiaowen's side, where she had already set up a tent. As for where the tent came from, it was, of course, modified by Lin Feng using those boxes plus tree bark. Although this thing is simple, it has truly improved the living standards of the three people. Even when they have enough time, they can take turns to take a shower. When they reach a place deep inside the island, although the water is still not drinkable, taking a shower is not a problem. Chapter 78. The horrifying snake cave. This is why they didn't turn into wild men. After casually picking up some firewood, the three prepared to light a fire. But Lin Feng suddenly stood still. "What's wrong?" Nangong Xiao asked Lin Feng with some confusion. "Gunshots. I heard gunshots." Upon hearing this, both Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen immediately drew their guns and got into a defensive stance. Although they hadn't heard anything, they chose to trust Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened carefully again, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's not on our side. It's over in the valley. Let's go take a look." Nangong Xiao said, taking the lead. Lin Feng nodded, and the three turned a corner and arrived at a place where they could see into the valley. However, for safety, the spot they chose was a bit far from the valley. Lin Feng set up his sniper rifle and soon spotted three people in his scope. Three rather disheveled individuals were running quickly out of the valley, and behind them was a river entirely made up of snakes. Countless snakes of various colors surged in the same direction, creating a terrifying and turbulent snake river. "Ugh, just looking at this gives me goosebumps," Nangong Xiao said. Running his hand over his skin, his hair standing on end, he really couldn't take it. Bai Xiaowen beside him couldn't bear to look. Just thinking about the scene made her feel terrified. "What now? Should we help them?" Facing Nangong Xiao's question, Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. "Honestly, I don't know how we could help them. We didn't set any traps or anything beforehand. If we just let those three rush in, it would be no different from seeking death." Nangong Xiao nodded. He even felt a bit relieved that they had chosen a vantage point far enough away. Continuing to watch the small team below, they saw the snake swarm getting closer to them. But the three were already showing signs of exhaustion. Seeing this scene made Nangong Xiao frown. It was impossible for him to go down and save them, but watching them die in front of him was indeed quite distressing. "What's going on? Why aren't they firing a signal flare? If they don't, they're really going to die," Nangong Xiao said with a furrowed brow. Lin Feng also frowned slightly. He knew that there were definitely people from the Special Operations Department on the island observing the situation. But if they kept not firing the signal flare, he really couldn't be sure whether the Special Operations Department would intervene. With this thought, Lin Feng's brow also furrowed. "Huh, Lin Feng, look at the snake swarm. It seems to be retreating." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly looked. Indeed, after the three individuals ran out of the valley, the previously aggressive snake swarm began to flow back. It was as if there was a barrier. Once they left the valley, it was no longer territory they could step into. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned in thought, vaguely forming some ideas. "Let's go back for now. We'll come back to check the situation tomorrow morning." Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen nodded, and the three headed towards the low hill. However, as soon as they arrived at the low hill, the three were stunned. They saw three people standing at the entrance of their tent, all stiff as statues, not daring to move. Seeing this, Nin Gongxiao laughed. Lin Feng, you told me to set these landmines before, and I thought it was unnecessary. Who would come to steal things in a place like this? Now it seems I've underestimated the situation. Lin Feng smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he recalled a funny incident from years ago with Ding Zhu. At that time, he and Ding Zhu were hunting beasts in the wilderness, and Ding Zhu had also asked him to set up protective landmines. He didn't listen because the landmines were all buried at the entrance of the tent, and remembering their locations was too troublesome. Plus, the place they were hunting was already extremely desolate, and he felt there wouldn't be anyone else around. As a result, when they returned after hunting, their tent had been moved. Ding Zhu was almost furious at that moment. He even ended up working for Ding Zhu for a month for free to pay off the debt. Cough, cough. Nangong, this is our fault, but we were starving. Please let us go. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao walked over to take a look, and his smile instantly became even brighter. Oh, isn't this our noble son Lu Wu? How did you end up looking like a beggar? You must be able to scrape off 3 pounds of mud from that outfit. To be honest, Lu Wu and his companions did look quite miserable. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was matted together in clumps. Looking at their cheeks, it was clear they hadn't eaten enough for many days. Facing Nan Gongxiao's arrogance, Lu Wu could only lower his head. Young Master Nangong, it was my fault before. Now I only ask you to let me go. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao raised a hand to stop Lu Wu's words. Not so fast. We're a team here. I still want to hear what my 2 teammates think. After saying this, Nan Gongxiao looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, You're the captain. You decide. Bai Xiaowen nodded as well. You're the captain. We all follow your lead. Hearing these words, Nan Gongxiao felt a bit elated. He had always thought that being the captain wasn't much use, and that it would be better to let Lin Feng be the captain directly. He didn't expect the two to give him such face, which made him feel quite proud. All right, then in light of Uncle Lu's face, I'll let you go this time. Lin Feng, help deal with these landmines. Lin Feng nodded, approached the 3, and poked at the ground near their feet with a stick. Then he said, You can move now. The 3 looked at each other, and in the end, it was Lu Wu who gritted his teeth and took the first step. Seeing that nothing happened, the other 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed Lu Wu to Nan Gongxiao's side. Coming back to their senses, the 3 exchanged looks. Their expressions somewhat unusual. Are we being tricked? Seeing their expressions, Nan Gongxiao knew what they were thinking. He reached down to dig out the landmine Lu Wu had stepped on, and the 3 discovered that this landmine was actually made of stone. The feeling of being deceived grew even stronger. Nan Gongxiao, however, didn't even look at them. He casually slapped the stone landmine in his hand, and then threw it away. Boom! The stone landmine exploded in midair, and the scorching shockwave, along with shattered stones, shot out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! Instantly, the ground beneath the explosion was pocked with countless deep holes. Hiss, the stone mine has such power. Lu Wu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Nan Gongxiao glanced at him with a proud expression, but said nothing more. The 3 immediately felt their faces flush with shame and silently lowered their heads. Don't just stand there. Come over and eat something, Nan Gongxiao said before entering the tent. Hearing that there was food, the 3 didn't care about their dignity anymore and hurriedly followed him inside. Bai Xiaowen distributed some food, and the 3 didn't bother with anything else, sitting on the ground and starting to wolf down their food. They looked like starving ghosts reincarnated. Lin Feng then looked at Nan Gongxiao. Are you on good terms with Lu Wu? He had just noticed that even though Lu Wu hadn't turned around and could only recognize Nan Gongxiao by his voice, he clearly had some kind of relationship with him. When Lu Wu begged for mercy, Nan Gongxiao, although claiming to seek their opinions, did not actually refuse. Our 2 families have been close friends since our grandfather's generation. I can't really stand by and watch someone die. It's just a bit troublesome for you all, Nan Gongxiao said somewhat awkwardly. Although they weren't lacking food, distributing it so casually did somewhat infringe on Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen's interests. Lin Feng waved his hand, not caring about that. What he was most concerned about now was how to enter the snake den. Ultimately, they had to break into the snake den to leave this dreadful place. Lin Feng looked at Lu Wu and the others who were devouring their food, and gradually a plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 79. Distributing food. Just as Lin Feng turned around, he suddenly heard Nangong Zhao's teasing. Yo yo yo, young Master Lu, have you not eaten for a few days? Upon hearing this, Lu Wu couldn't help but start to complain. Damn, Nangong, you have no idea what we went through. When we were almost here, we ran into a huge group of monkeys on the road. Those monkeys were too fierce. They stood on the treetops and threw stones at us like crazy. When a stone hit me, it felt like my bones were about to break. Plus, the trees were so tall and there were so many monkeys, I got hit all over and had to run around them. At this point, the two people beside Lu Wu also had something to say. Yeah, you guys really haven't seen that scene. The power of those stones raining down was like grenades. That's right, and they were really agile, just standing on the treetops and never coming down. It was impossible to hit them. Finally, Lu Wu summed it up. Fortunately, we were relatively frugal when distributing food earlier. Otherwise, I doubt we would have made it here. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he needed to revise his plans. These people were clearly not as reliable as he had anticipated. Should he rely solely on himself? After saying this, Lu Wu suddenly asked, by the way, Nangong, what did you encounter in the last round when you came here? The other two also looked at Nangong Xiao with eager eyes, ready to criticize the rubbish they faced in the last round. Not as bad as that monkey group. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances, and in the end, they simply uttered two words. Monkeys. Silence. A silent stillness began to spread inside the tent. Eventually, the three of them no longer wanted to rest in such an awkward situation and suggested that they go outside to sleep. Nangong Xiao shrugged and didn't say anything. It seems that there aren't many like us who have made it through all the rounds, Bai Xiaowen said in surprise. Nangong Xiao nodded, then looked at Lin Feng with some emotion and said, if it weren't for Lin Feng, I guess our choices wouldn't be much different from theirs. Bai Xiaowen strongly agreed with this. Following Lin Feng, not to mention not being full, they actually experienced very little hardship from wind and rain. That night, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen practiced their control over qi. Meanwhile, Lin Feng unusually didn't train. Instead, he found a piece of tree bark from somewhere and started writing and drawing on it with a piece of charcoal, seemingly calculating something. After calculating for a long time, Lin Feng couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows. If only I had some sugar. Although he already had a plan in mind, without materials, he was still a clever woman, unable to cook without rice. Especially on such a small island. Even if he had a way, he had no materials. Sugar? What do you need sugar for? Nangong Xiao asked Lin Feng with a confused expression. Instead, Bai Xiaowen explained, sugar is very useful. It contains high energy and is also one of the very important raw materials for medicine. Lin Feng nodded. Although this thing is common, it is very useful. Even in his past life, sugar was considered a strategic material reserve. I remember that this time the food we got included sugar packets, but there were relatively few. Bai Xiaowen said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, the quantity is still too little. Nangong Xiao thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter if the quantity is small. We can trade with others and collect more. Since Lu Wu and the others had already arrived here, more and more people would definitely come, and there would always be ways for those who passed the last round to get through. They should all have sugar packets. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. That definitely wouldn't give it to us easily, but as long as they come here, there will definitely be demand. So it shouldn't be difficult to trade later. Bai Xiaowen also actively chimed in with suggestions. Lin Feng nodded. Okay. Then I'll trouble the captain to help me exchange for more sugar packets. Nangong Xiao nodded resolutely. Today, this title of captain had allowed him show off in front of Lu Wu, so naturally, he had to return the favor. Of course, things developed just as Nangong Xiao had expected. Over the next 2 days, more and more people arrived in this valley, and several teams even mistakenly entered the snake cave, eventually fleeing in a panic. It even developed to the point where these people started betting on whether the next team to arrive would run into the snake cave. This was a rare bit of fun amidst their hunger and cold. Soon, the last few teams also arrived. However, the condition of these teams was obviously better than those who came earlier, although they were still dirty. But it was clear that they had eaten their fill. They brought quite a bit of food, and this batch of people arrived almost simultaneously. As soon as they appeared, they were quickly surrounded. Brother Lu Cheng, we really have no choice but to come and borrow some food from you. Others also approached their familiar acquaintances. Shuren, this is something I owe you, so let me borrow some food first. Hua Xiao, I can only come to you with a thick face. Gong Xiao. The instant chatter made the entire low hill noisy. Chun Shuren frowned slightly and exchanged glances with Hua Wushang. To be honest, they felt pressure facing so many people. But before the two could decide, Lu Cheng spoke up first. Everyone, please listen to me. Lu Cheng shouted loudly, instantly silencing the crowd. Everyone, we did indeed obtain quite a bit of food from the monkeys. This food is enough for us to eat for 10 days, and we really don't need so much. We are willing to share the excess, and I believe everyone here agrees. After finishing, Lu Cheng also gave Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang a knowing look. As the most precious resource on the island now, they obviously could not keep it all to themselves. Otherwise, facing so many people would be much more difficult than dealing with a group of monkeys. Chun Shuren nodded faintly, and although Hua Wushang didn't like Lu Cheng's style, he agreed as well. Seeing them nod, the others naturally had no objections. The restless crowd quickly calmed down. Their goal was food, and now that had been achieved. They were now waiting to see what Lu Cheng would say next. Of course, we are willing to distribute food because we hope we can leave this small island together. The current situation is clear to everyone. The snake cave below is definitely not something any small team can handle. Therefore, we must unite to deal with the snake cave together. I hope everyone can eat their fill and work together to fight the snake cave. Lu Cheng's words instantly set the crowd ablaze. That's right. Young Master Lu is right. Young Master Lu is correct. We need to unite. Amidst the cheering, Lu Cheng sighed inwardly. His goals still hadn't been achieved. Chapter 80 is about to begin. Nangong Xiao stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the situation below, and chuckled. It seems that everyone is not foolish. Lu Cheng was so eager to speak, even deliberately being generous to others, making Chun Shuren and the others divide their supplies. What is this all about? Isn't it just to have everyone elect him as the leader? To make everyone present listen to him? But unfortunately, even though he offered favors, everyone clearly understood his intentions. No one brought it up at all. Lin Feng patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Captain, you'll have to handle it soon." Nangong Xiao was taken aback and then scratched his head. Handle what? They weren't involved in the matters below, and those people shouldn't be able to find him, right? Nangong Xiao was still puzzled. But Lu Cheng and Chun Shuren had already brought people to the top of the mountain. The first thing they saw upon reaching the top was Lin Feng and their tent. A spacious tent, surrounded by a fence made of vines by Xiaowen, which looked refreshing even in the central city. Not to mention in a place like this on the island. Whose is this? It's from Nangong Xiao's team. They should be the first team to arrive here, and it's unclear how they managed to obtain the food guarded by the monkeys, but they were much more selfish. They were nowhere near as generous as Lu Cheng. Yes, Nangong Xiao's group even buried stones to make landmines to prevent us from approaching. Indeed, their behavior was rather unattractive, and Lu Cheng should have a good talk with them. Clearly, they had been envious or even jealous of Lin Feng's group for a long time. However, they also knew that their shortcut was not as impressive as Nangong Xiao's group's hard work, not to mention the power of those stone landmines. It wasn't that no one had triggered them before. Naturally, they didn't dare to provoke them, but now that Lu Cheng and the others were here, it was different. Hearing the noisy chatter, Lu Cheng walked straight up to Nangong Xiao, and now was his time to showcase his abilities. As long as he could handle Nangong Xiao at this moment and gain the right to use this tent, these people should listen to him. Nangong brother, we should have met before. Seeing Lu Cheng approach, Nangong Xiao finally understood what Lin Feng meant earlier. However, Nangong Xiao stretched lazily and wasn't intimidated by these people. We met at the Gong family banquet. Since we know each other, it should be easier to talk. We all rushed over and didn't have time to set up a place to stay. So, we'd like to use your place for a meeting. What do you think? Hearing this, Nangong Xiao glanced at Lu Cheng and said, "Renting someone else's place requires payment. So what can you afford now?" The others looked at Nangong Xiao. His clothes, though patched, were still neat, and his skin was clean, clearly having taken a bath. It was obvious he was living well. Then they looked at Lu Cheng. Although he was careful, he still had plenty of wear and tear on his clothes. He was just as dirty as they were. Comparing the two, it seemed they really couldn't afford anything to make Nangong Xiao give up this tent. Suddenly, a teammate of Lu Cheng shouted loudly, Lu Xiao has already shared the food. What is wrong with you contributing the tent? Yeah, such a small matter. Isn't the Nangong family known for their generosity? Another teammate chimed in immediately. Hearing this, Nangong Xiao turned and walked away, muttering as he went. Where did these fools come from? Although it was muttering, it sounded more like a loud shout. At that moment, even the low hills could hear it. Lu Cheng squinted at Nangong Xiao walking into the fence. His expression slightly ugly. It had been a long time since someone had embarrassed him like this. Hua Wushang instead laughed. He liked Nangong Xiao's personality. He had long been dissatisfied with Lu Cheng, who came in with a big brother attitude, thinking he was someone important. Everyone was stuck there, unsure whether to leave or stay. As for fighting their way in, they hadn't considered that. Even though the Special Operations Department hadn't said anything about not fighting among themselves, life was long, and they would have to get along later. In the end, it was Gong Xiao who came out to mediate. Having so many of us standing here, isn't a solution. Wu Ge, why don't you go talk to Xiao Ge? Lu Wu looked at Gong Tianyu and said, since Gong Xiao has spoken, I naturally have to go. After saying that, he crossed the fence and walked towards the tent. It was he who had given Gong Tianyu the hint earlier, and naturally, he agreed smoothly afterward. Lu Wu entered the tent, wearing a smile as he looked at Nangong Xiao. How about it? I completed my task well, right? After all, the two had grown up together, and with just one look, they knew what the other wanted to do. Nangong Xiao gave a thumbs up and said, no problem. When you go out, just say Xiaowen wants something sweet, and let them give me the sugar bags. Hearing this, Lu Wu was instantly dumbfounded. You went through all this trouble just for some sugar bags. Don't worry about that. Just say what I told you. Lu Wu shrugged helplessly and went out. Watching Lu Wu leave, Lin Feng also gave Nangong Xiao a thumbs up. He had to admit that Nangong Xiao's reaction was indeed quick, especially since he achieved his goal and added some trouble for Lu Cheng. After coming out, Lu Wu approached Gong Tianyu and said, since Gong Xiao has spoken, Nangong naturally cannot refuse you this face. The Bai family's girl wants something sweet, and Nangong means just a few sugar bags as rent. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Cheng's face immediately darkened. What does this mean? What does this mean? To Gong Tianyu, just a few sugar bags would suffice, but here he had everything he needed and was simply not allowing you to use it. This was clearly Nangong Xiao's intention. The others looked at Gong Tianyu and then at Lu Cheng, their little thoughts starting to stir. Hua Wushang's lips curled into a smile. This was going to be interesting. As for Chen Shuren, his brows furrowed. This Nangong Xiao was indeed clever. With just one move, he gave the otherwise inconspicuous Gong Tianyu the capital to confront Lu Cheng. However, this would directly tear the entire team apart, and it seemed there would be trouble later. Of course, this was Chen Shuren's thought. Nangong Xiao's was quite simple. He just wanted to get the sugar bags Lin Feng needed. Still unnoticed. At this moment, Gong Tianyu's thoughts were similar to Chen Shuren's. He thought Nangong Xiao was quite generous and also said, since the Bai family's girl wants it, let us be generous and take out all the sugar bags. Hearing this, everyone had no objections. Now, that food was plentiful. They didn't mind a few small sugar bags. Just like that, Lu Wu came back with 7 or 8 bags of sugar, and when he came out, it was Nangong Xiao who personally welcomed him. Nangong Xiao even took out 2 sticks to draw a path, and then looked at Gong Tianyu and said, Gong Xiao, you lead your people along this path. There are landmines on both sides, so be careful not to get blown up. Everyone looked at Gong Tianyu and then at Lu Cheng. The difference in treatment was indeed quite significant. Then thank you, Xiao Ge. Gong Tianyu is the youngest among them, so calling him brother isn't a problem. Lu Cheng had no choice but to follow Gong Tianyu into the tent with a blank expression. Once inside, everyone was even more surprised. The tent was not only spacious, but the ground was also treated to be very dry. Even more absurdly, there was actually a table in the middle, enough to accommodate 3 people for meals. The sleeping areas for the 3 were distributed in 3 corners. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao's sleeping spots were nothing unusual, but Bai Xiaowen's sleeping area was actually enclosed. Are they here to complete a training task? Or are they on vacation? Where did all these materials come from? Boxes used for weapons, and the rest were just some tree bark. Chen Xian's tone was somewhat emotional. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but he didn't have the ability. The toughness and hardness of those boxes were quite good. but they definitely required special methods to process. Nangong, who did all this? Hua Wushang suddenly asked Nangong Xiao, looking at him. This bizarre feeling of being out of place always reminded him of one person, the guy who dismantled the puppets in the competition arena. Nangong Xiao turned around and realized that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Huh, where'd he go? He touched his neck and said directly, he probably went out for something. If there's an issue, I'll talk to you later. At that moment, the missing Lin Feng had already reached the edge of the valley, one hand carrying a suitcase and the other a bag made of tree bark. Looking into the valley, even though it was almost evening, there were still layers of writhing snake groups. He twisted his neck, ready to begin. Chapter 81. Solo Challenge, opening the bark pouch. Lin Feng took out a spherical object and threw it into the valley. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Feng walked straight into the valley filled with poisonous snakes. In the distance, a pair of special operations personnel were stunned by the scene. Is he trying to commit suicide? Should we intervene? He's the one Captain Li told us to keep an eye on. Just as the two were conflicted, what happened below shocked them even more. The object that was just thrown exploded with a loud bang. In the next second, countless smoke billowed out, and within 3 seconds, the entire valley was shrouded in smoke. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng, walking in the smoke, was wearing a mask that covered his mouth and nose, giving it a mechanical look. Meanwhile, the snakes in the valley seemed dazed, not reacting even when Lin Feng stepped on them, as if they couldn't see such a large person at all. Outside the tent, on the low hill, some people who hadn't entered saw the wisps of smoke rising from the valley. What's happening at the snake den? One person asked. Maybe it's just fog, another replied. In such a humid place, it's normal for a valley to have fog. For a moment, no one paid any more attention to the valley. However, Lin Feng had already reached the innermost part of the valley, and looking around, it was just as he had suspected, a cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of countless snakes hissing echoed in the spacious cave, forming a strange wailing sound, coupled with the dark cave entrance. It felt as if he was standing before the gaping maw of a demon. The smoke Lin Feng released in the valley could not enter this cave. Looking at the cave before him, Lin Feng took out a rod-like object about the length of his arm from the bark pouch. Holding the rod, he aimed at the cave and prepared to throw it. Go! With all his strength, Lin Feng hurled the rod into the cave. The rod ignited in midair, and immediately bright silver sparks flew out, illuminating the entire cave. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he found his target. Deep inside the cave, a huge red snake coiled atop a protruding rock. The snake's eyes glimmered with a strange light as it looked at Lin Feng. In that moment, both the man and the snake recognized that each was the other's greatest enemy. Hiss! With a loud hiss, the massive snake displayed incredible agility and speed, disappearing into the dark cave the moment the sparks faded. Lin Feng's gaze calmed. The Viper King, Horizontal Feng, was actually a mutated horizontal Feng. Viper Kings are generally not large, so for one to grow to such a size, it must have been affected by the pollution on the island. He had suspected something was off when he saw the snake swarm not leaving the valley, and now he had confirmed it. With a shake of the bark pouch, Lin Feng threw 12 blue-red balls into the cave. Dongji. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm. He rolled to the side and quickly grabbed a rifle from his suitcase. PFF. Sizzle. The spot where he had just stood was already hit by a blob of dark green venom. Even though it didn't hit him, the venom that landed on the ground instantly evaporated into toxic gas. Maintaining a certain distance, Lin Feng immediately felt a sweet, nauseating scent. He felt a bit dizzy. Lin Feng quickly wiped his mask, and the next second, it turned a pale green, allowing him to breathe again. Whoosh! Another gust of wind rushed in from the darkness. Lowering his head, he drew his knife. Clang! Sizzle! The long knife struck the horizontal Feng's scales, creating a shower of sparks. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to evade the attack. However, the direction he fled was slightly off, and he ended up deeper inside the cave. The horizontal Feng shifted its form, instantly disappearing from his perception. Standing in the cave with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, Lin Feng suddenly felt something was off. The horizontal Feng was far away from him. Could it be? Hiss! Lin Feng turned around and swung his knife. slicing a snake that had leaped towards him in half. But for cold-blooded creatures, such a scene had no significance. In an instant, countless snakes surged towards Lin Feng. This was the true, strongest technique of the Snake King. Snake Drive. The two who had been stealthily approaching were horrified to witness the scene. Countless poisonous snakes raised their bodies high, surrounding Lin Feng, and then all the snakes attacked him simultaneously. In that moment, Lin Feng was like a solitary boat in a turbulent sea of snakes, at any moment facing the risk of death. Under their watch, Lin Feng slung the rifle behind his back and surprisingly drew out another long knife. With dual blades in hand, Lin Feng's aura transformed. Kill! With a roar in his heart, Lin Feng wielded both knives. Spirit Snake dual knives, sweep the world. As the dual blades danced, countless flashes of light converged into two long winds. In an instant, two sweeping winds cleared the ground. The blade light, enhanced by true energy, shattered even the level 10 mutated snakes upon contact. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Feng had cleared a 10-meter vacuum area around him. Within this 10-meter radius, there was only shredded meat and no snakes. The two observing in the dark couldn't help but gasp in awe. What is this? Is this martial technique? Isn't this person renowned for his marksmanship? When did his martial skills become so monstrous? Yes, what kind of martial technique is this? How is it so exaggerated? However, after the shock, the two quickly regained their composure. This won't do. Lin Feng, who had just advanced to level 10, even if he passed the previous challenges on this small island, was still at most around level 13 or 14. How much energy could he have left? They feared he had already exhausted most of it. Sure enough, as the two predicted, Lin Feng, who had cleared a space, turned to run. Too late. As expected, under the horizontal Feng's forceful command, countless snakes surged towards Lin Feng again. With a few quick slashes, he killed several approaching snakes. Suddenly, Lin Feng made a sharp turn and charged straight into the densest part of the snake swarm. The two members of the Special Operations team were about to intervene, but they noticed Lin Feng's posture was exactly the same as before. Spirit Snake dual knives, sweep the world. Whoosh! As the blade light passed, shredded meat flew everywhere. At this moment, the two were already dumbfounded. Such a powerful move could actually be used again. Chapter 82. Explosion this time. The casualties were clearly far greater than last time. In the densest area of the snake swarm, the scattered pieces of flesh had pooled together to form a small pond. The path Lin Feng charged through was also littered with the remains of poisonous snakes. After accomplishing all this, Lin Feng turned around and walked out of the cave once again. The two members of the Special Operations Unit exchanged glances, completely baffled by Lin Feng's actions. Was he really just trying to reduce the number of snakes? It seemed pointless. Most of the snake swarm was still in the valley outside, now confused by his sedative. There was another question. Wasn't it said that his marksmanship was extraordinary? Why hadn't he fired a single shot yet? The other person shook his head as well, truly unable to understand. Just as Lin Feng was about to run out of the cave, the fang-toothed giant snake once again commanded the snake swarm to charge towards him. Now, the fang-toothed giant snake was furious. It couldn't believe that it couldn't kill this human in its own lair. With its agile body, it swiftly darted towards Lin Feng. As it moved, the snakes in the entire cave began to stir again, countless snakes converging like a river rushing towards Lin Feng. It seemed determined to kill Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng reached the entrance, he suddenly turned around again. Here they come again. This time, both members of the Special Operations Unit could no longer sit still. Was this kid's true energy inexhaustible? Upon seeing this movement, the snake swarm suddenly scattered. Even though they were cold-blooded creatures and had been driven under such extreme fear, they instinctively avoided danger. Even the swiftly moving, fang-toothed giant snake hesitated momentarily, but soon realized that what had happened before was merely an intimidation tactic. The frightened, fang-toothed giant snake was completely enraged, its body shooting straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his dual blades onto his back, while simultaneously retrieving his rifle. His expression was calm. Something big is coming. Bang, 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 bang. In just 2 seconds, Lin Feng fired a total of 12 shots. The most astonishing part was that not a single shot was fired in the same direction. Finally, the two members of the Special Operations Unit witnessed what true marksmanship looked like, but they didn't have time to appreciate it. The black cave began to shine with a dazzling white light. Inside the tent, on the low mountain, the captains of a total of 17 teams sat in a row together. Of course, the few sitting at the front were still Lu Cheng, Gong Tianyu, Chen Shuren, Hua Wushang, and Nangong Xiao. Without exception, they were all from the top families of Central City. Since everyone has decided to unite, let's first formulate a plan. Lu Cheng spoke up as usual. No problem. Lu Xiao, please share your thoughts. Yes, Lu Xiao, please go ahead. Hearing the agreement from below, Lu Cheng cleared his throat and then spoke. It's actually quite simple. First, we divide this task into 3 phases: reconnaissance, assault, and beheading. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a fong-toothed snake in that valley, which is controlling the snake swarm. We need to first ascertain its location. Then everyone goes in together to sweep and fend off the snake swarm. And finally, we send our most elite members to complete the beheading mission. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's plan, many people present nodded. Even Gong Tianyu had to admit that while Lu Cheng's plan was simple, it was evidently very effective. It was worth a try. However, being effective does not mean it's easy to implement. Thinking of this, Gong Tianyu gave Lu Wu a look, and Lu Wu instantly understood, then spoke up. Lu Xiao, I must admit your plan is indeed effective, but executing it might be a bit difficult. The most challenging part is probably the reconnaissance. With so many snakes in the entire valley, and the situation deep inside being unclear, isn't the difficulty of reconnaissance too great? Other team leaders also nodded in agreement. The plan is good, but who dares to carry out the reconnaissance? Or do you want Lu Cheng to go himself? Thinking of this, everyone turned to Lu Cheng, who smiled and said, since the plan is effective, let's all contribute our efforts in action. Saying this, Lu Cheng looked at Hua Wushang. Brother Wushang, your Hua family's footwork is renowned in Central City. How about you take care of this matter? Hua Wushang glanced at Lu Cheng and directly said, we Hua family's footwork is indeed strong, but it's not to the point of being unparalleled in Central City. And the most crucial factor in that valley isn't footwork. The key is the poisonous snakes and their venom. I've heard that your Lu family's martial arts are the best at detoxifying. Even if poisoned, you can expel it quickly. Why don't you go? Hearing this, Lu Cheng's brows furrowed. He scanned the faces of those around him and saw that many were wearing amused expressions. Although Gong Tianyu had a blank expression, he was secretly delighted. It was indeed correct for Nangong Xiao to tell him not to speak first. It seemed that while Lu Cheng appeared to be the leader, he was now digging his own grave. Thinking of this, he also spoke up. How about this, Lu Cheng? You go reconnoiter first. The rest of us can definitely handle the subsequent matters well. Facing Gong Tianyu's counterattack, Lu Cheng couldn't help but clench his teeth. The key was that no one below had come forward to speak for him. Indeed, the Lu family already holds great power in the Special Operations Unit, and naturally, those present did not want him to stand out even more. When he didn't speak, the scene fell silent, just when the situation was about to reach a stalemate. Chen Shuren suddenly spoke up. Nangong Xiao, let us go for the reconnaissance mission, just the two of us. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then Chen Shuren continued, I'm not afraid of being bitten. I'll protect you. Your eyesight is good enough to see exactly where that fong-toothed snake is. Looking at Chen Shuren like this, Hua Wushang raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Nangong Xiao instinctively wanted to seek Lin Feng's opinion. But finding that the other party had not appeared, he could only look at Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen also stood up and took out a bottle made from bamboo segments, saying, the detoxification potion that Feng Gu made in the past few days worked when I tried it yesterday. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, and then joy spread across their faces. They all knew Bai Xiaowen's background. If she said it was effective, it must be effective. No problem. Nangong Xiao also looked at Chen Shuren and readily agreed. Chen Shuren stood up and looked at Gong Tianyu, saying, Gong Xiao, take Lu Wu and the others to help clear the snakes in the valley. He then turned to Hua Wushang and Lu Cheng. Wushang, your team members are agile, so help Lu Cheng hold the line. Then staring directly at Lu Cheng, he said, I know you want to behead the fong-toothed snake to enter the A-level team. No problem, I can give you this opportunity. Just let your two teams complete the beheading mission. After saying this, he stood in the center of everyone and declared, "We don't have much time. We have 2 days, and I don't want to waste too much time on task allocation." Upon hearing this, Gong Tianyu was the first to stand up. "I agree with Shuren's allocation." Clearly, the focus had now shifted to Chen Shuren, and Gong Tianyu had no intention of competing with him. Hua Wushang and Lu Cheng exchanged glances, and finally, Hua Wushang nodded first, agreeing. Just as Lu Cheng was about to stand up, he was pressed back down by Chen Xian's words. "No need for so many people to stand. Just say whether you agree or not." Clearly, Chen Xian didn't like Lu Cheng either. It was this guy who first stepped forward to showcase his desire for power and profit, complicating what should have been a simple matter. Lu Cheng had no choice but to sit in his seat and nod. "Agree. All right, the meeting is over." After saying this, Chen Xian strode directly toward the tent's exit, his expression unchanged throughout. Watching this scene, Hua Wushang couldn't help but lick his lips. Did the Chen family really not choose the wrong person? But this wasn't something he should worry about. With this thought, Hua Wushang stretched and stood up. Boom! At the moment he stood up, a huge explosion sound harshly struck everyone's eardrums. Bang! In the next moment, a violent tremor was felt, and everyone felt the low hill beneath their feet shaking. What the hell? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? No, it's the valley. A corner of the valley has collapsed. After a whole cacophony, everyone came outside. The sun was setting, and at that moment, the valley was covered in dust from the collapse. Thank you all for your support and donations. Also, thank you all for your love for this book. I hope everyone can continue to support it. Chapter 83. Level cleared. Let's go take a look. Gong Tianyu took the lead and ran towards the valley below, with the others quickly following suit. Lin Feng couldn't help but spit a few times as he looked at the ruins in front of him. The dust was simply too much. 12 temperature control devices were modified into bombs, plus sugar to increase the explosive power. Finally, they managed to take this thing down. It was indeed difficult. If he had enough materials outside, he could just make a bomb and throw it in. He guaranteed that nothing in the snake den would survive. But now it was such a hassle, wasting true energy to provoke the giant snake so it would go crazy and lead it into the trap. Only then could he detonate the explosives to kill it. However, the geological structure here was so fragile. It was something I hadn't expected. It was likely modified. If I had known it would be like this, the battle would have been much simpler. Lin Feng shook his head and prepared to leave. Turning back, his brows suddenly raised. He saw that the dust from the cave-in had disturbed the snake-repelling herbs in the valley. At this moment, all the venomous snakes raised their heads high, staring at Lin Feng, the only creature that was different from them. The two members of the Special Operations team exchanged glances. Should we intervene? One of them glanced at his watch, hesitating for a moment. The biological chip inside the giant snake showed that its life was rapidly fading. However, it was not dead yet. According to regulations, they shouldn't appear yet, but it was certain that the snake was doomed. Should we just intervene? This guy managed to clear the level by himself. He has definitely a talent. Yes, and with someone above backing us, we should intervene, but that would violate the regulations. Just as the two were conflicted, they suddenly noticed that Lin Feng had moved. They saw him put down his gun and hold his knives with both hands. Wait, is he coming again? But the next moment, they realized that Lin Feng's starting stance was a bit off. Twin serpent blades, wandering the world. True energy flowed into the twin blades, and as he swung them, the two members of the Special Operations team seemed to really see two snakes moving. Unlike ordinary blades that follow the person, at this moment, Lin Feng moved with the blades. Within 10 seconds, Lin Feng had already dashed out of the valley. Although the restraint of the giant snake was gone, these snakes had not left the valley for a long time, so they naturally found it difficult to chase after him. Moreover, they had already begun to scatter and flee the valley, leaving no time to bother with Lin Feng, the human. Seeing the scene, the two members of the Special Operations team exchanged glances. After all their deliberation, he was already well prepared. However, can this kid really use up all his true energy? Perhaps this is what genius is, always exceeding common understanding. Phew! Lin Feng, who had just left the valley, exhaled a breath of foul air. His legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, he leaned on his long knife to barely maintain his balance. This time, he truly had not a drop left. It was only because he had learned to control his true energy, significantly reducing waste. Otherwise, whether he could unleash the second wandering the world was questionable, let alone escape. After regaining some strength, Lin Feng decisively drew his knife and stood up. But the next moment, he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. Lin Feng, Hua Wushang. As expected of the footwork praised by Lu Cheng as unparalleled in Central City, Hua Wushang had indeed left Lu Cheng and the others far behind, being the first to arrive at the valley surroundings. What happened to you? Hua Wushang looked at Lin Feng, who was covered in blood, with a slightly strange expression. Although he already had an idea in his mind, he still couldn't convince himself. It was difficult, truly difficult. He had also come to this side to take a look. The mountains were full of venomous snakes, and even he wasn't confident about entering safely and coming out unscathed. This was actually the reason he had refused Lu Cheng. He wasn't lying or making excuses. The venomous snakes and snake venom were the key. Completed the task. Is there a problem? After saying that, Lin Feng walked straight past Hua Wushang, but after taking just a few steps, he bumped into a large group. Lu Cheng, Chun Shuren, Gong Tianyu, Nangong Xiao, Lu Wu, and others were all there. Lin Feng, Chun Shuren couldn't help but call out. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly stepped forward, supporting Lin Feng on either side. You're covered in blood. What happened? Nangong Xiao asked as he looked at Lin Feng's clothes, nearly soaked with blood. Bai Xiaowen also looked at Lin Feng with concern. Lin Feng smiled at the two and said, I completed a solo level clear. It looks like the outcome was good. After saying that, he patted the two, signaling that he didn't need help. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back and rest for a bit. After that, Lin Feng led Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen towards the low mountain. The crowd that had arrived one after another automatically made way, watching the three leave. One person challenging the snake den? Really? Now that he was in front of you, what more was there to say? As Lin Feng and the others gradually walked away, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. Only Lu Cheng, Chun Shuren, and others at the front remained silent. Let's go take a look. Saying this, Gong Tianyu walked towards the valley. Upon reaching the top of the valley, they looked down and saw that there were still quite a few snakes swimming in the snake den. However, their numbers were nowhere near as staggering as before. More importantly, even at the edge of the valley, they did not encounter the previous situation where the venomous snakes gathered like a river. It was clear that the giant snake was dead. Shifting their gaze to the corner where the cave had collapsed, everyone present exchanged glances. How on earth did he do it? In fact, not only them, but even the two members of the Special Operations team who had been watching Lin Feng complete the solo level clear were also a bit stunned. Although they had seen every step he took right under their noses, it seemed they also didn't know how Lin Feng had accomplished it. Beep, beep, beep. The watch emitted a notification sound, indicating that the giant snake had completely lost all signs of life. One of them also dialed the headquarters number. The mission has been completed. There was a slight unexpected situation during the completion process. Unexpected? What unexpected situation? The final level was cleared by one person. Silence. The other end of the phone was also filled with silence. After a while, the other party finally asked, what did you just say? The final level of the snake den was cleared by a single person? Did he force everyone else to their deaths? Listening to the increasingly agitated voice on the communicator, he felt a bit helpless. Boss, I'll send the footage back. You can take a look for yourself. Hurry, send it back immediately. Chapter 84 Internal Discussion in the top-level conference room of the Special Operations Department. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Captain Lu Hang of the C-level team were quietly discussing something together. On the other side, the captain of the inspection department, the director of the logistics equipment division, and the director of the training division all appeared to be disinterested. Soon, Lu Qianlan and Li Chun finished their discussion. The captain of the inspection department glanced at his watch and couldn't help but frown. Where's the boss? I saw someone entering the boss's office on my way here. There must be something going on, said Miao Yi, the director of the training division. Looking at Miao Yi, Lu Qianlan suddenly asked, isn't the new recruit training about to end? Miao Yi nodded. Yes, it's almost over. We're now at the final stage. Hearing this, Lu Hang became interested. The final stage, is it the snake cave that you guys designed? The others in the room showed expressions of understanding. Meow, he had indeed sought their help to set up the island. They had all seen the snake cave. It was quite challenging. Yes, this is the first time it's being used, and we don't know how long it will take them to clear it. Meow, he said with a smile. Are there any good seedlings? Li Chen asked. Based on their previous performances, there are quite a few, like Lu Cheng from the Lu family, Gong Tianyu from the Gong family, and Chun Xian from the Chun family, among others, all performing well. Li Chen waved his hand. Are there any civilian geniuses? Meow, he thought for a moment and replied, there are a few with potential for development. I'll give you a list later. Li Chen nodded. He preferred civilian geniuses. Suddenly, Meow, he seemed to remember something and looked at Li Chen, speaking of her little friend, Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, their performance. Meow, he paused for a moment, but continued, is also quite impressive. Impressive? Lu Heng keenly noticed the change in Meow Yi's wording. Meow, he nodded and was about to say something when Li Chen interrupted. Let's talk about this later. Hearing this, everyone present smiled at Li Chen. It was clear that Li Chen was genuinely caring for this little friend. Lu Heng was about to tease Li Chen when suddenly a person rushed into the conference room in a hurry. When they recognized the newcomer, he had already run to Meow Yi's side. What happened? Meow, he sat up straight, quickly going through possibilities in his mind. Could there be unexpected personnel losses in the snake cave? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't we arrange for someone to keep an eye on it? But if it's not that, what could it be? Listening carefully, after hearing the report, Meow, he jumped up. What? The others looked at Meow, he curiously. Is there something serious happening? What happened to scare you like this? A deep voice filled the conference room as a man with a muscular build and a stern face entered, wearing a coat. Minister. Seeing the newcomer, everyone in the room stood up. The man was none other than the Minister of the Special Operations Department, Lei Xiao. Everyone sit down. After speaking, Lei Xiao turned to Meow Yi and said, Tell me, what is going on? Meow Yi didn't speak, but looked at Li Chen. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Li Chen, who looked confused. Is this about me? Suddenly, Li Chen stood up. Is it Lin Feng who got into trouble? Meow Yi nodded. He did get into trouble, but it's not the kind of trouble you think. Lin Feng cleared the snake cave and blew it up. Li Shen. Liu Hang. Others. You must be kidding. One person cleared it and blew it up. Did you give Lin Feng a bomb to take in? Lu Qianlan couldn't help but ask. Li Chen looked at Lu Qianlan with a dumbfounded expression. Are you crazy or am I crazy? How could he take a bomb in? Then how did it explode? Lu Heng also looked puzzled. Finally, someone next to Meow Yi explained, we don't know how he did it. He dismantled the temperature control device from the box containing food and medicine, modified it, and added sugar from the sugar packets. He made a trigger-type bomb. As soon as these words were spoken, countless question marks appeared above everyone's heads. What the heck? Temperature control device? Sugar packets? How are they combined? Is it even possible? Lei Xiao had an intrigued expression and looked at the director of the logistics equipment division, the notorious demolition expert, Li Si. Li Si adjusted his glasses. Theoretically, it could work, but in practice, it's very difficult. First, the temperature control device is hard to dismantle, and it's also challenging to define the reaction degree. All right, you don't need to elaborate. If it's possible, that's enough. Lei Xiao decisively interrupted Li Si, who helplessly shrugged and muttered under his breath, a bunch of illiterates. Although everyone present could hear him, they pretended not to. After all, with Li Si's knowledge, this could be considered a compliment. So, this little guy named Lin Feng really completed the solo clearance under the rules? Lu Heng stroked his chin, revealing an interesting expression. Yes, Meow Yi nodded. Although that's the case, I must say that Lin Feng is quite extraordinary. Since he cleared it, let's bring him back. Is there any problem? Lei Xiao looked at Meow Yi and asked. Well, the previous stages tested them, but they were all about the teams themselves. Only this final stage tests their teamwork and individual positioning within the team. It's the most crucial stage, and now that one person has cleared it, there's no meaning to the assessment. Listening to Meow Yi, Lei Xiao suddenly looked at Lu Qianlan. Qianlan, didn't you report a few members of the Outer Star yesterday, hiding in the Outer City? Lu Qianlan nodded. Yes, but although they are outer members, their connection to the Outer Star is quite close. They just lack an initiation ceremony. Unexpectedly, Lei Xiao waved his hand. Our preparatory camp is originally targeting these outer members. Since they are of the same level, there's no problem. Hearing this, Lu Qianlong felt helpless. She knew Lei Zhao's intentions as soon as he spoke. So she pointed out that those people were not just simple outer members, but unfortunately, they still couldn't organize them. After saying this, Lei Xiao looked at Miao Yi. Miao Yi nodded. Understood, then let's have an additional test when we return to the preparatory camp. Let's bring them back first. The aircraft landed beside a low mountain. When the cabin doors opened, everyone saw Instructor Han at first glance. Everyone get on. Hearing this, everyone instantly looked at Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng didn't take it to heart and calmly led Nangong and Xiaowen onto the plane. Instructor Han also nodded at Lin Feng and said, "Well done." Lin Feng smiled back in acknowledgement. As the plane took off again, the expressions of everyone in the cabin noticeably relaxed. This time it was much faster. Before long, they landed in the satellite city and were then taken back to their homes by special vehicles from the Special Operations Department. Lin Feng was no exception. After exchanging communication device numbers with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen, he got off the car. "I'll come and pick you up in 3 days." Instructor Han said to Lin Feng at the last moment before he got off. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed like there was more to the words than met the eye. Chapter 85. Ding Zhu's life. Not wanting to think too much, Lin Feng stepped inside. The house looked much the same as before, with only a few signs of recent painting. However, he still keenly noticed those hidden signs of renovation and nodded in satisfaction. Ding Zhu was indeed reliable. After freshening up, Lin Feng went to the secret door on the first floor. After all, he was the one who drew the design, so he knew what was intended for that place. He pressed his hand against the secret door. Verification passed. A cold, mechanical voice came through as the door slowly opened. Lin Feng descended the stairs behind the door and soon arrived at a high-tech basement. With all-metal flooring and 3 levels of isolation, it contained laboratories for reagents, machinery processing, and testing. Moreover, the rudimentary instruments Lin Feng had previously were all upgraded to brand-new equipment. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He took out all the remaining cultivation potions from the small island and placed them in the reagent room. The conditions on the small island had been poor, which is a waste for him. Though these reagents had very few impurities, their medicinal power had not been fully realized. Now, with just a little improvement, it would be easy to double their efficacy. Opening his phone, Lin Feng was about to purchase some items. However, when he glanced at his account balance, he was immediately stunned. How come there's only 5 million left? He recalled that he had handed Ding Zhu over 40 million in concentrated nutrient solutions. He had given the old man by 20 million and Huang Zheng 10 million. Calculating, they should have only around 70 million left. According to his calculations, building these things would cost at most 20 million. Could it be that Ding Zhu was deceived? Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the invoice and quickly understood. The names of the payees were all anonymous accounts. Clearly, Ding Zhu was afraid that buying so much at once would attract the attention of the Central City officials. So he sourced all suppliers through these special channels. In this case, the price was understandable. Although this amount of money might not necessarily raise eyebrows in a city like Central City, where there were definitely many people involved in such dealings, Ding Zhu still felt it was prudent to spend a little extra. Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized he needed to come up with some money-making plans. He couldn't just sit idly by. Well, it's better to wait until the Special Operations Department stabilizes before making any moves. Having that layer of connection would make things easier. Based on his previous investigations, although there were many commercial transactions in Central City, behind these transactions were basically families controlling everything. Lin Feng didn't believe that these businesses were all founded and operated by those families themselves. There must have been plenty of cunning and plunder involved. In this situation, he also needed to find a way to pull some strings for himself. This was the survival rule here, and he had to adapt. With that in mind, Lin Feng went to the machinery processing area and began to work. Recently, he felt that the firearms he had were somewhat inadequate, and this time he didn't plan to upgrade the firearms of Central City. The inherent flaws were too significant. He intended to rebuild a gun, a powerful one that suited him. In the evening, Ding Zhu finally returned home after school. However, he was followed by a girl. The girl had long golden waves, was tall and curvaceous, and even in flat shoes, she was only slightly shorter than Ding Zhu. She looked quite bold and straightforward. Is this your home? Such a nice place, and you still say you came from the wilderness. The girl crossed her arms and looked disdainfully at Ding Zhu in front of the house. Ding Zhu turned to glance at the girl and said nonchalantly, "Who said that just because I came from the wilderness, I have to be poor? All right, you see my house now, can you go back?" Ding Zhu spoke helplessly, feeling troubled by city life. If they were in the wilderness, he would have wanted to punch this girl directly. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head and said, "No way. I'm moving in here in a couple of days, and I want to see how your place is decorated." Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu's brows furrowed. "When did I agree to let you move in? I could say let Xiao Jie come over. If Xiao Jie comes alone, I won't feel at ease. As her older sister, I have to come too, to prevent someone from becoming a scoundrel." The girl with the golden waves pointed at Ding Zhu. Oh, there's a hint of gossip. Interesting. Lin Feng stood on the balcony watching everything unfold below, his face showing interest. At that moment, Ding Zhu looked up and saw Lin Feng on the balcony. The girl with the golden waves immediately noticed as well. "Hey, you have a roommate?" "Yeah." Ding Zhu simply responded and eventually let the girl in. After entering, Ding Zhu went to find Lin Feng, leaving the girl to explore the house on her own. "What is going on, Dingo?" Lin Feng asked with a teasing tone. Ding Zhu, feeling helpless, explained briefly. He had encountered quite a few things at school recently, but the key point was meeting a girl who had helped him, named Jiang Jie. Now, due to some family issues, she had nowhere to stay and wanted to temporarily live at his place. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. "Well, there are plenty of rooms, so they can stay wherever they want." "What about your research?" Ding Zhu hesitated. He thought Lin Feng would take a while to come back, so he was hoping to solve this problem quickly. Who would have thought that Lin Feng returned so early? The underground lab is all set up, so it's not a problem. But what is up with that girl with the golden waves? Lin Feng asked, still somewhat confused. "That Yano. She has a good relationship with Jiang Jie and often acts like Jiang Jie, his older sister," Ding Zhu said helplessly. "All right, since there are enough rooms, let them come if they want," Lin Feng said indifferently. Ding Zhu nodded and went downstairs. Soon after, the two left together, probably to pick up Jiang Jie. TSK. It seems Ding Ji's campus life is quite exciting. Watching them leave, Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, shaking his head. Lin Feng returned to the underground lab. There were multiple passageways leading into the lab, and both Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's rooms connected directly to it. Bai Xiaowen returned home. As soon as she entered, she felt her face wrapped in something. "Sister," Bai Xiaowen called out playfully. The only one in their family with such a warm embrace was her sister. Chapter 86. The appearance of young Master Nangong upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's voice. Bai Xiao not only didn't let go, but instead hugged her tighter, saying, "I understand. I know everything. Don't worry. No matter who takes action, I will make them pay the price." In Bai Xiaoya's gentle voice, there was an unmistakable hint of cold, killing intent. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen suddenly broke free from Bai Xiaoya's embrace and seriously looked at her sister, who resembled her closely, saying, "Sister, I want to take revenge myself." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai's parents, who had been looking at the two sisters kindly just moments ago, were stunned. "What? Is this something our daughter can say?" Seeing their daughter's serious expression, Bai's father, Bai Xianxiu, exclaimed loudly, "Good. Now that we have a clue, I, Bai Xianxiu, will spare no expense to find out who it is." After speaking, Bai Xianxiu suddenly turned to Bai Xiaowen and asked, "Do you know where that young man Lin Feng lives? I have some matters to discuss with him." Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, "Before we left, we exchanged addresses and communication device numbers. All right, you go wash up and rest for a bit. After dinner, we will go." After washing up, Nangong Shao walked out of his room. Looking around, he had a question. "Where's my dad? How come I haven't seen him for so long?" A charming middle-aged woman turned to Nangong Shao and said, "Your dad will be back in a while. I heard there has been some chaos in the outer city, and a few of our family's shops have encountered some problems." Nangong Shao was quite surprised to hear this. Did he hear it wrong? Our shops can have problems? No way. My mom built half of the outer city. How can there be problems? Aunt May could only shrug, indicating that she didn't know the specifics either. After washing up, Nangong Shao went straight to his father's study, and upon seeing the wall full of books, he began searching. "What are you looking for?" Suddenly, the door to the study opened, and a tall, strong figure walked in silently. Nothing much, just suddenly wanted to find a book related to mechanics. Why are you suddenly interested in mechanics? Nan Gongxiao thought for a moment and began to recount what he encountered on the island, narrating Lin Feng's series of performances. So, you mean you suddenly met a master in mechanics? No, Nan Gongxiao shook his head. Those so-called master-level figures are far behind Lin Feng. Is he really that strong? Nan Gongxiao stroked his chin. Nan Gongxiao rolled his eyes. Why would I lie to you? Nan Gongxiao thought for a moment and asked, how does this level compare to the Huang family? The Huang family's mechanics are quite unique in the entire central city. I think it's better. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao squinted and asked, what is your relationship with him? Pretty good, why? Then let's go find him now. I need his help with something. Wait, we really do have a shop that's in trouble. Nan Gongxiao reacted and looked at his father in disbelief. That guy's so bold. It's not the shop, it's the factory that has a problem. Oh, if the factory has a problem, isn't that even more serious? Then we'll go after dinner. The timing will be just right. Okay. Boss, are you really sure he has nothing to do with the Lung family? A younger brother beside, Chu Yin watched as Ding Zhu and the others walked into the house, feeling a bit anxious. Their fear of such top families was ingrained in their bones. Of course not. I've had someone inquire for several days. The day he was called to the Lung family for questioning. He's just a rustic guy from the wilderness. How could he have any connection with the Lung family? Upon hearing this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. The Lung family has always been few in number. How could they have relatives scattered in the wilderness? They must have been found long ago. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. The group headed towards Lin Feng's residence. Meanwhile, Ding Zhu had just arranged for Yano and Jiang Jie's accommodations. Lin Feng usually stays in his room. Just don't disturb him. Seeing Ding Zhu's serious expression, the two nodded to indicate they understood. Let's go downstairs and get some food first. Ding Zhu led them downstairs, but before they could reach the kitchen, they heard a knock on the door. Frowning slightly, Ding Zhu wondered who could be visiting at this time. Although curious, he still went to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, he was suddenly met with Chu Yin's face. Upon seeing him, Jiang Jie showed a fearful expression, while Yano looked more impatient. This Chu Yin really is a persistent ghost. Ding Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at him. Yin? I thought you were just using the Lung family as a shield. I really thought you, a vagrant from the wilderness, had made something of yourself. Turns out, you were just taken for questioning. Hearing this, Ding Zhu frowned. What shield? What questioning? What exactly are you trying to express? This isn't a place for you to act wild, Chu Yin. I'll say it again, get lost. Listening to Ding Zhu's words, Chu Yin laughed directly. Huh. A vagrant who hit the jackpot is quite arrogant. If you wanted to leave, then hand over Jiang Jie to me. What's that supposed to mean? Why should I hand Jiang Jie over to you? Who do you think you are? Before Ding Zhu could speak, Yano stood in front of Jiang Jie and began to curse at Chu Yin. Chu Yin, however, looked at Jiang Jie and smiled, saying, Jiang Jie, your parents are still being held captive. You owe our family 35 million. You're not planning to default on it, are you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jie's face instantly filled with despair. 35 million. Even 5 million would be impossible for her family to come up with, let alone 35 million. At this moment, Yano also bit his lip. If they were in Dongbin, she could easily crush this bastard in front of her. Unfortunately, this was Lin Feng. Yin, no matter how much Jiang Jie owes your family, you have no right to take her. Now immediately get out of my house. Ding Zhu's expression turned completely grim, and he felt an overwhelming dislike for the current situation. He hated the rules of this city. Hearing this, Chu Yin coldly glanced at Ding Zhu, giving off an air of superiority as if he didn't deserve to talk to him. His lackeys immediately began to curse. Ding Zhu, we've checked this house. It belongs to someone named Lin Feng, not your family. I'm starting to suspect that you saw an unoccupied place and just took it for yourself. Ding Zhu ignored his words and suddenly furrowed his brow tightly. Dongji, he actually felt a sense of danger. But these people in front of him couldn't be that much of a threat, right? Oh, so this is really Lin Feng's home. With so many people blocking the door, I thought I'd come to the wrong place. Suddenly, a voice with a slightly raised tone came from behind. Chu Yin and the others turned around to find that a row of people had appeared behind them without them noticing. They are all burly men, Each person is dressed in a neat black suit with a round hat on their head. Although they are well dressed, you can vaguely see a half-claw tattoo on either their neck or hand. Who are you guys? Seriously, you're trying to act like gangsters in the city center. Have you all watched too many movies? Looking at a group of silent, burly men, the sycophants around Chu-in are nervously shouting. They've never seen a scene like this before. Oh, it's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. Interesting. Clap. A synchronized sound echoed, and the burly men instantly parted to reveal Nangong Xiao behind the crowd. Dressed in a fuchsia suit with red hair, it's Nangong Xiao. Chapter 87. Who do you think you are? Acting like your mother. Chu-in looked at the grand scene and the arrogant Nangong Xiao, feeling indignant. What the hell? Who does this guy think he is, being so arrogant when I've never even heard of him? My Chu family. Slap. Before Chu-in could finish his sentence, he felt a heavy blow to his face. With a thud, he was slapped into the air and then crashed heavily onto the ground. Nangong Xiao looked down at Chu-in on the ground and said, "You, who grew up eating shit, have such poor manners when you speak." Hearing this, Chu-in struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy. He collapsed back onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The lackeys beside him were also dumbfounded. What the hell? How did the other party appear in front of us so suddenly? And they didn't even wait for their boss to finish speaking before making a move. After teaching Chu-in a lesson, Nangong Xiao turned to Chu-yin's little brother. "You come here. Be brother. We're just here to run errands." We all listened to his orders. The person being looked at by Nangong Xiao was almost in tears. Didn't they say Ding Zhu was just a country bumpkin who didn't know anyone? What are we afraid of? I'm not going to hit you. I'm just asking you to call their family and say someone has beaten up their son, so they should send someone over. Nangong Xiao said casually, with his hands in his pockets. Hearing this, Chu-in, who was still on the ground, perked up. Hurry up. The left side of Chu-yin's face was already swollen, making it hard for him to speak. Crack! Nangong Xiao stepped forward and kicked Chu-in in the chest. The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly filled everyone's ears. Did I ask you to speak? Nangong Xiao looked down at Chu-in, speaking word by word. At this moment, Chu-in spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and he didn't even dare to open his mouth. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jie and Yano's gazes towards Nangong Xiao changed. Why does it feel like this guy is even more arrogant than Chu-in? Meanwhile, the little brother's dialing device was shaking in his hand. What kind of gang is this? The call connected. Hello, what is Chu-in up to now? A calm voice came from the other end of the device. Entre que, you must faire que. Before the little brother could finish, Nangong Xiao snatched the device away. Number 47, Dame Street, 3rd Avenue. Hurry over. Your son is about to be beaten to death by me. Slap. After saying this, Nangong Xiao forcefully crushed the device in his hand. The crowd around them was instantly frozen, not daring to move an inch. On the other side, the head of the Chu family had a rather ugly expression. The voice just now, although young, was so arrogant, clearly indicating a powerful background. Thinking of this, the head of the Chu family dialed another person's number, briefly explained the situation, and then rushed toward the address Nangong Xiao had just given. A car is coming. At Lin Feng's doorstep, Ding Zhu suddenly spoke up. Are they coming this fast? Nangong Xiao was slightly surprised and turned to look, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Oh, this is getting interesting. He saw the convoy stop on the other side of the road. A white and a black convoy occupied either side of the road, creating a striking contrast that drew everyone's attention. Before long, 2 girls got out of the middle vehicle of the white convoy. The younger one was wearing a white long dress, while the older one was in military uniform. The 2 walked over, first greeting the people in the vehicle parked at the entrance before approaching. Young Master Nangong, are you just playing around by hitting people? Bai Xiaoya glanced at Chu-in on the ground and then at Nangong Xiao. Xiaoya, you're mistaken. I'm here to eliminate evil and promote good, Nangong Xiao said, kicking Chu-in on the ground. This guy not only ruined a girl's family, but also wanted her to go with him. What a scumbag. He then briefly recounted what Chu-in had said earlier. Upon hearing the details, Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen looked at Chu-in with disdain. Such a person was the most detestable to them. Which girl is the victim? I'll take you to get your parents out, Bai Xiaoya asked Jiang Jie and Yano. Jiang Jie timidly stepped forward, her big, teary eyes looking at Bai Xiaoya. In an instant, Bai Xiaoyao felt as if she were looking at a younger version of Bai Xiaowen, and her heart filled with compassion. Coisin ouvert cueilline. She came to Jiang Jie and hugged her, saying, "Don't worry, you're safe with me." Hearing this, Jiang Jie instantly burst into tears, saying, "My brother is still in the hospital? Scumbag." Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but curse. Crack! Nan Gongxiao was even more direct, stepping on Chu Yin's right leg and breaking it. The broken bone was exposed. Chu Yin finally couldn't hold back and cried out in pain, but before he could finish, Nan Gongxiao kicked him again. I said, "Don't talk." This time, not just Jiang Jie and Yano, even Ding Zhu felt that the young master Nangong was quite domineering. Finally, just when Chu Yin felt like he was about to lose consciousness, a convoy entered Danmei Street from a distance. At this moment, the residents of Danmei Street all leaned out of their windows to watch. This scene was rarely seen even in the city center. Inside the car, the head of the Chu family was talking to the head of the Lan family. "I'm really going to trouble you this time, Brother Lan." The head of the Chu family spoke somewhat submissively. Although both families were considered middle-class families, the Lan family had a close relationship with the Lung family, making them one of the top families among the middle class. "Don't worry, it's just a squabble among kids. I'll mediate, and I believe everyone will be satisfied." The head of the Lan family patted the head of the Chu family, clearly not taking this seriously. "Then thank you in advance, Brother Lan. After we resolve this today, we'll spend the night at our family's club," the head of the Chu family said. Hearing this, the head of the Lan family's eyes lit up. The Chu family's other businesses were mediocre, but that club was doing exceptionally well, especially in terms of staff training, which was top-notch. "Sounds good. Boss, we've arrived." Accompanied by the driver's words, the car door was opened by the subordinates. After getting out of the car, the head of the Chu family and the head of the Lan family noticed that besides their convoy, there were two other convoys, one white and one black. On either side, the head of the Lan family glanced at the license plates on both sides, and his expression changed immediately. "Brother Lan, what's wrong?" The head of the Chu family, seeing the Lan family's unpleasant expression, asked with some confusion. Ignoring the head of the Chu family, the head of the Lan family ran straight toward the middle of the white convoy. "Is the Bai family head inside?" The head of the Lan family leaned down and asked through the glass. A nonchalant voice came from inside the car. "Go to the opposite side. The head of the Nangong family is inside." The Nangong family? In an instant, the head of the Lan family felt as if his head was about to explode. Chapter 88. The unlucky Chu family. What kind of day is it today? Even this great Buddha has come out. Lu Lung by Chen Xiao Gong Hua Xing. These are the 8 top families of Yanfeng, and their significance lies in the fact that each family has individuals who surpass level 30. At the same time, they hold all aspects of interest within the Yanfeng faction. However, the Nangong family is the exception. The old man of the Nangong family rose from the underworld of the outer city, overcoming numerous obstacles, and eventually became a being that surpasses level 30. To be honest, it's quite astonishing, as very few new individuals surpassing level 30 have emerged from the central city of Yanfeng over the years. Who would have thought that a small figure from the outer city could achieve this? However, despite the astonishing rise, the interests of the Yanfeng faction have already been divided. The 8 families are naturally unwilling to give up what they have gained, but they also do not wish to conflict with the Nangong family. This is because the old man of the Nangong family was still young at the time, younger than all the individuals who surpassed level 30. In the end, they all compromised and created a new industry for the Nangong family. The underground industry. In the Nangong family's underground industry, all sorts of questionable items can be traded. There is no distinction between inside the city and outside. As long as you have money, you can get what you want. This also indirectly helped the 8 families digest a portion of their excess capacity. Of course, the current Nangong family no longer relies solely on the underground industry. Their legitimate business has also grown significantly. They have begun to actively crack down on some of the more sordid aspects of the underground industry. However, because of this, their family's reputation has always been low, but those who know understand the level of this behemoth. More importantly, compared to other top families, they are more unrestrained and lawless. The head of the Lan family walked heavily to another car. Is it the head of the Nangong family? At this moment, the head of the Lan family had never felt so exhausted. The head of the Chu family, observing the head of the Lan family's demeanor, was completely bewildered. What's going on? Lin family? This matter has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The image of that old lady flashed in Nan Gongzhen's mind, and he said somewhat displeased. Although the head of the Lin family was being treated this way, he felt a sense of happiness, nodded furiously, and said a thank you before turning to leave. Seeing this scene, the head of the Chu family immediately realized something was wrong and quickly pursued them. The king of the underground. But he couldn't stop them at all. However, this phrase still echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family's expression instantly collapsed, and his hands began to tremble. The king of the underground. How did they provoke this family head? Come in and talk. Nan Gongxiao stood in the courtyard, looking at the head of the Chu family from a distance. The head of the Chu family walked in with his head down, and, seeing his father arrive, Chu Yin wanted to call out, but stopped himself upon seeing Nan Gongxiao. Nan Gongxiao didn't care, directly placing his hand on the shoulder of the head of the Chu family, and kicked Chu Yin, who was lying on the ground, asking, "Your son?" Yes, it's my son. My son is foolish." Before the head of the Chu family could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Nan Gongxiao. "I ask, you answer." The head of the Chu family's expression froze, and he could only reluctantly nod. Understood. At this moment, even Jiang Jia stopped crying, staring blankly at the scene before her. The arrogant and overbearing red-haired Nan Gongxiao, embracing a man who could be his father, began to lecture him. How does this resemble a little punk collecting protection fees from a middle-aged, honest boss? Forget it. Having such a son is indeed a misfortune for your family, but compensation still needs to be made. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family almost wanted to stomp Chu Yin to death right there, gritting his teeth and saying, No, it was my son who remembered it wrong. We owe the young lady 35 million. Only then was Nan Gongxiao satisfied, patting the head of the Chu family's shoulder. Understand. All right, carry your son and get lost. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family wiped the sweat from his brow, first bowing to Nan Gongxiao before leaving with his son in his arms. As for Chu Yin's lackeys, Nan Gongxiao gave a look. A bunch of burly men immediately took action, and in no time, the sound of bones cracking filled the air. The lackeys at the scene each had a leg broken. Jiang Jie couldn't bear to watch this scene, and turned her head to hide her eyes in Bai Xiaoya's embrace. Bai Xiaoya also furrowed her brows slightly. As the head of the Chu family carried Chu Yin, followed by a group of broken-legged lackeys heading out, they saw another car parked at the entrance. At this moment, the head of the Chu family didn't know whether to leave or stay. Soon, the car door opened, and Li Chen stepped out. He glanced at the black and white car teams, then at the head of the Chu family and the Chu Yin in his arms, as well as the group of broken-legged men behind him. He also frowned. What's going on here? Gu Yin, the head of the Chu family. A group of broken-legged lackeys. At the entrance, Ding Zhu, Nan Gongxiao, and others. To be honest, they all felt that Chu Yin's luck today was exceptionally bad. However, in the end, Li Chen didn't stop them. His attention was mainly focused on the Bai family and the Nan Gong family. Until this moment, Lin Feng, who had been working diligently, finally looked up at the time. Oh, it's time for a meal. Following the secret passage to his room, he pushed open the door. Ding Gu, is the meal ready? Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. Silence spread. Lin Feng was taken aback to see so many people gathered at the door. What just happened? In the end, it was Lin Feng who invited them all in one by one. Lin Feng first spoke with Bai Xiaowen's parents, and although he didn't know much, he mainly mentioned 2 points. This mark was likely a kind of ability that Bai Xiaowen received when she was very young, and now what she needs most is to nourish her mental power. After speaking, Lin Feng even wrote a prescription on the spot and handed it to Bai Xiaowen's parents. Although the Bai family's medical capabilities were strong, they still felt this was Lin Feng's kindness and accepted the prescription. Afterward, the Bai family took their leave. If the Nangong family weren't present, they could chat more, but now wasn't the time. However, before leaving, Bai Xinchu mainly said, Lin Xiaoga, once your mission is complete, I will treat you well at the Bai family. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As the Bai family members reached the door, Bai Xiaoya suddenly stopped and looked at Nan Gongxiao, saying, Nangong, although I also feel very indignant about this matter, after all, this is inside the city, not outside where you can act recklessly. As soon as Bai Xiaoya spoke, Bai Xiaowen pulled her close. However, Nan Gongxiao waved his hand at Bai Xiaowen and said, Sister Xiaoya, Chu Yin can ruin others' families with a mere finger, so why can't I? After speaking, Nan Gongxiao looked at Bai Xiaoya without any fear. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and, finally, Bai Xiaoya left with a parting remark to take care of herself. As the Bai family departed, Nan Gongxiao finally got out of the car. It wasn't that Nan Gongxiao was afraid of the Bai family, but if both of them stepped into Lin Feng's house at the same time, it might cause a major upheaval in Yinfeng Central City the next day. Lingo, I'm here today mainly to ask for your help, he said, directly taking out a large blueprint and spreading it out in front of Lin Feng. This is our family's metal production line, which was running fine before, but suddenly started malfunctioning these past few days. The performance of the produced materials has all gone wrong. All indicators? Are you sure all of them have issues? Lin Feng asked Nan Gongxiao. Nan Gongxiao glanced back at his secretary, and seeing the other party nod, he nodded as well. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, That means someone is sabotaging it. You guys don't need to worry about the production line. Just go check the raw materials in the warehouse. The people in the testing room are probably helping to falsify results. Upon hearing this, the members of the Nan Gong family were momentarily stunned and then looked towards Nan Gongxiao. The warehouse. That's a taboo topic for the Nan Gong family. Nan Gongxiao's eyes narrowed. If that were the case, the cost of sabotage would indeed be lower. However, the warehouse of the Nan Gong family was entirely under the control of one person, his younger brother, Nan Gonghaisha. Nan Gongxiao clearly thought of this point as well, and his expression immediately turned grim. Understood, then we'll go back and handle it. After watching them leave, Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and said, It seems you guys have been getting along quite well on the island. Chapter 89, The Origin of the Special Operations Department. Not bad. Uncle Li, is there something you need from me? To be honest, if it weren't for Ding Zhu telling him, he wouldn't have known that so much had happened outside during the little time he spent in the research room. Ridiculous. Actually, it's nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you have any thoughts about the team you were assigned to. Looking at Li Chen, Lin Feng shook his head and said, Uncle Li, to be honest, I don't know much about these three teams. I'll leave this matter to you to arrange. Li Chen nodded and said, All right, just focus on your performance in this mission. There's no need to push yourself too hard. I'll help you arrange the rest. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding Li Chen's meaning. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while longer, Li Chen patted Lin Feng and turned to leave. Suddenly, he turned back to look at Yano. Princess Yano, although I know you don't want to go back yet, Duke Coles has sent several letters to our Foreign Affairs Department and has also sent some items. There should be things you can use, so remember to go collect them. After speaking, Li Chen smiled and made a gesture at Yano before leaving. The moment Yano saw the gesture, she was taken aback. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances, their eyes full of questions. Ding Zhu shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Yano's expression suddenly became serious as she looked at Lin Feng and asked, You've joined the Special Operations Department? How did you know? Lin Feng also looked at Yano with interest, judging by her expression. Joining this top-tier organization in the central city didn't seem like a good thing. Because I know him, Li Chen. Is he famous over there? Lin Feng asked, a bit puzzled. Duke Coles, just hearing that title indicates he's from Dongbin. The activities of the Special Operations Department generally wouldn't extend outward, right? Very famous, extremely famous. However, Yano clearly didn't want to discuss this matter and instead started talking about the Special Operations Department. The Special Operations Department actually existed in all four major factions originally. It was established by gathering all the top talents with one goal, to deal with the rebellious stars. Because at that time, the rebellious stars frequently carried out terrorist attacks in major cities. That's why this department was established, and as its achievements became apparent, its power grew larger and larger, until one day this department added a new agency, the Inspection Department. After that, the nature of this department changed. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately reacted. With strong military power and the ability to supervise everyone, isn't this just the Jinyui? But the Jinyui served the emperor. What about the Special Operations Department? Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Yano understood he got it. So this department looks very powerful but the burdens it carries behind. You understand. Lin Feng nodded, slightly furrowing his brows, but quickly relaxed. What does this have to do with me? I joined the Special Operations Department to conveniently access resources for my training, right? Whether it's internal power struggles or external pressures. What does it have to do with me? Once I quickly elevate my level, what if something happens? Isn't it better to directly overpower everything? Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly became clear-headed, shouting that he was hungry, and sat down at the table to start eating. After finishing, he ran back to the research room to continue his gun-making endeavors. Watching Lin Feng leave, Yano turned to Ding Zhu and asked, "Is Lin Feng your relative in the city?" "No, we came from the wilderness together." "Are you sure? He looks quite young, yet he could pass the Special Operations Department's assessment. Can someone like that be cultivated in the wilderness?" Ding Zhu shrugged and said he is indeed young, the same age as Jiangjia. As for his current level, that's all from his own training. It doesn't have much to do with whether he is from the wilderness or not. The same age as Jiangjia, so he has 15. Yano couldn't help but exchange a glance with Jiangjia. This was too outrageous. At the Bai family, Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen were lying on the same bed. Looking at Bai Xiaowen, who was wide awake next to her, Bai Xiaoya suddenly smiled. "What's wrong? Thinking about Lin Feng?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's face visibly turned red. "No way. Look at you. Your face is all red. How could it not be?" Bai Xiaoya pulled Bai Xiaowen into her arms and said, "Come on, tell me, do you like Lin Feng?" At this point, Bai Xiaowen calmed down. "I don't know. Lin Feng has indeed helped me a lot, but I can also feel that he doesn't seem very interested in us." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said, "You're both young men. You both strip down to the bed together. Just see if he is interested in you." At this, Bai Xiaowen's entire head turned red. "Sister, what are you talking about? He is still young." Bai Xiaoya shrugged and didn't continue the topic. Instead, Bai Xiaowen suddenly became interested and asked, "Sister Xiaoya, were those words you said before you left meant to remind Nangong Xiao?" Bai Xiaoya smiled and patted Bai Xiaowen's head, saying, "Oh, Xiaowen has become smarter. She doesn't have any good feelings towards the Chu family." The words before leaving were just to let them understand that the Nangong family is, after all, the king of the underground. They are not one of the real 8 top families, although they are now working hard to clean up their image and have a significant influence in many industries. Their reputation still cannot spread. Doesn't that indicate something? Some people still hope the Nangong family will remain their underground king, whether they are kings or not. They don't care. The key is underground. Bai Xiaoya then sighed. "I was actually reminding Nangong Xiao, but he told me his answer." Bai Xiaowen thought about Nangong Xiao's last words, a broken family and ruination. Could there be someone who could make the Nangong family? Bai Xiaowen's words were cut off as Bai Xiaoya covered her mouth. Some things and some words can only be buried in your heart. Once you tell someone, you'll slowly say a second time, a third time, and eventually it will unknowingly spread out. Listening to her sister's serious words, Bai Xiaowen silently nodded. Suddenly, she thought about why Nangong Xiao, as the absolute heir of the Nangong family, would want to join the Special Operations Department. Was it because of that surname? Chapter 90. Am I going to have superpowers? Name: Lin Feng. Level: LV14. Age: 15. Race: half-elf. Superpower: none. Strength: 13. 8. Agility: 14. 1. Constitution: 13. 7. Spirit: 14. 9. Talent. Specialty: nimble-fingered. Special attributes: Chi skills: comprehensive gunmanship, LV11. Sniper rifle, LV12. Rifle, LV11. Handgun, LV11. Spirit snake dagger, LV15. Spirit snake twin daggers, LV7. Basic spiritual breathing method, LV2. Tidal meditation method, LV3. Knowledge: basic potion knowledge, LV14. Biology, LV14. Pharmacy, LV14. Compounding, LV14. Basic mechanical knowledge, LV13. Mechanics, LV13. Material science, LV14. Weaponry metal, LV15. Mechanical processing, LV15. Intelligent programming, LV13. In the training ground, Lin Feng furrowed his brows as he looked at his panel. In the past few days, with the help of a well-equipped laboratory, he had validated many of his ideas, which brought about a surge in knowledge. It was a combination of learning and practice. However, The key issue now was that he felt his spiritual power seemed to have reached a bottleneck. After he shattered the mark in by Xiaowen's spiritual sea, he had devoured the remaining remnants of that mark, leading to a slight increase in his spiritual power. But soon, problems arose, ever since reaching 14.9. His spiritual power had remained stuck there without further increase. Could it be because of that remnant? After thinking it over, Lin Feng shook his head. Such a small amount of spiritual power couldn't possibly affect him. It would be a disgrace to the reputation of the tidal meditation method, the most perfect foundational meditation method. Understanding Spiritual Superpowers, a popular science series from the residents of the Tianyi Empire. Looking at the information provided by A519, Lin Feng was stunned. Spiritual superpowers? Was he about to awaken superpowers? He quickly opened the information and had to admit it was indeed a basic understanding. Soon, Lin Feng realized that his situation was indeed a precursor to awakening superpowers. However, there was a problem. Superpowers awakened through the influence of meditation methods were likely related to those methods. It was probably intended to make Lin Feng better suited to that meditation method, or to provide him with an additional means of defense or attack. Nevertheless, Lin Feng didn't mind. Even a mosquito is meat. Big or small, he could consider himself a person with superpowers. With this thought, Lin Feng began searching for solutions. And as expected, the information was very comprehensive. He quickly found several options to help resolve his situation. After a brief look, the quickest solution was a type of potion, which was not difficult to concoct, but the materials had a slight problem. It required a spiritual seed. Lin Feng frowned slightly, although the name spiritual seed sounded nice. Its production process was quite brutal. It required continuously tormenting a being with sufficiently strong, innate spiritual power until it died in extreme pain. Only then was it possible to produce such a thing. Note that this is only a possibility, not a certainty. So it often requires causing a large amount of killing to produce one of these. Of course, there is also a more peaceful method, which was to rely on the meditation method for slow cultivation, and when the time was right, it would come naturally. Why was there such a cruel method mentioned here? Because in the Tianyi Empire, there is a clear hierarchy: residents, advanced residents, junior citizens, intermediate citizens, and senior citizens. And only those with superpowers can become citizens and enjoy all the rights of citizenship, while creatures below residents are considered useless livestock to them. They specifically raise beings with high innate spiritual power and sensitivity to harm, like humans, for the production of these seeds. Looking at A519's words, Lin Feng frowned. Did the Tianyi Empire still exist? It no longer exists. Did they go too far and face resistance from the lower levels? No. There was an issue at the higher levels that led to self-destruction. In fact, many races in the universe survive by selling themselves and living as slaves to others. Lin Feng closed the information and looked up at the starry sky. It seemed that this starry sky was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Lin Feng checked the time, returned to his room to get his things. And when he was armed and ready, he went downstairs. Sure enough, a car was already parked outside, and Instructor Han was standing by the open car door, waving at him. The timing was just right. Ding Zhu and Jiang Jie had already gone to school, so there was no need for farewells. Lin Feng calmly got into the car. Lin Feng, Brother Feng, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were already in the car. It seemed that it was still the three of them this time. Lin Feng smiled. He quite enjoyed working with Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao. Both were obedient and had their own unique insights, making them great partners. Of course, it was still the three of us, but next time, when you plan to clear a level, don't go alone again, Nangong Xiao said, pretending to be dissatisfied as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only smile and explain. At that time, the materials were insufficient, and I didn't know the specific effects of those things. It wasn't intentional to leave you out. Don't worry, this time I'll definitely let you do your best. Hearing this, Nangong Xiao's eyes rolled, and he suddenly said, doing your best is one thing, but don't let me suffer too much. Hearing this, Instructor Han and Bai Xiaowen both rolled their eyes at the same time. This guy had quite a few requests. Lin Feng was also amused. All right, no problem. After saying that, he took out a fire-red handgun and handed it to Nangong Xiao. What is this? This is a handgun made for you by Qi Hong. Empty weight, 749 grams, length 19. 5 centimeters, barrel length 11. 2 centimeters. Bullet initial velocity 450 meters second. Magazine capacity 15 rounds. It uses 9mm bullets and focuses on power 600 meters second. Hearing this, Instructor Han couldn't help but ask, with such a fast-firing speed, how do you guarantee recoil, accuracy, and usage duration? You know, even their 4th-generation handguns have an initial bullet speed of only 450 meters second. With this recoil, they can hardly control it. This is also a manufacturing difficulty for 4th-generation handguns. Lin Feng smiled and said, I added a mechanical mechanism inside that can actively absorb energy. Plus, Nangong's physical quality isn't a problem. Nangong Xiao snatched the Qi Hong with excitement. It felt great in his hands, truly a custom-made piece. The moment he held the gun, it felt like it fitted perfectly with his hand. It was so comfortable to hold. This is yours by CI. The gun handed to Bai Xiaowen was quite a bit smaller. The overall length was only 15.2 centimeters, but even so, Lin Feng ensured the barrel length through excellent design and special materials to achieve a sufficiently high bullet initial velocity. However, the power of this gun wasn't as great. It focused on concealment and penetration. Bai Xiaowen was also quite delighted as she played with it. After a while, she suddenly noticed that this gun seemed to have something else. Lin Feng nodded, signaling her to keep quiet. On the other side, after playing with his Qihong for a while, Nangong Xiao also discovered the hidden feature of his gun, but he was much cleverer and pretended not to see it. Instructor Han looked at the guns in their hands and then at the bag behind Lin Feng. If these two guns were so powerful, what would Lin Feng pull out? Chapter 91. Outer City. All right, you've arrived at your destination. The three of them were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Arrived? So soon? We can't still be inside the city, can we? Nangong Xiao looked at Instructor Han and fired off a deadly 3-question barrage. Not inside the city, but it's also a place you are very familiar with. After saying this, he took out a yellow craft paper bag and handed it to Nangong Xiao. Since you are the team leader, this information is now your responsibility. Just as Nangong Xiao received the information and hadn't opened it yet, the three of them were directly shoved out of the vehicle. Huff! After getting out of the car, Lin Feng took a breath of air and softly uttered 2 words. Wilderness. He was most familiar with the air of the wilderness. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen gazed into the distance, clearly seeing the outline of the central city, along with the densely packed tents below. Seeing the scene, Bai Xiaowen smiled and then looked at Nangong Xiao, saying, Team leader, we really have to rely on you this time. Lin Feng followed their gaze and also realized they were indeed very close to the central city. In fact, they were only separated by a city wall, as they were currently in what people often refer to as the outer city of the central city. Nangong Xiao once again wrapped his arms around Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen, saying, Now that we are here, I can consider going home. Let us go. I'll take you to experience the exciting life of the outer city. After saying this, he led the way ahead, while Bai Xiaowen started explaining Nangong Xiao's family background to Lin Feng. The Nangong family controls the largest underground channels of the entire Yanfeng faction. It can be said that half of this outer city was built by the Nangong family. For Nangong Xiao, being here truly felt like going home. However, Lin Feng still had some doubts. Underground channels? Is it the kind of anonymous materials and supplies? But these shouldn't be enough to support such a large outer city, right? The closer they got, the more he saw things that were different from what he had imagined. When he previously looked from afar, it seemed like there were densely packed tents, but in reality, they were not. They merely had the appearance of tents. In essence, they were permanent structures. They were all built with reinforced concrete. Some clusters that looked like tents were actually just buildings with paintings on them. In that case, this was completely beyond what hunters in the wilderness could afford. Indeed, it couldn't be supported. So, what happened here was more about trade, mainly the exchanges between the 4 major factions, as well as some unnamed forces. The exchanges between the 4 major factions probably revolved around advantageous industries. Yanfeng excels in military equipment, so the outflow of top military supplies is strictly controlled. Gao Chao and Dongbin excel in potions, so the prices of rare potions soar in Yanfeng. Ultimately, it's all about ensuring the interests of their own factions. controlling the quantity of goods on the market, thus achieving the goal of maintaining prices. With price differences, it naturally leaves a lot of profit margins for smuggling. As for that unnamed force, it's probably the reverse star. Although everyone dislikes reverse star, they still recognize many of their technological products. So, if Brother Feng needs any materials or herbs, you can find them through the Nangong family. That's right. As long as the money is in place, I can get you anything. Nangong Xiao also seized the opportunity to interject. After saying this, he pointed to the fortress-like building in front and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to soak in the hot springs first." Upon entering the building, they didn't see the hot springs right away. Instead, they were greeted by three barely clothed young ladies. Bai Xiaowen's face instantly turned red. One of them came over and leaned against Nangong Xiao. "Young master, you're here. You didn't give us a heads up." Compared to Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen, who kept their distance from these young ladies, Nangong Xiao appeared much more seasoned. He reached out and pinched the young lady's plump backside, while saying, "First, arrange 2 bathing pools for us, and we'll talk about the rest after we finish bathing." Seeing Nangong Xiao's familiar demeanor, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances, suddenly feeling like they had chosen the wrong person. So comfortable. The steam filled the air, and Nangong Xiao let out a shout as he entered the hot spring. Lin Feng sat in the hot spring, flipping through the information in his hand while soaking. "So, did you find anything?" Nangong Xiao asked while enjoying the massage from the voluptuous beauty beside him. According to the report from the Special Operations Department, they have been missing since their last appearance. It seems like they vanished directly from the outer city. Lin Feng flipped through the document and said somewhat unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao frowned. The outer city is indeed hard to investigate. Honestly, if you told me they were dead, I would believe it, as there are all kinds of lunatics here. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I still lean towards them hiding, and they should be hiding quite well. These 3 individuals, 2 at level 15 and 1 at level 16, are still peripheral members of Reverse Star, which means their equipment and combat power are not lacking. They shouldn't be so easily killed." Hearing this, Nangong Xiao played with the big bun nearby while pondering where would be suitable for hiding. Still, a place that the Special Operations Department couldn't find. Could it be over in the Black Ditch? A girl beside them suddenly reminded. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. "It's very possible. Black Ditch?" Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao with some confusion. "That place is on the edge of the outer city. To put it bluntly, it's a gathering place for lunatics. Even within the outer city, it's considered one of the most chaotic areas. The key point is that place is very suitable for hiding. Shall we go take a look later?" Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, "That place has rules. They don't open during the day. Let us wait until nightfall." Lin Feng nodded, then suddenly began to write and draw on a piece of paper, handing it to the young lady who had been standing next to him offering services but had been rejected. "Could you please help me by the items on this list? I'll pay you when you return." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao waved his hand and said, "You go notify the warehouse. It should be delivered soon." The young lady nodded and left. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. "Warehouse? So does that mean your family's issues have been resolved?" Nangong Xiao nodded and said, "You're right. There was indeed a problem with the raw materials provided by the warehouse, and there were also insiders in the testing room. However, these are minor issues. With our family's lord overseeing it, resolving them is quite easy." After saying this, Nangong Xiao seemed to recall something and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Lin Feng, can you repair very precise instruments?" "Precise instruments? What kind?" "Prosthetics." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng slightly frowned. "To be honest, I'm not skilled in that. Repairing prosthetics involves biological neuroscience, and I haven't studied much in that area. Simple substitute body mechanisms comes from the Mechanic General Knowledge series of the Mechanical Nation. Basic biological neuroscience comes from the Junior Education series co-edited by the Mechanical Nation and the Roland Mysterious Continent. Chapter 92. Has Lin Feng disappeared? Looking at the suddenly popped up information, Lin Feng also changed his tone at this moment. "It's fine to go take a look. Don't worry. You don't have to feel pressured. My dad originally intended to invite you as a way to thank you for your guidance this time. Otherwise, we would know how much time we would waste." Nangong Xiao observed Lin Feng's expression and thought he was feeling embarrassed, so he took the initiative to speak. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't explain much. In fact, it was hard to explain. He couldn't tell the other party that he had spent several days learning something that should be easy to grasp. Even if he said it, Nan Gongxiao wouldn't believe him. Submerged in a hot spring, Lin Feng closed his eyes and directly entered learning mode. Nan Gongxiao sat across from him, scratching his head in confusion. What was he doing? Although Lin Feng wasn't doing anything, for some reason, at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment akin to a slacker still studying in front of a top student who ranked first in the school. It was extremely awkward. They waited until Lin Feng needed something before finally climbing out of the hot spring. It had been a long time since they soaked, and it felt really comfortable. Nan Gongxiao stretched his body and said, while Bai Xiaowen also nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since they had relaxed like this. Lin Feng, holding the materials, found a suitable place to process them and started making things in front of the two. In less than half a day, 3 thumb-sized spider robots appeared on the table. What were these for? Looking at the delicate spider robots in front of him, it felt like he could crush them all with a single slap. Gently poking at them, Nan Gongxiao didn't even feel like he had touched anything. What can this do? Lin Feng casually sprinkled a drop of the potion he made onto Nan Gongxiao as clothes. The 3 spiders instantly sprang to life, their 8 legs applying force simultaneously, and they lightly jumped onto Nan Gongxiao as clothes. At the same time, 3 red dots appeared on Lin Feng as communicator. Do you feel anything? It's too light. I don't feel anything at all, Nan Gongxiao said with surprise. Now, he and Bai Xiaowen understood how these little guys worked. Using these little fellows along with the matching potion, if they marked someone, that person basically had no chance of escaping. After realizing this, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances and had to admit that Lin Feng was indeed a genius. What seemed very simple to them became completely different after Lin Feng processed it. Just in time, it was about time to go. Let us head to the Black Ditch. Nan Gongxiao glanced at his watch and led Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen toward that direction. Lin Feng continuously observed the surrounding environment. After they crossed a boundary, Lin Feng keenly sensed that the entire environment had dropped significantly. Whether it was the hunters lurking by the roadside or the darkening bloodstains on the ground, they gradually increased. The atmosphere had become more oppressive and chaotic compared to the previous lively and passionate vibe. Is this no longer your territory? Nan Gongxiao nodded and said, yes. This area is the old outer city, and our family has built a new outer city. The situation here is quite chaotic, and our family rarely manages it. Following Nan Gongxiao's pace, they eventually arrived at a ruined area. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of destroyed buildings, with numerous ruins standing tall, making the place appear exceptionally desolate. Lin Feng walked to a broken wall and looked down at the wall's edge. There were traces from a single strike, but they showed a clear stair-step pattern, very much in line with the marks left by continuous energy emissions. Is this an energy weapon? Although a long time had passed, he still easily found traces left by energy weapon attacks. However, based on his understanding of the technological level of the Yin Peak, the other party shouldn't have reached that level yet. Could it be extraterrestrial beings? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze deepened. It seemed that the waters on this planet were deeper than he had imagined. What's wrong? Nan Gongxiao asked, looking at Lin Feng, who was standing still and seemed puzzled. Nothing, let us go in. Nan Gongxiao clicked his gun into place and said while walking. The reason this place is called the Black Ditch is simple. It's because the buildings here are too complicated. People often accidentally get ambushed and end up in trouble here, so we call it the Black Ditch. As long as you feel you are in danger here, then... Bang! Nan Gongxiao suddenly fired a shot at the left wall. Just shoot directly. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced through the wall, leaving a hole the size of a bowl, and at the same time, a sound of a head exploding came from behind the wall. Through the bullet hole, Bai Xiaowen clearly saw that the head of a person behind was already gone, leaving only a body crouching on the ground, holding a large caliber sniper rifle. Clearly, if Nan Gongxiao hadn't fired that shot, it might have been their heads that were missing now. The power of this gun is indeed impressive. Nan Gongxiao looked at the crimson gun in his hand, and now he really liked it more and more. But it's so big here. How are we supposed to find someone? Bai Xiaowen asked Nan Gongxiao with some confusion. She originally thought the so-called Black Ditch was just a street. Who knew it was such a large ruin? How are we supposed to find someone here? Every snake has its path, and every rat has its way. In any place, as long as we find the key person, we can naturally get the information we want. After saying this, Nan Gongxiao led the way, guiding the two as they wandered for a while. Eventually, they arrived next to an old beggar lying on the ground, covered in dirt and emanating a foul smell. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose, but ultimately endured it. Lin Feng and Nan Gongxiao didn't change their expressions. Then Nan Gongxiao squatted directly beside the old beggar. "Old Bao, let us inquire about some information." Asked. The old beggar didn't even turn his face and directly spoke. "Have a few people come by recently?" Nan Gongxiao was straightforward and took out 3 photos, placing them behind the old beggar. Just as Bai Xiaowen was waiting for the old beggar to turn around to see what he looked like, suddenly an eye opened behind the old beggar's head. A somewhat murky human eye. Bai Xiaowen was startled and reflexively raised her hand to shoot, but fortunately, Lin Feng stopped her in time. The eye glanced at Bai Xiaowen before continuing to observe the 3 photos. "They haven't come." Hearing this news, Nan Gongxiao frowned. "They haven't come?" Besides the Black Ditch, he really couldn't think of any other place suitable for those 3 people from the reverse star to hide. Nan Gongxiao put away the photos and stood up, looking at the old beggar lying on the ground, and said, "Bai Gao, someone will bring you something later." Upon hearing this, the eye behind the old beggar also closed naturally, without leaving a trace. If it weren't for seeing that just now, she wouldn't have believed it if someone told her. Bai Xiaowen leaned against Lin Feng's side, still looking a bit frightened. The 3 turned and left. Nan Gongxiao began to explain to Lin Feng, "Don't be fooled by how he looks. He is actually a very powerful psychic. Even lying here, the entire Black Ditch is under his surveillance. It's just that his mutation comes from radiation, so he has to expend all his energy every day to fight against the deformities of his body. It's quite tragic. Doesn't that mean Bai Gao is the same?" Bai Xiaowen also understood this. "That's right. It's just an anesthetic which can allow him to temporarily escape from pain." Nan Gongxiao shook his head and said that their family had long given up on this business, and what they produced was used as legitimate medical agents. It was a rare special treatment for old Bao. Deformation? Doesn't the central city have anti-deformation drugs? Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen with some surprise. Bai Xiaowen shook her head. There are not many anti-deformation drugs among the 4 major factions. There are mainly 3 types. 2 are in Gao Chao's hands, and 1 is in Dongbin's hands. But you all know the current situation. They don't have enough for themselves. Even if Yin Feng spends a high price every year, he can't buy much. Lin Feng nodded, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. When they reached the exit of the Black Ditch ruins, they suddenly heard a whoosh and saw a person rush past them. Before they could figure out what was happening, a group of people appeared in front of them. Clearly, they were chasing the person who had just rushed by. The 3 didn't want to cause trouble, so they quickly stepped aside to let these people chase in. TSK, TSK, TSK. So many people chasing. What did that person do? Nan Gongxiao said with a hint of teasing. Bai Xiaowen also looked at the group with curiosity, but suddenly she realized that someone seemed to be missing beside her. "Huh, where's Lin Feng?" Hearing this, Nan Gongxiao also looked over. Lin Feng, who had just been standing next to them, had actually disappeared. Chapter 93 Exaggerated Calculations. Could it be that they were scattered by that group of people just now? No way, that was Lin Feng. Just as the 2 of them were puzzled, a message suddenly appeared on Bai Xiaowen's communicator. "I have something to do. I'll find you at the bathhouse later." Looking at the message on Bai Xiaowen's communicator, both of them were taken aback. Where did she go? Damn, what did she run off to? At this moment, the crowd had reached a dead end and was looking around in confusion. Could it be that he jumped high and ran away? Impossible. We've been following him the whole time. Besides, he's just a mentalist. Where did he get such good stamina? Everyone present nodded in agreement. If he were that strong, he would have been running away from them. Quickly, spread out and look for him. Ding, ding, ding. Bang, bang, bang. Hood, hood, hood. For a moment, the crowd began banging around with their knives. However, after more than 10 minutes, they lost heart. Damn, there's not a single trace. Could it be that we were fooled by his mental illusion? It's likely. Let's head back, kids. At this point, the leader shook his head. The expressions of the others also flashed with disappointment. They had long anticipated that the child wouldn't return. It was just that they had finally encountered the murderer, and yet he managed to escape. As everyone walked out the dead end, suddenly everyone froze. Unbeknownst to them, someone was already standing at the mouth of the alley waiting for them. If that person had shot just now. Thinking of this, the leader felt a chill in his heart. Kid, is something the matter? The leader pressed his hand on his waist, looking at Lin Feng, who clearly seemed young. Nothing. I just want to know why you were chasing that person just now. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, exchanging glances, and finally, their eyes filled with vigilance as they looked at him. Why should we tell you? One person beside the leader started to speak, but was interrupted by the leader. How are you speaking? After scolding the person next to him, the leader turned to Lin Feng and said, Brother, we're chasing that person because he kidnapped a child from our camp. One of our kids was misled by him and followed him away. We happened to run into him today, so we chased after him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. Captain, why is that kid so polite? Hearing the words from the person beside him, the leader gave him a hard knock on the head. How many times have I told you, when you meet those strange people, you need to be polite and talk to them nicely. But he's just a kid, said the person beside him, covering his head, somewhat disgruntled. Hearing this, the leader sneered. A kid? Have you ever seen a kid stronger than me? Stronger than you? That's at least level 12. The leader nodded and said, as soon as he got close, my heart kept warning me. He was right behind us, just now. I didn't even know when he showed up. If he had shot, he could probably wipe us all out in an instant. As he said this, a smile suddenly appeared on the leader's face. But it's good, that bastard actually provoked someone so strong. His next move probably won't be too good. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking at the red dot on his communicator and quickly heading in that direction. The judgment of that group of people was not wrong. They were indeed misled by that guy's little trick. In the end, they took a wrong path. However, he had long left traces on the other party. But Lin Feng didn't rush. He just slowly followed behind the other party. Since the other party had not discovered him, he naturally didn't need to take the risk of being found. Soon, seeing that the other party had stopped moving, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Glancing at the surrounding environment, Lin Feng leaped onto a broken pillar. With his remarkable eyesight, he saw the person's residence from afar. It was in a very concealed corner, surrounded by rows of broken walls. If one wanted to enter, they could only jump in from above. Lin Feng estimated that the other party was probably digging a secret passage from below to facilitate their escape. In that case, if he wanted to get past without alarming the other party, it was basically impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Feng knelt on one knee and opened his backpack. Click, click, click. In about 10 seconds, a rather elongated sniper rifle was assembled in Lin Feng's hands. What was most eye-catching was not the elongated shape of the sniper rifle, but the support below it. The support had a wavy shape, and upon closer inspection, one would find that every segment of the wave was intricately woven with fine threads. This was Lin Feng's newly designed gun, Ripple. According to the classification of Yanfeng City, this Ripple was roughly at the 8th generation level. It directly created a generational gap with the best guns in Yanfeng City. After loading a specially made penetrating bullet, he aimed at the house where the other party was. Lin Feng took out his communicator and directly sent an instruction to the spider robot, instructing it to crawl from the other party's ankle position up to their waist. At this moment, Lin Feng enlarged the red dot, where the little spider was to the maximum, and indeed saw a fairly clear moving trajectory of the red dot. Closing his eyes, he silently calculated for a moment. Open your eyes. Pull the trigger. With a soft sound, the black bullet transformed into a line and extended towards that house. After firing, Lin Feng stood up, holding the gun in one hand, and ran towards the direction of the other party. Inside the room, Li Tao was sitting on a chair resting. As a mentalist, he was least skilled in physical work. Yet today, he was chased for so long by a group of drifters who hadn't even entered a big city. Just wait, I will make you pay. While thinking this, Li Tao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and quickly opened his eyes to look at the ceiling. Danger warning? None of the alarms he set off had gone off. Bang! Suddenly, a sound came from the wall, and Li Tao turned to look in the direction of the sound. Before he could see what it was, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen and spine. The next second, he realized he had lost control of his lower body. Hey! At the same time, The alarms inside Li Tao's room began to ring. An ambush, a premeditated attack. But at this moment, he couldn't even stand up. Reaching for his gun, he found that the bullet that had just hit him had already destroyed his fragile spine. Now, his hands were trembling and completely out of control, let alone pulling out his gun. Whoosh! The next second, a figure jumped down from the ceiling door. Li Tao was already stunned. His door had been specially modified, and it couldn't be opened without a password or a bomb. Not hearing any gunshots meant the other party had picked the lock. How could they pick the lock so fast? Chapter 94. Rare anger falling. Lin Feng immediately began to look around. His first glance fell upon Li Tao, who was sitting on a chair, his lower body covered in blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Ignoring him, Lin Feng continued to scan the area. The fact that Li Tao hadn't run away indicated that his guess was correct. The shot had incapacitated him. As Lin Feng's gaze shifted, his brows furrowed. He saw a small iron cage with a young girl inside, lying like a dog. In front of her was an iron bowl. The cage was very small. The girl couldn't even stand up, and her head touched the steel bars above her. Looking further back, there was a wall filled with various glass jars, each containing an organ. Heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, lungs, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, hands, feet, arms, and a skull. A baby's skull. With his knowledge of biology, Lin Feng recognized it as a head that had been severed right after birth, most likely from a cesarean section. Continuing to look further, he saw various organs from exotic beasts. At the very back, there were numerous organs that were a grotesque fusion of humans and exotic beasts, making Lin Feng feel nauseous. It extended to the end, filled with a plethora of reagents and herbs, all sorts of concoctions. Looking down at the table he was standing on, it was filled with various medical instruments. After surveying the entire room, Lin Feng finally turned his gaze to Li Tao. "You really deserve to die." At that moment, Li Tao looked into Lin Feng's eyes and said, "I suggest you don't touch me. The force behind me is not something you can provoke." "Oh, so confident? Tell me more," Lin Feng replied as he jumped down from the tool table and began to carefully select instruments one by one. The quality of these medical instruments was quite good, at least meeting Lin Feng's requirements. "Although I don't know how you managed to plot against me for so long without me noticing, I can seriously tell you that your understanding of me is merely the tip of the iceberg." At this moment, Li Tao was certain that the person in front of him had been scheming against him for a long time. Otherwise, how could he have shot him through the wall and also known the password to his door? "Hurry up, stop stalling. Tell me who the force behind you is." After selecting the instruments, Lin Feng began to choose reagents. He then slowly mixed them together in a specific ratio. Li Tao looked at Lin Feng's actions, somewhat baffled, but he began to utter two words, "inverse star." Hearing these two words, Lin Feng's hand suddenly froze in midair. Seeing this, Li Tao smiled. Indeed, no matter who it was, hearing inverse star would still cause a shock. "Well, I've added enough reagents." After speaking, Lin Feng placed the reagents back on the table and capped them. "Li Tao, does this person not know what inverse star is?" "Inverse star? It's not like I haven't killed their people before." As Lin Feng spoke, he looked at Li Tao, then picked up a scalpel and the prepared reagents. Slowly walking towards him. "Kill people from inverse star?" Li Tao suddenly widened his eyes. "You are from a special operations department. No wonder. No wonder you've been plotting against me for so long." "No, it's impossible. The higher-ups already deleted my records in the special operations department. You can't be from the special operations department." Listening to Li Tao's words, Lin Feng suddenly realized he seemed to have caught a big fish. As Li Tao became increasingly incoherent, Lin Feng had already approached him. At that moment, Li Tao suddenly stopped his incessant chatter, his eyes turning completely black with only the whites visible. "Want to kill me? You go die." In an instant, Lin Feng saw a creature with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail rushing towards his mental sea. But the next second, Li Tao was stunned. What did he see? A sea. A sea formed by mental energy. This is impossible. How can you have such strong mental power? Lin Feng also looked at Li Tao in surprise. "Your mental power is far weaker than I imagined. It seems such a good mental talent is truly wasted on you." The sea was merely a manifestation of the tidal meditation method, and his mental power had not yet reached the level of a sea. How could the opponent not see through it? Suddenly, a wave surged and swept the snake-headed, scorpion-tailed creature away. 10 points of mental power were too weak for Lin Feng. Each point's increase on the system panel was not a simple linear increase, but an enhancement that could extend or even double. That is to say, 11 points of power are not just 10 points of power plus 1/10 of an additional 10 points. It's a doubling of 10 points of power. 10 points? If Lin Feng didn't want to let him die too quickly, he could have crushed him instantly. At this moment, Li Tao also sensed something was off. The other party could clearly crush him and kill him directly, so why not? Lin Feng took a syringe and directly plunged it into Li Tao's neck. The next second, the red reagent rushed into his body, and Li Tao immediately felt changes around him. Sensitive. His body was becoming incredibly sensitive. The earlier shot had destroyed his spine, causing him to lose most of his sensations, but fortunately, the reagents here were abundant. Otherwise, I would have really let you go. Hearing this, Li Tao's body suddenly began to convulse. Pain. It hurt so much. The intense pain nearly made him faint. And all of this was caused by Lin Feng simply making a small cut on his hand. A small injury he usually wouldn't even notice. Puffed. Another syringe of reagent was injected into him. Li Tao suddenly felt his consciousness becoming extraordinarily clear. He couldn't even faint. An inverse star. There must be quite a few people like you, right? This. A thin slice of flesh, as delicate as a cicada's wing, was cut off Li Tao's finger. The veins on Li Tao's neck bulged, and his throat became hoarse after such a shout. It hurts so much. Let me go. I'll tell you. Looking at Li Tao, whose face was smeared with tears and snot, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly cold. You must have gone through such scenes many times, right? Have you ever let anyone go? I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. Li Tao kept pleading, and Lin Feng's 2 injections made him understand the other party's intentions. As someone who was already afraid of pain, he was filled with a deathly fear at this moment. Don't worry, I want to know everything. You haven't said what I want yet, so I can't bear to let you die so early. Now, let's talk about Bai Xiaowen. The moment he heard this name, Li Tao's pupils instantly contracted. Bai Xiaowen. I don't. Puffed. Before Li Tao could finish his words, the sharp scalpel plunged into his fingernail. The unparalleled pain made his scream stop after just one word. Don't say you don't know. What I want is the answer. Lin Feng suddenly pulled out the scalpel and spoke. Chapter 95 Memory, Cleansing in the End. Lin Feng obtained what he wanted from Li Tao's mouth. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the organization called Reverse Star. For example, many of the materials here were not collected by Li Tao himself, but were sent by Reverse Star. It's not that Li Tao was some kind of genius in biology. It was simply because many bizarre ideas would pop into his head. Reverse Star thought it was worth a try, so they sent a few things for him to experiment with, which was a trivial matter. Thus, it turned out this way. Of course, another understanding Lin Feng had of Reverse Star was its power, or rather, its power on this planet. According to Li Tao's words, there were certainly many members of Reverse Star lurking within the high ranks of the Rock Peak, not only from various government agencies, but also from those top noble families. For instance, the mark in Bai Xiaowen's spiritual sea was placed there by an heir of a top family that Li Tao listened to. Lin Feng had originally planned to discuss this with Bai Xiaowen, but now he suddenly felt it was better to keep it under wraps for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the now lifeless Li Tao in front of him. He took out a sharp scalpel and stabbed it fiercely into his forehead. Cut open. A black seed-shaped crystal appeared in front of Lin Feng. A spiritual seed. For Lin Feng, this was a form of resource utilization. His gaze swept across the moderately sized room, and Lin Feng began to set things up. It had to be said that although this guy's experimental level was utterly useless, the reagents prepared for him by Reverse Star were still quite sufficient. Sufficient enough to realize a series of Lin Feng's arrangements. After completing everything, Lin Feng turned around and chopped open the dog cage. But at the moment the cage was released, the girl, sprawled on the ground, desperately tried to escape. Indeed, for someone who had witnessed Lin Feng's complete torture process, it was hard to think of him as a good person. Escaping was merely a matter of survival instinct. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He reached out and gently waved his hand in front of the girl. The next moment, the girl fainted. The long-term confinement, combined with the recent shock, had already shattered her psyche. But in Lin Feng's view, this was not a problem. When the girl woke up again, she found herself lying in a bath. At that moment, she began to struggle to remember what she had been doing before, but there were no clues at all. It was as if her brain had been cleansed, completely clean and innocent. Xiao-chun, are you done washing? Are we going back? The curtain at the entrance of the bath opened, and a girl about her age looked at her and asked. Xiao-chun looked at the girl and then pointed at herself with her finger. Are you calling me? Xiao-chun, what do you mean by this? I'm not calling you. There are others here. Am I called Xiao-chun? Xiao-chun, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I don't remember. How could this happen? Come with me to see the supervisor. After saying this, the girl pulled Xiao-chun out of the bath and started to run. At first, Xiao-chun's legs were a bit wobbly, but she quickly began to run faster and faster. On the second floor, Nan Gongxiao shook his head. This is how it is in the wilderness. It always gives birth to such perverts. What Lin Feng provided them was that he discovered a pervert and chased after him, only to find that this girl had been imprisoned. She had even been kept in a dog cage. Bai Xiaowen also nodded sympathetically. But speaking of which, Lin Feng, your hypnosis technique is really impressive. You managed to cleanse Xiao-chun's memory so thoroughly. Lin Feng nodded. Don't underestimate these mysterious things. The bizarre stuff from the Roland Mystic Continent is indeed quite useful. Basic one-star dream technique from the Roland Mystic Continent's Dream Eater Faith Magic Compendium. Lin Feng hadn't even learned this dream technique because the requirement was a mental power of 15 points. But with some basic tricks, he managed to clean Xiao-chun's dirty memories completely. This could help reshape someone's worldview with just a few stage performances. But being with us like this will also put a lot of pressure on you. Nan Gongxiao suddenly spoke. Bai Xiaowen also nodded vigorously. Such hypnosis was indeed terrifying. If Lin Feng had evil intentions, wouldn't he be able to control someone easily? You think too much. This is mainly because Xiao-chun has suffered too much. Her mental power is low, and her self-awareness is on the verge of collapse. If it were a normal person, as long as their will is strong enough, there wouldn't be such an effect. Hearing this, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen showed understanding expressions, feeling slightly more at ease. Although they were joking just now, it was also a kind of test. It was not about trust, but purely a matter of self-protection. However, Lin Feng's words were not finished. If his mental power exceeded that of the other person by too much, he could easily destroy the target's mental power and self-awareness. Returning to the sofa, Lin Feng looked at Nan Gongxiao and asked, Do we have any other information channels now? Today I've sent people down to inquire, and we haven't found those 3 people at all. I'm really starting to doubt whether they are already dead. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and began to think. After hearing the intelligence Li Tao provided, he was even less inclined to believe that the people from Reverse Star would die so easily. But it was indeed a bit absurd that Nan Gongxiao and their forces hadn't found these 3 individuals. While he was thinking, Nan Gongxiao's communicator suddenly rang. Opening the communicator, Nan Gongxiao's brows furrowed immediately. Lu Cheng. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances. What does he want? Nan Gongxiao answered the call, and Lu Cheng's voice indeed came from the other end. Is there something going on? Nan Gongxiao directly asked without any pleasantries. Hearing this, Lu Cheng was straightforward. I want to know if you have found those 3 people. No. As soon as this was said, the 3 of them clearly heard other voices on the other end. Obviously, Lu Cheng was not alone at the moment. In fact, it was not just Lu Cheng. Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, Gong Tianyu, and others were also there. As for why, because there was no other way. They had come to the outer city before, but they mostly went for entertainment. What news channels, what personnel distribution, they knew nothing. After being tricked by those so-called news dealers a few times, they naturally gathered together. The last resort was still to call Nan Gongxiao. Did you not find them? But did you not go to look? Lu Cheng was somewhat skeptical at this moment. Nan Gongxiao has found them. Could they have vanished into thin air? However, this remark made Nan Gongxiao very displeased. Whether I found them or not is none of your business. After saying this, Nan Gongxiao abruptly ended the call, not indulging Lu Cheng and the others. Chapter 96. Art and disgust forget it. Lin Feng is tired today too. Let me arrange some rooms for you to rest, said Nan Gongxiao as he casually tossed the communicator aside, leaving the incoming call notification open. They had been busy for almost an entire night. and everyone was a bit exhausted. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and stood up, just about to leave. Suddenly, he reacted again. I think I know where those 3 people are. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen instantly perked up. Where? In. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, a sudden intense light appeared in the distance. The blinding light illuminated half of the outer city. Even the city guards on the city wall were startled, quickly blowing the emergency military horn, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the walls. In an instant, the city guards completed a rapid assembly. Everyone was focused on the source of the light, their expressions serious. At the same time, they felt puzzled. Was there an attack? People in the outer city also looked towards the source of the light. Boom! Whoosh! The next second, an incredibly terrifying explosion sound spread out. The powerful shockwave flattened everything within hundreds of meters. Damn, a mushroom cloud? A mushroom cloud formed by raging flames slowly rose into the air under everyone's gaze. Many residents, even in the central city, saw it, all looking up at the huge, blazing mushroom cloud. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, Lu Heng. Investigate this matter with your people. The roar of Lei Xiao echoed throughout the office building, and the entire Special Operations Department sprang into action. The heads of the 8 major families also started making calls, eventually deciding to hold a special meeting. This explosion was too close to the central city. Not reassuring. They were all very uneasy. As a mushroom cloud gradually began to dissipate, Nangong Xiao finally closed his open mouth. Bai Xiaowen's dilated pupils slowly began to focus again. Who set off a nuclear bomb in the outer city? That's right, there are nuclear bombs in this world, and they are equally the most terrifying weapons of the major factions. It's hard to believe that someone could cause such a large-scale explosion in the outer city. Bai Xiaowen's expression was also somewhat shocked. Although the outer city is a chaotic place, how did such a level of explosive material get here under the noses of the central city? At this moment, Lin Feng bit his tongue. He had thought that the materials Li Tao had were relatively complete, so he decided to make the most powerful explosive. Who would have thought the final effect would be so shocking? What have the children of the mechanized nation been learning since they were young? It can be said that the horror of the universe's top empire was once again perfectly displayed before Lin Feng. Compared to their shock, there was another group of people who were even more stunned. In a grand study, a certain individual was browsing the latest developments in weapon research. Suddenly, an urgent call came through on his communicator. Taking out the communicator, he frowned slightly. What happened? Connect the call. Is there something wrong? On the other end of the communicator, a bald man reported with a slightly panicked expression. He is dead. Chen Mishi is dead. Chen Mishi? The person's eyes widened instantly. What exactly happened? Chen Mishi was the highest director of the rock-breaking project. If he's dead, doesn't that mean the rock-breaking project has essentially miscarried? Today we couldn't reach Li Tao. We thought something had happened to him, so we quickly sent someone to check. Sure enough, Li Tao was found dead in his room. But we didn't even find out how the person who killed Li Tao got into his house. Li Tao hadn't even resisted. Because the girl next to Li Tao was also missing, we hurriedly reported to Chen Mishi. Chen Mishi also rushed to Li Tao's residence to search for clues. Everything was fine. Who would have thought that just as Chen Mishi entered the room, an explosion occurred. The explosion was so powerful that Chen Mishi, along with Zhang and Hua, were all gone. Upon hearing this news, even this person felt a bit dizzy. Chun, Zhang, and Hua are all gone, meaning the 3 most important people of the rock-breaking project are dead. But he quickly stabilized his mind. Is there a recording? Send it to me to see. Soon he received a video, which was quite complete, starting from before entering Li Tao's small room. The shooter hadn't entered the small room yet, and saw a few people vomiting nearby. Although the shooter didn't say anything upon seeing this scene, he clearly expressed a sense of disdain. The shooter entered the small room through the door above. Upon entering, he saw Li Tao sitting properly in a chair. Suddenly, the shooter seemed to discover something and walked over to start observing. A breeze raised by his movements gently blew over Li Tao's body. Instantly, it was as if a wave had been lifted off Li Tao, and a series of bright red pieces began to shake. It was as if they were delicate petals. One after another, flowers bloomed on Li Tao's body, and this scene perfectly resembled a work of art. What is this? But the shooter having seen clearly, reacted. Meat. These are meat slices. Li Tao had been sliced into translucent meat pieces. At that moment, the video being shot even allowed viewers to see the internal organs through these extremely thin meat slices. But the next moment, this person pressed pause. No, the positions of the internal organs are wrong. The other party must have used some method to rearrange Li Tao's organs, connecting the esophagus directly to the exit, and the stomach directly to the mouth. The video continued, but the subsequent content was no longer substantial. The shooter turned and ran out, starting to vomit frantically. A strange beauty, extreme disgust. At that moment, the shooter felt like he was about to vomit, extremely wanting to throw up. He even felt that this would be a shadow for the rest of his life. Seeing this, the certain individual's expression darkened. What is this? A provocation. Soon he also began to notice the problem. Why did so many people go in without any explosions? But as soon as Chun Mishi and the others entered, the explosion began? Could be a biometric chip? Thinking of this, the person's gaze began to deepen. This thing is not something an ordinary person can obtain. There's actually a misunderstanding about Lin Feng. Although creating a biometric chip isn't particularly difficult for him, he had neither materials nor time here. So he merely made a simple time bomb. It was just that Lin Feng calculated the time a bit and made a prediction. As for Chen Mishi, Zhang, and Hua, this was purely bad luck. As the explosion gradually subsided, a large crowd began to rush over to see what had happened. People on the walls of the central city were also constantly coming down to investigate the situation. However, Nangong Xiao and the others did not move. Instead, they were relieved, grateful they had returned early. This explosion occurred in Haigu. If they had returned later, who knows? They might have been left there. Coming back to his senses, Nangong Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, did you just say you know where those 3 people are? Chapter 97. People in your house at this moment. Lin Feng also came to his senses and said, what you just mentioned is that your family has basically searched all possible places. The answer is actually quite obvious now. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Nangong, that means those 3 people are currently hiding in your house. Nangong Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, no, you don't understand our family situation. Almost all the personnel in our family are cultivated by ourselves, and there shouldn't be any outsiders. At this point, Nangong Xiao suddenly stopped, because he remembered a place. Heihu Martial Arts Hall? Isn't that an underground fighting arena? Lu Wu looked at Qin Shuren with a somewhat surprised expression. Instead, it was Lu Chang beside him who understood first and looked at Qin Shuren with a look of realization. I see. Since with the power of the Nangong family, they couldn't find this person in the outer city, it only indicates that the other party is actually hiding under the Nangong family's influence. It's a game of hiding in plain sight. Gong Tianyu also spoke up. That's right, and the Nangong family has very strict audits for employees. So the only place the other party can hide is one. Here, the underground fighting arena, contracted fighters. This is a very famous project in the outer city, where about 50 reserve fighters are arranged to enter the underground maze for combat. The person who grabs the key and comes out can become a contracted fighter of the Nangong family, as long as they can become an underground fighter. The appearance fee for each match is a considerable amount. Therefore, each competition is extremely fierce. If they are not mistaken, those 3 should be among the reserve fighters. And with their strength, they can guarantee their own safety without grabbing the final key. Let us go, we're going in now. The group pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing such a large group coming in fiercely, the attention of the entire hall was instantly drawn to them. A hall manager immediately came up. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, and in the end, it was Lu Wu who stepped forward, directly placing 3 photos in front of the manager. Do you recognize these 3 people? Looking at the 3 individuals in the photos, the manager felt they looked somewhat familiar, but ultimately shook his head and said firmly, I haven't seen them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby shouted loudly, look at the screen. Hearing this, the crowd quickly turned to look at the large screen inside the hall. They saw that the screen was divided into 36 images, and it was actually live streaming the situation inside the underground maze. In the upper left corner, one of the three people's faces was prominently displayed. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately became excited. After searching everywhere, we found them without effort. Now we need to go in. Liu Cheng was the first to charge ahead, looking at the hall manager. Upon hearing this, the manager quickly shook his head. It's impossible. The underground maze is already opened. Unless someone obtains the final key to open the maze themselves, otherwise it's not possible. Liu Cheng looked at the manager and said, "You don't know who we are, do you?" The manager, with a bitter smile, replied, "You all look like young masters from prominent families, but this is really not something I could decide. I beg you, please spare me." Looking at the manager's distressed expression, Liu Cheng frowned. He felt it was inappropriate to say anything further, or it would seem like he was bullying someone weaker. Just then, a command came from behind the crowd. "Let them in." The crowd automatically parted, and Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaoan appeared behind them without them knowing when. As soon as the manager saw Nangong Xiao, he immediately picked up the intercom, opened the backup door to the underground maze, and informed the audience that they are in for a treat today. After speaking, the manager quickly ran to Nangong Xiao's side. "Young master, you should have informed me in advance. I should have sent a car to pick you up. Uncle Han, there's no need to be so polite. Let everyone in first, and I'll explain to you after they come out." "All right, no problem." After that, Uncle Han signaled for people to take everyone over. Seeing this scene, Liu Cheng's mouth twitched. He felt like he had been played. Just a moment ago, Uncle Han had voluntarily shown weakness, and he really thought the other party was just a small character, but now it was clear that Nangong Xiao's attitude was not that of a small person. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters, as he followed the leading group to the backup door. You have to admit, this underground maze is indeed not ordinary. Just the walls are 6 to 7 meters high, and the thickness is definitely not small. Even the backup door required 5 or 6 people to push with great effort to open. "Everyone, please go in." Chun Shuren looked at a staff member beside him and asked, "Can weapons be brought in?" The staff member smiled and nodded. "The competition rules here are unrestricted." A very simple sentence made everyone present sense the smell of blood. No wonder it's the outer city. No wonder it's the underground boxing hall. As everyone entered, Nangong Xiao and Lin Feng were also preparing to go in when Uncle Han stopped them. "Young master, do you need a map of the inside?" Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, "No, I also want to see how capable I really am." Hearing this, Uncle Han smiled. "Then we'll wait outside for the good news from the young master." Nangong Xiao nodded and took Lin Feng and Bai Xiaoan inside. Soon, the audience watching the match noticed that there were suddenly many more people in the maze. At this moment, Uncle Han stood on the stage, lightly coughing twice before saying, "Cough, cough. Everyone, today there has been a slight change in events. The people who just entered are quite mysterious, but each of them is not to be underestimated. And their target is these 3. With Uncle Han's words, the big screen also displayed the photos of the 3 individuals, along with their levels. Huang Tianxiao, level 16. Fang Wen, level 15. Fang Wu, level 15. There was no other information, but this simple display was enough to astonish everyone present. Level 15? Is that level so high? No way. Even some professional fighters haven't reached that level, right? Level 15. What are they doing here as reserve fighters? They could easily be bodyguards with a salary that's not low, and it's safer, right? Watching the audience in an uproar, Uncle Han also smiled. Of course, the more intense the competition, the better. It's a pity I didn't inform in advance. Otherwise, we could have sold more tickets today. Chapter 98. The power of the Bai family at this moment. Huang Tianxiao was still strolling leisurely, though he maintained a very cautious expression on the surface. However, he knew very well that no one in the entire maze could defeat him. Fang Wen, Fang Wu, and Huang Tianxiao shared the same thought and had yet to realize the impending danger. Lin Feng and his companions entered the maze, looked around at their surroundings, and were momentarily confused. Where should they go? The previously resolute Nangong Xiao now felt a bit of regret. He had overdone the bravado. "Let's take it slow. I noticed that Fang Wu should be to the north, so let's try to move in that direction," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoan and Nangong Xiao nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, trailing behind them, couldn't help but yawn. "Feeling a bit tired?" Bai Xiaoan asked Lin Feng. A little. So this time it's up to you, he replied. It was quite exhausting when I was dealing with Li Tao earlier. I had to keep him alive while making sure he suffered enough, which took a lot of my effort. After that experience, Lin Feng found that his biology skills had leveled up. Don't worry, this time you'll just watch our performance, Nan Gongxiao said confidently. Fang Wu is level 15. Are you really that confident? Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nan Gongxiao. He could sense that Nan Gongxiao was currently at level 13, close to level 14, while Bai Xiaowen had already reached level 14, which surprised Lin Feng. So what if he's level 15? With Xiaowen and me together, defeating him will definitely be no problem. Bai Xiaowen rolled her eyes at this comment. Just a moment ago, Nan Gongxiao had been so sure of himself, and now he was dragging her into it too. The three continued walking through the maze, but since they weren't familiar with the underground labyrinth and Lin Feng was in a laid-back state, they ended up at dead end several times, wasting a lot of time. Damn it, Nan Gongxiao cursed as he faced yet another dead end. Why make a maze so complicated? Forget it, let's turn back. Bai Xiaowen didn't actually mind spending a bit more time here. As they walked, she asked Lin Feng about potion knowledge. Most of the time, she was the one explaining, while Lin Feng lazily chimed in now and then, giving her a sense of clarity. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Xiaowen had learned about pharmaceuticals and medicine since childhood and had reached a fairly advanced level. Many questions were things that even the big shots in her family couldn't clearly explain. But with Lin Feng, everything seemed effortless. His casual pointers had remarkable effects. Through Bai Xiaowen, Lin Feng gained a lot of insight into the development of pharmaceuticals in this world. The Bai family, being the top pharmaceutical manufacturer of the Yin Feng faction, had excellent cooperation with the Dongbin and Gaochao pharmaceutical research labs. This gave Bai Xiaowen a remarkable perspective on pharmaceutical production. The best-selling products were definitely nutritional potions and cultivation potions, which also brought in the most profit. However, to truly gain a good reputation, they would need to excel in anti-mutation potions and prosthetic regeneration and transplantation, as many strong individuals were troubled by these issues. Listening to Bai Xiaowen, Lin Feng nodded and then asked how much money would it take to establish a potion factory. Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She had no doubt that Lin Feng could run a potion factory well. After all, the profitability of a potion factory depended on a good formula, and she believed this would not be a problem for him. In that case, Brother Feng can collaborate with our family. We have complete channels, the best pharmaceutical base, and the most comprehensive operational plans. As long as Brother Feng agrees, we can directly give you a factory, and you would only need to give us about 10% in dividends, she said. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaowen. A factory, and you're just giving it away. You can even set the dividends right away. I didn't realize this girl is quite the little tycoon. Nan Gongxiao also turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I think partnering with the Bai family is a good idea. It would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, the Bai family is really wealthy. Bai Xiaowen nodded generously. Our medicines are good, so the profits are naturally high. Nan Gongxiao agreed. As long as the Bai family's potions enter the underground market, they will definitely be priced at least 10 higher than others. That's a rule. Even Dongbin and Gaocao's potions can't match that. All right, let me think about it, Lin Feng said, not wanting to decide too quickly. As the three continued walking, Lin Feng suddenly squinted ahead. Is that person Fang Wu? Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly looked over. They indeed saw a tall young man in tattered clothes, charging towards them with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Bang! 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 Before the three could react, Fang Wu fired 3 shots. He was terrified upon seeing this trio. The previous group he encountered had lower levels than him, but if he hadn't run fast, he would have been beaten to death. Bang! 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 Bai Xiaowen wasn't intimidated. She raised her gun and fired back. Bang! 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 It must be said that Lin Feng designed this gun exceptionally well. Even though Bai Xiaowen shot second, accounting for reaction time, her bullets traveled further than Fang Wu's. After 3 shots, Fang Wu's bullets were all shattered in midair. Moreover, after being shattered, Bai Xiaowen's bullets continued to fly toward Fang Wu. Realizing this, Fang Wu was almost scared to death and quickly stopped, swinging his long knife rapidly. Clang! 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 Fortunately, the earlier bullet collisions had weakened the power of Bai Xiaowen's bullets, allowing him to block them all. Wow, that marksmanship is impressive. This girl isn't an ordinary person. She is amazing. At this moment, the spectators outside were also astonished. Although those who rushed in earlier had already shown terrifying strength, such as the group of preparatory boxers who encountered Chen Shuren's team, they didn't even need Chen Shuren to intervene. His two teammates took action and easily knocked their opponents down, leaving them unable to get up. Many had impressive displays. However, even among these performances, by Xiaowen's shooting skills still shocked them. A few people, however, noticed that besides her marksmanship, the gun by Xiaowen used was also key. Xiaowen's gun is good, but her marksmanship is also excellent. Let us give it an 8 out of 10. Besides Lin Feng, her marksmanship was among the best. Clearly, the Special Operations Department had long found these three, but they didn't want to inform Lin Feng directly. Now, they were watching the live broadcast and scoring. At this moment, Feng Wu stood in the alley. In front of him were Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen. Behind him were Chen Shuren, Hua Wushang, and a team led by a woman. He glanced left and right and suddenly laughed. Both of you want to complete your tasks. Who is coming first? Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly took a step forward.